Welcome back to Heidelberg Castle for the biggest Age of Empires tournament that history has ever seen. Age of Empires 1, 2 and 4 on display across 2 weekends of competition with over $500,000 in prize money. Today, Age of Empires 4 is the focus. We've already found 4 of our quarterfinalists, and today we will fill the remaining 4 slots. It is going to be a cutthroat day of fierce competition, and we can't wait to have your company for it. Let's get underway with day 5 of Red Bull Wololo Legacy.
Size out of Stone Dave from Viper, and he's out of...
In the middle, Leary's castle goes down.
It's his turn to raid Leary's economy.
And Viper holds on to that castle. And he's killing the villagers on the gold. They're desperately running for the TC.
Look, the Cavalier, they can do what they're doing here to the trebuchets, and then Leary will have nothing.
And welcome inside Heidelberg Castle for the first time today, my friends. Riley Knight, your host, joined by Aussie Drongo over here, mate. It's an all Aussie lineup, just like the people want. It's good to have you along here today, mate.
Yeah, incredibly excited to be here. Day at number 2, we begin. A lot of great action that we've got here. I'm incredibly excited.
Yes, indeed. We had a big day number 1, of course. We already locked up 4 quarterfinal spots, as we've alluded to already, and the final 4 will be given away today. And I'll tell you what, Caton, it's going to get very tough for these players here, because many of them are facing almost immediate elimination once we get stuck into these matches.
I think that's definitely the big thing as well, because there's a lot of players we didn't expect to be here, most notably MarineLord, who was knocked out in the first, well, not knocked out, but lost the first round. So he faces potential knockout today, so that's definitely going to be an important game for him. Yes, indeed. We're going to get stuck in and have a look at what our groups here look like, as well as our schedule for today, and maybe even the prize money as well. But let's start off with Group A. You can see a couple of people already have locked up their slots. I don't think that's actually a finalised graphic there, because as far as I know, I think Magic did make it through as well with a very late victory against Leenock. I think they were playing until almost midnight last night. Yeah.
So we do have actually 2 players from Group A already going through, the Mr. and Magic, both of whom we saw play yesterday. Incredible stuff from them.
Yeah, incredible stuff, and both of them AOM players as well, so interesting. You know, typically when Age of Empires 4 started, it was a melting pot of all different RTS games, and we saw StarCraft players and AoE 2 players, but interestingly, the AOM players have risen on this occasion.
Prostagma, let's go. Huge result for both of them. Let's have a look at Group B as well, with our qualified players from Group B. I believe we've got Puppy Paw, and Beastie, so we can see both of them there. But it's the players that we're looking further down at the 0 and 1. These are the players, Kasva, Viper and Recon. These are our opening matches on the stream today, on the A stream at least, and these matches they're do or die. You lose this, you're out.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. You could be heading home today, so you want to avoid that. And I mean, there's a huge amount of names that are in there. One of my personal favorites, TheViper, he's down there, obviously playing Age of Empires 2 and Age of Empires 4. Doesn't have as much time to commit to Age of Empires 4, but hopefully he can pull one out today, even though he's going up against our boy. Our boy Hart.
Our boy, that's right. Former Australian national champion of StarCraft 2. A bloke I was very excited to catch up with, even though, look, he's a Sydney-sider. You can't have it all. I mean, you know, he's obviously not perfect, but who is? Let's have a look at today's schedule, my friends. We've already alluded to who we're going to be seeing on the main stage here in our A stream, and you can see there opening up with Recon versus Kasva. Now, these players, again, I mean, let's not beat around the bush. This is an elimination match. You lose this, you're going home, that's the end of it. And even if you win, these players have to win again in order to get to the quarterfinals. So an uphill battle for all of the players on screen right now.
It's going to be really tough. That first game in particular, these guys are both not necessarily unknown, but Kasva, he's a dark horse. You really got to watch out for him. He's just always going to throw something a little bit crazy up against you. Recon, on the other hand, a very solid player. Unfortunately, just didn't have a good day yesterday. Had a very tough matchup, so hopefully he's able to perform today.
Maybe he'll be able to pull one out for us there. Hut and the Viper. I mean, the Viper hardly needs an introduction. This bloke, the greatest of all time in Age of Empires 2, reigning Wololo champion from last year when he took out Wololo 5 and Throne. Huge surprise to see him go no further than the quarters in the Age of Empires 2 portion of the tournament. He'll be hoping to make it at least that far this time in Age of Empires 4.
Yeah, that's going to be the big question. You know, he's been spending a lot of time just grinding it out. I've been watching over his shoulder. He's been doing an incredible job. So we'll have to wait and see whether he's able to pull it together today. But I'm looking forward to seeing him on the main stream.
As I'm sure thousands of players and people around the world, of course, cheering on the Snake from wherever you are. Thanks for choosing to join us here. It is wonderful to have your company, but we're not going to muck around for too much longer. I'm told that the casters are standing by ready to get underway with the action. So once we have got our players seated and ready to go, we'll be able to jump into the action here. Of course, no live drafts today. We are doing the drafts digitally, although that may change in the future. These players are going to get stuck straight into it, and we're going to see how things shake out. So much for us to talk about, but let's head down now to the Königshalle, to the main hall, to where the casters Nilly and Killer Pigeon are standing by. Let's get to it.
Hello! Welcome back, folks, to day number 2. I'm here with good old Nilly Dope in the show. My friend, what an amazing start we've had. Only one day, yet some of those series we saw on the first day feel like they could have been a grand final of their own.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, the games were so good and, like, so many memorable moments, right? I even, like, looked at the games again, like, trying to refresh my memory, tried to catch up with the B stream as well. And, like, the level was impeccable. So many good games. Most memorably, obviously, DeMuslim versus Capoch.
Yeah, definitely that was a special one for you. For me, I can't ignore how we opened the day and the elephant in the room, even though there's no deli to be seen. It was the Magic versus MarineLord series that really popped off. But how about these guys? I mean, we're looking at this mad lad, Recon, guy who looks so young, but don't be deceived. This guy is only 2 years younger than me, 27. That shocked me when I first met him. Up against another guy who's getting a little bit in age, but also from experience. Someone that you are very familiar with that has been very active in the AoE2 scene over the years.
Actually, both of them played lots of Age of Empires 2 with me. I played Team Game Tournament with Recon, lots of 1v1s against Kasva there. Was trying to climb the ladder, but never really made the jump into the top 16 in AoE2, and then AoE4 came out, he fully committed.
I love that, because I remember talking to him a little, and I didn't realize he was a top 100 AoE2 player, right? He was consistently on the rankings at least, so he was a very talented player. Kind of shows you how he was able to come into AoE4, was able to get a top 4 finish at Genesis, went out against ViPer, who went on to slay in that tournament anyway. On the other side, Kasva, I mean, this is a guy that I constantly come to expect so much from, and we've got to be real about this. Time and time again, it hasn't truly come together for him. This is a guy that definitely has the experience to potentially be able to handle the pressure. He's definitely a very talented individual, but something I consistently hear, and I think he's even admitted to me that he feels that that's the way it went as well, is when you get into these tournaments, instead of playing the special K, he brings you the normal variety, right? He starts playing someone else's game instead of his own, and that's dangerous here, because Recon is a type of player that will use that to go into that hyper late game we talk about for people like Beastie, and he'll thrive on it. I call this guy the tricky trader. More so than any other player here at AoE4, he finds a way to get to late game and boom trade.
Yeah, or even like feudal age trades. We've seen that from him as well. And yeah, he's the one who's testing quite a bit. And Kasva has to show some real good scouting. As we know, like, so much on the line for him, right? Kasva, he quit his full-time job as a nurse and wanted to really commit. Sub numbers didn't really go his way. Tournament results didn't really go his way. This single set is so much for him, because 6K versus $9,000, that alone is a massive jump for him.
Yeah, a huge jump. I mean, if you think about his career earnings, right, I think Kasva's only had a few thousand, maybe. So that's essentially like a 25, 50%, whatever have you, increase to his total career earnings. So a remarkable exchange. And then on the other side, it's just as big for Recon. I mean, this is a guy, it's interesting to me. You can see he's bored with the action. It's not feeling good right now. That's not because he didn't get enough sleep. That's because it's too chill for him. This guy is ridiculous. He adapts so quickly for someone who doesn't seem phased by it. I've talked to him time and time again. Every time he loses, he instantly knows why. He's very honest about it. And also very nonchalant. This guy, when he went to the last chance qualifiers, when he should have been grinding his ass off because it's going to be dangerous and hard, he's playing the Call of Duty beta.
Ah, yeah. Okay, maybe practice enough over the weeks. Obviously, we know he is one of the few non-full-time players that we have here.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is, I didn't quite like probe him how many hours, but the feeling is like he still finds a lot of hours to put in, despite the fact that he's part-time. And that seems like a good thing, but I actually think it can also be detrimental in a deceitful way, in that you're essentially stretching yourself in, you're taxing your body a lot, because let's say you go work a 40-hour week and you come home, or even a 30-hour week, and you put another 8 hours in. And that seems feasible, but you're burnt out. Like, you're probably not playing your best Age of Empires 4 2 hours into that grind.
But also takes a bit of pressure away in the set, right? If we just talked about, like, for Kasva, the money is so important.
Yes.
And obviously, like, the reward for all the practice. Recon can just go back and, like, continue with his normal life till another multi-$100,000 tournament comes around and he makes another round of 16 while working full-time.
Yeah, it's an interesting kind of a clash of pressure here. You know, Kasva, I remember seeing his tweet, like, it almost looked like we wouldn't be able to get him here to Heidelberg. And I remember seeing that tweet, and the important part I took away from it is I might need to retire. That was it. If I can't get here, I'm like, because I've played for this, I've spent all this time, this is not financially viable anymore. This is so important to him. And I think what I'm a little bit concerned for him is there is a history of, in those high pressure environments, that he's felt time and time again. Like I said, you don't see Special K. When you see this guy on the ladders, when he's playing no pressure environments, when he plays his game, he is vile. He's nasty. He could be a top 10 player, easy peasy.
Easy peasy. Well, let's see about that, right? Obviously, his crazy style made him so many fans. And remember, when he tweeted, like, okay, it's going to be tricky with my visa, the sheer amount of people that, like, jumped on him and said, like, wow, like, we want to have you there. How can we help? So much support. Organizations contacted him, right? Like, everyone tried to have him here because we know how entertaining of a player he can be.
Yeah, and it just shows you that's the wholesome beauty of it, right? Like, from the history of AE2 into AE4, like, there's so many intertwining stories, intertwining, like, friendships over the years. You know what? Let's not talk about friendships. Let's talk about rivalries here, because someone is going to make the other taste bitter defeat. We are here in an elimination series between Kasva and Recon. Let's get to it.
Ooh. Also, the first 2 matches that we have, all 4 players lost 0-2 in their opening matches. So still not a single W on a single map for Recon or Kasva. Mongols against English here. Going to be interesting. Yesterday we saw a tower rush on this map, but against Delhi.
Yes, it's the other way. You literally cannot tower rush the English. It's the quickest way to lose a game. And instead, you're going to be one feeling pressure, because we've seen this opening as well. I believe Mr. done it yesterday on this map with the English up against, I believe it's the Ottomans, which is really impressive. You instantly go into the men-at-arms. You start to ramp up that pressure, because on this map especially, your goal tends to spawn away from your base, and it's much easier to harass. The one upside for Recon, you're playing the Mongols. So goal doesn't need to be far from your TC, depending on where you place it.
Yeah, and it even feels like it's reasonably close, so we have to go for the OVO. First attack is coming in here, and that obviously gives you great scouting. If you see, okay, my opponent is not really going for anything there, you know, the tower rush is not coming, like, not even spearmen, no horseman aggression, and it's just such a smooth game for you as an English player.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, because I've heard a few Mongol spammers, which, by the way, Recon this is his signature civ. Like, he was known at release for this civ. Yeah. Right? In more recent times, people talk about his Rus or his Abbasis, but this is where it began. And one thing I discussed with him is the idea of trade and how good the early Silver Tree trade is for 1 or 2 long trades. Problem is you can't do it on this map. He picked this civ, so we're not even probably going to get to see that today unless he goes through and does it in a different series. I'm a little bit bummed. I mean, people probably think I'm huffing copium for the trade, but I think there is something to the Mongol trade build. You don't do it long term, you just do it short. But this time around, I think Recon's going to have to find a way in the feudal age to play, like, ultra aggression. The tough part is, like, a good way you used to be able to do that is Magadai, but you can't do that against English, because even with all these men arms, the next step is logically longbows.
Yeah, and longbows obviously incredibly good against the Magadai, taking so much damage there. You have the range disadvantage as well, and Kasva easily going on to gold. Obviously has to send some more villagers there simply because he invested the gold into those men-at-arms, and we are simply going for deer stones.
Yeah, it was always going to be deer stones here. It's kind of wacky, actually, when you think about how many maps in the pool don't have, like, a trading post at all, right? So you don't have that option. It's interesting as well when you consider all the buffs that trading got. Maybe we'll see it later in the series, but thinking about, like, the win conditions in this one, I think Kasva wants a hard and fast feudal timing after this men-at-arms aggression to close out the game around, like, 18 to 20 minutes. I'm expecting Recon to try and play condensed into a Castle Age rush format. Like, try to skim this with a few archers to defend, but find your way up. Because if you try to just play prolonged feudal now, with this advantage from the men-at-arms and how you've lost your Uvu, it's very difficult to bite back as the Mongols.
Yeah, and the question, like, where do we even replace our OVO? Is it more to the 1000 now? Because this one, obviously, you drained a bit of stone, but to 50, it still makes sense to replace it. But also, if you go further down, it's a bit further away from your opponent, a bit more protected, could have been an option, and obviously you get the full 1200 stone.
Naturally, you want to move in this direction as well, because you have to realize what this Uvu truly is. It's not, oh no, I'm not getting passive stone anymore. It's, oh no, 150 wood just went up in smoke. how many trees have we got here? This is like, what, 10?
Well, not
150
too many.
each. So you're burning through like a 10th or a 12th of your actual wood source to begin with. So it is to his advantage to move to that Uvu naturally, because then you'll access the southern tree lines.
Yeah, absolutely. And also the deer is there, but no extra gold spots if I saw that one correctly. Or was there an 8K? Oh, there's an 8K gold mine. Okay, so it makes lots of sense.
The problem with the deer is like it's almost, if you reach the Uvu and the deer as well, like you're getting too greedy. So he needs to get map control first. Whenever you want to play deer, you need to be the person dancing around like Kasva is right now. Otherwise, you just get butchered.
Oh, look at that. A tower behind his wood line. Tries to, well, maybe give some speed to his archers.
Yeah, so between the tower and the TC now, he creates like this longer layer of defense that longbows would have to weave around. And the weakness of longbow spam in the feudal age for English is they're very immobile. They're very good at reaching in and sniping, but they have to go around, right? It's
Tower cancelled at 80% there.
Yeah, but it's going to take too long against the one-man arms, and he doesn't want to pull more villagers right now because it's going to screw with his build, as he needs a lot of woodworkers to get the archers.
Ooh.
That's really crafty by Kasva. And it's annoying because Recon can think to commit there, but he's very limited on vision going up the hill. So Kasva, he only sees he's got one man arms, but he knows there's like 3 to 4 of them.
Yeah,
so if they come out, you're just going to lose a villager.
Yeah, and the Khan obviously was far away. Now we'll just move into the left-hand side again. Is he trying to replace the Ovo there?
wow,
Obviously needs to move the archer range right now, 284 stone that he can't use.
He's got a small window of opportunity here because he has started to get archers out.
Scouting.
Yeah, he's so on point. But the problem is the archers now. So Recon probably wants to get an Uvu and an outpost here, because if you don't put an outpost, the Lombos will dictate this flow. Your archers won't be able to gap close quick enough.
I'm a bit surprised that he didn't move the archer range yet, because the Ovo finished. Obviously wants to go into the improved production there.
I think he needs more archers first, right? Because like anytime you move this and pack it up, like it's not producing. And you maybe just get pinched by men-at-arms and Lombos as you wheel it out. So you have to play a little bit slower. It doesn't feel good. I know where you come from, like 100%, like it's not optimal, but it's like swings and roundabouts where Kasva's doing really good aggression here. And now the outpost coming in. That is a bit ambitious. We don't see it as often for the English anymore, ever since the increased build time, going from 45 seconds to a minute now.
But still, like, how is Recon scouting this? His Khan is in the center of the map. Actually, archers are pushing this one away. Yeah, actually, he sees the villager as well. Yeah. Ooh, how does Recon react? Do you think the next building should be an archer range or stable?
So I think, I feel like men-at-arms still do good against horsemen. They're only good when you're forcing the men-at-arms spammer to defend. So I'd actually just love to see him maybe double down archers here. I don't see Kasva now going into stables anytime soon. He's stretched himself because he went racks with men-at-arms and now into archers. So any transition will be very slow. That's a big advantage for the Mongols, right? It's one of these civs that transitions quicker because of the double production.
Yeah, and he actually didn't move the archer range because he wanted to double produce out of the stable here, apparently, right?
Okay.
Wants to increase his horseman count. As we know, like longbowmen, they take some time to get over there, maybe intercepting the reinforcement lines.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Like, that's a good shout. I think the logic here, like archers and horsemen both make sense, but what I love is he's saying, no, KP, you're a wuss. If I go double archers, I'm defending. If I go horsemen, I'm getting aggressive and already getting value. Once they spawn out, longbows have to run away. Men-at-arms, it takes longer to initially get on top of their targets. They have a longer charge time than they did before, but they've got half the range to initiate. So they don't even gap close initially, and the horseman is fast. And of course, with the Yam, these horsemen can easily just run away.
Ooh, pretty sweet stuff there. Khan still helping out. Feels like the scout could be dying as well. Obviously, those are only early horsemen, but still pretty sweet.
But they got buffed. They're actually so much better than they were before. They got an increase of 10 health as well as 1 damage, so they're a lot more formidable here. That also means that they got an increase in their bonus damage, so overall, they're just going to slay these Lombos. This is uncomfortable for Kasva. He's at least going to get the outpost up, but then you say at what cost? Like, what do you have here right now?
Yeah, and especially like you kind of want to sit next to the tower with longbowmen, right? Poke in, poke out, and just, well, get all the fast attack.
But you see the weakness of the horseman there, right? Like, this is what I was talking about. When you're defending like this, the men-at-arms just slay you. Because now you've still got 5 men-at-arms, but he lost all the horsemen but 1, right? Yeah. So now he kind of has to reset himself again. This is why I like the horsemen if they're not here, but they're in the mid-map, cutting off reinforcements.
That's what I would have expected, but he only has 12 on food. Maybe didn't really see the timing. Now goes for survival techniques. Probably is just about to send some villagers to the bottom and go for those deers.
Do you know what it is? It's the UV placement. Like, you're basically throwing yourself into a bad situation there because you need the UV, you want the UV, you need the double production, but it's out here. Even with the outpost, these men-at-arms would have dove and torched it. So you feel like you have to have everything here to defend because with 1 archer range now, you don't have enough to hold back that many men-at-arms.
Do you think Kasva decided his strategy based on the oval placement?
I think so. Well, partially, like Kaz, like the start is a given. I think like you're playing Ingersoll Gorge, you're building men at arms straight away. It's the most optimal strategy. But this strikes me as like a typical Kasva thing, where it's like, you kind of like done something a little bit loose, a little bit greedy. Okay, I'm gonna punish that.
Yeah, and he probably added more men at arms than initially planned. Now a bit too close to the town center, moves away though.
What I'm looking for here is if Kasva just has the conviction to follow through. I think in these type of moments, I've seen Kasva just plow people non-stop, and it works. But sometimes he gets greedy, and he's like, okay, I'm English. Maybe I just go castle now. If you let up on the brakes, I honestly think Recon's going to come out ahead. So Recon now wrapping around, walls coming up.
Good timing on those walls here.
Wait. Yeah, he's just about got it up, but it's not going to last long. He needs to get someone across there. It's going to be torched down, but he should be able to rebuild as fast. Gets it just in time here. So we'll keep the horsemen at bay.
And 2-3 longbowmen should do a reasonable job there in defending. Obviously, villagers could shoot a bit as well. Nice defense. Beautiful timing by Kasva.
Yeah, like you could not have got more optimal efficient. And no, this is what I was talking about. So he sent the horsemen in because he wanted to force Kasva to come back. If that wall doesn't go up, he has to come home. But now the wall is up. Recon has gone for pocket eco, but he doesn't have map control.
And the double tower at the wood line. Oh, this could be problematic. There should be multiple dead villagers. And no instant reaction out of Recon. He's still distracted.
And even if you yam out of here, the men-at-arms charge for so long now, you're going to get butchered. And the Lombos are cutting you off. And the formation shuffle's making it worse. You can see the panic now setting in. Recon is shriveling up in the face of this aggression. Half of his deer workers are just going to be dead. More than that by the end of this.
Is he just...
That's it. That is it. He is pinned into a corner. He waves the white flag. Kasva with the all-out aggression will break Recon in game one.
Crazy aggression. The men-at-arms obviously synergized so well with the longbowmen there. Tricky to find a good answer against that in feudal age, especially if you feel like horsemen, if you don't open with them, getting to the numbers is so tricky.
It's rough, right? I think that the moment we agreed on is the moment where Recon went to horsemen. When he got forced to fight at his base with them, it's bad. That's what I call a forced error. Like, he wants to be intercepting reinforcements, but so many men-at-arms come out of nowhere. He knows there's a tower behind it. He has to take the straight fight. And from that point on, everything Recon's doing is to recover this game. I love the idea of the horsemen to go around the backside, but that clutch wall from Kasva changed the script. If those horsemen get in, Kasva has to send back troops, and you get away with this deer play. But because he doesn't, he's still patrolling around your base.
I think going for the raid with only 3 horsemen and 1 Khan, also, like, what are you going to achieve? If you go into the wood line and 12 shortbowmen are trying to shoot at you, you won't even find 2 villager kills.
Yeah, it's like he's trying to harass Eco, and I think it's like one of those feigned plays where you're like, hey, look, I'm in your base, come defend it. And in that moment, we've seen situations where players were like, oh God, I need to go back, right? They panic, they do the wrong move, but Kasva, calm and composed. I was worried that, maybe pressure gets to him in these type of environments, and he's opening up, saying, no, I will not bow, and I will not break.
Whew. Next home map, or the first home map for Recon will be Boulder Bay. A map that we have not seen, I think, at all in this tournament, right? At least
we haven't on this stream, at least. Yeah,
I think B-Stream, I just looked through the B-Stream earlier this morning, and I think I've not seen a single Boulder Bay game.
It's interesting because I think it's a more flexible Mediterranean. Even if they shrunk the pool a bit, I think there's more options to kind of sneak back onto the water, and there's also more flexibility to play land here than what you get in Medi. Now, looking at the Civ choices remaining, I wouldn't be surprised if we get into some Abbasid gameplay from Recon. And the upside for him is because HRE got banned out, probably the most logical Civ for Kasva to go towards could be the French, unless he wants to try some sort of Delhi plays, but we don't see them anymore on water maps.
It also feels so weird. Like Ottomans, you can't really go for them because military schools cost so much wood. You have to collect the stone. Basically means you can't contest water. So it has to be French, but they're not really shining there. Abbasid should have a Civ advantage on Boulder Bay.
I honestly think Kasva outdrafted Recon here. So the English pickup, we just saw how much better it is than, like, especially when you get forced to use the Mongols. Like, Recon didn't have a better choice, but now even on this map, I'm kind of uncomfortable, like, where this leads afterwards. I think he can win this one with his pick, but then we get into Dry Arabia, and your opponent has Ottomans, and I believe it was French as well.
Yeah.
He has flexibility.
Well, we're expecting French to be picked, right?
Yeah, but, like, if he doesn't throw French here, right, because I think you can still go either way, because, like, Kasva's mentality can be, I can try something off cuff, because I'm not, like, the favorite now in this map. Or I just go all in with, like, something that has a slight edge, like the French.
Yeah, even if he uses the French, right? It's still Ottoman Delhi against Rus Malians, and we consider Rus Malians more to be on the end.
And he's doing Rus Ottomans. Okay, I've been asking if anyone's gonna. So I made a joke last night. I was like, Why not just make it so that like military schools can just like be dropped on the shoreline and they can do boats as well? And everyone laughed at me as like, obviously we haven't got that, but what we have got, and this is cool to think about, is a situation where you've got similar economies, right? The Rus have some advantages, yes, their fishing is good, they've got the extra wood. It's not as brutal as like the HRE, it's not as crippling. On the other side, what the Ottomans have, they have the cheaper production buildings, right? So they can set up a bit faster. And then after that, where it gets really interesting is passively, I can just set up military schools and I can push land while we're both fully sucked into the cyclone that is naval.
But you have to play defensively there because you can never push, right? You can never overwhelm the Rus if you want to invest 150 wood, 100 stone. And yeah, some trickle in there might be nice because we've seen a lot of stalemates on border.
Yeah, well, let's see if we get a stalemate or a faster one. I feel like this is going to be Medi on speed as we hop into the second game. Kasva, of course, taking the early lead, but Recon now on his home map should be comfortable with this Rus pick.
Obviously, if we play water, we are sending lots and lots of villagers on board, and with the faster wood income there, with the wooden fortress for Rus, could be pretty sweet. Also, we have to consider bounties, so you don't really have to go on to gold to reach feudal age.
Now, there is a really strong build with the Ottomans where you kind of focus on spearmen early on, and then you transition your military schools into going Sipahi. It's very brutal, but I think we're not necessarily going to see it here because of the extra wood tax you have, not just in the Raxas, but per spearman. What I would love to see from Kasva as we move like towards 9-10 minutes, just have some military schools set up and build just a few casual Sipahi, because then you can find your way into the base. And in fact, one big weakness for Recon here, check the back of his base and where the gold is. It's very easy to weave around the back and cut people off. And the crippling thing about Sipahi that makes this really annoying is that the Sipahi, if they pinch you and you have to run past them, activate Fortitude, stab, 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 you're more likely to take out villagers retreating.
Recon and Kasva playing for their tournament life, but so do Capoch and sort of on the B stream starting right now. Also, winners out. Losers out, winner still has a chance.
And it's a tear in my eye to see we're just on the second day and we're already kicking people out. But
crazy.
That's how fast, that's how vicious this is.
We still have 12 players today.
Yep.
And only 4 will make it to the quarters.
Exactly. Nutty. So much to look forward to, folks. So make sure you're following the channels. Make sure you're tuning in each day through to the weekend. And well, we can see the lay of the land now coming out. The scouts are going to be in place. So Recon's going to get a feel for what the lay of the base is. And he should notice something critical here as well. Well, he's got a retracted gold spawn that Sipahi could exploit. An issue exists for Kasva. He has double forward gold spawns. And if Recon finds a way of like weaving a knight in occasionally into his comp, he could screw over Kasva's land eco.
And that's a beautiful thing, right? And that's why we felt like French could have been an option to go for maybe a knight. But Rus obviously can go for it as well. Sending out the villager here, Kasva.
Oh, hey, honey, where are we going?
How? Where was on our scout?
Wait, is he setting up another dock? Or, like, I wonder where he was running there.
Second scout. Ooh, and just ran past it and thought like, okay, let's deny the bounty.
Okay, yeah. So I wonder where the village was going at first. Did he start sending it back? Because he had one out there initially building, right? And usually you just get them on shoreline fish. Maybe there was like a pathfinding issue and he came around.
Or maybe he just passed by, went back to kill, and now is building a second dock.
Yeah. That's pretty cool then. Yeah, just sniping out like the extra bounty. I'm wondering actually like what Recon got out of this. I'd assume it's around maybe like 180, 200 bounty. You know, it's a lot harder to get a higher number now ever since they nerfed the bounty system. You don't get bounty from killing sheep anymore.
So basically it's only deer. And how many should we have gotten? We have probably 2 full packs, so it's 140 plus some, and yeah, some wolves, so maybe 190. Oh, still a full pack not taken.
Okay, yeah. So he's still got an opportunity to sneak it up. And of course, we do have to remember that when it comes to these water maps, it's not about the tier system. It's just about the extra gold. It's a really big game changer. And Recon, a little bit of a pickle here. Goes to the tech up, but doesn't have any gold straight away. What he will have is 1 ticket to instantly trade into gold. I'm expecting that, so you can start just sorting myself up for naval and possibly maybe for a night opening.
And now he gets the extra gold. Golden Gate being built with 6 villagers there, and Wooden Fortress will be one of the next buildings. But still, only 1 dock for Recon here. On the other side, we have 2 for Kasva. Only 3 larger fishing ships right now.
You see how much harder it is for like the Rus opening now? Like this civ was definitely the one hit hardest by the changes in this patch. It's not just the clear ramifications of like things like sheep. It's the knock-on effects of things like TC booms as well. And here's a thought for you. How often have we watched games like this? Doesn't matter if you're on land or water. By the time the Rus are taking up in Golden Gate, they're researching Wheelbarrow. It's complete by the time you do it. But he didn't have enough gold to even do that this time.
Yeah. And, well, also we don't really... I don't know, we could have done it with the hunting cabin, right? We're skipping that one. Obviously want to put all our wood onto those larger fishing ships and makes it a bit trickier. Probably something we typically go for on land maps, surely. The build just changed so much, and that's the beauty to witness how they're approaching this. 5 minutes, and we are only now starting the next landmark. Or the first landmark here.
And of course,
the trade network. Ooh.
Okay, yeah, I've been wanting this for a while. This is so the interesting thing about the Satani trade network. I expected this to start getting used after the tournament, but what makes it so cool? The Ottomans are the only civ that can start going into trade, and if you lose map control, you still get something. Because you can garrison 6 traders inside. They give 28 gold each. No other civ boasts that. The second best civ for that type of situation is Mongols, where they're like, oh, okay, I can do a quick long trade, and then I can change where this trade post is. But no other civ can do this.
Some aggression here, but fishing ships should be saved. 3 docks out already. And we've seen it yesterday, right? Arriving a bit later, but then having the better production, absolutely an option. Players really good at saving those fishing ships. Now the question, Kasva, how greedy can he be? How many traders does he want to add, or does he want to keep on 2 because he needs to get too much army out?
This is one of those tough ones where in an ideal world, you build 2 horsemen and kill his scout. But the problem is if you do that to Recon, he's then going to get suspicious and build more military. So instead, he just wants to get as much trade going before he gets spotted out. But I think Recon, yeah, he suspects this. Look where his scout's been going out to. So if he runs around this area, like he's actually genuinely checking for that trade because he's suspicious. If there's any person that gets a twinging feeling that someone's trading, because he does it so much himself, it's Recon.
Yeah, absolutely. Recon now adding some more galley chips for himself here. Finds a kill.
This is. I feel like,
wait. Kasva is not producing anything.
No, he's like. I don't know what's happening in the military pop cap. It's been at 12 for a long time, but there's no military.
He's not producing a single ship.
So Kasva's.
He's going for arrow slits.
Yeah. This is cool, but like it was so delayed that you already see value gained for Recon. Snipes out a few ships, pushes you in, and also I think because he went for all these emplacements, it's kind of byproduct of being up against a civ like the Rus. Like you think he has the edge if you both go archer ships. But also, I think maybe Kasva's made it a bit obvious that he wants to trade because of this, right? Like, where is all your resources going? What are you doing with it? You must be doing something on land. So I think Recon isn't going to allow the trade to go through.
So typically the reaction for Recon should be to massively add fishing ships here. I wouldn't be in mind like 9 more fishing ships and then realize, okay, you're going for a greedy approach. I should go for a greedy approach as well to counter that. Go on to stone, add some town centers. Yeah,
well, I think like Recon just sets up trade, right? Like you just trade on the water. Because it's free.
Oh yeah. It's super efficient. It got nerfed a little bit, but still, I think one of the most cost-efficient things that
I think it's decent because the other thing with Recon is like if he ever gets rid of all these ships, the cool thing that the Rus always had was this convert. Like you can convert your ships, right? So you can be more cost-efficient going into trade when you've got all these useless archer ships. That's of course down the line. Like there's still a lot of docks to get rid of, and for the time being, all those emplacements are going to protect Kasva, and it looks like we're finally getting the trade coming out. Recon, he just went into the back of the Ottoman base, so he should have scouted out this trade, but he hasn't seen the traders on the go yet.
120 gold per trip, absolutely reasonable. Why do I feel like Recon could have gone for some early knights and just tried to get some more map control, try to rest the traders a bit?
That's what I agree with that. I really wanted to see that coming out from Recon. And it's finally going to be there. He's queued the first knight. The problem here is it looks like he prioritized defense over offense. You can see he set up a wall all the way across. This is very difficult to do on Boulder Bay, more so since they actually nerfed the water area, so there's more land mass now.
Trade wars, also less ship if you wanted to go super aggressively.
Also, like to add on to that effect of this wall and this choice to go wall first for Recon, it's even more crippling than it used to be, not just because Boulder Bay, there's a lot more land now. It's also because of those build changes. It takes 7 seconds instead of 3 seconds per wood section for 4 or 5 palisade walls.
That's why he's walling with what looks like to be like 5 villagers, even 1 here or
3,
2
I think,
there.
maybe.
Feels like
okay,
4.
4.
Yeah. And send some more villagers to the front. Should finish the walls though, but there's no aggression coming anyways.
Little Timmy the scout's in the way, and he does scout out the trade. So this is where the knights are going to know to intercept. But this is the cool dynamic of the Ottomans, right? Oh no, you stopped my trade. I'm just going to stick them in the stables. How do they make money there? Do you like milk the horse?
I think I don't know.
Shave their hair and then make nice wigs.
Sell the wool.
The wool.
Like the wool. Is it horses? Isn't it donkeys? Donkey wool.
Is that a thing? Like, where are you buying your clothes?
Let's zoom in. Like, that's...
Like, yeah, no, it's a pony.
Okay,
So you shave their
wool.
hair, and then you make a nice, pretty wig.
Huh, okay.
There we go.
No.
You don't want to tell us about your wig collection? It's fine. Let's focus on the fact that Kasva is now back in water, and he's gone for a ratio of 50-50 into springles and archer ships. Now he's sneaking boom ships because Recon just retreated entirely to his dock area.
And now it feels like Kasva somehow got way more fish, right? He played the 4-dog, he played some fish boom. Wouldn't be surprised if he's around 10 fishing ships, pushing a bit here. Yeah, he will lose this trade. I think he should have stopped at 6, and the moment he sees a single night out, probably send them all home.
But the problem is those poor little ponies are already out there, okay? They're limp ponies. They can't run as fast as these kind of Olympian night ponies. So he'll at least get a few back, and looks like he may have slipped up. Didn't notice one or two of them. I was still trading here, so...
Still, you should have an idea how many he had, right? Already lost one, this one. That's a bit sloppy.
Yeah, so I think this may even be the 4th one going down. And okay, he might realize in time. Recon hasn't reacted instantly. The knight coming in actually forces all of the woodline to pull back, so Kasva now suffering a bit of idle eco. And the issue for Kasva, he's been slow to get these spears. You can see he's starting to produce them, but it's heavily delayed. So Recon is going to get value out of this.
What's happening here? Why did you send them out?
Because he's got spears in production, he thought he'd just walk away. He's wrong, because Recon also has an archer here. He's confident to stay, and now he's going to catch him in the build-up. I believe that's him going into a secondary TC there.
Wow, that will be 5 traders going down. Water fight seems reasonably even. Remember, we are healing, fighting close to our own docks, and that's just the defender's advantage that Recon needs.
Yeah, well, Recon's quite split though, and he doesn't have a great saturation of archer ships. He'll hold for the moment, but the issue he's now running into is he's not efficiently farming at all times. He's being pushed in. I think his goal is to try and keep all attention left side so that the roost can shift to the right side deep water fish and just do fishing unhindered.
Well, fishing obviously incredibly fast there. You can add some more fishing ships in a phase where both players are only playing 1 TC. And I have to ask, how many military schools do we have? It felt like
we have
0,
like
right?
0.
Yeah.
I think maybe, this is rubble was him building 1 and then he cancelled it because it's very costly, needed the resources to eat elsewhere. He went TC instead. But here's an interesting thought for you. We looked at that trade play and we're like, Kasva made a mistake. What if he done that to bait the knights to attack the traders instead of the villagers building the TC?
But why did the traders need to be out? Just to lose them? Isn't a trader worth more than a villager?
But
no, how much gold are they creating? 28 per minute?
Yeah,
so villager's better.
Yeah,
Okay.
And it's the logic, if you start losing villagers on that TC, it takes even longer to build, right? It's the snowball effect of losses, right? Yeah. And there was an extra knight coming in, so it's possible. It could have been an error. It could have also been Kasva's he hasn't noticed yet because he didn't have a scout on my base. So I'm just going to throw a bone to the dog, right? And while he's over there munching the bone, I'm going to run for the door.
But the bone was really expensive. And the bone would have generated more gold for you in the future.
Yeah, it's I thought it was a bone, but I actually threw my meal for the day. It's prime rib on the other side. Well, looks like someone's going to get stabbed in the ribs here. So Knights are starting to march in, but Sapai Spearmen now arriving. And this is where Recon's going to have to up the aggression. He realizes there's a 2 TC play. He knows how the Ottomans function when these military schools come online. Starts to get this phase where, because Recon can't breach the docks yet, he's on the clock.
Hiding those 2 demos here.
Ooh, but the interesting thing is actually Recon, has he got any fishers nearby? I don't think he has. He's not noticing the wrap to the north side. There's a backstab coming in right now from Kasva.
Oh, but actually runs into the dock, and we have arrow splits on that one as well.
We do. They're understanding, the archer ships are dangerous, but they can't end water. Their weakness is that when these emplacements come to the docks, although they can dictate map control on the water side, they can't push their opponent off.
Yeah. Docks were just way too strong there. Can't really contest that. I wouldn't even know, how many would you need to kill a dock? In the 20s, it feels like?
Well, archer ships, so they do 3 bursts, and you know how long that would take?
A lot.
It's a lot. You would need 20 or something. And that would also, whenever you use archer ships like that, they're naturally going to be closer than springle ships. So your opponent could always just push out a boom ship. I know it's not the direct counter, but it adds up when they're saturated.
Is he trying to debate him in? Wants to micro back. It's tough for Recon to see those 2 demos hiding.
Yeah, but this is demo ships versus mass archer ships.
But still, it's two very close.
Yeah, but like it's still irrelevant. Like look how
Well, we
pathetic that
needed
is.
4. We needed 4, not 2.
Yeah, exactly. This is the bait of demo ships now. Like you think they should be like demo ships, and you go, oh yeah, but they get bonus damage against buildings and Springle ships. That's it.
And that's only archers.
So it's a tough one, and you'll see actually Recon moves to the side. Front line's a little bit crippled, but the cool thing is if he keeps this formation, all the injured ships from the demolitions are now at the back of the formation. So when he engages with the Springles, it's worse for him. And now the demo ships, this is how you're meant to use them. Recon comes in with the gang bush from both sides. Kasva trying to retreat, but has to wrap west, which means he is going to be intercepted by the demos.
Wow, what a beautiful move. Was trying to move away from the demos, but the galleys were around there, and those are heavy, heavy losses here. Oh boy, Kasva, that was an unpretty fight for him.
Nah, it is looking a bit grim there. The upside for Kasva is potentially like military force on land, but he still has to contest with these walls. So the frustration for him is he hasn't walled himself at all. Recon can still pressure him with these knights. Kasva can't return the favor. So right now, he's losing control of the waterfront, and he's not gaining anything on the land.
And Recon actually continues, right? As we can see, 3 more archers in the queue, another knight in the queue, and it's not only the problem that you can get attacked, you also don't have an idea if an attack is coming in. It's just becoming really, really tricky for Kasva to hold, and raids are continuing. At least you have the double town center to save some villagers.
Yes.
Food looking good for Kasva. If only he had 6 more traders, he could have clicked up.
The TC advantage he had is gone as well because Recon went for his own secondary TC behind his initial wood line. So that advantage doesn't exist anymore. At this point, Kasva's only hope is to try and get back into trade, but you know that's never going to be happening when you can see Recon is camping the neutral trade post.
3rd eco upgrade for Recon, but we only see 1 for Kasva as well. It just feels like everywhere we look, it looks better for Recon, except that Kasva can now click to the, or is going up to the castle edge.
Imperial Armory, of course. The way that you can get access to freebies here, just able to churn out siege as time goes on. Very valuable in this comp because the Roost always spam archers, and even when they go up, they kind of like the idea of horse archers a lot of the time. So Mangonels will be phenomenal here, especially considering they're free.
Yeah, Mangonels already has 10 spearmen to protect them, so feels very reasonable. Also in the long run, can maybe go for some even bigger siege. Rushing distance, not that far, at least to the walls.
And
so only 1 military school, right?
yeah, I think it's like still 1, yeah. I'm a bit surprised by this. I'd love to see just a 2nd or 3rd one spam and 3rd one spam in really quick here. This is where the production rates from age ups really start to kick in if you can get into age 3. And it'd be a big edge for him to just have expendable units in these fights constantly.
Well, I think just, are we really playing Ottomans to their full potential here? I just feel like we want to have more military schools, especially with the mechanic that we kind of figured out on water, that we are not going like wild aggression and it's tough to finish out the games.
Yeah.
It just felt like more production for free on land could have been so beautiful.
The weird part to me is that Kasva got the military campus, so he can build additional military schools, but he's still only got 1. So I think he got baited into like reproducing on water, and then he just didn't have the wood to
He has
build them.
43 villages on wood, now 39.
But it's the burden of what he's building, right? Like that's always been the issue. He's had to produce so many ships constantly. You can see all the bars going. Like this is the burden of having this many docks. It seems cool, but like if you want to use them optimally, you have to be producing, and that means a heavy cost to your wood lines.
Forestry now for Kasva, trying to somehow get some more wood control. Obviously an upgrade that's not super efficient, and that seems to be at least the 2nd military school.
Still got some way to go, still got some more we can get. He has also got the fast training, so this is really going to start to kick up. And I believe he just went into the Advanced Academy, so we start to get a picture here. Advanced Academy allows you to build knights or janissaries, so I think he's going to try to clash knights with knights here. But what might be a little bit annoying for him is Recon is now pivoting into mass men-at-arms, so he could just consistently dive the base.
And then it gets tricky. Then you kind of have to set your military schools on crossbow to defend, but obviously not that pretty against the very reasonable archer numbers that Recon already has.
And the point here is, like, has he been building archer ranges at all? No. He's been building spears.
Military schools can build.
They can, but like he hasn't got any existing already to help that transition, right? Military schools are designed to help you transition more comfortably, but they can't do it on their own. Not quick enough. Clash is coming out of the center though. Looks like some wooden fortresses going up, and this clash is going to favor Recon. So Kasva looks to back up for the moment, and I love the way he's optimizing. Just a few men-at-arms tanks all the damage. It kind of relegates the effectivity of this attack speed aura because you're not going after the soft, squishy underbelly of the Roost.
Triple meta there, disengaging as well. Now more military upgrades are coming in for Recon. And this is not a scary force out of Kasva on land here.
It's weird that he's relying so much on metas, but he doesn't have the drums. So there's one of the Imperial Council things you can get. It lets you, not only do you spawn a meta from it by default at your TC, so another little bonus, but you also give a movement speed bonus for any unit in your formation, which would allow him to kind of gap close these archers very quickly if he commits.
Can we take a quick look at the third landmark of Recon? I'm a bit surprised that he didn't go...
He went high trade house.
Yeah, but why? Didn't he have like a perfect spot to go for multiple relics there? He had enough map control, like 2 are guaranteed, and this is not a lot with only 88 gold.
I think what people have decided when they go high trade house is because they want a longer game. Like the game goes longer, it feels better. Because if you look at the relic layout, he'll get 1 for free, he can probably get 2 more for free. And the other one just doesn't seem feasible. So the advantage of Abbey of Trinity is that you instantly get access to these monks and you're able to produce them cheaper. That's good when you think you're going to lose a lot of monks. If you only lose 1, whoop-de-frickin-doo-dah, right?
Also the option, we just checked it, only 150 bounty for Recon. So still thinks, okay, how do I get to tier 2? How do I get to +10 villager food gatherer?
I think he just doesn't want to rely on that. He wants to try and win water and then just have full fish at his disposal. Like it's kind of a bait. He is playing some deer, so there's definitely a value to what you're saying. But like long term, I think he just wants to try and push Kasva off the water in the next 3 to 4 minutes and then just boom fishing entirely. And that's going to help, actually. This is really cool what he's done here. The Wooden Fortress gives a staging point. The Siege Workshop, he now has flexibility. He either A, goes after the base with Trebs, or B, goes after the docks with Trebs.
Ooh, well, then we need maybe another tower further down. Could have been an option. Now goes for the big walls. Ooh, Recon. He's trying to limit the maneuvers for Kasva.
I know Recon. And I don't think he's just
trading
the moves. Yeah.
Is he trading?
He's not trading yet, but like this sets him up for late game trade.
Oh.
And it like at this stage it's not suspicious. Like you know, Kasva's played Recon a lot. He'll be like, this guy likes trading. But for most players, it's like he's not just going to trade straight away, right? Like don't expect it immediately because the water is still an issue. But once he starts to get surplus eco, I think you're going to see Recon delete a few villagers and just pump out a few traders.
Okay, absolutely an option. We still should get like 1 sacred site.
Oh no, he's getting body blocked by his own ships here. The demo ships can't get through. A few of them would have actually reached the shoreline. You can see how easy it is once they get through like this, but he prematurely detonates. Barely any damage done to Recon in the end.
What's the advantage of prematurely detonating there? It felt like they were like 3 tiles away from getting really good hits.
I think you still get like slight bonus damage, right? If you manually detonate, or it used to be that way. I can't remember if they fully fixed that.
Okay.
Maybe it's just a habit then, like maybe it's fully fixed, but players still think, okay, yeah, we'll do it that way.
Maybe he wanted to have something work because he was fearing the splits of Recon there?
Maybe it's like in his mind, oh, Recon could pull back if I wait even half a second, so while he's close enough, boom.
Okay.
And it's frustrating for Kasva because if he didn't body block himself with all his ships, he probably would have killed half the fleet.
Archer numbers still looking pretty solid there. 27 for Recon, not really fight. Kasva can take. Military numbers on land, not looking too pretty. Now some sieges being added. MarineLord shot pretty good though.
Yeah, but the Springal's trying to counter it out. Repairs are coming through. Springal isn't dying quick enough here, so the Mango is going to go down unless you get more villagers on it. And you see the mass repairs just in time out of Kasva, but the front line is losing fast. No one's here to hold, so the Mangonel could easily still go down unless you retreat to the choke point.
I think we need to add a real siege workshop here for Kasva. I think he needs some more because that Mangonel alone already did quite some damage, but we need more of them.
And now you're going to sacrifice villagers because the archers will just move in and start sniping them out. Nice micro there. Recon tanks out a few but moves the others away. And these villagers just not only idling in AFK, they're at risk now. You haven't got a front line anymore. Kasva's about to lose probably 10 plus villagers, and he's going to lose the front of his base as well as the wood line that he has to retreat from.
Oh, villagers are falling right hand side. They need to be pushed away. Beautiful split with all the archers. Look at that. He's having like 6 different groups of archers.
Yeah, he's just playing them like a fiddle right now. And what does he do? He doesn't go immediately after the Mangonel. He attacks it a little so the villagers have to keep repairing, and he keeps taking them down as well. It just feels like Kasva's Congo line of deathing here, and behind this, he doesn't even know what Recon's possibly doing. We can see Recon has actually gone out onto the stone. He's harvesting a lot for a keep drop. That's the next step in the plan.
Mangonel, how is this one still alive? Crazy repair sends more villagers for the repair. That Mangonel got like 12 shots off.
These are meant to be wood gatherers, not wood users.
And he sends more. Are you kidding me? He's sending more villagers for the repair, but finally it goes down.
the one hope he has is like, this Mangonel will carry us to glory. It just falls apart in your hands. And now, in the meantime, the TC was being fragged down low. That's more repairing, more idle time, more wood use, and the trebuchets behind this are just crucifying him.
And the Mangonel at the top instantly dies before getting another shot off. That would have been the one that could have maybe bought him some more time, but Traps now from distance doing work.
This is so on point from Recon. He has full control of water, he has full control of land. Now Kasva is full on pivot, panic reacting. He has to go into the Janissary Imperial Council to get the freebies. He needs every man on deck to hold. It might buy him a little bit of time, but no doubt Recon has done some hard to repair damage here.
Did you just see that Recon did the Esports head scratch? I think he thought he could finish the game here. And it looked a bit like it, but the Janissaries held.
The Janissaries are really tricky for this. Like, the Janissaries are the whoops, let me reset type unit. For those who don't know, for every military school you have, it's going to push 2 out of your primary TC once. So you just end up with 6 or 8, usually in most cases, and that gives you a counter to cavalry, but also a decent counter in a range-on-range engagement.
Range against range. That's villagers against 2 archers still fighting strong. There's still some potential rage at the bottom. It's impressive how Kasva is holding this one.
But is he holding it is the question mark here, because although there's a line, right, the line is slowly being kicked away by someone who's just come, they've seen you made a nice line in the sand, they're just like rubbing it out. And what's rubbing it out is that trebuchet. It almost took out the TC. It's going to take out the armory. He admits defeat. He understands that it's just a matter of time. You can see it in the way this game's playing out, that Recon was parked, ready for that late game. Kasva will GG. We will get a map free.
Ooh, and I'm so happy to see a decider game between the two of them. The set absolutely deserves it. And I'm happy how Recon played this one, like really patient on water. After he saw this wild strategy of Kasva going with the trade, going for the water arrow slits, and I think played it pretty nicely there. Extra town center, went for all the aggression, and suddenly Kasva, who was throwing in a wild strategy, was the one that had to react.
Yeah, and I didn't say at the end, and like when we rounded out there, but like you could actually see this feeling that the score really represented it. It looks deceitful because there's a front line, but Recon had almost double the score, and it's actually an appropriate measurement in this game because Kasva's just slowly crumbling. He's just death by 1,000 cuts, as we often see in AoE4. But you know what? Kasva, to kind of reinvigorate him, to make sure that we have hopes in what he can do, let's hear from the man himself as we were able to catch up with him before the games today.
My name is Yunus and I'm from Turkey. My gamer tag is Kasva. I played a lot of games against other group players and I feel confident. I believe myself. I think B group is harder, but it depends of the day. Everyone can beat everyone. Yeah, this is a good atmosphere and this is gonna be my first LAN event and I'm so excited. I think MarineLord because his game style is a little bit hard for me. I can't read his game style. I feel confident to play against Recon.
Do you believe in yourself?
He said that he's really confident, and I believe him, right? He should be trusting his strategies, and as you mentioned earlier, like his strategies are so well thought out and can really overwhelm players. This time, Recon reacted so well. I'm interested to see if we see more of a typical meta game, which is something we are kind of expecting on Dry Arabia.
Kasva's true strength lies in momentum gameplay. I think it's one of his biggest strengths over a lot of the competition. Like when he's able to double down and go through, follow through, fully, without any doubts on the plan, you see him thrive. You see him, honestly, he's the sunflower that finally bloomed. But what usually happens is that sunflower withers and dies with doubt. Not the guy, he's not here in AoE4, don't panic, right? He's not going to slay Kasva, but doubt in the mind, where he maybe panics, maybe he thinks the strategy is not going to work out. He doesn't fully commit. He steps back a little bit and it gives an opportunity to come back into this game. Looking at how this one played out, I feel like maybe we saw kind of signs of that when he went for the secondary TC. Maybe that's just naturally part of his build order, but it almost felt like you were forfeiting a level of control on the water and then vice versa on land to Recon at a critical point in the game.
To me, it just felt like you're already going for arrow slits. So you are on stone, you're collecting wood.
It feels so good, right? Like, I'm already on stone. I might as well just get a TC as well.
Or get military schools.
Yeah.
I think just like, and then play aggressively on both ends. Play full water and just let the military schools do the work for you. But Recon reacted nicely, walled really early.
And that was the difference, right? It was greed instead of just aggression, right? Although it's delayed, the military schools, if you build them so soon, like they're going to get online in time. I felt like they were a little bit delayed. I agree with that. And, you know, we come through the final map. Interesting spin on this. Because remember, I expected Kasva to save Ottomans for Dry Arabia. He already used the map too. Delhi is the natural next step, but now going through to Dry Arabia, Recon, as a result, predicts that, picks the Abbasses. This is a matchup that historically has favored the Delhi, but I think if you don't end the game fast, I can see the Abbasses taking over quickly.
This is the first pick for Recon, so he really wanted to play the civilization.
He knows this civ inside out.
Yeah.
It's like one of his most played civs. He's in the Road to Wololo, he was probably the only player that I felt had like a good read on how to annihilate the Abbasses late game with Rus. Right, so he thinks out a lot of these permutations despite the lack of hours he has. That's not to say other people didn't have solution to Abbasids, but the only person I saw have success with someone like Rus in that late game was him, which shows the level of understanding of a civ that is fundamentally, like in a lot of people's eyes, or at least was, broken when you get into 45+ minute games.
Yeah, so true. And I'm curious to see how Kasva is trying to play this, because typical approach that we are going to see, we will have some scholars out trying to go for some sacred sites. On the other side, probably extra town centers. For how many town centers do you go? Is it just 2 and trying to contest the sacred sites?
Yeah.
Or approaches that we have seen as well, go 3 TC and then try to contest them in late feudal age?
Why don't you just take a TC each and slap it on those sacred sites? That's the big brain. All right, I hope we see that. Let's find out. We're ready for the deciding game. Remember, whoever loses here will be out of Heidelberg. We'll let them hang around to watch the games, but they will not be competing deeper into this tournament. Let's get to it.
Okay, starting with the first upgrades here. Obviously, the overlay at the top is bugged, but you are also knowledgeable. You will be fine with that. And Kasva switches over there, sort of leading 1-0 against Capoch. Capoch back against the wall.
Yeah, I kind of had a feeling that. I think there was a lot revealed in that series yesterday in the way that Capoch was playing up against DeMuslim, and I imagine sort of went back and watched that, and there's maybe some cracks in the armor that you can exploit there. So we'll see how that one proceeds.
By the way, early warm-up, MarineLord and sort of set themselves there to play a best of 3 as a small warm-up. They had a 1 hour, 20-minute game, and they both were done and said, like, okay, we want to continue practice.
This is like 3 games on the current meta. Screw doing any more. I was saying, like I said, there's sort of, you know, like if you win, you should just like not play the rest of that best of 3 practice. Just like let that sink into MarineLord's mind, just walk away. But let's focus on this one, because this is going to be interesting to me. I mentioned the idea of like dropping a TC on one of these sacred sites. It's so difficult to do your first TC though, especially with the new build speeds. It used to be a really good counter to Delhi. Some civs would, like Rus was another example, they would just slap a TC down on a sacred site, double benefit for them because it was born nearby, some of the Abbasses can't use, of course, and they would just lock you out of an objective. But with the increased build speed, it feels much more difficult to do that against a civ like the Delhi.
Yeah, maybe Delhi already has like 2 archers, 2 spearmen out there then until you collect the resources. Then it takes time. Your villagers are exposed longer, so probably not an option that we could see. Recon, by the way, beautiful mining camp placement there. Can use the gold and the stone. Pretty easy transition for him. Yeah,
he could have even been a little bit more up to in the corner, right? To like make sure there's minimal walk distance, but it's nitpicking. It's actually really good.
I think this is actually the best one.
You think so?
Yeah, because you're
gonna be in gold
will get 4,000 gold against 1,200 stone, right?
That's true.
And if you build it 1 tile further down.
Well, it's also the logic is like you're going to be on gold with more people on average than on stone as the game goes on. Like before that's depleted, you're probably going to have 10 people on gold, whereas like stone, maybe you cap out at 7.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's a fair point. One thing I want to highlight is that Recon has a very defendable starting location. If you look, you can see all of his wood lines are forward of his base, creating natural barriers. And then even the south side, you've got the baby tree lines. They're nicely formed for small palisade walls. So if he wants to play condensed and done so, not only would he have a very easy way of doing it, but look where the deer are. The deer can easily be kept in that safe zone.
Yeah, but only one of those, right? I think this one is a bit to the front, but that's a beautiful spot for the extra town center anyways.
Yeah,
right?
you got berries, right?
That's
so
our spot for the town center. Yeah,
and if you really need to, like, you usually don't wall where you got TCs, but if you did, you just wall out past the berry patch and middle finger the rest of the map.
Well, also like you mean index finger, because index finger has to point towards the north because that's where we have 2 sacred sites.
It is. That's the tough part, I think, for Recon this generation, is his desire in terms of resources is to play south side, but Kasva's desire is to play north side. So you have to choose, like, is his eco advantage bigger than mine? Do I have to go to him, or does he have to come to me?
And let's quickly do the math. We have 2 sacred, let's say 2 sacred sites is 300 gold per minute. That would be 8.5 villagers. Is that a thing?
Yeah, is it around that? Yeah.
7.5. 7.5 villagers on gold.
7.5, yeah.
7.5 villagers on gold. So Recon, he's kind of aiming for a villager advantage around like 8 till 10, just to be even, and then he can still transition quite nicely from there.
Yeah, I think it's just like long term it benefits the Abbasses more, but the worry you get is if you give the sacred sites like that for free, your opponent is probably just going to end up triggering the win condition, right? He can just end the game for you.
Yeah, but that's why we can never allow 3 of them. We have to go for 2 or keep the opponent at least at 2. Otherwise, it's just so much pressure. And that's what we heard yesterday from DeMuslim on stage as well, right? It's like, this is like already in the big halls here, right?
Yes.
And you have white noise on your ears, but it's still like, it's so much pressure, and he wasn't really focused and didn't really realize how quickly those sacred sites are taking away.
No, most definitely. It's one of those things where, like, we've all been there. I think anyone in chat who says they've never had a game where they lost because they forgot those sacred site victory conditions ticking down, they're lying. I don't believe them, okay? It's not me just trying to make myself feel better about the 50 games by now that I've lost because of that. Everyone's had that issue.
Didn't we had Golden League Wonder victory, right? And Viper versus BCQT. Viper just not attacking for 15 minutes because he didn't realize.
It's so easy to lose
That was
track
one
of
line.
it. Yeah. It's almost like you just want sirens going off every minute from start to finish to let you know. Which would be annoying, right? But like, there's always that situation.
A bit annoying, yeah.
You're like, can I have the option at least, please? Right? It's one of those things that in other games where people have been training and like they forget easy things. Like, wouldn't it just be great if you had like a coach in your ear, like yelling at you, like TC2, build villager, build villager, build villager, build villager, right? Like just until you ingrain it.
What do you think about the TC placement here of Recon? I'm a bit surprised that he didn't go for the deer at the front. He even has the barracks, so could have had some spearmen. Yeah. Is this indicating that we're going 3 TC?
I think you kind of have to now. Because, well, maybe not. Like, my attitude is because you've gone for a condensed TC, you now have to fight for resources.
Yeah.
If you go for free TCs, even with Abbas's discounts, you don't have enough to keep you long term, and you have to rush out. So I think now Recon has to go into military, push out, cover the build up of walls, and then go with like a 3rd TC on that deer berry stack we talked about. Otherwise, he just doesn't have enough resources to reach that key point for the Abbasses around the 21-22 minute mark.
Only 1 single spearman by Recon. Yeah. That's so surprising to me. Built the barracks, now goes for the stable, but he will be so behind, right? He is already 6 horsemen behind, and Kasva is not stopping the production. Recon, even if he goes full spearman horseman, it's so easy for Kasva to now switch into a 2nd building. He's a barracks, adding a barracks himself.
Yeah, this is, it's weird. Like, you know, you want to be more greedy with the Abbasses, but look how different the Civ is now with the difference in build speeds. Tempo aggressive Civs are now designed to punish you more outright because of that extra build time you have. And it has made a difference. An extra 30 seconds, like by default, of course, you scale that down with more villages. It allows just 1 or 2 horsemen to kill multiple villagers before you complete the TC, or even stop it outright. And now, because you're condensing your base, because you're now reacting with spearmen, which is slow, look at what Kasva does. Walks out, starts to try and cap all the sacred sites. That's going to force Recon to now double dip into horsemen as well as his spears with a condensed TC format. That means not much food to spread all over the place.
Where's the next berry spot that we could take? It's probably the one at the front, right? Here, next to the...
Here.
Yeah.
Because
but that's not... That's just so easy to raid.
It is. So your alternative is you go further to the southeast, but then that puts you like further away to the front line. But it also means you're more susceptible to the raids of these horsemen as they wrap south, unless you want to commit to the full wall. 4
spearmen, 2 horsemen. There's no mobility as well. Kasva just continues with his production. Still Dark Age spearmen there, though, and... Well, Kasva, it feels like he can expand, and it's unlikely that Recon can punish that.
Yeah, this is chill vibes from right now. I'm starting to wonder like what Recon's long-term plan here is, because I think the sacred sites are now going to get locked in the next 2 to 3 minutes. He's going to have to rush out, and as I mentioned, like when you rush out like that, you probably have enough resources to secure one of your objectives. So what are you doing? Are you taking sacred sites away, or are you securing new food? Because you can't do both. You're going to be stretched thin, especially against a civ like the Delhi that trade optimally.
The thing is, like, Kasva, he actually said, like, we talked about him, and he said, like, oh, Age of Empires 4 is so much easier than Age of Empires 2. You just need to scout and then do the right thing. Which is a very simple way of viewing this one, but that's what Recon kind of needs to do now, right? And like, Recon needs to be active. Like, do I contest sacred sites? Do I go out there? And that's exactly what Kasva needs to scout now, right? And if he sees, wow, I'm getting the sacred sites, that means you're either going for 30C or you're doing some wild expansion, and I should punish that.
I feel like we're being lied to here. Like, how can you be called Recon and not have a scout? Right, it is kind of a contrary thing. It's like one of those things where you know, the classic people like I only wool, but they never wool. They only Mongol tower rush you, sort of thing, right? Like, it's all debate. But playing, as you're right, like playing, I think like Kasva, it's definitely a big oversimplification. But the idea that the vision dictates in a game that's all about transitions, it definitely hits true.
3 weeks ago, I had someone on ladder. I met them with the nickname I Hate Smurfs. And they had like 3 games and clapped me. So I felt bad, man. Felt bad, man.
So in that situation, what they say is, "Hi, I'm new." That's what their name is. Like, it's like the people that they get, like just getting games like, "This is my first game of Delhi," right? Just throw them off, sort of thing. I don't think Kasva would believe this is Recon's first game of Delhi.
I would be surprised. Well, he's okay. Maybe Recon seems like an honest man. Easy healing here, and this guaranteed 2 sacred sites works on that 3rd one, but actually Recon is neutralizing it. But Kasva still has to be happy with the situation. Only 3 villages on gold, wouldn't even need those.
This is a really different approach to what we've seen in the Delhi. Most of the time the Delhi pivot towards the 2 closest sacred sites and dominate that area, but Kasva decided to go ultra wide with these spears to secure the most northern and southern one, because what he saw is Recon was building a static comp of spears and archers. So if you go for the 2 closest, he can try to strong arm you. But when you go this wide, you can just play a game of Benny Hills. Oh, you ran north? I'm going to run south.
And then obviously the one with less mobility is looking the dumber person most of the time. And right now, well, we are still going Spearman, Horseman against Spearman, Horseman. I'm a bit surprised that no one even thought about adding archers so far. Is that an option to deal with the Spearman? Because here, for example, oh no, we actually have archers. I thought,
I was going to let it sink in for you, buddy. It's okay, it's okay. Like, you know,
that makes sense.
In fairness, like, our archers not just mini spearmen that throw their spears.
And have more spears in their bag?
Exactly, the little baby spears. So you weren't wrong, buddy. Like, you know, they were just...
I was wrong.
It's okay. So the interesting thing about like these dynamics, the reason why what he done on the northern southern one was so good is because even if you want to push cavalry, like at the end of the day, playing static to this advantageous situation is good because scholars can't match cavalry. So you're naturally going to always have that disadvantage. If you have to recap back and forth, you're going to have this delay on getting scholars in position to obtain those objectives. So it's more beneficial, I think, long-term than playing 2, unless you think you can take an outright win in a fight every time.
Only 1 tower here. That's more than 5 villagers trying to drop off some food.
Formation shuffles. Isn't that fun?
Didn't even put any in the tower. That's not surprising. I thought like 5 in the tower could have been an option.
I think if you put them in the tower, maybe it still gets torched down because he doesn't know if there's loads of spearmen right behind this. And also, he can now commit them to build up if he needs to. In fact, I would 100% advise just rushing that build up with the rest of them. Instead, shivs are going to be taken out. TC is going to fire upon them, so the horsemen will be put back. But in the meantime, a heavy delay here, and now enough time for the archers to arrive. Kasva makes the choice to fight instead of finishing the combat of the defender, and now, ironically, it seems like he can't defend it.
Oh, how the turntables. And, well, now we can see still some archers in range. Lots of losses here. All the horsemen died. Overstaying a bit here, Mr. Recon, and now villagers are being rushed again, but pushed away again.
Kasva's, we talked about this, the hesitation in the high priority environments. Just do your thing. Don't hesitate. Go for it. Finally, he starts to move in. Skull's going to try to heal this off, but he needs to get this complete. He's denying his own ability to play the game right now. And behind this, because Recon now has map control, he pulled out onto the deer and the berries in front and to the side of his base. He's no longer starved. The Empire thrives while the Delhi die.
Ooh, and now sending those scholars even further. Only 1 single horseman. That means the archers should be doing pretty fine here.
Yeah, but look at the timings on this. Recon's about to get enough to start the tech up. He still has mid-map control, so Kasva needs to get a counter out fast. He's going men-at-arms, but this is not a quick clash into the enemy base. It will give him some mid-map control, but there's an issue that exists here where Recon is still going to exploit all of these pocket ecos before the men-at-arms arrive.
And Kasva prioritized the upgrade against archers the latest. Therefore, those archers, later maybe even upgraded in crossmen, will be reasonable against those men-at-arms, and town centers do more damage as well.
Yeah. And the men-at-arms, like, the other thing is, like, you don't get as much value down the line from this build because you didn't go for the home blades tech, right? Instead, he's built an opportunity to keep, but he hasn't gone for any keeps at all. He's also trying to gather these relics. He doesn't realize, so no Wololo attempt coming out there. As it stands, Kasva's still got 2 on the way back. This has been one of the potent things people discovered about the Delhi and the Dry Arabia a few months back, is you can get all your skulls in position due to your map control. As soon as you tech up, probably between 2 to 4 relics are instantly grabbed every game.
One in the right-hand side corner feels quite unreachable, but this one feels very reasonable, and the one in the center of the map. So could be 4 relics here indeed for our Delhi player.
So there have been some walls now added by Recon. He's making sure the northern side isn't going to be flankable, and he's actually directing all attention, funnily enough, towards the resource-intense area.
That's a lot of men-at-arms.
Yep.
Didn't he just reach like Castle Edge like 2 minutes ago, and he already has 16 men-at-arms on the field?
He had like 4 racks running, and he also was gathering behind the base, right? He's also now moving to Deer to keep this going. It's like, it's kind of a Burgrave feeling. Not to the same extent, but that kind of idea here. He's just looking to overwhelm, not the 16, and Recon, because he's still waiting on that tech up, he's prepping camel archers, but this is going to be heavily delayed. This unit does not come out quickly.
Camel archers, really? I think we need to go for crossbow. Yeah, it's CNC, but the production takes so long, the costs are higher, and I think if we needed them earlier.
I think he could have started this sooner, building into it, and then just had like 6, 7, and you upgrade them, and it's good. But now you want crossbows, and he understands as well. He immediately, after the first 2 camel archers, goes into it. He will start to push back. Choke points are working for him, by the way. The men-at-arms can't spread out, and the Abbasses, with the double stab from the Phalanx, can do more damage.
Oh, what an aggressive keep here, Kasva.
For.
But how many villages are those? That only looks like 9 villages or something. Oh, no, he's actually sending more. Those are really clumped up. Yeah. Okay.
But the goal here is, like, you're just looking to keep Recon in his base right now because that Sacred Site timer is ticking down.
Oh, yeah. Something behind the scenes as well, and that's next to the production. 3 barracks can be reached, 1 archer range, maybe even another barracks, controlling the gold as well. Kasva goes for a less risky castle.
It doesn't feel as good. You're blocking out the food at least, but there's wood now accessible to the north side still, so this isn't stopping wood from being gathered at all, and instead you're going to be intercepted. They're going to come out again. Villagers have to pull back. Every delay matters here. Recon's getting the counters out in mass. Crossbows being produced. Lancers now arriving. These Lancers can just wrap around and go straight after the villagers. And remember, they nerfed the build speed on keeps. They take an extra 40 seconds for just 1 villager, of course, than they used to.
We are 60%. Archers could maybe focus down those villagers. Villager count feels like around 9. Some scholars arriving for some healing. It feels like the keep should be going up, though.
The Lancers. Instead, the Lancers are taking out the men-at-arms, so he will stabilize. Keep should just about complete here, but heavy losses for Kasva, setting him back in the MAA department, scholars as well, and still a healthy force for Recon to fight with.
Villager count!
And yeah, that's what I was looking at. 38 to 82 right now.
So Recon just needs to hold. Get some more raids in!
The horseman on the backside, he caught him on the deer. Recon calm as a cucumber. Now Kasva should be the one worried.
Wow, 45 population lead here. Recon even trying to get higher there, but still Kasva, 3 sacred signs behind the scenes, 450 gold per minute for him. Those villagers also going on gold. He needs to use the market. Kasva needs to balance his economy. More upgrades obviously flying in, but where's the push after this?
That's the problem he's got. He's like resetting, and one advantage he has, like he's gradually getting into these level 2 techs for free as the Delhi, so he'll up his gathering rates, which will offset some of the loss, but it's still a heavy loss. Remember, although this is a Bastards and you usually get baited by these eco numbers, Recon was always just 2 TCs, and he's been pressured heavily for a lot of this game. A lot of this came from Kasva when he hesitated on the compound of the defender. Like this stagnated all of his timings. You can say that Recon lost like 10 units diving that TC, but it's worth it to get your own resources together for the prolonged build-up into the Abbas's tech up. And one of the cool things about the Abbas's when you do finally have your tech hit, for the last almost 2 minutes, you haven't had any idle villagers building something up. You've been gathering resources.
Yeah, and only lost 1 single villager, right? So really nice there for Recon. And we basically discussed the whole game, how tough it's going to be for Recon to expand and get some food control. But that switched as well now. Where's Kasva's next food spot? Because this one is blocked. The one at the north, no chance. This one is running dry. He has 9 on food. Kasva, I think he needs to switch onto those berries at the front here.
All right, Deli, I think it's time you give up your beliefs and just eat the pig. It's the sad part, right? It's like if you look at the south to the north side, it's like, berries, deer, and just one ball in the south. That's your option.
Would even mean disqualification. So even if you
even if you tried,
develop the hunger, the rules are not allowing it.
Yeah. Even if you like stuck a piece in your mouth but then vomit it out straight away, disqualified.
No, Peter is still calling.
And well, I mean they've got more than that in terms of reasons to call here. The amount of horses that die per Age of Empires game on an average, I'm surprised we haven't been shut down yet.
More raids coming in. Oh, defensive keep.
Yeah, but
is that what Kasva needed?
No, because like, what does it defend?
Well, the gold, the woodline stone, I can see some options.
Yeah, but like,
still like 0 on food.
It's the food. That's it's good that you brought that. It's the food. Like, it doesn't defend food at all. Like, you have to question whether this keep drop would have been better on the north side. But if you try to drop a keep on the north side, these horsemen would kill the villager building it. Like, this is Kasva being forced to make an choice with his keep. Ideally, this keep is the second one being dropped deeper in Recon's base. Yeah. That's the dream.
Towards the right-hand side, kind of blocking or protecting the area towards the bottom sacred side. Would have loved to see that. Kasva's economy just so far behind. The front keep is going to go down. And that also means that those front villagers, basically half of his food eco, will be exposed.
And this is one of the situations where this is like game 2. Kasva's maybe close to just calling GG. But you can't now. This is the final game. This is elimination. You fight it out to the bitter end. He does still have the sacred sites going on, so let's not count that out. He's still got 5 minutes to go. But the problem he now has is like, if he loses that fight instantly, his chances of winning this are down to 2%, maybe 1.
Not a pretty spot. And like, what's the advice that we can give to Kasva now? Like, sacred sites probably going to be neutralized. He's heavily behind in villagers. Military is not looking toward either.
Let me see if you can hear me. Yo, Kasva, try pulling his plug out. Like, you know, pull out the mouse and keyboard. Set him back. Okay, he can't hear me. It's probably good for competitive integrity. He can't.
I think so as well. Now the push continues in here, and
it's just small baby walls. Like, this is going to get breached, and you don't have an army to defend. Like, look at his comp right now: spears, crossbows, men at arms. So many scholars, yes, but this is high premium units to kill. Crossbows plus lancers. You can't out heal that.
Yeah. 4 relics also. Like,
oh,
yeah,
it's pretty.
Oh no! Oh no! That could be bad.
They sniff it out.
Line of sight, not that great.
Can you
on
hear their prayers? Oh my god. Like ships in the night right now, but here comes the premium knight. He wraps around, he's found them all. Scholars are retreating back to base. Looks like they should get out. Wait, what, he stops to heal?
Trying to heal their friends.
Okay, that was fortunate. The formation shuffle got him out of range, but he's still in the end going to lose maybe 2 of these scholars.
Still a nice save, right?
Yes,
they could have easily lost like 4 there, 2, and Lancers need to disengage. But behind this adjustment, the sacred side at the bottom has to be getting neutralized.
Yeah, it's gone. That's the win condition. So now, not to be a negative Nelly here, but Kasva's chances of winning this, like I said, it's like 2%. And I think that's a fair number to apply.
That's a fanboy Kasva number, I would say.
Oh, okay, sorry. It doesn't need to be 0.86%.
Exactly what I would have said. Still 4 relics, trying to, like, the passive gold income is still pretty nice for Kasva, right? He has a lot of techs. We have to give him that. But then it's getting really tricky. No farm transition. Well,
wait.
Still.
Wait.
Yeah, that's the berries in the center of the map.
Recon,
you saw that correctly.
Check Recon's vision. I don't think he sees this still. He still doesn't see it.
Okay.
So that's
traps are moving over.
That's really Kasva's best food right now. If he gets spotted there, these villagers are all dead. And look, he heard us snitching.
Oh.
He's like, get out now. They know. So he heads north side, but he's heading into a keep, and the timing could not be worse here.
Tries to go onto the stone. Well, that's not going to work out too well, my friend. And that's surprisingly a lot of his economy. He's only at 49 villagers.
Yeah, there's like if they all die, that's like a 5th. They're just gone. He will move him away quick enough. Luckily for him, Recon didn't notice straight away. If he garrisoned instantly, all those villagers are dead.
Yeah, traps in the center, not really knowing what to target next. Kasva breaks 100 population. Yeah. So increasing in his number, still gets more and more upgrades. And there is a wild scenario where Recon maybe is too scared to attack and just camps it out so much that Kasva can maybe flirt with even higher population around the 150
I think there's a hesitation on both sides, right? Like, we have God vision. We have to remember they don't see everything. In fact, if we check Recon's vision, we just saw Kasva's. You look on the other side.
He doesn't know the army.
Stealth Forest as well on the way.
Could run in there. MarineLord could be really good, but no one knows.
Mangoes on both sides, in fact. This is going to get really dicey fast here. Mangoes looking for the flurry on the back line. Heavy damage done to Kasva. Needs to heal it off fast here. Wrap around as well. Crossbow spreading out. Recon on point with the micro. And all of a sudden, Kasva at risk of disintegrating here. He can't access the Mangonel. He's counted out by the front line. And the crossbows just don't seem to be doing enough damage.
Kasva with a beautiful fight. Yeah, his population dropped, but he killed way more. And that might mean that Recon thinks, okay, wow, I have to be really careful, camps a bit more, gives Kasva more chances to come back.
Yeah, you know what it was there? That it was deceitful. All these spearmen stack, and I think he targeted them with Mangonels, which is something we easily forget, right? Because you want the bonus damage, and that's exactly what Recon was chasing for.
Those villagers, they have some stories to tell, right? They built the castle, they went for the lumber camp, they got for the berries, got stone, ran away from a keep, ran away from lances, and now hide themselves next to a sacred site.
This is the story of like, Grandpa, how did you survive the war, right? Tell me about all the things you've done.
I start with how I got to school.
Yeah? Yeah, we begin there, and then all of a sudden, before you know it, 5 minutes of the story, I had to eat my best friend who was stuck underneath rubble.
That's before first lesson started.
Yeah, it sounds like school was hard back in those days, okay? Knights are looking for a way in, so the walls are going to make it a bit easier. I mean, I've got to give credit to Kasva. The way he played that Stealth Forest, he's starting to recover this. It's still very difficult from an eco standpoint. Look at the pop cap difference. This is what I'm hesitating about. It's 106 to 200 right now. The issue that Recon, or Kasva has rather, is Recon can take imperfect fights, and it doesn't really lead to anything 3 times. Kasva takes one bad fight, this is GG.
Yeah, and that's why it was good that we started with a pretty good fight for Kasva here. Sacred Side might be neutralized there at the top as well. And Recon, his late game setup without proper rally control, without him going for the Sacred Side, isn't that good. Obviously, he has way more map control, will control more of the gold spots. For example, the 12k gold at the bottom.
Yeah, I'd love to see him just like get the Magano line going with his keeps like this. Secure all the vital resources, but also restrict Kasva's movement. If you think about it, his initial keep had to be put in his base, so he didn't have that same level of aggression. This has been now a kind of a swing effect. Kasva got the best keeps at the beginning, aggressively, but now they've swapped roles, and you're going to see Recon try to get deeper and deeper with his further castles.
Only 2 traps on the field right now for Recon. Would have loved to see more, especially like around that keep, go for some more aggression, try to snipe the keep that we saw from Kasva early on, but nice map control with those units.
Yeah, the tough part is like Recon has good macro, but he decided to prioritize Imperial instead of going in. It's on the way.
In case this game ends, maybe you can switch over to the B-stream sort of Capoch, even set, same situation as we have in this game.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, right? Like you've got your kind of original AO2 guys, different journeys between Kasva and Capoch, of course, but they still have that history here with Wololo. But you know, now they have to rely on AoE4. Kasva chose to do AoE4. Capoch, of course, got eliminated from AoE2. So it all comes down to this for both of these guys. Familiar faces in the AoE scene versus newer ones.
We have our rankings with the players, right? And we did it by going to AoE4 World, got the APM. And we had to give Recon the lowest number simply because he has the lowest efficient APM out of all the players that we have here.
His APM looks better than someone else's right now. That's a whoopsie daisy, my friend. Kasva just lost a big chunk of his eco. He gets the keep up, yes, but he pays a high price, the iron price.
Do you think Recon could be limited to his APM if we go to the super late games?
No, because when you get in the late game, like you just like select all your Raxes and then just. Oh, you're right. Like, he does not press in the
key fast enough.
Build Horseman quick enough. Actually, no. Like I got a trick for people. Just hold Shift and press it. Boom.
Oh, what does that do? Don't tell me 5 units at the same time.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, nice.
Look at you. You already knew.
Okay.
Where's the infinite button? That's what I want to know.
Control.
It doesn't work, right?
No, it doesn't.
No. You tried to bait me. Nice try. I was hoping for it.
Recon in Imperial Age goes for lots of upgrades. Elite Man-at-Arms there, increases his farm as well. More wood upgrades. Upgrades that he could have maybe gotten before. Kasva, that's a crazy big army.
It's really
75 good. Military on the field.
Because he actually has the pop cap room and Recon doesn't. This is what Kasva is waiting for. Like the tech up has come through. It's now or never. You can't play late anymore. Even with these relics gathered, even with you carving up some territory, it looks ugly when Delhi have to think about Imperial Age as an actual viable thing.
Enough stone to soon build a castle.
Baby,
that's going to be a wild one. Do you think... this has to be landmark snipe.
It is. It's going to be a keep drop where the wood line is, and he's going to set up a siege workshop behind it. And also he's going to dive. It's going to be tight, though. It's going to be hard because Recon has a quality army. Upgrades are starting to come through. Cannon emplacements also in the keeps. So he needs to be perfect.
6 Mangonels. Oh, look at that. Hauser Wisdom, 17,000 HP.
So many villagers here, and this is the moment Recon needs to get back. His army isn't at home right now. They're away on foreign affairs. They were getting ready for their own assault. His only upside, Kasva doesn't have trebuchets, bombards, or anything that can quickly kill the House of Wisdom, but he does have a hell of a lot of spears.
Oh boy, this is going to be really intense. It's crazy how good Kasva is reading his winning condition in this game.
The Mangoes, though, the Mangoes are just exposed. They're being sacrificed right now. One should be taken down, should be able to get the others away towards where the keep is located, and they're in. Torches are out. They're waving in an idealist hope situation, like you're at a concert and everyone has their lighters out, but it's not good enough. He has to push away. The villagers were committed for this, and they cannot do anything in these choke points blocked out by men-at-arms.
Mangonel still not properly shooting, lost to their villager HP is going down so heavily.
They're in trouble. They're in big trouble. They need to get those Magos gone quick. One goes down. Second one's going to be targeted out here. Scholars are at least keeping the front line going. Behind this, though, it's just ranged battalion. No landmarks are being sniped out. Villagers now being reprioritized across onto the House of Wisdom, but all of them heavily injured. And remember, Recon is in his own base. He has production advantage, and he now has military pop cap advantage.
Oh, repaired so beautifully behind this. Realize exactly how Recon could lose this game. Defends it, and Recon goes through.
He done it. Kasva with the all-in. I respect him for playing his game at the bitter end, but Recon, calm, composed. We talked about this. That is not something easy for a guy who has no competitive experience on main stage, let alone big tournaments. But he comes here against a veteran from the AU2 scene, and he manages to come through and keep the dream alive.
And Recon there with a head shake and smile at the same time. He did not think of the move that Kasva had up his sleeve. Luckily, he was so far ahead, and look at that. He respects Kasva's approach there.
You have to. They had the same idea on the end state. Kasva was going for the all-in, but Recon was also going for his all-in. You saw the army was postured to start moving in for the south side. It's just a game of micro differences, right? It maybe doesn't look this close if Kasva waits half a minute longer, but he understood his timings. Unfortunately, if you can't end the game in Castle Asia's Delhi, you're going to be at a phenomenal disadvantage against the Abbasids and Imperial.
Yeah, maybe we needed some rams prepared, but it's so weird. Where do you even build them, right? The two sneaky villagers maybe there. Could have maybe prepared a siege workshop, 2 traps or something. It is some wild dream. I think Kasva gave himself a really good chance with how far behind he was.
It's so tough once they crack Imperial as well, because if you're planning to landmark snipe the Abbasids, the health on that building increases further. So you need more additional, like, quality siege, right? If he went for a siege workshop, I think he's too slow. I don't actually criticize Kasva's choice to commit the villages. That's what allowed him to even have a chance. But just great reaction by Recon. He catches the Mangonels out. It forces a fire on the south side, and only archers are harassing the buildings. But you know what? That's not here from me. Let's hear a breakdown from the man himself. We're going to head across the main stage for Riley for an interview with Recon.
Thanks very much. Yes, Recon, congratulations. A hard-fought victory there in the end, but you got over the line 2-1. Let's have a chat about the games that we've seen here, because I'm interested to get your perspective, particularly in game number 1. Playing against the English, they do have that massive power spike in Feudal. Knowing what you know now after having seen that game, what would you have changed about your approach to, you know, the men-at-arms, the longbows coming in?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I was thinking about that during the game, and I'm like, I don't know how to stop these man-at-arms. Obviously, it went downhill really fast when you found all my hunters. And that was pretty much, just terrible.
I think we're sort of getting a new perspective on the English. Obviously, really well positioned in the late game. Do you think there is a lot more potential for them to be explored as an early aggressive civ?
Yeah, I know Mr. likes his man-at-arms openings, and I think it's really strong. I'm not good at it myself yet, but I think it has potential,
Something for us to look into, I think. Yeah, let's look at game number 2 now, playing the Rus. We haven't seen a lot of the Rus, but on water, they seem to be really effective, particularly with the wood gathering bonus there. What was your concern opening on water with Rus in terms of what you can do to maybe undermine that with the Ottomans? Were you focused on the trade aspect?
No, that was a complete surprise to me.
Okay.
I mean, if anyone knows about trade, it's probably me, but I just wasn't expecting it. I didn't know what he was picking Ottomans for, to be honest. I feel like Rus is really strong on water. I don't know if the Civ's very good on land after the last patch, but it is great on water, I think.
Well, from our perspective, just watching the game, it was sort of like, okay, we can see picking Rus on a water map, that makes sense. And obviously Recon will be concerned about the trade thing. But the way that you dealt with it was very effective, even if you didn't expect it.
Yeah, just knights and archers. Just go sit in the trade and send some in the wood, I guess.
Finally, let's talk about game number 3 here. Playing with Kasva in the late game at a particular, quite a significant disadvantage. That keep cost him an enormous amount in terms of villager losses. Did you know that you'd won the game at that point, or was it just a matter of cleaning up, or were you still concerned that Kasva could maybe pull it back?
There's always a chance you can lose, you know. I was in a good position, and I know that Abbasid late game is very strong and Delhi's is not the best. So, yeah, it felt really good. The villager pull was optimistic, but I was scared for a second, you know.
Oh, he certainly turned the screws there when he could. Recon, congratulations on the win, mate. Looking forward to seeing you in the decider matches.
Cheers.
We're going to chuck it over now. We've got Aussie Drongo waiting to give his thoughts on what we've just seen.
G'day, fellas, and what an exciting game that one was. It really went down to the line. We saw a landmark snipe attempt in that final game, but we're going to start off talking about the first game in the series. It was an English versus Mongol game, and I think coming into that, most people would probably favor the English, but we did see some stats where they actually had an increased win rate, the Mongols, up against the English. So we saw the opening there was an interesting opening in that there were men-at-arms involved. And it's not always that you see the men-at-arms being involved in those openings. Typically, you will see some feudal aggression. We can see here, try my best to spot it away, but with the men-at-arms coming across the map, it really set the tone of the game early on, and we knew that it was going to be an early aggressive game from the English player. And he continued to apply pressure throughout that game, so forcing the Mongol player to really try and struggle here, trying to defend. And this is part of the issue that I've had, and even we heard Recon say it right there. How do you deal with these men-at-arms? It's so difficult because realistically you need a mass, whether that's a mass of horsemen, whether that's a mass of archers. It can be incredibly difficult to deal with that. And I think that we saw Kasva really utilize those men-at-arms quite well throughout the game. There was constant pressure throughout this game, and despite these smaller little fights, what Kasva was looking for was an opening. There was a bit of a counterattack on the other side of the map, but still Kasva was hunting for those openings, for those mistakes, and eventually those mistakes did come through in the form of a massive villager loss at the end of the game. So we'll be jumping over to that one shortly, and here we go. You can see it right now as the longbows and men-at-arms just completely wiped the floor. And so I think it was just a matter of finding the correct window there, and he found it. So very well done by him in that first game. Second game, when it came up, it was the Boulder Bay game.
Yes, indeed. It was the Rus versus Ottomans as well. I'll get you to stand a little bit close to the screen just so we can actually see exactly what happened here, Drongo. This was really interesting to hear from Recon that he didn't expect this trade play.
Yeah, I think it's quite a smart thing from Kasva to do because, as Recon said, when he picked Ottomans on that map, when Kasva picked Ottomans on that map, it was a bit of a head scratcher for me. I thought, well, what can he really achieve here? But as soon as the trade came out, it started to make a bit more sense because on water, he doesn't really have much of a chance. It's all about that Rus power spike with the early wood gathering bonus.
Well, one thing that I'm sort of learning here about in the wake of the naval rework here is that it seems to be a way to just wear your opponent out of resources. If you're playing as the HRE, if you're playing as the Rus, you're in an advantageous position. You're getting more value on water in a head-to-head 50-50 fight. And we've seen a lot of fighting on water take place that hasn't been particularly decisive. It's just demonstrated that you can just tie up your opponent's resources. And here, more than we've seen on maps like Mediterranean, it was sort of converting that to an advantage on land that really made the difference, I think.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And I think that's 100% it on the money. The way that Recon looked to play this game was just really try and keep it even on water, just try and force an investment from his enemy.
That's it.
And at the same time, just pushing on land, being very aggressive. He shut down trade. He was constantly in the woodlines. He was doing a huge amount of damage there. And even though the game did go on for quite some time, he was still forcing that investment from his enemy. And
like almost like a distraction, right?
Yeah,
Like just keeping your opponent busy because you know in a heads-up one-on-one on water, when everything else is equal, you as the Rus have a quite, well, I was going to say slight, but it's not even slight really, the advantages. It's quite significant.
It's very significant. When you think about it, if these guys are trading evenly, you know,
Yes.
5,000 resources lost on both sides, well, now the Rus has got a 1,000 resource advantage because of
That's a
that
great
extra
way to put
20%.
it. That's a great way to put it. Yeah,
So
for
they,
sure.
they love taking those trades, and that's exactly how Recon played it. And he played incredibly well in that second game. And the ball was definitely in his court to lose, and he didn't make any mistakes there. So I think the burden was definitely on Kasva to try and find a mistake that Recon made, and he just couldn't do it. From the get-go, Recon was in his base.
Just really interesting because obviously while we were talking about the game earlier, you were saying like, oh no, it's all right. Like he anticipated the trade thing. He was going to, you know, he sent out his cavalry. He's going to make sure he's dealt with that on the fly for Recon. So really impressive that he was able to sort of adapt and not really improvise, but respond so effectively to what was going on.
Yeah, and he did the perfect thing as well, just hitting it with knights. It can be very difficult for the Ottomans to defend their trade lines if they don't have walls, especially against knights. So the perfect response for him, and just really a flawless game. Honestly, watching the way that he played right there, I wouldn't be surprised if that was any other player in that position, whether that's Beastie, whether that's MarineLord, he would have been able to take them out because it was a flawless strategy.
Yeah, Recon did look a bit shaky yesterday, it has to be said. You know, I'm not trying to knock the bloke, but that's just the reality of playing at your first event like this. He said it was his first LAN. It's a huge amount of unfamiliarity, which can sometimes be, you know, manifest itself in extra pressure and nerves. But he looked to be in much better touch. And we're going to see that in game number 3.
Yeah, in game number 3, this was a really interesting game. So this typically comes down to a timing attack that the Delhi have got the potential to do. They want to try and gather as many resources as they can early on, and they want to try and deny that away from their enemy. And we saw him taking sacred sites. He did a really good job. But one of the interesting things to note here in this game is that Recon went for a bit of a different strategy. So he went for an early wheelbarrow from the mill. And straight away, this was a little bit of a concern to me because I thought to myself, well, hold on a minute, is he going to be playing one town center off this? Because typically players are looking to go for that wheelbarrow a little bit later after they've aged up. But fortunately for Recon, didn't affect him too much. He kept the town center nice and close in the base, but this was also a bit of a red flag because ideally when you're pushing out onto the map with those town centers, you're looking to secure food. And against an aggressive civ like the Abbasid Dynasty or like the Delhi, you really need to try and secure that food early.
But as we see now, we move into this period here where Kasva, I think, was trying to set up what his win condition was going to be, captured the sacred sites, and I think shortly after, where's coming is this big push across for the keep, which ended up, it was just so costly. I mean, it went up, obviously, and he got a little bit of value from it, but I mean, we're going to watch that worker kill unit go up and up and up, just as the keep did. It
goes very, very quickly, and I think it was unfortunate here for Kasva because his timing window really was hampered by that attack that just came in. But one of the things to note is that Kasva pumps out men-at-arms. So right now, at this point, he's got 14 men-at-arms, and we can see them streaming across the map. And this is where it starts to get scary as an Abbasid player because you've only just aged up. He didn't have any camel archers to help with the defense. He's starting to think about crossbows, and the panic sets in. But fortunately for him, the keep isn't even up yet, and this all goes back into that single action that Recon was able to do where he delayed the age up. This attack should have happened 2 minutes ago, or at least 90 seconds ago, and as a result, he puts himself in a great position for the mid game.
So timing, again, the point you made when we started heading into this game, it was about timing, and you know, the efforts that Kasva made were obviously, foundationally speaking, pretty sound when it comes to strategy, gameplay, or the rest of it, but not timed optimally, or at least disrupted, so they couldn't get the full value here. And this is that keep that I was talking about. It just honestly, it just wasn't worth it at the end of the day.
23 worker kills. That's it's not pretty.
No,
but a great little engagement that we had here. Both players and Mapu doing a great job recognizing that neither player's got line of sight there, and all of a sudden it's like, whoa!
Oh, they are. Yeah.
So it's one of those classic occasions where no one was really invited to the dinner party, but everybody turned up.
Massive hits here with the Mangoes, just devastating that line of crossbows there. And ultimately, I think it was this battle that kind of turned the tide. Ultimately, and I think Recon had won through an abundance of caution. He certainly was. He was circumspect, making sure that he didn't throw the game after this huge advantage that he'd got. But this all-in push here from Kasva, I mean, you got to respect it.
Yeah.
You got to respect it, right?
And that's exactly it. I mean, Kasva knew what his win condition was. He said, my window has shut now.
Yeah.
I need to find another way into the house. Fortunately, this was the right choice. If he just looked to try and play the game out, then Recon is in Imperial Age. He's got the villager advantage. There's no way that he can win this. So the only thing that he's got is a Hail Mary. That was it. Unfortunately, didn't catch the ball.
No, indeed. The House of Wisdom stayed up, as did Recon's chances here at Red Bull Wololo Legacy. And look, full credit to Kasva. He came, he saw, didn't quite conquer, but he still did his best. And for that, I think it's even just being at the event, right? Even qualifying for the world's biggest Age of Empires tournament that we've ever seen. A huge achievement, so well done to him. But it is Recon who we will see move through to the next stage of the tournament. The decider matches. He is just one win away from the quarterfinals. We move on now, Keaton, to talk about our next match, which is a huge one. Viper versus Hut. Obviously, I'm very torn. My boy, Hut, all the way from Australia, want to see him get up, but the Viper, the greatest of all time when it comes to Age of Empires 2, really want to see him succeed in Age of Empires 4 as well. This is going to be a big match.
It's going to be a huge match, and as you mentioned, there's a huge clash here for a lot of Australian fans, because Viper's got a lot of Australian fans, myself included, yourself included, so it's definitely going to be a tearing one, but it's going to be curious to see how the draft goes. I think it's really going to come down to it. I suspect these guys are quite evenly matched with regard to their preparation. I know Viper was somewhat splitting it between AoE 2, AoE 4. Hart, unfortunately, didn't have all the time in the world. He's not dedicating his complete schedule like we've seen some players do with 16-hour days. But yeah, I'm confident that it's going to be a cracker of the series.
It's going to be electric. Stick around for it, my friends, because we're going to find out who will be heading through to the decider games, just as we saw Recon find his seat at the decider match table. Let's check in with Recon now. We got the chance to catch up with him before the event began.
Hello, I'm Recon. I'm from the UK. Qualifying for the event was pretty tough. I lost to sort of in the first final and I had to play again against Ghana. And there was a bunch of tough people to get through to get there. To prepare for Wololo, played a lot with the Mister and a couple other people, a bunch of people helping out. About my group, I feel like it might be the easier side of the bracket. Given that I have a low seed, it's still going to be tough, I think. For making it to the playoffs, I think I'm pretty well prepared. I got a few strategies up my sleeve. Maybe I can pull out some wins with those, but who knows. This is my first offline event. It's been a really cool experience already so far, and really cool people to meet, and the castle's really awesome. My most feared opponent's probably Beastie QT, unfortunately, who I'm playing first, but we'll see how that goes. I feel the most confident playing against probably either Viper, due to his lack of, well, I don't know how much he practiced, or Kasva, because historically I just seem to do well against Kasva. It's still going to be tough, I think.
Definitely a morale booster there. Tough opponent for him usually, but he feels good about it, and he should feel good about it, because I remember talking to Recon before the event began, and he described this triangle. Now, you mentioned Beastie in there. The way this triangle worked is Beastie was here. He always beat Recon. Recon usually beat Kasva. And then Kasva had decent performances against Beastie. So Beastie's like, that issue's gone. And Recon comes out ahead in that series as expected. Of course, congratulations to him, but we're only at the beginning of the day, my friend. There's still plenty of action ahead of us.
Yeah, obviously multiple sets, and we are still in the elimination round. So basically, loser goes home. Winner has to win another set to make it into the quarterfinals tomorrow. And Hut
What a boost.
into the castle. Enjoying his time here.
Looking up, because that's how he's feeling right now. Looking up to all these godly gamers that were seeded better than them, that had better outlooks on their performance this tournament. This is one of them, of course. Viper, although a little bit rusty, always someone in everyone's mind. When Wololo comes around every year, no matter what game it's in, people always have him as a favorite frontrunner. And don't be deceived, Hut most definitely is not Austrian.
It's the same
close,
country.
right?
It's the same country.
It's confusing because when you put AUS, they are the same, right? So is it? I don't blame us. It's actually Australia and Australia's fault. They need to figure this out. Have a war or something. I don't know.
Okay. I always get confused. Like schnitzel, kangaroo. What's going on here?
Schnitzel in a kangaroo.
Strategy 7 out of 10 for the Viper, and head-to-head actually better this year for the Viper. A bit of my surprise because ladder practice, I think he even reached top 20 there, but obviously quite behind meta, at least between June and October, I would say.
Yeah, I was very surprised when I heard he actually found a little bit of time to do some practice. I was like, what? Where? I've heard no one said they've been practicing with you. So someone was lying about those scrim partners of everyone I talked to, according to the rumors I heard later. But we'll see how Viper's able to perform. You know, a rough start for him opening up the tournament. I think a lot of people thought that Viper might be the secret sauce to take down Puppy Board, but he was calm as a cucumber. Was able to annihilate the snake very early on. And now we hop into a battle between a snake and a kangaroo.
Interesting choice here by Hut. He obviously bans Mongols, then we have the ban of Abbasid for the Viper, and then first pick by Hut is HRE.
This is
typically we have seen Chinese being the first pick.
Not for Hut though. Hut is incredibly comfortable with the Chinese, but even more comfortable with HRE. This guy was originally one like the HRE Grandmasters that released him. Like he, so you remember in the early days, one of the really popular builds coming through was the quadruple stable drop at Castle Age for Night Boom. He was the innovator of that. He was one of the first two people doing it regularly. Him and I believe it was Matisse. He also got a lot of practice against the HRE because you know who one of the golden boys of HRE was? Guz. Guz, another Australian, right? So it's always been a comfortable civ for him. What I love about this as kind of a signature pick for him is even when he's high pressure environments, even when he's like boxed off or he's being tower rushed or whatever, he finds a way to pull out wins as the HRE.
Interesting. It feels like HRE should be the boulder-based civilization, though.
Yeah.
So kind of like at least the early game kind of already defined, right? So his defense skills against tower rush maybe not tested unless Viper wants to ignore water and tries to make something funky happen on land. Would a bit surprise me. And like we have to discuss like what should be the approach, because we feel like Viper mechanically probably not far behind the top guys. But strategically should be not knowledgeable enough to defend like some all-ins that he hasn't seen yet.
Yeah, that's the thing. That we talked about this idea. There's so many permutations on this new patch, and neither of these players has had enough time to get even close to all of them. And did you say we're opening on Boulder Bay?
Yeah, and it's Ottomans against English.
Yeah, so that's why I had to double check.
HRE are being saved for land map.
Yeah, so what were the other two?
I think Gorge and Dry Arabia.
That's it. Very surprising then. Maybe he doesn't even pull the HRE. The reason I say that is like Gorge, I'm not sure if I like the HRE or not. That's usually a tempo aggressive map. Like if anything, Gorge, I would have expected these two civs. That's why I had to double check. When I saw those two civs, I was like, we must be opening Gorge because that would make sense.
Maybe I'm a bit confused then. I thought HRE, but I also thought we are opening with Boulder Bay. Saw that map in the center. And, well, let's just assume it will be the Boulder Bay start. Ottomans, the both of us, after the mic was off, kind of like questioning, like, so, how do you want to play Ottomans on Boulder Bay?
So, I don't want to pee into the wound here, but I felt like that last series...
What do you want?
Oh, I guess that it would sting, right? Because it would sting. It's going to cauterize it, but it would sting at first. So that last series, I think my perspective is looking at the draft, Kasva actually had draft advantage over Recon. But then his choice to pick Ottomans in map 2 gave it back to Recon, right? Or evened it up, right? I think having Ottomans up your sleeve as a Dry Arabia pick is pretty spicy, it's pretty useful, especially against civs like the Abbasids. So that's not to devalue what they've done, right? I think he came at a different attitude, a different approach. It didn't pay off, but let's focus on this because we just got double confirmation. Definitely is going to be Boulder Bay. So we are going to have the Ottoman versus English matchup. Then you've got Gorge with probably, I could see Chinese working. I could also see, like, you know, depending on where you are, like if your game up as hot, maybe you throw Malians away and you go through to Dry Arabia and play HRE. Or Rus, actually, because when I talked to him recently, despite his history of HRE, he thinks his best civ is Rus. He did follow up with, but they're complete trash right now.
Well, then it's obviously tricky, but he has to pick something as a third civ, and it's unlike to be Malians. Then Viper has the option, do I go French or do I go Delhi? On Gorge, most likely because I see Chinese more in the Dry Arabia. Or do you want to play Chinese on Gorge and try to make something like a Chunganu all-in and Feudal Hub?
Yeah, I think you can kind of do that because you're so close together as well, right? So you can just kind of like barbecue and rush. It's also, it depends on the format because like obviously it's Viper's home map. So let's say like Hut takes the win on Boulder Bay and you go to Gorge. Maybe Hut feels with his remaining choices, he wants to get a strong choice out, so he throws out Malians, and then Viper naturally goes Chinese. Chinese will still win that, but you've removed an incredibly lethal civ. Even on maps like Dry Arabia, Chinese could still be feasible. Like, it's actually the only civ that I feel comfortably about saying can lose map control in Dry Arabia, like forfeit instantly, and be okay with it. Any other civ is very dicey.
Yeah, absolutely. It just feels like the eco just keeps rolling so well. That will be like Boulder Bay. We already know the shifts, and after that, like, there's a lot of mind games. Like, do you want to play your best Civ against their best Civ? If you're 1-0 ahead, no. If you're behind, you kind of want to have even matchups.
It's the strategic layer. Like, do you think you can comfortably get 2-0? Do you have a kind of spicy strategy? If you don't, maybe you just throw away a Civ because you know they are on the back foot. They can't hold anything back. And that's where you get the brain games, right? What if they then say, oh, I'm not going to throw in my best Civ because I know you're not going to throw in your best Civ. Let's not do this to ourselves, though. It's a mind scramble to think about. Let's just think about game one. We are going to get Boulder Bay, and it is going to be the Ottomans versus the English.
And I'm so curious to see how hard is going to play it. Is he maybe trying to throw in some military schools and feudal age? I would love to see 2 military schools in feudal age, honestly. And then it's tricky for the Viper to deal against that. But obviously, he can go for some long women himself.
Yeah, so this game, the way it's going to play is very, very different if you try to prioritize land with like military schools, because it used to be there was some kind of cool builds, even on maps like this, the Ottomans could do where you grab a few spears out of racks, you go across, you burn something. You can't do that against the English. They're going to quickly be into lombos most games, so they'll count you out. And love this detail from Hart because of the men-at-arms threat. English, whenever it comes to even water hybrid maps, the men-at-arms play is so lethal. And although we can see Viper is not going to do it here, there's always a risk in Hut's mind. We've seen plenty of water maps where the English delay their docks to go and shut your docks down instead.
Yeah, and very early walls here, quite a nice move. But obviously now costs a lot of like food. The villager isn't gathering.
Yeah.
So opportunity cost there, plus the walls. And fishing ship 2 could be delayed a bit.
Man,
oh no, it's queued up instantly. Okay, so no time lost. Nice build order by Hut.
Yeah, it's one of those things like maybe there's a spot further in where you can...
Lumber camp delayed.
If you look at where he's got his dock, there was maybe a spot where he could have pulled it further back and then he could have just walled small on the left side between the tree line and the shoreline. But the problem with that is I think it puts him further away from the deep water fish. So he's just willing to
just run around?
Yeah. But like I'm saying, like instead of just immediately investing all this wood, if you're worried about fishing development, right? And then
still, once one man-at-arm is in, it's so ugly.
Yeah. But that's the thing. Like, if you wall that initial one, you can kind of then see him coming. Because when the fishing boats come out, if we check their vision, they have a lot of vision, right? It's actually insane how much they see. That they are now the scouts of the water.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why we were so scared of the demos earlier, right? Because no fishing ships were used there a bit earlier. And Hut just scouts the front. Not trying to figure out, okay, are you going man-at-arms? He knows, okay, no man-at-arms here yet. You're just playing water.
It's actually interesting that Viper didn't try for the man-at-arms play at all. I'm wondering if he's been practicing it at all, which is interesting to think about considering I'd say that this is Viper's signature Civ.
English? Yeah. He won... What was it? I think one Golden League stage with English, right?
Yeah,
4 English games in a row.
It was the game where like you could play the least popular Civ on a map. I think it was. Oh no, we removed the 3 most popular ones, so every map had English, and he played English every map and won I think 4-1 in the end. So he's very comfortable in this Civ. We've seen it time and time again. I think it's actually his most played Civ, or second most played Civ in competitive, and also on ladders. So. Yeah, it just might be kind of outdated. We have to remember, for those who only tune in for the AoE 4 and they know Viper from here, he plays in AoE 2, he was playing in Wololo, he was prepping for that, so his time was heavily divided.
Yeah, tricky for him. Obviously, the last 3 days, full focus on AoE 4 there, could mentally reset, was practicing a lot, was picking the brain. Obviously, already had an offline event with other participants here and good friends with them, so they were very willing to share what the new metas are.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to him a bit. We talked through the naval side of things and the archer ship spam meta. Because you know me, I'm very strongly a believer that the mass archer spam is like the way you win water. It just seems to dominate everything. And I had that feeling coming in. And we saw the clash of ideas. Some people agree, some people disagree. He said he tried those type of builds. He tried to all in. But what he found was that the next step didn't come to fruition. It still kind of kept failing. And I think one of the big things we're going to see eventually with like the archer ship spam is we're eventually going to see a few springles added in just simply to get rid of the docks on the other side, because we've seen how tricky the emplacements are to keep archer ships at bay.
And if he felt like he couldn't really close out the games on water, that kind of implies that we will see him contesting water early, but then a heavy switch towards land, latest castle age, but more likely late feudal age.
And we're getting it again. I think Hart and Kasva were practicing together.
Potentially. or it's just spotted. And yeah,
So-
I love it.
It makes sense because if you're on a water map, the reason we've always seen Madrasa is because we've only seen it on land maps so far.
Yep.
So the food is really good, but you don't need more food. You've got fishing. So it just logically makes sense to get this. Even if you just end up with the passive gold generation of 6 times 28, it's still better than the alternative of the Medusa, because if you lost water in most cases on these maps, you've lost the game, at least in the first 25, 30 minutes.
And most of the time, food income is just so strong due to the fishing ships anyways, so you don't even have the villagers to collect those berries. You want to collect more wood.
Bingo. So he's going to try to set up the trade. Would love to see him just instantly just push
stone.
out. And
I love villagers in stone.
do you?
Yeah, military schools. Or
I thought
maybe-
you just meant in general. There's something about stone that really appeals to you.
big stone fan.
Yeah, it's like, I just love how you can carve it into a wheel and be really caveman about it, you know?
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to say. So arrow slits, absolutely an option. Together with military schools, right now only 8 villagers on wood. So Hut, he won't be able to build too many of those.
No, it's just a passive build-up you're looking for here, right? You just get a few cheap units. And, well, speaking of units that aren't as cheap at this stage of the game, we finally are now seeing the men-at-arms. It's just a delayed pull of the trigger by Viper so that he has longbows to go alongside them.
That could harass the gold. And some people are a bit confused with the overlay at the top. We have to quickly mention that I think Ottoman fishing ships are counted as military here.
Yes, that was deceitful last game. We saw as well, right? So that's just, guys, it's in beta. Okay, this game technically is in beta. Some things are being kinked out. We'll figure it out. But here's an interesting thing to figure out. Hart has expanded all his docks. He's also deleted the walls on his initial one. These men-at-arms are now starting to come out. And although he can now get into things to defend against this, such as his own ships, he might be pulled both ways if Viper just brings in galleys and archer ships as well as brings in men-at-arms on land.
Ooh, but the arrow slits, remember, they
Yeah.
can't shoot on land. This is like an investment by Hut that won't pay off. Because Viper, he's so aggressively on land.
Maybe his plan, like, okay, so hear me out. Hut doesn't want to play water at all. So he wants fishing, which is what these emplacements are about.
But Hulk is perfect against that.
Yeah. So that's the tough part. Viper should, as a reaction to this, now double down on water to force Hut to come there. Because if he doesn't, what Hut's going to do is he's going to double down on military school production and just get that land mass that we see the Ottomans frequently get 25, 30 minutes into a game.
Fishing ship killed, and yeah, I think, look at that. That's such a good opening here for the Viper. Finds potentially a villager kill. No, won't go for that. I honestly wouldn't mind to see a feudal all in by the Viper, but looking at his resources, I think he's even considering Castle Age.
Is he really just going for the
Well,
hyper
900
late
food.
Yeah. So
Sometimes, even if you don't have the plan to get to Castle Age quickly,
it just happens.
sometimes you just wake up, oh, whoopsie, 1,000 food, 300
like-
gold.
Oh, what's that? You're not playing like water the way we've perceived the meta, where you actually have to reinvest your food into ships. Okay, in that case, I've got lots of food. Yeah, this is kind of an odd one for Hart because it means the English are going to reach a good power spike. He's also going to be fishing. In the meantime, Hut's going to be idled there. And, we can brag about how amazing passive unit production is for the Ottomans, but I always talk about how broken it is on land-only maps. On these type of maps, with the inflation that you get out of fishing, I don't see Viper being at a disadvantage as this game goes later.
Yeah, absolutely. Because like the weaker the eco, the better the military school becomes. And here, like as you can see, villager numbers are already pretty solid, and military numbers for the Viper as well. So relatively speaking, military schools won't add that much.
Yeah, not at first. It's a gradual type thing, right? That's the thing. I always describe them as a delayed deli. It's the same logic. Like you build a lead over time. For the deli, it's the fact you can heal your units, so the essentially like the cost of them and what you're getting out of them is better, right?
Ooh, sloppy.
But on the other side, with the Ottomans, the logic is I'm just getting raw free units. But that is, once again, going to take time.
Do we have a military school? Because we're floating so much stone, some wood,
He's still not going for one, right?
stable in archery range.
I'm waiting for it.
He has the resources.
So I think the burden for him right now is he feels like he needs all of his resources pushing into more troops. But if you look at his stone, like, this is a crazy amount. He's got to be going for a TC. That's the only thing I can think now. If there's not a TC, then he's forgotten that he's got that many people in stone.
Even the upgrade there for his fishing ship efficiency, that's pretty sick. Double archery range there for the defense. Trader still only 2.
Where do you put the town center here, though?
Well, you have to kind of like go pretty wild at the front to somewhat
Against
get gold
English?
control, right? Yeah, but like I think just overproduce, accept that you lose your army, and get a TC up. Because right now he doesn't have access to gold.
I think that's why he hasn't placed the TC yet. That's why he's got way too much stone. Is like he probably wanted to place it on the gold veins you mentioned, but when you see English Lombos coming at you and you don't have a standing army, you don't have a leg to stand on. So instead, you're now just harvesting additional stone and you're not doing anything with it. It's dead resources.
I think we need to sell the stone.
I think we just need to like build some military schools at this stage.
Look at the resources. Hut's macro feels slipping a bit.
The problem is like he didn't set any level of aggression on land or sea.
Yeah.
In fact, Viper done that on both. It's almost like Hut was expecting Viper to play for a later timing, and now he's playing catch-up. So he's going to go for the exchanges, but these men-at-arms, you can see how effective they are. Sipahi are at least going to wrap around, so the Lombos will be exchanged out. And after this fight is where I expect Hut to try and use that stone.
Oh, but only one more Spearman, but still gets some more hits off. Military-wise, looks pretty good for the Viper. He is also ahead in villages. And look at that. Woodland so exposed, and still no proper gold income. Yeah, you can see gold minutes income there, but that's mainly to the two traders. That could be one or two dead wilds even.
Yeah, honestly, I think, yeah, there is the TC. I think he just had to go for it. I was worried he was waiting too long. That's why he took the clash outside the base, is just try and get that breathing room. It's a very safe TC, though. Doesn't even necessarily protect the gold, especially when you're up against English Lombos.
I'm so surprised that we see Ottomans on this map without any military schools. It just feels like that's one of the greatest things about the civilization.
One thing I will give Hart that's going really well for him is that trade. That trade has still been going on the backside because he's pushing them around the left side. So Viper isn't looking there. He's not moving his troops.
But only two traders, right?
Yeah.
Not the craziest thing ever.
It's still operational though, right?
Yeah.
And you know the issue is he's got to invest his resources elsewhere, so he can't just pump more traders for the time being. Because that's the deceitful thing. We get obsessed with the idea of passive generation a lot, but like the initial investment is high. That's the trade-off.
Yeah, absolutely. Need to make one trip to basically be even. Now we see the Viper advancing to Castle. King's Palace with only 5 villages, so he really feels, okay, I don't need the tech advantage that quickly. That's atypical to see someone advancing to Castle Age with only 5 villagers.
I would love to just see him double down the units he wants right now if it's still infantry, because everything you're going to build as English in Castle Age, at least on 2 feet, is already available. But considering he's got no additional production coming through, I think Viper's now going to prep stables and go into Knights.
Yeah, feels like it. Because, like, what's the next step? Okay, now armor against the archers. Maybe we can take a look at his home base. I'm a bit surprised by this. Wood floating 300. Actually, he goes for more men-at-arms.
Okay, yeah. So it's just delayed because he only had 1 Rax. Okay, so there you go. Now you're going to see him start prepping them. And this tech up, although he's added a few more people in, the whole idea is now just get enough men-at-arms out first. Because the cool thing is if you do it this way, by the time that you tech up and they're teched up, they're already going to be at the base. But if you do it the other way around, you do the tech ups first, your men-at-arms are going to be late, arriving on the other side of the map by about 30 to 40 seconds.
Tricky, and those 30 seconds could be crucial. Viper, he's doing a pretty good job of killing fishing ships here. I think 8 down, maybe 6 fishing ships, 2 villagers. Feels like a reasonable distribution here. And Hut can't be too happy. Only now uses the market a bit and is going up towards Castle Age himself. Imperial Armory here.
Yeah, so it's basically the same build as Kasva entirely. Nothing deviated at all. I saw a few people practicing with the alternative that lets you get your Imperial Council points quicker. But like overall, I think Armory is just going to be the more favorable, like 60 to 70% of the time.
It just feels like it, especially against English. You feel like, okay, they go for a lot of relatively low HP and low movement speed units, that MarineLords just become crazy good against them.
I mean, when you think about it, the dynamics of this aren't that dissimilar from the Roos matchup as well. There's a focus on archers and heavily armored units. The difference, of course, is these guys move a lot slower than knights in the Roos game. But it means the Mangonel is still going to get good crunch power against the range composition, and then you just have to brawl out with this front line that's chunky.
I'm still scared for the gold here for Hut. Army constantly there. Men-at-arms could get some upgrades. Look at that. Viper's first upgrade. He clicks in Castle Age. Is the armor.
Yeah, because right now all he sees is archers. That's all Hut's got, and it's very hard to make an immediate transition when you're this pinned. You're going to see him try to do it though. Crossbows and knights also being prepped. The first Mangonel is going to take a long time to arrive here, so he needs to get as much value in the meantime with his standing army. Dive is going to come out. Men-at-arms are going to force the idle out of the economy. And you see Viper, he contains, backs off. He says, I don't want to lose these troops. I just want to keep coming back in. Almost like that pseudo-French knight effect.
Crazy. How much of a side story the water is here.
It is.
So many people feel like, oh, Boulder Bay, it's just full water. No, it is not. It feels like we are winning this game on land every single time. And I'm wondering if Viper had this aggression planned or if he's adjusting to it because he sees those two so unfortunately positioned gold spots for Hart.
I think we were getting feisty with the boar a moment ago. I think they're staying away from it now intentionally on the east side.
It's far away. Didn't it like just kiss the town center here?
It's actually absurd how angry Pumba is these days. Like, you know what it was? They added new civs to the game. It's like 2 new civs that don't like me, that want to eat me. I don't know why he's angry. Like, you know, it's like one of those people, like a cartoon pig, like, eat me, I'm delicious. And he gets upset when you won't.
Okay. I've not seen those.
Hey, man, when you watch enough anime, you've seen everything.
Okay. Maybe something like a sign at a restaurant.
It's like,
I'm delicious.
Yeah, I think it's like there's that Simpsons episode where like he just reaches in and pulls out his pork rib. He's like, try this. It's that kind of feeling to it. Backside though, you can see the men-at-arms are just trying to idle any eco they can, but this is the cool part about reaching this stage of the men-at-arms. You just split them off into groups of 2 or 3 and run them everywhere in the base.
Yeah,
and Hart's going to play cleanup.
Especially with the armor, right? You can just sit on the town centers for so long. Look at that, it's like full volleys there. 7 villagers in the town center on those men-at-arms. They are ready to take it.
And just so much idle time right now. You know, Hart has to keep shifting these villagers away. Don't be deceived by the ZZZs at the top. There's plenty more than that when these villagers are running around like they are right now.
Now goes for the gold for like what feels like the 4th time. Now finally with a keep.
Yeah, he needs to get it up fast. But what I want you to think about along the way is how painful this has been. All of this has been happening, all this idle time constantly. Hart doesn't have wheelbarrow.
Oh boy. But neither does the Viper.
Yeah, but he hasn't been
really
like idled in his base, right?
Yeah.
That's the big difference here.
By the way, the Vipers keep pretty defensive. Compared, like, just imagine where Kasva would have built his keep, right? And that's what he's famous for in Age of Empires 2 as well. He's the one that just builds, keeps so much more defensively.
Oh my god, he pulls back. He's hesitating. He just needs to commit right now. It's going to be tight, but this way you definitely don't get it up. Villagers are still just being butchered. The Sipahi get around the backside. They have to run for the high hill, so great maneuver by Hart, because what he's about to say is, piece for piece, this is a repeat of the last series with the Ottomans on this map. It's the same play. This type of keep, it was a wooden fortress, but it's a stabilization point, and it would have been Siege Workshop follow-up into slow siege from Viper. So great maneuvering by Hart to change the story.
And remember, this keep can build traps, so we can instantly trap down Hart's defensive keep there, and then it's the same story again, fighting for those 2 gold spots at the front.
Just great maneuverings, like a good twist on what we've seen already here on the main stage. And well, Maganel may actually go down to just 2 men-at-arms at this rate. Wait,
2 more hits.
Oh, the keep. Yeah, the keep has enough fire, so he is going to have to back away in the end. It's kind of awkward how trivial that was looking, but look at the pushback. He bought enough time. He never cancelled the keep. This is going to be a tight one, but this time you have to commit. Heavily injured villagers. One more tap will do it. Viper gets the keep.
And Hart loses his whole army for this. Military, he has nothing left. What does he have? Like a Mangonel, a knight, 2 crossbow, 1 archer? That sounds more like the start of a joke.
Yeah, so Viper opens his wallet and he's just like, he's got like 500 euros there, right? And then Hart just opens his wallet and the butterfly flies out. That's kind of where we're at here. He's skimping by. And can we check the military school production line? Because I think he got all of them online. Oh, no. Only 2. The berries are in the way. Come on, clear those berries quicker, guys. All right, we've got to make some renovations in the area. He hasn't got as much passive reduction, so he's at a net disadvantage here, especially when you consider he's losing full control on the waterfront, because now you can just set up a few trebs, take everything out.
That raid is quite ambitious here for the Viper against the Mangonel. Should be able to do something, but crossbow count still so low. 2 only, 2 more in the queue, and Viper just testing the waters, tries to out-micro those Mangonel shots.
Easy peasy, does it correctly. Repairs are going to at least be coming through, but it's another example of the situation where you've now just got idle workers chasing after as well, and maybe it still just goes down because he shifted the Maganel. Viper, although he's being struck at, I think he may have intentionally done that.
I think so.
Yeah, because it was all aggroed onto him.
Oh, that was so crazy good. Villagers couldn't really repair, were trying to chase down. Trap still doing work. Now a counter-track towards this, but I think we need sprinkles.
The problem is, like, Hart has no quick way of getting them. Like, he's got passive reduction that takes a long time.
He has a siege workshop next to his keep, I believe.
Yeah, but, like, has he got the economy to also stretch for that?
Not looking too hot for him, for sure.
Like, he needs trebs, he needs sprinkles, right? So it's like, pick your poison. At least this way, what I like that he's doing, he's saying, they're trying to be the aggressor. If you go spring ult, you're saying I'm being the defender.
Quickly close your eyes, KP. What do you think? How many workers did the Viper kill this game?
He killed 9.
Okay, correct answer. Just
What?
wrong question.
Oh.
9 villagers killed by HUD. You were
Okay.
absolutely spot on.
Damn, I opened my eyes, I thought it was genius. That counts fishing boats though, right?
Yeah.
I kind of wish it was like separate so I could like maybe have been right. I definitely would have been right.
Oh, Capoch!
That, I think for some people that's an upset because sort of was a bit of a dark horse. Like people weren't sure if he was prepped fully, but they thought, you know, that mechanical skill come through and give him an edge. But great shown by Capoch to recover after yesterday.
Absolutely sick, yeah. And I thought he might have been mentally broken after this heavy loss. He even had a heavy loss in the AoE2 wall as well. And I've said it earlier, and I'm not afraid to repeat it. I honestly think that having 2 top 12 performances in AoE2 and AoE4 might be a bigger achievement than making 1 semifinal.
No, I mean, like, we'd have to compare the prize pool numbers. But
No, like, just like...
I get what you mean, but I'm saying prize pool numbers as well, right? Like,
well, then you're behind. Right, because obviously tournaments are most of the time pretty top heavy, but still like incredible achievement by Capoch, no matter how his decider goes later on.
Well, speaking of who's on top here, I'm starting to lean more and more in favor of Viper. Even if you take away all these stats on the bottom side, even if you just look at the top, right, where maybe it's a bit more balanced, I'd say that this isn't like a 65-70% in favor of Viper. This is almost like an 80 to 85.
No more stone to repair either. Springfield advantage, obviously so tough to come back from. Viper goes further back, gets another outpost there. In a good spot here, our Norwegian.
Yeah, he's just going to lose the keep, and then it's going to start snowballing. Because the issue for Hart is he got pushed off of water. What's he doing? He's gathering deer. He's about to lose that as well. So what do you do after this? Farm transition? That maybe works if your opponent's on the other side of the map. He's not. Death's knocking at your door.
I think he actually snuck out some villages to the left-hand side, going for some deer there.
Yeah,
he is trying to get there, but obviously a very easy spot to raid.
Yeah, it's a tough one, and it's going to get scouted every once in a while, because the other options, like maybe Hart tries to go back for trade, so I'm expecting Viper to check on that once in a while. But for now, he's going to commit into the main base, and just look at the villages. We must gather the gold. Let's ignore the fact we're being butchered until our Lord and Savior waves the white flag. Game 1 will go the way of the snake.
Ooh, he has to be happy with this one. And that is on a wild map as well, right? Boulder Bay, he has played it a lot in the past, but it got changed so heavily. Nice adjustment with his signature Civ. Viper fanboys have to be happy with this.
Yeah, they got to be feeling good right now. It's like, oh, maybe you don't need to like play AoE4 that much. Oh, maybe it's easy here. But before you like get out your cheerers and say, you know, Viper's going to go long, we have to remember, you know, it was a slippery start. He went 2-0 against Puppy Paw. Down here, I will say Hart, like the thing we talked about before this series, I felt like if Hart can put himself in a position to be the tempo aggressor, I could see a world in which he could upset Viper, because I think he plays a decent amount of this, and I've seen in the past, Hart has some great aggressive off the kind of cuff, out of meta strategies that throw people off guard.
And throw people off guard that actively are playing this game, right?
Yeah.
So it should be even tougher for the Viper, who doesn't have the background of like testing the meta for the last 2-3 months, really deep diving into the balance changes as well. He's trying to wing it. He's trying to let his macro and decision making win the games for him. He will be vulnerable to all-ins.
And the thing is, he has to be more willing to play earlier and earlier, because right now the meta, if we were to pull up the average game times from now and compare it to Road to Wololo and Golden League, it's going down. It's clearly going down. Outside of very rare outliers such as the DeMuslim Capoch game number 2, we haven't really been seeing anything crack past like the 35-minute mark.
True. Yeah, that's actually like, it has been more aggressive. Even like I looked some other games, like Viper had a pretty crazy game, a French game against Puppy Paw, and it felt like they played an endless import, but it was so boomy early on that even in 40 minutes, like, which was a relatively long game, they lost like 600 units each and like full bloodbath. So the average game length is further down, which actually is something Viper really likes as well.
Yeah, I think we saw like a Puppy Paw Lucifron Delhi French on Dry Arabian. I think it was 18 minutes long or something. And it's because it wasn't because like French just night rushed. In fact, the knights early on couldn't kill anything. It was a completely different script.
Didn't Hut Lucifron? Yeah, that was a 4-legs game that took 9 minutes as well. So Hut's first game in the $300,000 tournament was 9 minutes long.
Well, at least this one was longer.
At least this one was longer.
Yeah, there we go. We're improving set to set, guys. It's fine.
The Medi, the second one was a 9-minute one. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, It's finally time. The back's against the wall. I mentioned this. The HRE signature serve.
And we think this should be better for Hut. That he has this best civ against the best civ of the Viper. Because we feel this is, let's just call it an even matchup, right? For the sake of my argument. And so he has 2 chances of a 50-50 matchup.
Yeah.
This is easier to win than having a 75-25 advantage and then having a 25-75 against him.
Yeah, because we're going to, which map was it, Medi?
No, we have 2 land maps now.
Oh, sorry, yeah, it's 2 land maps.
I think it's Gorge and Dry
Gorge,
Arabia.
that was right, because we were questioning like whether you wanted to pull out the English on Gorge instead. Like when we saw the picks, we expected that, like we had to double check it wasn't Gorge that we were playing on because it was English versus Ottomans, which is great for that map on both sides. But looking at this one, like HRE, this could be a Burgrave rush type build. And then I think like with the way resources work on that map, you can kind of close out the game quick enough because if you push into your opponent's base, you can just flood out onto the pocket ecos and keep it going. And his opponent, we said, was Chinese, which is just naturally a booming civ. They want to stay back. You know, even though you have all these great defenses with the hand cannon slits that are usually good against heavily armored units diving, the great thing about Burgrave is if you reach the kind of critical point, 25 to 30 men at arms, it becomes a moot point that you're taking more damage from these TCs because you just flood everywhere and you shut the entire Chinese economy down. And another thing to think about, although we've seen a lot of players get more aggressive with their Chinese builds, if Viper hasn't been practicing them as much, he still probably knows them as a TC boom and wait until Imperial type civ.
Yeah, and if all like men-at-arms are swarming your economy, Imperial officials are going to go down. Maybe Chunganu feels like a reasonable unit to fight this one off, but then they have to chase this, typically a unit that you want to have in mass. So the moment we just swarm men-at-arms at different angles, it will be really tricky for the Viper.
Oh wait, no, it was Dry Arabia.
Okay.
Gorge is going to be safe for last, but don't worry. We still at least get a different kind of Gorge. These 2 gorgeous faces on our screen. And Hart instantly shaking his head. There's something in the generation that he doesn't like, and it's the gold vein, isn't it? Yeah. It feels far enough away that it could be annoying.
Also didn't build the mining camp yet.
Oh, and look at it.
Double. Has to double build it, obviously. 2 villagers, not building in half the time.
And I don't like these deer placements for Hart.
Oh, they're at the front there.
Yeah, so it looks really good. Like you get Jabade, you're like, man, that's high value.
Yeah,
but that means it's high value for your opponent to raid as well. Right? So if a Chinese player, like let's say he wants to go for a delayed Barbican and he goes aggressive, or let's say he sneaks an outpost in, or he goes to the Chugi new build, like how's Hart accessing? Like you wish you could access this deer, but one of the big issues is you want to play condensed as the HRE. It's almost like it's trying to lure you out, but you have to stick to the script and just remain condensed. And if you remember, one of my points around the HRE pick is that like if you want to go for a Burgrave build, you are eventually going to have to probably come out with these deer stacks to remain efficient.
Yeah, you can't have everything under the town center, especially if you only played 1 single scout. Look at that, 2 sheep only. That's a bit underwhelming for her to ideally wants to have all the sheep under his town center.
I mean, how many has he got back at home right now? Oh, wow.
I see maybe
that's 2?
1 more there.
Maybe 3.
Oh, that's really unfortunate. Viper has to have so many then.
He has, like, he's still got a bunch of homes. So he's got 1 to the left side. There's also 1 in the gold camp that he hasn't picked up yet. So it's not the end of the world, but this is a rough start. It might actually make it difficult to do that Burgrave build I talked about, because then you have to transition farms. And although the HRE are the best civ at transitioning farms early because they're 40% more efficient around the Archon, it's still going to make you ache in a different way because you have to invest that 75 wood and it does delay your other timings.
Oh yeah, and it's not a lot of carcasses under the town center, right? You saw how 1 finished and everyone just ran to the right
so it was
side.
just 2.
This might be the last carcass under the town center.
It is. He needs to get back soon. He should be there in time. It's also tricky because sometimes you don't clock it with the HRE because you're buffing these gathering rates. You're burning your resources faster. So it's more easy to miss the timing of returning with more sheep or this civ than any other.
Yeah. And yeah, look at that. It's only 1 single sheep left there.
Oh my god.
Also, like, so many sheep missed, like, barely, right? In his vision, kind of, but didn't really collect them.
Yeah.
That's a tricky start for Hut.
But this is another thing that the Chinese have an advantage in on the 1 scout versus 1 scout because they have the Tang dynasty, so they have additional vision. They're able to see where the sheep are quicker than you, so they can intercept and like, optimize their path across the map compared to you.
Okay, now nice positioning there with the sheep at the top. Obviously, you want to be in range of the Aachen Chapel there. Nice adjustment for sure. And Viper, he has to be just picking berries at home, right?
It's
How many sheep does he have? Oh, he still has sheep.
yeah, he has some. I should have more coming back, and it's still efficient for the tax to be on berries. HRE could try to go berries too, and I wouldn't be surprised. It looks like actually he is setting up for berries. Hut has to shift out. This is not something that feels good, especially now that you just dropped your Archon on the north side.
Interesting that the Viper is building the Imperial Academy with 3 villagers.
There's still a sheep there that hasn't like. I feel so bad for Hut because if you check his vision, you'll realize how bad it is. Like, literally, it's just there, and he's wrapped everywhere around it. Oh, man.
Oh, the movement. Viper, relatively early feudal age. Now going on to stone is Hut here, so wants to play town centers most likely. And Viper, this is not a song build, is it? Still 11 on food, 3 on gold. That would make sense. But I think the Imperial Academy did not need to be rushed that much.
I mean, it's just, you know you're going to get it for free, right? So you just get it to get the boosted tax as fast as possible, then you don't even potentially need to like focus much on gold. We'll see if, what kind of build he wants to do. One thing he also could be worried about is like, is the relics going to be a concern? Do I need to have a few extra people on wood and then go like palisade these relics around say 7 or 8 minutes in prep for the like rushed castle age from the HRE?
So far, lots of scouting. Obviously, both players really happy to play the late game, simply because like HRE loves to play Chinese as well, and both players reasonably confident there. Even Viper picks up those sheep. And now, if a scout like at the 5-minute mark runs around next to your stone and shows off sheep, you're like, oh, there, I missed some very close ones. Oh, even 3 sheep.
Dude, I like how we had the same mentality there. Like in this situation, I'd run them past your vision.
Just
like,
rub it in.
Hey, look what I got.
And I even would stop by like dip 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 dip.
You know what you do? You just like you unherd them for a moment around him, and then go back and pick them up again.
Walls in the front here. Obviously, base pretty compact. Hut, where is he going to build his town center? Feels like the right-hand side of the gold.
It has to be the
it has to be. Yeah. Makes
like I think you have to gamba, and you get away with that gamba because it's Chinese, and they're not building any military, right?
Yeah. I think it could be exposed. Oh, could we build that a bit higher even?
I think he doesn't want to be too ambitious with this. This way, instead of being out the choke point, he's in the choke point. So it's what it turns into is kind of the Barbican effect, where it's like, you can't walk through, you're Gandalf now, you shall not pass.
Okay.
Apart from if you just go to the right,
the
that
right
small wood
side,
line.
but that's longer, right? Especially if we fear some Junganu, that's not really the way how they want to go. Hut already killing some deer there of the Viper, wants to make it more inefficient if Viper wanted to build a mill in between that. And Viper, he's now switching onto stone, so wants to go to second town center, kind of as expected.
I am still a little bit like paranoid about whether this TC is going to pay off, because if Viper does spot it and does the Chuganu build, he can just prep rams and go in, and he can delete that. And you've essentially delayed your castle age timing going for this TC instead.
Is the Chuganu build a 2 TC build though? Most of the time I've seen it with 1 TC, right? And then just still let Song do Song work.
It's heavily delayed. Like I think it's kind of feasible, but like you are right. Your timing's delayed. But the logic here is Hut's timings of an optimal HRE like tech up build are now delayed by the TC as well, right?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, but Junganu, like, how long does it take to get into proper numbers with some rams? Feels like we're not arriving before the 12-minute mark. And then it's kind of okay for Hut to even lose the town center. Not food-wise, but like villager-wise and production-wise. And then maybe even get some knights out.
Well, the nice thing about the Chinese with this build is ever since the buff to Blacksmith's research time on siege engineering, you can knee-jerk react to get into a ram a bit faster. The only downside I will highlight is if you do have to rely on rams, you're doing it against the best Civ to defend against rams.
Oh, yeah.
Emergency repairs, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Is it in range, though? Or is there?
He can chain it in pretty easily like a house,
pretty
right?
disconnected, I would think.
Well, the TC still has its... like, I can't remember. Did they change it to only the primary? I could have sworn they kept it so secondaries have E repairs.
I don't see a plus, my friend. I don't see a plus on it.
Like it looks like it's in range by influence actually. That's what I was thinking. Like it's look at its range. Like it's easily in range. We're safe here.
Okay.
Because like that's why I wanted to check. Is like because I can't remember if they reduced the TC influence on secondaries or not. They did keep it the same.
Okay. So next steps. Kind of the Viper is happy that he can boom. Second town center. Where was it built? Next to the starting town center. No surprise there. Obviously doesn't want to use it at the drop-off point because he wants to have the Imperial officials.
Yeah. I also feel like an idiot. I'm pretty sure they still have E repairs on all TCs.
Well,
I'm pretty sure.
Every Civ has it, says Twitch chat.
Whoa, don't look at that. I'm gonna like minimize that.
Multiple
Don't let them know
people.
that you now see them, Nilly.
Oh no, oh no.
That's dangerous.
Like people will be like, say hi. It's all good for the algorithm, right? Then we're higher on Twitch, like, oh, more chat activity.
That's true. Like, you know, Twitch loves interactivity. So, like, if someone's like, you know, we'll give you $50 if you, like, pour water on Nilly, I mean, I'm going to do it. Probably shouldn't have said that out loud.
You're cheap.
I don't know. You just look thirsty. All right, farms are coming out anyway. So
you just tried to grab $50 on top.
Yeah. It's just like I'm helping a boy out and I'm getting paid. You know, it's like I get to help people in life and I get paid. So we are seeing those farms we talked about. This is annoying for Hut to have to do. Like, it was my kind of concern. I thought with just Deer, he'd look to just go for Castle Age and do Burgrave Rush. But now I don't think we're going to see Burgrave. I think instead we're going to see Regnitz and a very long game.
Where do we have the relics? We have one right next to him, one at the left-hand side, one center, and then left and right. I think it should be easy 3 for him.
Yeah.
With the faster Castle Age, and especially because Viper doesn't have a lot of mobility. So, yeah, I could see Regnitz here.
Yeah, you got to buckle yourself in because I don't think this game's going to end that quickly. Yeah. You could have went for the all-in. But, like, I think it's very Gamba unless you have optimal Burgrave timing. Yeah,
I say easy 3.
Yeah, so because you already took away the central one that I think you were saying was easy as well.
Yeah, I thought this one. Oh, yeah, already walled in.
Yeah, he already
I couldn't even see that on the mini-map.
You know what it is? Like, we chose yellow, and I'm like, I mean, yellow's kind of camoed on some of these maps, right?
Archer scouting? Viper knows exactly what's up. This Prelate is prepared, so 1 guaranteed. But the others, they're very contested. Junganu around already.
Yeah, they're going to eviscerate you before you can get on top of them. He even had a scouting archer. It's kind of a cool thing because you get the archer and they moves out quicker, so it's kind of like a pseudo scout. And now it gets really annoying for Huck. Okay, he at least keeps access to one of them on the left side.
That's so far away, though.
It really is. And you easily see another villager come out, because the thing with the Chinese when they go for this type of build, it's like, oh, you killed a villager. Oh, no. Oh, well.
I still have 62 and they produce so fast. Plus I have eco upgrades, so all of mine are more efficient anyways.
His Prelates, on the other hand, although they produce quickly, it still stings when you lose them like this.
Viper walling the left-hand side, including the relic at the top there, will get 1 Prelate kill. And now we have to say, like, the TC further to the right would have been better in hindsight against this army that is actually blocking the right-hand side now.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you didn't want to go a little bit too greedy and be far away, because even though the TC has its own E-repairs, it's that issue that it's going to be isolated on an island.
Prelate scaring this one. This is getting close. Spearman. This should be Spearman.
Leave. He deletes them. He deletes them. At least 2 of them.
But he still needs to kill the Prelate.
Which he will.
Coming over. Oh, but what a move there.
So okay, this is it's ranting time for Pigeon here. Am I the only one that thinks it's like annoyingly dumb that like someone makes a really good Wololo play and you make like a a suboptimal choice, and you still have time to delete the units?
Delete even takes longer in AoE 4.
Which I think, I think it should be even longer though, judging by what we see there, right? Like, you start to run them away after he attempted it, like about a third or to halfway through the Wololo, and he was still able to delete them beforehand.
Maybe he instantly clicked them away and pressed delete at the same time.
But even then, the Wololo start, he stab. I think he stabbed once, and then he was almost halfway through the second, then he ran away, right? I mean, maybe I just want more Wololos, Nilly. Maybe I'm that person, but it does feel, it feels kind of cheap.
You are an entertainer, for sure.
That's true.
Okay, now a reasonable army here for Hut on the map. Has 5 knights trying to free himself the relics that he so much desires. And, well, he has 1 right now. 1 more on the way, says the overlay. Maybe left-hand side. Do we have another Prelate moving? Yeah.
Yeah. So he's come from the left. He already got one on the right. So that will be free. The 4th one can be contested because if you look, Viper's forfeited it. He's only walled past 1 of them. And he is going condensed. So Viper, he's trying to play hyper long. He's going up to castle very quick. Just look at that bar. 21 villages of the Chinese. That's a tech up, folks. Tap, 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 tap. These guys have been drinking their Red Bull today. They go fast.
Up. Astronomical Red Bull. Okay, that one can't be contested though. Viper, 12 Jungle Nu also went for some Spearman. A bit far out on the map, if you ask me.
Yeah, he needs to just switch over Chiganu. It's more or less a throwaway unit. Whatever you can get out of it, great, but it's dead now. Once you see Knights hit the field, you're like, yeah, this is pointless. Well, I'd love to see out of Heart. He's got a Regnit. Build more Prelates. Build more Prelates and use them with these Knights, and you just create this ball of healing. It's kind of like the Delhi herbal medicine idea, right? Is you just got these premium units that can't die, and you just pet their heads. Even when they're countered by spears, you just pet their heads.
So what is the army composition going to be? Is it full Spearman Nest of Bees?
Yeah, I think, and the interesting part for me is Heart's doing something that not many HRE players do at this stage in the game. He's still investing in some more archers. Usually you just give up on them at this stage. Usually you don't even build in the first place, because HRE, like out of all the civs, is probably the one that built the archers the least.
It just feels so weird how Viper's constantly too over-aggressive here and losing one unit by one, even if you look at destroyed army.
I think he's just trying to keep these Knights pushed back while he gets the walls up, because you can see he's actually gone further now in the center. Okay. So this is like all about buying time, right? It's that, once again, it's that bone. I'm throwing that bone. Doggy, go fetch.
It will be one relic against 4, most likely. I don't see the Viper contesting the one at the right-hand side. Villager-wise, Viper looks pretty solid there. 30 villages ahead, but still we have to question the army production out of him.
There's also the element of HRE efficiency to kind of like balance this out. The Chinese aren't as far as behind as you would normally be with this Holy Inspiration buff of 40%, simply because 1, it's not buffing everything that Hut has, but also 2, the Chinese getting the granaries, then also getting the supervised extra 20% drop-off mitigates a lot of that value that the HRE usually gets.
But granary not used to full potential, as we saw, one at the left-hand side base, one more right of your base, and you kind of want to have them closer together because they stack in efficiency.
Yeah, I think Viper's kind of trying to take this a bit slower, minus the element around the relics that he wants to block, because his logic is probably that I win late game. And it's quite true, because one of the big issues with the HRE is that, you know, their late game comes faster. That's why they seem like a late gaming civ, is because they have a quicker castle or imperial timing. But they also have kind of a quicker ceiling, because one of the downsides of gathering resources so quick is that it disappears faster. And oh, speaking of disappearing, villagers, I don't know, a little bit here. So Knights will force a route away to safety, but most stay alive in the Chinese economy, and Hut will be pushed back by the spears.
Some spearmen, some crossbow indeed there for the defense. And Viper actually gets to 2 relics, reasonable for how much Hut invested into securing more than 3.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like Hut desperately needs it, and that's why you saw Viper keep pushing Chiganu out. This is the idea, right? This is what Chinese do at this stage of the game. Their economy gets very bloated, and they just throw cheap crap across the map. And you have to react to it, right? And if you're reacting to what I'm doing, you're not doing stuff that you want to.
Yeah. Unless you want to react.
Which is a great way to want to lose the game.
Yeah.
You know my saying, right? Proactivity over reactivity.
Yeah, right. Obviously it makes it so much easier for your opponent to do mistakes there. And Viper, he tries to be active. If we look at the minimap, it just feels like so many yellow dots, even outside of his base. And just army moving around. And that makes it tricky for Hut to get map control, even start thinking about sacred sites, gold in the long run. And Viper, well, he's even dealing reasonably well with this trade. Although,
what a great wall.
Hut squeezes in.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he just covered those horses in butter so he could squeeze through.
Just buttering up before that one. And Viper's army, they are taking a fight. I think with good micro could be a good one for Hut, but yeah, Spearman numbers are crazy.
Oh, and the formation shuffle, bye-bye Prelates. That's so gracious of the old people. They're like, we haven't got long left. You guys go, we'll hold them back.
I think this is the moment where no deciding fight is coming in, so maybe production even wants to give us a look on their POVs just to see how much they're macroing here. No big fight coming up, but we see some maneuvering, some more fights all around the map. And it's kind of the calm before the storm, because like nothing major is going to happen in the next minutes, I would think. Even if you lose this army, you're always like reasonably trading off, and then both players have to think about it.
It's the classic resource burn thing that happens, and the problem for Hart is like he needs to get better trades out of this, because as I mentioned, he's getting through his safe resources faster because he's gathering them 40% quicker. Viper, on the other hand, is fabricating 20% extra out of nowhere. Like, honestly, it frustrates me to this day. Those tax officials are liars. They're cooking the books, because all of a sudden they just like wave their hands and you're getting 20% more out of nowhere.
Well, or like we are losing 20% in some form, right? I thought that's how taxes work.
Oh, so what you're saying is like they're getting tax-free trade,
something like that.
and the rest of us are getting charged 20%.
I don't really know how taxes work. I just hate when I get some letters from them.
Yeah, I just pay an overpriced accountant to tell me basic things.
That's the keep that's not being built. Villagers were a bit idle there. We need to pull more.
China.
Oh, that could be a lot of that villagers still. That's a lot of knights.
Yeah, but it's China. It's China.
It's still a lot of knights.
He's going to move in. He'll look to clean them up. The keep is going to go up, but what I love, the detail that makes this good for Hut, is he's going for an aggressive keep of his own just south of this screen, and he is going to get his up. In the meantime, plenty of villagers going down. Will be a stabilization point, but a heavy price for Viper, losing probably about 6 or 7 in the end.
Oh, it feels like it was more like 20, but beautiful counter-attack at the same side in both wood lines.
Oh my, yeah, he's everywhere right now. It's the annoyance of the Chinese. Like, if you can't contain them, if you can't put them fully in the defensive, they'll just keep doing this.
And we already have the Clockwork Tower behind, right? So easy production there for the Viper as well. And I think that should be a trap war that he should win.
Yeah, the Chinese should come out ahead. The HRE can like boost themselves very quickly at the beginning, and he's gone double Siege Workshop to do so. Because remember, Viper is going to be inclined to build them out the astronomical clock tower. You can't supervise that.
Yeah.
They took that away a long time ago. So normally production rates means that Hut's producing at double the speed.
If we get the proper numbers in, right? We had some raids earlier. Hut should be limited to wood, but if I look at it, 24 back on wood with reasonable numbers. Now the first trap in the queue.
Looking at what's happening here, actually, like Hut maybe wants to extend these walls to kind of do exactly what Viper done, like create a funnel point so you don't have to worry about these frustrating raids.
Crossbow! Not shift click far enough.
No.
They will find kills.
Sir, kind sir, we seem to be being tickled. Shiv's out. They'll at least clean them up, but a few go down, and it is going to be idle time on top of that.
No textiles on those. Fight in the center.
Wait, how long is he going to pull them away for? Because Hut's not going to notice straight away. This is so smart by Viper. It's so crafty. He's like, well, I lose this fight, but in a way, I win it if you just chase me.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in the end, didn't shift click them too far. Obviously, impossible to have the full control. Keep not even... Oh no, I mean the tower not even being built. Now big repair. It feels like this is the spot where eventually both players lose their keep because the amount of traps is simply too big on both sides.
Yeah, it's just going to be overwhelming firepower, and then you have to argue like what do you lose next on both sides. This is why being the aggressive keep drop is favorable, because afterwards you can just start targeting everything behind it. Wrap in though. They're not paying attention. Knights are getting at top of this. Trebuchet's trying to peel away, but too little too late. One will go down. Palsguard are at least going to react, but enough archers here to commit for the moment. Villagers are also going to have to retreat, and now the Knights can dive deeper into the base.
Oh, the keeper still helping out. One trap already fell. Second one likely to fall as well. Now the big repair, but Knights should be good against them, but numbers aren't really here anymore.
It's too many plus signs, all right? They're trying to be positive. This is not going to be destroyed. It's going to live. But what will not live now as a result of this is your keep. That's where Hut gets the edge. Sacrifice Knights to get rid of the stone investment.
Okay, stone still 10 there for Hut on stone. Viper could technically build another keep. We see some more raids there at the right-hand side of the map. And I still believe that both keeps should die, but
I mean,
Hut in more control.
Well, here's the funny thing. Like, if Hut really wanted to keep this keep alive, he could just build houses out to it and then repair it.
Yeah, so true. I also think like this is the moment the keep dies, Springles are actually accounted to those traps.
In fact, the alternative that Hut can do that I think he's interested in is just dropping another keep forward. Look at his stone.
Oh yeah.
He's almost got enough. And as a result, you can see Viper's already dropped another keep further back, so he's forfeiting the front of his base, and that means he's also forfeiting where he gets his gorgeous extra 50% HP trebuchets from.
HP obviously now not that important. Damage output the most important thing. We see Hut moving further forward, but what kind of traffic jam is that?
This is...
Goes back.
It feels like Hut's just burning stone on this now. Yeah, okay. So instead he shows respect. He says, okay, I need to go further back. And the reason is the Viper's up to 2 trebs. So if you try to move in and build a keep, if you can't push the trebs away, you instantly lose it.
We see Hut going for Mangonel. I think, isn't this the spot where like both should go for like 6+ Sprinkles?
I think like Cavalry is maybe better.
Okay.
Because Viper hasn't like overburdened himself with spears. He's got enough to kind of defend a small area, but he's massing Palace Guard. So if you just push Knights in and you spread out in this open choke point, you can just go after all the eco.
Okay, trap shots are coming in. Oh, and those archers and crossbows really unprotected right now.
Crossbow's trying to get in the front line. It's interesting to see Hart lean heavily into range, something that HRE don't do. Let's see if it really pays off in this matchup. Pushback continues. Springles now hitting the field, catching a few trebuchets on their tree. Good exchange coming out from Viper and gaining momentum.
Military now big advantage here for the Snake. Solid 80 population lead.
That's it.
And he takes it.
It's done. Hart. He says, okay, there's no way back. This is the Chinese tide that is going to overwhelm me. The slivery Snake will sliver on deeper into the Age of Empires 4 tournament. A lot of love shown on both sides, as I would expect here. But man, what a show out of Viper. We wondered how prepped he'd be. But you know what the beautiful thing was? He got to play what felt like his style. Even back when we watched him in Golden League, this was the comfortable phase of the games that we see from him so frequently.
Oh man, and the Viper will face Vortex. An absolute banger, like throughout the times in Age of Empires 4. Later on, that's going to be a crazy, crazy match.
It is, because what I mentioned there is that these games kind of felt like, well, there was aggression, like Viper dictated if there was aggression, or in the second game, he cruised into his comfortable phase of the game. Vortex doesn't allow that. Vortex is one of the most aggressive players at this event, hands down.
Yeah.
That's going to be a very good clash of these kind of experiences, because you mentioned, like when we saw in game 1, Viper is willing to play that early game. But maybe the difference of Vortex grinding AoE 4 only will be the difference there.
Yeah, and oh boy, would I love to see a best of 5 between the two of them. Obviously, we're only jumping into the best of 5s tomorrow in the quarterfinals, but Viper Vortex, absolute banger there for sure.
Yeah, and just to like kind of round out that series, like I think Hart, you know, he was very honest. His goal was to qualify for this event. I think he would have been impressed coming through here. I think he felt like there was a disadvantage. We expected him to try to be the aggressor, but instead maybe leaning into this more passive style that the Almonds offered up initially and that the HRE followed up with benefits Viper more. But able to play his game, able to stay alive here at Wololo. Viper, definitely an impressive performance.
Yeah, and he should gain a lot of confidence for that, right? Now has some hours to prepare as well. Think about, okay, how might Vortex approach this? Because that's what we said, right? We feel like Viper, in his comfort zone, could maybe be considered top 10, but if you throw some wild strategies at him, he might completely crumble.
Well, let's see where he rates himself. Let's see how far Viper thinks he can go. We're going to head across to the stage now for an interview with the Viper.
Thanks very much. Yes, here with the Viper, victorious there, 2 games to against Hut. You've returned. You're back. An early loss yesterday, but looking a bit better today, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I felt like I played pretty okay yesterday as well, so it's not like I was too down after yesterday. But today, Hut is a great player, great strategies. I was really unsure about how it was going to go. I think in the end, somehow I picked the better, like we tried to mind game each other pretty much, but I was able to understand where he was using his civilizations and not fall into his trap, so to say. So fortunately, it worked out for me.
Well, I want to hear your perspective on maybe some of these traps that Hut was trying to set for you, particularly in game number 1 with the Ottomans. Now, this is a pick that surprised us. He had Rus up his sleeve. We're expecting that maybe on the water-based map. You with the English, obviously taking advantage of the aggression that we've seen from the English. But what was going through your head when you saw the Ottoman pick?
Yeah, I did not expect them either. I thought it would either be Rus or HRE, so it was a surprise for me as well. But I wasn't sure what I wanted to use myself on Boulder Base. So when it was Ottomans, I guess I kind of was happy about it in the end, because I thought fighting, for example, HRE would be really tough. Rus, I wasn't really sure about how that plays out. So in the end, I was happy, but it also made me a little bit confused as to what he was going to use on the next maps. So yeah, in the end, I was happy because I got an easier matchup for English.
Well, let's talk about the English particularly. I mean, in broader terms, we've seen their aggressive capability really come to the fore today, some of the games yesterday as well. Was this a premeditated idea that you had? You wanted to get in with the men-at-arms, followed up with longbows nice and early feudal?
I've seen a couple of the other guys play similar-ish, but I scouted a lot, so I saw that he went with a lot of villages on stone, so I realized, okay, he's not going to go heavy on water, he's going to use the arrow slits on the docks, and probably go military schools, maybe a second TC, so the fact that I scouted his opening kind of allowed me to play the way I wanted to play. But yeah, I was kind of planning to go in there and try to adapt, but fortunately I was able to scout, and yeah, after that I feel like my moves were kind of logical.
Let's move on to game number 2 here and talk about this matchup, Chinese versus HRE. I think it's a matchup, at least, that many people would favour the Holy Roman Empire in, just based on the timing of sort of their I don't want to say late game, because the Chinese obviously excel in the late game, but the HRE can kind of ambush the Chinese before they really hit their stride. But once you scouted that second TC, did you realise that this was actually, you know, probably going to favour you in terms of that game going super long?
I was really uncertain there as well, as I'm usually right now. But no, I know Chinese are a great civ, maybe the best civ in the game right now, and it was a comfortable game for me as well, right? Because I got also to do my Song Dynasty 2 TC and just take it from there. But he was able to get 3 relics. I wish I was able to deny him that, maybe give him 1 or 2 at most. But the 3rd relic, after that, I wasn't really sure if I was in a good spot or not. He took some good fights as well. So I wasn't really sure all the way up until the end, really, how it was going. I got some good raids, counterattacks, while we were engaging in the middle, so I felt like I pulled ahead economically, but his push on the front with the castle and the trebuchets was still... I wasn't too comfortable dealing with that, but then I remembered that Chinese can just build a siege workshop and supervise it with their official, and then you get as many siege units out as you want, and yeah, Chinese are just great at defending those.
Yeah, we saw the Chinese, I mean, as you say, maybe the best civ in the game, really do the work there for you. But let's zoom out from the games themselves. Let's talk about this entire event. Obviously, it's the largest Age of Empires tournament that's ever been held, and you are probably the biggest star in the Age of Empires franchise. How has that pressure affected you? Not in Age of Empires 2, because obviously, you know, that's sort of your home ground. Moving over to Age of Empires 4, are you feeling the weight of expectation at the moment?
Maybe in AV2 I felt a bit of it, yeah. Maybe I put too much pressure on myself as well, but in AV4 I feel like here I'm the underdog, so I can just go there and do my best, and whatever happens it happens, right? In AV2 it's like, if I lose I would be extremely disappointed, which I was, but yeah, here, like, even if Hut beat me now, I'll be like happy on his behalf, and yeah, I went there and did my best with the preparation I had, and that's all I can do.
Is that a refreshing change for you? Not like, describing yourself as an underdog. That's not something we hear from you very often. Is that something that you're enjoying?
Yeah, it's been different, right? Because in AV2, usually people favor me like in almost every matchup, usually without except the top guys, where it's like 50-50. But yeah, here's like, even now, me and Hut were bantering back and forth who's the underdog between us. So, yeah, it's refreshing. It's kind of nice, and yeah, it's nice to just play without any pressure whatsoever.
A new role for the Viper. The Snake finds some new grass to hide in here in Age of Empires 4. Congratulations on the win. Looking forward to seeing you in the decider matches.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to chuck it over now. Keaton Aussie Drongo standing by for his thoughts on this match.
Well, great to hear the thoughts from the Viper, and a huge congratulations go over to him. A 2-0 victory. He's going to be super happy walking away from that, but it's not over just yet for him. He's got quite a heavy weight upon his shoulders today, as he does once again face the prospect of elimination. Let's talk a little bit about the draft. I think it definitely heads back to the draft. The first game, we saw the Ottomans coming out for Hut, and I think this was a really interesting pick. And when I say interesting, I think it's not the best pick. So there's probably a couple of reasons why Hut was doing this, but my main thought here was that he might just be looking for a more favorable matchup later on in his series, almost not potentially throwing the first game, but he had some great options here. The Russ in particular would have been really solid in this game. And so the question became, well, what kind of strategy is he going to go for? What's the best way that he can pull a victory out here? And we quickly saw the type of strategy he was going for. It was a defensive play. He wasn't ever looking to challenge water, but rather just to hold it. We saw him trading behind it, and there was real potential here. Unfortunately, he only maintained 2 town centers. I think if there was an option for him, or a window for him to go for that 3rd town center, there was a real potential for a victory here, about the 20 to 25 minute mark. But unfortunately, a lot of pressure was put out by Viper early on in the game. We can see him constantly applying pressure here. The town center does get down here on the front side, but once again, Viper being very strong. And I think that's a theme that we've seen throughout this event, is that English aggression is just huge in the early game. We saw it in the first series against the Mongols. We see it now once again, and it is, I mean, it's just impressive stuff to see. Moving forward through to the game, once it got to this mark, about the 14-minute mark, the 15-minute mark, it became evident that Viper was in a very solid position, and as the game continues going forward, the likelihood that he wins is just ever increasing. Here we've got to keep going up in the middle. and this is a great little spot where Viper can utilize his English keeps. One of the great advantages to the English keep is that it can train siege. So it means that you don't have to go for those extra siege workshops, and it leaves you a little bit more flexibility with the space that you've got. And unfortunately, he did get pushed off there, but I never think it was really out of doubt. I think watching this game with you, Riley, it became clear that Viper was in a very comfortable spot.
I want to talk about the role that the English have played so far. I mean, we've sort of focused on this a little bit, but, you know, heading into this tournament, reading about the civs, getting people's takes on them, and English were always bottom, or kind of middle bottom, right, of the pack in terms of how people are looking at them. I think there's a lot of depth to this civ that we're discovering with games like this.
Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't be surprised by the end of the series, or at the end of the event, to see English banned throughout a lot of the matchups that we've got, just simply because of how potent they are in the early game, especially. And they're able to capitalize in the early game and put that pressure on, and then make up for their weak mid game, because that's where their primary weakness is.
But we were talking about this. We were talking about how they've got this early power spike, and then they scale so well into the late game with enclosures and that extra gold. And, you know, to sort of, I guess, make up for that, or I was asking about their weaknesses, and obviously the Castle Age, they're pretty ordinary, but we're not seeing them punished for that at any point, really. We're not seeing civs take advantage of the point at which the English are sort of vulnerable and striking while the iron's hot.
It seems that a lot of English players putting out early aggression are just able to gain an early lead and then subsequently utilize that early lead and force the enemy onto the back foot, and then subsequently they can't look to punish the enemy player. So
during that period where they would be at their most vulnerable. Yeah, that's right. Well, look, a lot more to learn about the English, but we move on now to game number 2. This was Chinese versus HRE, one that you sort of characterized to me while we were chatting as being quite favorable for the Holy Roman Empire, but unfortunately it doesn't look like Hut took the path perhaps that he needed to in order to get the most out of this civ.
Yeah, typically or historically, the Holy Roman Empire does very well against the Chinese. Just simply...
Well, I'll stop you there. Historically speaking, I don't think the Holy Roman Empire ever interacted with the Chinese.
Within Age of Empires 4, the Holy Roman Empire have always done very well against the Chinese. It's one of their more difficult matchups, and typically that's because they hit their timings just ever so slightly before the Chinese, and they're able to strike before the Chinese can hit that important power spike. And throughout this game, I guess the big question mark for me was that second town center that we saw from Hut, because that immediately looks to delay his goals. His goals are to get to Castle Age, his goals are to pick up the relics, his goals are to get to the Imperial Age and get the Palace of Swabia out, which is one of the best landmarks in the game, enabling you to just print out villages. And then from there, you can leverage that strength and build a huge military before China can really catch up to you.
And this is the point that, you know, we know the Chinese are a great late game civ, but we're talking like late game, right? Like what we might call post-imp, right? And so it's not that the Holy Roman Empire, I mean, they're also good in the late game, but their late game starts earlier than the Chinese,
Precisely.
I guess, if you want to put it that way.
They reach the late game sooner.
Yes.
And as a result, they're able to exploit that. So, yeah, it was definitely a bit of a head scratcher for me. I thought Hut might have had something up his sleeve with the Burgrave Palace, but we did see him go into the Regnitz Cathedral, which just meant he was looking to focus more on his economy. And Killer Pigeon mentioned very specifically that there is a good window here for him to strike, but unfortunately wasn't able to pull it up here, and just didn't do what he really needed to. He managed to get a few relics, but typically he'd hoped for about 4. But even then, getting 4 relics, I still think Viper would have been able to hold. He was looking quite solid throughout this game, and to me, honest, I know it seems a little bit strange, but once I saw that second town center, I just immediately said, oh, Viper's got this. There's no real two ways about it.
Well, just because of the way that it signposted how the game was going to go. We talk about the roadmap that the HRE wants to follow, the fact that the Chinese kind of punish you if you don't strike at the right time, because they ultimately do have a stronger late game. Unfortunate for our boy, unfortunate for Hut, but look, I think he'll take the loss on the chin. I was talking to him, unfortunately, there are some things that have prevented him from devoting 100% of his attention to this tournament, and for him saying just getting here, right, was a huge achievement, something he was really happy with, and now, he was just able to enjoy the tournament and being in, we don't have castles like this in Australia,
that is for sure.
Certainly experience to step into one of these for a huge tournament like this. So full credit to Hut for the efforts that he's put in, but I'm sure thousands of Viper fans around the world will be very happy to see him advance.
Yeah, I definitely think that's the case. Yeah. Speaking with Hut, as you mentioned, he was incredibly happy to have just made it here, and so unfortunate for him that he does have to. Well, he's not going to go home right now.
Well, it's unfortunate for him that he has to return to Sydney specifically. I mean, going back to Australia is always a joy, but for him, I mean, then again, it could be worse. Could be going back to Hobart.
Or Queensland.
Oh, all right, mate. Well, come on, you got to start saying that sort of stuff. Don't know that. Anyway, no, look, Viper here, interesting to hear him describe himself as a bit of an underdog.
Yeah.
But how do you think that's sort of informing his play? Do you look at this as, do you look at the way that he plays and sort of think, well, this is a bloke who's still a little bit shaky in certain areas? Or what do you make of the way that he's playing the game?
I mean, watching the series that he played, he looked immaculate.
Yeah.
And his micro was on point. His ability to send units out throughout the map, that was the common theme throughout this game. We saw it over and over and over again. It was just moving units along the passageways, along the edges of the map, hitting enemy wood lines. He looked like he was really on the ball. So hopefully the fact that he's in the lower bracket makes him come out of his shell a little bit, play a little bit less defensively, because we've always seen him be a very greedy player. Perhaps he looks to maybe mix things up a bit, bring out the aggression, and we saw him come out today with fireworks, and it paid off for him.
Yeah, he's done a lot better today, sort of maybe finding his feet a little bit more. And look, we're hoping to see more great things from the Snake in the coming rounds. But obviously wrapping up this one here with a win 2-0 against Hut, and we can see, is this one of the final engagements here as we're heading towards the...
Yeah, this is very close to it. There was a bit of a not preemptive GG, but it was, there wasn't something...
Writings on the wall GG.
Yeah, that was exactly it. You can see that already Viper's up quite a bit of score there. The village account's miles ahead, the military's looking good, and unfortunately for Hut, in this position, typically he'd love to be in the Imperial Age, but realises it's just not possible.
Oh, that's right. Well, Keaton, Aussie Drongo, thanks for your words here. Thanks for your expert analysis. I know you've got to jump back into the casters booth, so I'll let you go, and we will get things set up for the next match, which I believe it features Leenock and Leenock and Capoch. That's right, Capoch getting up as well. So I'll let you get ready for that one, mate, and I'll take care of things from here because, my friends, it is the greatest time of all. It is time to open and expand our minds and allow the light of knowledge to shine in the dusty corners of our empty skulls where there are squash flies and bits of fluff. My friends, it's time to learn about some history, and specifically the history of a technology that brought about an end to the medieval era. It's time to learn about gunpowder. Gunpowder units are some of the most powerful options in both Age of Empires 2 and 4. And gunpowder as a technology was world-changing, bringing about essentially the end of the medieval era. But to tell the story of gunpowder from the beginning, we have to go back a long way to 9th century China, when in 808 there is the first confirmed evidence of people working with mixing up these different powders for, well, actually not for explosives or weaponry or anything else like that, but actually in seeking the elixir of life. It was ancient Chinese alchemists that first mixed these powders together, and rather than, discovering something that would make a very exciting bang, they were trying to mix a medicine together that would keep you alive forever. And obviously, gunpowder kind of had the opposite effect. It ended up killing people rather than keeping them alive, but all the same, a critical piece of human technology that was very jealously guarded by the Chinese once it developed and emerged properly. The Song dynasty prohibited anyone from sharing the secret of gunpowder once it had been unlocked, and rewarded people very richly within China if they came forward with new innovations or new technologies that used gunpowder. And of course, it didn't take long for people to realize its potential as a weapon. And the Chinese fire lance was a cross between a spear and a shotgun and a flamethrower, really, as one of the sort of first proto guns. It was a spear, and it had essentially a small cannon on the end of it that you would load with gunpowder and then light and then point at something that, you didn't really want to be a something anymore, and it would spew these flames out, and then they started loading it with small bits of pig iron, which would burst out as well, like a shotgun. But ultimately, of course, this weapon evolved and changed. It became more of what we would call a gun, a firearm, a hand cannon, which essentially by getting rid of the spear. And then slowly these hand cannons grew and grew into what we would today call just a regular cannon. Now, interestingly, at this point, as we enter sort of the 12th, 13th century, the secret of gunpowder had spread throughout China, and it was in other places further west that it began to really develop. The Chinese never really developed cannons to the same level as the Islamic gunpowder empires or over further west in Europe, because they just didn't need to. The primary antagonist of the medieval Chinese were nomadic horsemen from the north, against which cannons weren't particularly useful because they were
not very fast to fire and also very inaccurate, so it was hard to hit someone on horseback. But further west, with fortifications, with castles and curtain walls, cannons were a game changer. And gunpowder technology, as I say, brought about the end, essentially, of the medieval era. The Islamic gunpowder empires, the Ottomans, the Mughals, the Safavids, they adopted this technology very, very readily and used it to tear apart, both literally and figuratively, the medieval military orthodoxy of the time. But it was in Europe, and particularly in the Duchy of Burgundy, where the cannon was perfected. The cannon didn't really change for 300 years after the 15th century, when European realms like the Burgundians more or less perfected it. And it was all the way through to the Napoleonic era that cannons were being wheeled around on two wheels and fired at the enemy. Although, of course, by that stage, things like heavy armour, things like castles had been obsoleted by gunpowder. As for smaller weapons, hand cannons, muskets, arquebuses, there's still debate as to what exactly a musket is and an arquebus is and whether they're even different things. But the transition from the heavily armoured mounted knight to the foot soldier with a musket or an arquebus was all because of gunpowder. And it rendered heavy armour obsolete, it rendered castle fortifications obsolete, and despite the fact that early firearms were very inaccurate, not very fast to fire, and also quite dangerous for the people using them, they of course eclipsed things like bows and crossbows and what have you. All of these military technologies that we so closely associate with the medieval era, the castle, the armoured knight, all the rest of it, gunpowder brought an end to this. Nowhere is that more obvious than with the fall of Constantinople in 1453, which for many historians marks the exact end of the medieval era and the beginning of the early modern period. And as firearms continued to develop into the modern period with advanced firing mechanisms, rifling, triggers, and self-contained rounds that could be breech-loaded, obviously we're well outside of the medieval period like that. You know, you have to play Age of Empires 3 for that sort of thing. But all the same, it's very safe to say that gunpowder as a technology changed the world forever. And the fact that we see them in the late stages of the game in both Age of Empires 2 and 4 is a testament to the fact that gunpowder was what brought about an end to the medieval era.
Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm amply awake for the next piece like that, because that was very educational.
It actually was, yeah. It's interesting to hear about the differences between the musket and the arquebus, and the fact that there might actually not be a difference at all.
Yeah, it's just fancy names for different things in some people's eyes, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
But we've got a fun one here, Drongo. We find ourselves in eliminato territory, as I like to call it.
I don't know what language that was, but
I made it up.
I'm equally as excited as that language makes it sound. Yeah, Leenock up against Capoch. It is going to be a nail-biter, that's for sure. Obviously, Leenock, he did relatively well yesterday, but we're going to be diving into the draft. There it is already. Look at that.
Hello.
Oh, and I see some favorites coming in hot. Hello, China. How you doing?
And I see a pattern that was kind of predicted here. Going into this tournament, asking players what they expected to see a lot of. Dry Arabia, I think, was the consistent top 5 for everyone. But Mediterranean and Prairie were two of the front runners. Golden Heights has been a little bit of a surprise, but I also think it's a map that still hasn't been figured out, and we're seeing it look very clunky when people try to go off script. For example, yesterday with BC versus Vortex, we saw him throw a Malian's curveball, didn't work out. BC just stayed true to the form and said, Chinese are very good, let's just pick Chinese.
Yeah, I liked that. That was pretty smart from him. The way that he played and just kind of gave up water, but said, well, hey, I've got Song Dynasty and 2 TCs, and you ain't going to catch me.
Yeah, and you being such a prolific Chinese criminal, shall we say, because you're feeding it on the ladders, will know this all too well. If you just keep calm and do the standard plan of let's wall ourselves in, go TC boom, and come out later, everything's always okay.
And indeed it was okay for him. So we'll have to see whether it will be okay for Capoch, though, because, well, he's got China today, and I'm trying to match up where these civilizations are going to go, because both players have got very good drafts. I mean, I say very good drafts, but the thing is, for me, I look at all these civs and I'm like, these are all great civs.
Yeah.
The balance in Age of Empires 4 at the moment is insanely good. And that's crazy to think, because we've got 10 civilizations. Now, of course, you'd throw out a couple buffs to the Malians, maybe throw out a few nerfs to the Abbasid. But for the most part, I mean, even then, I doubt you'd get consensus on it. So when it comes to Prairie, what do you think we're going to be seeing when it comes to that matchup.
So it's actually interesting because when you consider the home maps they both chose, they've done remarkable bans. I think Mongols are S tier on Prairie right now from what I've been seeing. HRE, of course, S tier on Mediterranean. So you have to look at the fallback options. I think actually Leenock has great options available to him in either the English or the Abbasses for Mediterranean specifically.
Yep.
On the other side, it's a little bit more difficult if you whip your Chinese out anywhere but Medi. So I'm kind of expecting that to be reserved for Capoch specifically to Mediterranean. Then when we look at our opener, Golden Heights, I'd love to see something like probably the Ottomans. I think Ottomans have an interesting build on there because it's kind of hard to tower rush both sides of the base. So you get that passive time to build up an army. And it would be a cool way to approach this. Just come in swinging very hard at the beginning with what is a formidable civ. I think the Ottomans, although they stood at 4 wins and 4 losses at the end of day one, they were what the most picked civ alongside the English. I think they were just 1 game behind. But you know what? This guy was most picked for Wololo tournaments. He missed out on only one of them, competing in both AoE 2, knocked out there, but knocking the door for AoE 4, trying to keep the dream alive, the one and only Capoch, and up against him, you know this guy all too well. Honestly, every time I hear you say his name, I can hear the love in it.
Oh, really? And it's important to remember that for me, as a caster, this is a dream to be able to cast Leenock. I've been watching Leenock play since 2010. I think he premiered on GSL, back on GOM TV. They were the days, and he's come so far ever since. And we can see his experience is represented as 10 because he has been so far when it comes to these events. He is well and truly up there. But Capoch, by the same token, he's pretty damn experienced as well. 9 for him.
Yeah, I think he's the highest earning player in esports at this tournament, Leenock, with about $342,000 from StarCraft alone.
That's a lot of money. That's a huge amount of money, and he's definitely looking to increase that even further here at this event. Obviously, first place here, 100,000 big ones in the pocket. Damn.
Yeah, it's very big money when you think of what some of these players on the stage have earned. You know, you've got some people who've been grinding for years. They haven't really seen a buck. You have what I call the golden births of Age of Empires 4, Wham and Poppy Paul, who had nothing in terms of career earnings. They played to try and be competitive in other games, but this was their first rise to it. Leenock's definitely been around the block, and I think that's true on the other side. Capoch is a seasoned veteran from the Age of Empires 2 community, knew all the people here very well. Like, you can tell they've been a family for years upon arrival. I'm looking forward to seeing this because I think what's going to matter a lot is that whole idea of cracking under pressure. I don't think it applies as much here, but where Leenock gets an edge is Capoch has shown maybe signs of knowledge weakness, you know, things that you can forget. We can't not talk about the series yesterday between him and DeMuslim, where he forgot about the sacred site and how it works. And that led to a clutch turnaround, which doesn't take anything away from Ben. As I said of the analysis, it's very easy in that moment to feel the pressure that you need to take out Chatter and projectile trebuchets and rush them. But still, it's those type of weaknesses that I'm sure Leenock took note of. Yeah. And he'll maybe look to kind of exploit those less-known game mechanics.
Yeah, I think it was a really interesting move, and at the same time, I mean, coming into this event and putting all your eggs in different baskets, this is the consequence. You know, Leenock, he's got all of his eggs in one basket. He knows every single thing that you can do with every single civ, so perhaps that's the way. But I guess I'm curious what direction they're going to go for the first game. Obviously, we are on Golden Heights. It's important to remember that Golden Heights, it does have water on the map. However, it's just a little bit in the corner.
It's kind of baiting you as well.
It really is, isn't it? So I think Leenock's got access to the English. I would expect that he probably brings that out here. English considered to be the top pick on this map. No. The other options available to Capoch are things like the Delhi Sultanate, and I think he's also got the Chinese. So you can go for the Delhi Sultanate, but good luck ever getting a dock up. Yeah. Or you can just go for the Chinese, but by the same token, I mean, actually, if you're playing the Chinese, you might actually get that dock up.
So actually, for me, Delhi was one of the civs that I rated in the top 4 for this map. The logic is that the sacred sites are incredibly close, and if you play tempo, aggressor, immediate, you can very quickly snatch one sacred site, and it's not too much of a stretch to go in for the other one, right? Like, you keep a very condensed format. Sure, you have to wrap around the mountains, but let's say you move forward, you put some palisade walls up, which is easy peasy when you think about the left side, and then you go for the center. You can get 2 sacred site cap, decent gold trickle, but also puts the timer on and forces people to come out. I still think I like Ottomans a lot here. You know, it might be that you want to save it for a later map, but what were the other ones? We had Mediterranean and...
Yeah, Mediterranean and Prairie.
Prairie. Yeah. So I've seen a few Ottoman picks for Prairie, but I just don't think it's the way. It is going to be the Ottomans.
Ottomans coming out against the English. So I'm curious what kind of opening he's looking for here. Is he even thinking about playing water at all? Do you think he's even going to bother sending villagers out there? Or is this a potential early Dark Age aggression?
I genuinely think the Ottoman player can't send villagers out for the water at all. Because
I think you might be right.
Because if you get scouted, the English player sends a villager out early on as well, and then he just peppers you down with arrows. Like you don't win that exchange any day of the week.
Yep.
So instead, I'm expecting Ottomans to be like full land focus, probably just one TC into the. So it's interesting actually the matchup. You don't build into like your racks like we've seen in some matchups because you don't want to build spears against lombos. Correct. So instead, you just rush into feudal. You build your military schools. Then you have them passively produce Sipahi, and then you push archery rangers.
I like that. That's a really strong strategy with the Ottomans, and they've got a lot of things that can really benefit from that type of strategy. As an example, the Twin Minaret Madrasa, one of the, in my opinion, the strongest landmark in the game, really empowers that kind of strategy because you don't have to spend a whole lot of food. You're getting your Sipahi for free, you're paying very little food for your archers, and everything is just paid for by those berry bushes underneath the town center. So on top of that, you've got Anatolian Hills, which, as we know, one of the best technologies that you can get through the unique Vizier system. So I'm looking forward to it. So obviously with Ottomans on this map and English also coming out here, it's going to rule those two out, and they're going to have to work out where they put those civilizations in on the last two maps. But
I think with Medi, it should be Chinese versus the Rus. No, actually Chinese versus the Abbasids. I think that's better.
You reckon?
Yeah, because you spam Abbasid docks.
But do you really want to play Rus on Prairie? Wouldn't you love to have?
No, you play
Abbasid?
French on Prairie.
French.
Like
have we even seen French this event?
Yeah, we've actually seen like a few French games.
Really? I must have been asleep. I don't remember a single one.
I mean, that the games kind of put you to sleep fast. I think they were over mostly by 20 minutes. It's like, it was surprising actually, because I think the worst performing Civ, which was an interesting one from day one, was the Abbasids.
Really?
They lost 5 times and won once.
Wow. So perhaps it's just people are starting to understand the civilization a bit more. And
I think it's just like the maps, maybe, right? The biggest thing, right? Like
no Lipany, no.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not those big berry maps so much.
We haven't seen anything like wetlands, right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I feel like wetlands would low-key have been one of their best maps.
Yeah, there's a lot of advantages that they can draw from it. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this game goes. And I suspect you are going to be right. Whether we actually see villagers come out from Capoch or not towards that pond, but I think it naturally puts you at a significant disadvantage to be up against the English here. When you think about it from the perspective of, well, hold on a minute, you know, imagine playing Black Forest and your enemy spawns with a pond, but you don't. That's essentially what we've got here, because the English just get the pond. There's no arguments about it. So unless Capoch has got some amazing strategy that he's going to pull out, and he's going to be fighting an uphill battle this entire game.
But I think the better comparison, what you're talking about, is like Cauldron, right? The nature of Cauldron, like someone gets the pond, someone doesn't, right? Especially when the English is in the game, this is where you think of that comparison. Like the English always got the pond, because if you come nearby, get off my lawn, shoot them with a bow.
Right, yeah.
So the interesting thing with this map that makes it different, though, is in that situation, you're running like a third of the distance that you do on Golden Heights. Because Cauldron's got mountains around the sides that pushes you in, and then it's only half the distance to the center lake. Whereas here, you don't start like on the absolute left, but you start very far towards the left, and you have to run all the way across. So if he does go for some like early villager pool to try like do shoreline fish maybe, because there's not many deep water fish anyway, you can't do that before wheelbarrow, or you're going to lose a lot of efficiency. And remember, if you're not able to hit your timings against a Civ like the Ottomans, it's what we saw yesterday between Magic and MarineLord at the start of the day. Like, if you choose to forfeit map control, if you don't choose to be the aggressor, you might come back later in the game, but it means you're more willingly forfeiting the Ottomans' timing, where it's 25 to 35 minutes where they're strongest.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So is there potential, do you think we're going to see 2, maybe even a 3 TC play here from our Ottoman player?
I think you play 1 TC.
You reckon it's just 1?
I feel like I've seen a few players do great reactionary secondary TCs. I think we saw a great game from DeMuslim against Capoch in game 1 on Prairie, where he went for a second TC, and he made it work because he was so condensed. But I feel like you have an opportunity to take mid-map on a triggered delay, but if you go like secondary TC, you might run out of resources fast initially.
Right, okay. Yeah. We've got a quick snippet there of the POV of Capoch. I'm not sure exactly who that was, but yeah, a bit of an oops, so don't mind us. Fortunately, there was no leaks on the screen. I think that was just...
That's the way we just see the smack talk in the lobby. He's like, going down, Leenock.
Yeah. Leenock just putting the question
marking it.
Yeah. Oh, gosh. Good times with Leenock. Oh, well, the game is surely about to begin. We're about to jump into it. What's your prediction? How do you go with this? What's on the first map? I want to know.
I need to see the gold spawn. The gold spawned on Golden Height. I feel like your initial one is forward, but it's closer than some of the other new maps. So you might not be susceptible to men-at-arms rush.
Right.
But if it's away, Ichiko Amba, this is going to be a painful time for the Ottomans.
All right. Well, I'm going to be putting my money on Leenock. I think he's got a great matchup here. I think he's got a great map for it. And we dive into game number 1 in the second, well, rather third set of the day. Spawning in on the north side of the map in the color blue, playing as the Ottomans, we've got Capoch.
Oh, and gloriously in the yellow on the south side, playing as the English. We are going to have Leenock. And now, first thing I want to do is check out these spawns. Have you noticed something that's maybe dangerous about Capoch's base?
Look at that gold mine. And I've got a little bit of a fear that, well, you could probably park a longbow or 3 up on top of that.
You could.
And it's not going to be pretty. But the question is whether he's going to hit that long side.
You said you were a Leenock fan for this one. I think the map generation is as well. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. And look at this. He sneaks out and plops a Rax around the central area. This is an interesting twist because I think Capoch also is moving villagers out just north of this.
Yeah, I do see some blue north, and it's going to be
a double Rax. What?
The double Dark Age Rax. We've seen it before. I remember casting a MarineLord game and seeing a double Dark Age Rax. Well, it seems like this game, well, we're pretty close to it. We've got 2 Raxes in the Dark Age, and look at this, villagers just going to be scooting on away.
All right, we're done here. No, it's him going, okay, I can't win this.
Yeah. Why did I do this?
yeah, he's like, oh, he has men at arms. I only have spearmen. Okay, GG. So he'll build a few spears because you might as well.
Yeah.
But like long term, I like that he went home because I don't think you win this. Like when the men at arms come out from the English, they're just going to beat these spearmen.
Yeah, I think you might be right. He's dropping down a mill on the shoreline, so it does leave him open a little bit towards spear harassment. But keep in mind, when there's only 1 spear, 3 villagers, they just pull the shivs out.
Boys.
Exactly.
Or the range shivs in this situation, right? Just pepper them with arrows.
Actually, that's a great point. He is playing the English, and he may even look to dish out some damage. But early on, Leenock looking to try and take advantage of those villagers because he doesn't have the wood yet to get anything, any dock out there. But interestingly, he's only got 2 villagers on wood.
The interesting part is, like, even with the Dark Age Spearman buff, like, you still are disarmed by men at arms. You can't do anything to them, right? They're men at harm right now. Like, they're able to just destroy you. So in this situation, the best move Capoch can make is just immediately get your feudal as quickly as possible and go to that idea, that military school build we talked about.
Yeah.
I think if he actually tries to go for a TC instead, he's going to be on stone too long because we talked about the gold, and you talked about the idea that Leenock would go to the high ground. But here's another thought for you. Not only would he block out the gold by going to the high ground, but then he could shift around and pepper all of the stone workers.
Yeah, and that's definitely an important part for the Ottomans. Ottomans, I mean, there are games that I play with the Ottomans where I collect my 100 starting gold, and that's it. And then I never see gold again for the rest of the game. I mean, eventually you're going to come back for it, but stone is the real key factor here. It's going to control your town centers for your expansions. It's going to control your military schools. That's the big thing. You're going to need at least 300 stone for your military schools just in the feudal age.
Most definitely. So Leenock now going up the 3 men at arms. I think this is where he's going to stop. Like, you don't need to do more than this. The whole goal is now you've secured the area, you get the docks online. You're going to be delayed in your approach to feudal compared to Capoch. But the thing with these Ottomans is, like, even if they get their quick tech up, you know, this isn't one of those civs that insta-surges at the beginning. It's not like when you deal with the Mongols. Like, Mongols is a perfect example of this. Like, they tech up and they've got stone, so they double produce. So they get online with that tech up quicker. Ottomans, what do they want to do with the tech up? Set up the passive production. Give me time.
Yeah, that's exactly it. But we do now start to see the twin minaret madrasa coming down. No real surprise here. I think we can all sort of expect to see this. We did see a couple of games where it did come out the opposite landmark. We had the Sultan Honey Trade Network, but I guess here on this kind of map where you're not really playing that much water, it just makes sense to be going for it.
You basically, if you have the option to do a lot of deep water fish, Madrasa is like, you don't want it anymore. Also, the other issue is, like, if you've done it on this map, there's no trade posts.
That's another really good point. I mean, technically, you could probably just...
You could get passive gold,
exactly,
right?
But it's really not that much to...
But I think, like, even if you had water control, it's a bait here, because if you just look, you can see on the mini-map, there's only 3 deep water fish.
Yeah, this is a good point. I mean, I don't actually know what the optimal number of fishing boats to have on this map is, but I suspect it's probably between 12 and 15.
Yeah,
about that. All right, well, you can see...
annoying.
Yeah, so much aggression coming out early, but he's done a pretty decent job here. And I love that Leenock's done this. You know, so the initial men-at-arms come out, and they're just looking to make sure that the water isn't taken. But then he looks to reinvest them and put them onto that gold mine and really do a lot of damage here. He could have just been sieging down the barracks the whole time. Instead, he comes onto the gold mine.
Yeah, but it's like he's got a few doing that, right?
Yeah.
He peels one off. And the reality is he could just leave this racks and be like, he's not going to build anything. But he doesn't want to gamble that he runs over here. You've got this slow-moving unit that's across the map, and then Capoch makes like 4 or 5 spearmen and torches the dock.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Now, I guess my question is, what unit is Capoch going to be going into initially? Is it probably just going to be the Spahi? Maybe save the archery range for a little bit later?
I think you have to archery range straight away. I don't actually like Sapahi against the men-at-arms. It's for the longbow element and the flexibility, right? Like if I push men-at-arms and you push Sapahi, and let's say you don't consider you can avoid the fight. Let's say you want to take the fight. Men-at-arms player is going to be very happy with that.
Yeah, it's a good call. All right, well, he's cleaned up the barracks now. And look at this. We've got ourselves a little bit of a sneaky dot coming in. Capoch doing it cheeky. You know, we talked about whether he's got that ace up the sleeve, and it seems like he may have actually done that. Leenock, unfortunately, not walling the shoreline. You know, typically we see players look to wall the shoreline. Hasn't done that here. So whether that's a bit of an oversight from him, whether it's a bit of greed from him.
It's crazy as well, because if he'd done this outpost at least, he'd have scouting vision in the area, so he could have moved the men-at-arms across from the racks, but instead, he gets caught with his trousers down and his hand in the cookie jar, and now he's going to get spanked appropriately for it, because remember, Leenock is still not ready to start even tagging up into feudal.
That's a great point, and keep in mind, those deep-sea fish are really far away from the starting dock. You're not going to be able to cover them with the outpost, at least, at this point. And look at this, already we've got the archer ship coming out. He's got some cute little micro, though, beautiful dodges coming in from Leenock.
Neo.
I don't think he's going to be able to get this up. This is going to be really tough for him,
It's missing the villager that he's targeting frequently there. You saw that, right?
Yeah,
it's like miss. It's Stormtrooper in the boom ship straight away! Capoch gets maximum impact out of this play.
Wow, I don't think anybody saw something like this coming. You know, coming into this game, you think, all right, well, the Ottomans, they're just going to have to forfeit the water. No, not Capoch. Look at that, comes in and just absolutely destroys Leenock.
And now look at the instant reaction from Leenock. He's like, I need to catch up. 9 people building a council hall. 9. I know we're in Germany, but you don't hear that a lot, at least when we're talking about council halls.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. So where does Leenock go from here? Because, I mean, realistically, he's lost the advantage that he had on water. He's lost villages as well. We already see that there's 3 work kills now for Capoch. Huge damage to him, or from him, in the early game there. And beautiful timing on that demo, wasn't it? It was just immaculate.
Yeah, he extracted maximum impact, and now the cool thing is he could even think about just going to fishing himself, because he now has like the net lead in that he's already started to push these ships. Although Leenock could fight back, he's going to be fighting back from a disadvantageous number, and he doesn't have the attack speed aura from an outpost being up to help him.
Yeah, I think the other curious thing to note is we do see arrow slits coming through on the docks for Capoch.
Yeah.
And so as a result, this is going to mean that he is forcing Leenock out from his own dock, and he's going to need to find another place to dock in, because he's not going to be able to fish there, and anything he makes out of there is going to start taking immediate fire. And
what I love is the optimization from Capoch. Like, some players in the situation will say, okay, now I need to get rid of the dock, build 2 springholds, slow siege, don't do demos, it's so expensive to do that.
Yeah.
But instead, he says fishing boats. I'm going to wait for him to invest before I have to invest more.
Yeah, it's super smart. But we do see Leenock...
Is this a 4 play?
No.
There's not enough villages. I was about to say 2 villages. Oh, not the wolves, not this again.
Let's hope he doesn't misclick. And it looks like Leenock shows the very rare dagger. And do you see that right there? He had a skateboard or something underneath his feet, maybe some roller skates, the men-at-arms. Unfortunately, diving a little bit deep here underneath the town center.
Maybe it's just his sword, you know, just surf all in.
Yeah, perhaps.
So I'm trying to figure out like what Leenock exactly wants to do with this.
He wants to add a dock onto the top side, because he's going to lose control down here on the south side because of the arrow slit emplacement on the dock.
But like my concern is this for eco control himself, or is this just to bait Capoch? Because I feel like if you own this matchup, and you're talking, you both need food, like the English is happy to just say, I can build farms, right? Yeah. That's fine. I'll make that transition. Yeah. Whereas for Capoch, this is the world, and he
gets spotted as well. The Dow moving up as well. Now, we did get a little bit of an update just there as well. MarineLord 1-1 against Whammo, winning his series. Keep in mind, the loser of that series
is gone.
That's exactly it. MarineLord, the tournament favorite, may be going down here today.
Yeah, and a lot of people were shocked when he lost to Magic yesterday. And they're like, well, this has scrambled all my predictions for the tournament. I heard some people, like, can Wham do it? Can he pull it off? I'm glad to see he's fighting back. I'm glad to see he's not going to be a wash of a series.
Wow. I tell you what, we got to go back and watch that one, KP. I'm going to be doing that at the hotel, that's for sure. That sounds like a nail biter. If you want to catch that, you can check out the B stream. Otherwise, we're going to get back to the action here. As we can see, slowly Capoch is improving that map control. No villages on stone, interestingly. So there's no prospect of any additional town centers at this point.
He's going for a delayed trigger timing. You see what we were talking about with the archery range build? So he's got 2 online. He's now got these military schools coming out. He's going to flood the map very quickly, while Leenock chose to double down on getting water control back. So now Leenock's weak on land. You can see he's trying to play catch up. But with the Sipahi also coming out in conjunction with these production rates, Capoch should have a very good timing around 12 to 13 minutes to start poking at the side of the base.
Yeah, I think that's perfect analysis. You've nailed it there, KP. Let's see how it plays out, though, because that dock towards the north, I can't see anything in production, and it's just going to be fishing boats coming out for now. He's got a Hulk chilling out for the moment, but I guess he's just retaken the water, and Capoch has just said, well, yeah, you can have it. He's forced already some pretty big unforced errors from his enemy, just through the fact that he's taken out those 3 villages early on.
Yeah, and now we start to see the Sipahi come out, but these Sipahi are going to be an absolute nuisance. Ignore them for a second, get stabbed into the ground. What is it with these wolves?
Oh, tell me about it.
Like, bro, give me a break. I want you to be you, let me be me.
Oh, they get me so bad, those wolves, damn. But
we saw it yesterday, like in one of the games. I think it was the Vortex Beastie one where he just lost 2 to a wolf on the shoreline. Because they're just everywhere.
Yeah.
It almost feels like this is the most annoying map for wolves somehow. I just feel like there's no predictability to where you're going to see them.
Yeah, it can be very difficult. I think normally you find them near the sacred sites. They're particularly...
Why are they obsessed with sacred sites? Like,
yeah, it's...
Do they have like a secret cult of the wolf?
Perhaps. Now, you will have heard that Vizier point just come in. I can confirm that the first Vizier point that came through was Anatolian Hills. Second one, though, a little bit interesting here. He's gone with meta drums.
Drummer boy time. This is really effective because one of the big weaknesses you can have when you're doing archer versus longbow is the range differential. Well, now we've got a movement speed buff. We can get in quicker, and then we also have an attack speed buff, which is offsetting a lot of the advantage the English get on the defensive. This is what I was looking for in this matchup. We're in for a very vicious timing out of Capoch, already now up to 22 archers compared to the 12 elite.
Yeah, this seems really nice from Capoch. I'm liking this. I feel like he's definitely come in prepping for this kind of matchup. Maybe just leaving this map open, intentionally letting Leenock take the English, letting him pick it. And I mean, everything that he's done, it looks rehearsed, doesn't it?
Yeah. I always thought this was going to be an interesting matchup, and we've already seen it be interesting before. I think it was it Mr. versus, was it Sword of, where it was English versus Ottomans on Gorge. That came out English favor with the men-at-arm spam. But you see how just throwing the bait of water changes everything. I think Leenock kind of got fixated on that element, and he thought Capoch desperately needed it, and Capoch is saying, no, I don't care about the water, I care about land.
All right, well, the push is coming in. Outposts are getting built behind the scenes as well. Metaboy going to be running to the front.
He's tanking it on purpose. So the longbows waste time, so he gets better exchanges.
Yeah, super smart move there. He's got to be careful, though, with the men-at-arms. These guys are notoriously difficult to deal with, and make sure you don't want to be throwing out your fortitude ability when those guys are around, because they will hit you quite hard.
You know what I'd actually love to see that doesn't get used so far is the imam.
Okay.
Go for the extra Imperial Council point there, and like, because then long term you're playing like this weird little Delhi strat in this range battle. Like pull them all back, heal them in the breaks, but instead he wants all out aggression, more outposts come out. The third one here, it's a slow shuffle forward because he knows if the wood is gone, Leenock's hopes of pushing longbows go alongside it.
Yeah, definitely. I think another interesting thing to note here in this matchup is that, oh, look at the men-at-arms actually pushing towards the north like that. But this is one of the few matchups where you can raid your enemy with your Spahi and use the fortitude ability without worry, without concern, because they can only attack you at range. But speaking of range, look at the longbow slowly building up on the backside. Outposts continuing to come in. Men-at-arms looking to push the issue on the front side. He's going to continue falling back towards the arrow slit emplacements on the towers. It's looking good for Capoch. I'm liking his defensive spot here.
It's a really good counter to the men-at-arms play. Like, look how deep he is now. Like, the cool thing about the changes with the charge is, like, yeah, you charge for longer. That means you can be chasing deeper into a mess, because then when you have to turn around, you're a slow 1.12 movement speed unit.
Yeah, and unfortunately, a lot of them get taken out on the way home. So Capoch pulling ahead in that military lead or military count quite heavily.
Leenock has shrunk the range gap, though. He's now up to 18. And now we'll see the switch. I was waiting for this because this is one of the beautiful things. It's very hard to deny wood fully because you always get this left and right spawn. It's actually probably the most predictable map for woodline spawns in the game.
Yeah, that's a good point. I guess other predictable maps that I think of, Gorge is always
it's really,
pretty good.
Gorge exceeds it. But Gorge always gets weird with like the small tree line, right?
Yeah, sometimes it can be on the front. But continuing to push forward now with the villagers doesn't find success.
Fortifying them. Like, he's like, this is going to be slow and painful for you, Lee.
You know what's funny? This kind of looks like an English push coming in. You know, how many games did you see the English doing this exact thing? And he's
especially when they've got an aura next to an outpost, right? But that's of course from the meta, but it still just like looks so deceitful.
And look, he's committing to this outpost right now. He's going to be able to get it up. Oh my lord, that was almost not going to go up for a second, but 2 vills do remain. The numbers starting to look a little bit better for Leenock now as the man-at-arms really getting into the battle. Keep in mind these guys have got extra armor, so they're going to take less damage from those outposts, and obviously they don't have Springald emplacement, so it's going to be a bit tougher to get through it.
I think Capoch is sneaking into a second TC. At least that's the long-term plan. He's got a lot of stone. He's almost up to 500 now, but the wood's an issue because he lost all those archers. He has to double down on them. And he hasn't gone for additional the military schools yet. So I think either it's a miss macro or we're going to see a TC play in about 3 minutes from Capoch.
Yeah, it could be one of the two. He did just drop down a market, and typically you don't see players go for markets unless they have mismacroed and they need to do a bit of resource trading. And I think that's what we do see now behind the scenes.
Gold,
yeah. All of the gold's popped off, but we do see now battering rams on the battlefield here for Leenock. So going to be looking to challenge this position, and quite a heavy feudal position. Can we just take a quick look and see how many villages he's got, or how many fishing boats he's got out on the water out here? So even just a handful. So this water economy, it's nothing that insane to really...
He's getting some shoreline fish as well, right? Which also helping. It's better than the farms at this stage. Those farms, by the way, are at risk. That's why Capoch is pushing here, is he's trying to take the food at home away. Clash coming out, though, and the men-at-arms, we talked about, is they're committing. Usually you have to peel back, but the reason Capoch was reluctant is because of these rams that are now in play, and he lost all of the supply in the end. The supply was the best way to get rid of these rams. Capoch now at risk of being pushed all the way back to his base.
Yeah, look at the men-at-arms going as well. They're incredibly strong, and, you know, something I often talk about. You know, Wham mentioned it in his interview, I think it was yesterday. Like, how do you deal with the men-at-arms? What do you do here? It becomes so difficult. Unless you've really got that huge, massive archers where you can start one-shotting them, it gets really difficult, and he's able to push him back. As a consequence, he's going to be losing those outposts on the back line, and things now reset for Leenock.
Now, this is the thing, like, where it gets awkward for Capoch is when he was just trying to brute force his way in. That's when the English are strongest. Now they're here, they lose the attack speed buff, and these longbows are slow to pursue compared to the men-at-arms.
Yep.
That's why the exchange now pivots the other way. It's still a good strike for Leenock, and I think he benefits more from what's happened here, but it shows you that it's very difficult for Leenock at this phase to defend and then immediately punish Capoch.
Right, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. That defender's advantage so damn strong. Not only are your military units closer to home, but you start losing advantages, like, as you mentioned, the bonus from the tower.
Yeah, I think the movement speed is the biggest piece. Like, the movement speed more than anything. Like, these longbows are struggling to keep in range when the archers retreat, but these men-at-arms, because they're in charge range and because it now lasts 7 seconds, they're staying in range longer.
Yeah, great point. All right, well, at this point in time, the network of castle bonus is still yet to be applied on the front line, but an outpost is going up behind this wood line. 2 villagers just going to be tapping away at it, but the battering rams looking to make their way through. Getting blocked a little bit here. Villagers also getting pulled from the wood line. He is not intent on allowing these guys to remain happily in this forest.
He just needs to commit. He's got the meta attack speed. He just needs to realize, yes, I'm ahead here. Leenock can't fight up against me. Push him all the way away, stop the outpost, and then take mid-control again.
And honestly, I feel like the longer this is going, the better it's getting for Capoch, because Leenock never really took advantage of the water. He never went up to 15 fishing boats on water.
He lost the meta. It got sniped.
Oh, that's an expensive loss right there. I think, how much is it? 180 resources, maybe even 240?
It's also the time to produce a new one. It delays you heavily here, so that's crippling for Capoch. Notice he immediately retreats away. If he had the attack speed, he would have chased this and killed all the longbows, but instead, he just has to turn tail and run.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate for him. But Leenock continuing to push out, but I'm feeling like Capoch's defense here is quite solid. As long as this outpost doesn't go up, if this outpost goes up, it could be very problematic for him, because not only is the chance of propagating that network of castles, making it easier to get into the base, but there's also the prospect of arrow slits constantly hitting those villagers on the woodline. But good little defense here from Capoch.
Yeah, he just has to throw away the archers to get that villager kill, and it's getting really dicey. Notice that Leenock has not deleted it. He's still committed to this idea, and he knows that he can still snatch it, or at least bait Capoch into a situation where he loses his entire army for it.
Yeah, now I can confirm also for the 3rd point for the Imperial Council, Capoch has gone into military campus, which is going to increase his military school from 2 up to 3 in the feudal age. So he's got a 3rd military school now built in his base.
Which I like. The whole idea came up with Imam was good when he had like 25 to 30. But when is he ever going past 30 at this rate? Like, it's a bloodbath right now. English people are dying, Ottoman people are dying.
It's not looking pretty, but we're speaking of people dying. We just saw a villager go down on the outpost. It was pretty damn close to being constructed as well, but now the outpost behind his wood line has been fortified as well, just in case any more battering rams get any ideas. He puts a little bit more health on that bad boy, but yeah, really nice fight here for Capoch, and more villagers coming forward. And if this outpost does get up, it could be terrible for Capoch because it gives him a great staging ground, Leenock.
The dynamics of this fight are changing from how it began, and the men-at-arms are going so deep that whenever the archers have to retreat, the men-at-arms stay on top of them and they pincer maneuver. So it's actually working for Leenock. He does get the outpost up in the end, and if he weaves around, he's also going to push all these woodworkers to the north side. Capoch does have wheelbarrow though, and he has got a lumber camp set up, but it's still idle time at a crucial point in the game.
Yeah, it can be really detrimental for him because he wants to be pumping out those archers non-stop, and we can see he's got about 900 wood a minute at the moment, but is that a lumber camp? That's a lumber camp going on the backside. I thought it might have been another outpost, but it's battering time once again. We'll take a look now at the bases and get a bit of an idea about how Leenock's doing, and look at all that farmland. Hey?
So many farms, like that's 4 clusters. So he's completely fine. Just look at the food income difference here. This is
yeah, that's
insane.
It's actually crazy. Leenock right now with more than 6 times the food of Capoch. Well, I mean, he's made the gap very, very short, but it was about 200 food a minute. It's kind of crazy.
And like even when you look at the wood, like it's kind of comparative, right? So this just shows you the power of Ottoman's passive production to keep them in a game like this.
Yeah, that's a great point as well because, yeah, while he's not gathering food, he's still getting units that cost food. He's just getting them for free. Men-at-Arms continuing to come in now. He's got a pretty decent archer ball here, sitting on about 30 archers, so might be looking at about 3-shotting them. I'm not 100% sure on what those numbers are at the moment, but Janissary's going to get called in from the town center. Watch out. And these guys are going to crush any men-at-arms, and it's such a smart move. It's going to work perfectly because the archers go forward onto the longbowmen.
Yes.
And the men-at-arms, they're trying to deal with the archers. Well, they're going to get cleaned up by the Janissary. So super smart move here for Capoch to go into this, especially for such a long feudal age.
It's interesting how Janissaries reset the momentum so effectively. I always saw this as a counter initiation type unit. Like, say you're up against French Knights. He's dived my base, I've lost my main army, he's got like 2 left, Janissaries come out, boom. The way they're useful here, like you mentioned, just keep them far back, let the men-at-arms get butchered by them, and these archers just headbutt the Lombos. They keep chasing relentlessly, and it means that you can never counter out the Janissary with the Lombos that are MVPs at doing that.
Exactly, because the archers, there's so many archers, they just ignore the men-at-arms. Like, yeah, it's okay, you hit me, that's fine. And they're going to just run past them, and eventually the Janissaries will clean them up. And you can see him just focusing down the longbows. That's all he cares about. Doesn't care about those men-at-arms. That's going to be dealt with by the Janissary.
And one thing you have to be careful of course, is if you move too far forward when you retreat, these Janissary are slow, so they'll get left behind. So that's why he didn't rush them forward with the archers as well. Not to mention you've got less ground to cover before you're in the English base, so less opportunities to do that peel with the men-at-arms and the archers.
All right, well, we do have the age up from Leenock coming through. It's going to be the King's Palace. So what kind of direction does he look to go here? Typically, we do see stables coming out and a transition into a monastery to pick up the relics, but already there are those Janissaries out on the field. Do you dare? You reckon it's going to be men-at-arms? You reckon it's going to be armor-clad? Look at that. Coming right in now. Leenock, he's putting all of his eggs in one basket here with the men-at-arms, and the veterans he's come through for him. Armor cladding still going to be quite a way away, but keep in mind those Janissaries. I'm pretty sure they've got the Castle Age stats. If we can click on a Janissary, I think they've got 16 attacks still. Yeah, 16 attacks. So they're quite literally Castle Age units in the feudal age. So,
but they're losing like half their damage to armor clad, right?
That's true. Armor cladding is notoriously difficult to deal with. Yeah,
and also this is the worst part. If he doesn't micro correctly when he retreats away, the Janissaries get pushed to the back of the formation as well as the meta.
And now they're exposed because the longbow is going to be able to focus them down. And keep in mind, you can't make more Janissaries here. You only get 6. That's it. Yeah. And once there's none left, well, there's nothing left for you.
I mean, he's already lost 2 of them. The Archer Ball is incredibly big, though. He just needs to get a point where he can one-shot them. And what I'm worried about is if Leenock just gets the level 2 ranged resistance, I don't think you one-shot them.
Yeah,
you can't do it.
It's definitely the case. Can we have a look at the armor on the men-at-arms here?
They're pretty absurd.
Yeah, so 7 ranged armor right now. So technically,
I mean, check an Archer.
Yeah. So should the Archer be healing the men-at-arms? Is that the way that it works?
You're in the negative right now. Why do you get 1 damage? It should be -1.
Yeah, it should be a heal, right? Now that I think about it. I mean,
let's change the dynamics of Age of Empires 4.
It's unfortunate, but yeah, things not going the best right now for Capoch. He's managed to do a pretty decent job pushing back, but those men-at-arms are going to keep streaming in, and Capoch is nowhere near even thinking about a Castle Age, and I think that's probably the only way he's really going to be able to deal with this, through Knights, through crossbows himself, or through Janissaries, and he's obviously unable to get any more of those.
What he's targeting now is he's looking to reach the eco line somewhere and snipe villages so that he has like a net worth lead so that he can then go for a tech up. Because right now, he's going to start losing the longer this happens, the longer this is a stalemate, because Leenock is playing 2 TCs with the King's Palace.
Yeah.
Look at the difference here, 75 compared to 59. We can talk about the passive eco all you want, or the passive production all you want, but you're now at a tech disadvantage, so Leenock doesn't have to have more units than you, especially when you rely so heavily on his MAA.
I think this has been such an interesting game where we've seen where English typically come into this game and they've got such a strong advantage, but from the very beginning, Capoch was able to delay that by having the barracks. Subsequently, he managed to get the dock out on the field. Leenock made a little bit of a mistake there, and with that, he equalizes the positions, but still the English come out ahead.
I mean, as an Englishman, it's nice to see us winning again. There's been several months of oofness, I feel like.
It is. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. It's great to see the English back out on top.
But you know what's the best part is, like, it used to be about the longbow spam. The longbow spam was not what won this.
Yes.
It's the MAA.
Yeah.
It's men at arms constantly.
Yeah. They're very difficult to deal with in the second age, and I think for any civilization, obviously the Ottomans have probably got one of the best tools in the Janissary. Although it's only a small amount of them, it's just a brief little shipment, I guess you could say.
It's that kind of, it's that same idea what I talked about with the imam logic, right? Like, you can gamble on these things, and oh my goodness gracious.
That is a very aggressive keep.
You gotta send a message.
I like that he doesn't even move the villas across the map and then drops the keep. He just like grabs a whole bunch of woodline villages and he's like, okay, I'm gonna drop a keep, and he's not even gonna get to drop the keep.
He doesn't even know what's coming. Capoch says, I don't want to know what the future looks like in a game like this. He will call the GG. Leenock takes map 1 calmly, coolly, but emphasis on the cool.
Yeah. Lenoctopus looking incredible that game. I think definitely a bit of a shaky start. You know, once you see those boom boom ships coming out, the water gets disrupted and you start to go back to the drawing board. Okay, well, where do we go from here? But Leenock, he managed to find a window to age up despite fighting constantly throughout that feudal age. He still managed to find a window. And, you know, typically it can be very hard to find that because you've now spent 1,200 food, I want to say 600 gold. I apologize. I always get confused.
Well, for the age up, 1,200 food, 600 gold.
Thank you. Yes, because in Age of Empires 3, which sometimes my primitive brain reverts to, it's 1,200 food, 1,000 gold, and so I always.
But Age of Empires 3 isn't a thing, right?
Not anymore. Yeah. Well, it is, but well, not in this, not in this castle.
See his banner here, yeah.
Not in this castle. No. But
we've got plenty of 4 for you, buddy.
Yes. We do move on to the next game, though. So keep in mind, Capoch can choose between his home map and the home map of Leenock. He could choose to go to Prairie if he likes his chances a bit more there, or bring it back onto Mediterranean.
And there you go, Medi.
And the map is indeed Mediterranean. He has picked that map. So now the question becomes, what civilizations do you choose? And I think the obvious choice here is the Chinese, and the one that is a little bit under the radar, it's the Malians, is Capoch. You know, we talked about this a bit earlier, the fact that he doesn't have 100% of the game knowledge of some of the players who are more focused on full-time Age of Empires 4. Does he think Malians is a thing?
I mean, honestly, if he thinks Malians are like S tier, it's appropriate that his banner is a mythological creature, because I feel like it's a myth that the Malians could be on top. I would love to be proved wrong. Like, I'm building this story right now. Every time I'm on the mic, I'm like, Malians suck, because I really want to see someone just come in and just make me eat my words, right? They'll print out like 500 posters of Malians and I have to eat them on stream.
Are the posters made of chocolate?
No, because it's a punishment. I don't get that. That sounds good.
Yeah, that does sound good.
Actually, that sounds good until I'm about 60 sheets in. Then it sounds really bad.
All right, and what civilization do you think we're going to get here out of Leenock? I think he's got access to the Rus, he's got access to the Abbasid dynasty, and he's got access to the French, but I might be wrong.
Abbasids.
Yeah, you think it's going to be Abbasids?
I think Abbasids, because we talked at the start of this, like, then you have the option to do either Rus or French for Prairie, which gives you tempo aggression on a map that requires it, which allows you to access pocket economies, which are vital on there because there's not enough wood to make farm transitions.
All right, well, let's see what the civilization picks are, and you are correct. It's going to be Abbasid, and it's up against the Chinese here. Yeah. So it's a bit of an S-tier matchup here, really. We've got two civilizations that are considered to be the strongest civs. Obviously, their performance yesterday for the Abbasid dynasty unfortunately didn't go the way that many people expected.
They couldn't be much further apart when you look at their performances from day one. Chinese have a 100% win rate with, I think, 2 picks it was, and then the Abbasids a 16.6% win rate with 1 win and 5 losses.
That's pretty damn far apart. So let's see if Leenock's able to extend out that lead here with a loss, or whether Capoch is going to force that. I mean, I wanted to say it the other way, but anyway, that's okay. So, game 2. I mean, what's your prediction here? China, Abbasid dynasty, a water map Mediterranean.
So I think the Chinese have an edge here. They've got the better production rates. They've got the better like gathering drop off from imperial officials early on. But the Abbasids kind of catch up. I think if we see really good micro out of Capoch. He can force a late game state that can make Chinese a bit more uncomfortable. We saw previews of how that can work when you look back at the Lucifron Puppy Paw game on Mediterranean, where it was HRE versus Abbasids. HRE is heavily favored there because of how strong their eco is. The interesting thing about that Civ, though, is in the first 25 minutes, they get the best impact out of their Holy Inspiration on water maps. After that, it starts to pitter a little, and the Abbasids come online. So there's a difference with Chinese, though, right? They're also kind of a trigger delay when it comes to the eco boom. They get stronger and stronger. So I think good micro is incredibly important for Capoch to stay alive in this game. But even if he rises in that late phase, it becomes more like a 50-50 as opposed to maybe like a 65-35.
All right. Well, we'll be diving shortly into the second game now of this series. I guess the big question for me is how many arrow ships or archer ships do we see? But spawning in on the south side of the map, playing in the color blue as the Chinese, we've got Capoch.
Of course, facing him across that vast lake, coming in with the Abbasid dynasty. It is going to be the one and only Leenock. The Leenoctopus. We'll just have to see how slivery he can be when you stick him in a pool.
Yeah, I suspect quite slithery. Those things, I've seen all the videos, you know, the octopus escaping the aquarium. Well, I suspect he's probably not going to be looking to escape the water here. It's quite advantageous to maintain a presence in it. So.
If you have to escape the water, things are looking pretty dire. I think actually, I'm going to make the hot take that I think the only Civ that can recover on land around like before, say, 50 minutes in is the HRE on this map.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you that as well. Pulse Swabi is quite strong. Is that where you're going with that?
It's more that your economy is good enough that if you lose water very early on, you can at least try to do something on land. And we actually got previews of that with the DeMuslim Capoch series yesterday.
To be honest, one of the things that I don't think we've really seen yet with China is China has a very good transition away from water. So they can quite happily give up water and move into Song Dynasty, and they can go into 2 TC Song Dynasty. It's the equivalent of 3 TCs. They already want to get Song. And so by going into Song, they're essentially just getting a free 3rd TC. And as a result, it allows their transition back onto land quite easily. So I wouldn't be surprised to see, even if we see Capoch getting pushed off water here, there's always the chance that the game could still be open.
Yeah, there's definitely a way for the Chinese, especially when it stretches later. I think if you have to go into the TC build instead too early, I would really start to favor Leenock's ability to take over this game. But we'll just have to see. I think it also made sense, by the way, that Leenock picked the Abbasids here. I don't think he was throwing away an opportunity to use them on Prairie where they'd be better. I think they're actually... I think when that map first came out, people expected them to be good on Prairie. And the more I kind of theory crafted it, I couldn't see the way.
Aggression does seem to be the name of the game on that map, doesn't it?
You've got no way to hide. And it's weird as well because that map baits you because it's so big.
Yes, yes. And you're thinking, I've got all this space to expand. And they're like, well, no, actually you don't because I've got knights in your base.
Yeah, and it's like, it's interesting that we have these discussions when the games are going on. And some people probably like, why not focus on the game? It's because like this is the beautiful thing about Age of Empires 4. Like the draft is so important and the way you manipulate it is crucial. So highlighting the impact of picking X Civ here versus Y map instead is huge.
Yeah, but we do see an interesting development, though, on the north side, something that's, I guess, to be expected now for the Abbasid Dynasty. It is a second dock. Now, keep in mind, Abbasid Dynasty have a reduced cost on the dock. Everybody else is going to pay 150 wood, well, except for the Ottomans. Abbasid Dynasty only pay 75 wood.
And this is the cool thing about the Abbasids and why they'll be, like, top 3 in terms of naval combat. Is because they won't like outright beat the HRE or even the Chinese, right? These guys have either big resource buffs initially, or they have big build speed buffs as well. But the thing you can do is spam loads of docks. On maps like Mediterranean, this allows you to secure an area to just gather fish safely by putting in placements on your docks.
And I honestly think this might become the meta because, and I'm confident that the devs will be refreshing water, or not necessarily refreshing it, but working on water as we continue throughout the season. You might see some small tweaks, some small changes here, but I suspect we're probably going to see players look to just go for mass docks with emplacements on it. It seems very difficult to stop.
So I still believe that archer ships are the way, but once you reach critical mass of archer ships, you add in between 4 to 8 Springald ships to take out the docks.
Okay.
I think that's like the play.
And you just go around the ring, just...
Yeah, the cool thing is you can easily repair the Springald ships, you can cycle them out if they get injured. Another cool thing you can do on a map like this is you can actually bring villages along and then pull the Springalds to the side and heal them out in the field.
All right, well, we'll have to wait and see how it goes. We'll check in on Capoch's base. I want to take a look and see how his base building is going and where he starts thinking about putting down that landmark. So he's already got a double lumber camp down here. You can see how hard he's been working on that wood cutting. Doesn't look like he's taken too many of the stragglers. Yeah, no straggler on the start there. So when it comes to his Imperial Academy, I guess the best spot he's got is probably just going to be between the stone and between the wood line. Oh, actually, he's just dropped a house down there as well. So we'll have to wait and see how he plays it. But on the other side of the map, Leenock has just aged up, and there'll be no surprises there. It's the economic wing.
Yeah, you know, to that point with the Imperial Academy, you might even be able to get a good spot between the two wood lines. And
oh,
then,
yeah.
Yeah, you can just like, you can munch from the from this inner area outwards.
Yeah, yeah. But it looks like it is, yeah, it is going to hit, so both the stone as well as the lumber. Now, one of the things to note is that he's not going to be able to get any further lumber camps out here. So what he can do is actually come down across and then look to put those lumber camps in towards the south side of that position. So we'll have to wait and see whether he exploits that. But typically, China can be quite strong when you exploit the tax in the early game like that. And essentially, you can stay off gold. Tax is that lucrative.
And it's an interesting kind of layer to the Chinese. And I think it's why like they're very sophisticated. So probably the most sophisticated because there's all these small kind of microcosms that add up. Is you're always looking for an efficient path for your taxman.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So, like, by bringing the lumber camp round, you want to be able to cycle.
Yeah.
So, eventually, like, if you could, you know, maybe you drop some farms down here if you're really into tax, you could just create this, like, loop so that you're always minimizing the idle time of the taxman moving on to the next drop, like, grab location.
Yeah, well, the age up has now come through for Capoch. We'll double check and see exactly what direction he goes, but it looks like it's going to be double broadaxe, and he's also supervising double broadaxe on his lumber camp. I know that might not seem like a big deal, but you can see that his Imperial official is supervising, making this thing go really damn quickly. Normally it takes, I think, a minute for these guys to come through, but not for Capoch. And have a look as well. If we click on that lumber camp, it's going to buff up the gold that's inside it. So you see 123 tax. He's doubling the gold that he's getting from this. So for every Chinese technology, you get a rebate. You pay 5 gold, well, you get a rebate of 32 gold. That's the way it works. It doesn't matter how much the tech costs, you always get that rebate, and you double it with the Imperial Academy. So he's picking up 2 early techs. It's a huge amount of gold to extract from that lumber camp.
Where does that gold come from?
It's well, it's tax, right?
Yeah, but where's the tax come from?
Well, where does the national bank get the extra notes from?
Well, we just print more money. But
exactly. That's what the Chinese are doing.
But they have to find physical gold. To get more money.
Perhaps.
I think we've been lied to. I'm still convinced that the Chinese economy in Age of Empires 4 is ran on lies. Well, they're going to go bankrupt tomorrow.
I'm glad that you clarified that we're talking about Age of Empires 4.
We've got to clarify that, guys. Villager Paul, though, is he...
Ooh. Yeah, I like this as well.
It's a dock sneak.
Yeah, he's sneaking docks. And this is so cheeky. Bring a dock right next to your enemy, put down the arrow slits, and hold on a minute. What are these? We got some warships out here. Something strange right here. Double broadaxe also coming in for Leenock though. Still yet to pick up that wheelbarrow, something that we do typically see the Abbasid like to go for early on. But he is going to be quite aggressive here, pushing out. Going with the interesting comp, to me it's very strange to think that these players aren't just going for mass archerships, because after yesterday, you would expect that everybody's watched that game and everybody's done the math.
Yes, but then if you think about it a bit deeper, if you go mass archerships against the Chinese, they're always going to have more archerships than you.
That's true. Their docks do produce faster.
And you can say, I'll micro well, right? But you've got to give credit. Like, everyone here is pretty damn good at microing. Yep. You might have a slight edge there, but maybe the better approach is just to pivot completely.
Yeah.
I think it is dangerous, though. Like, I've watched the Springald mass against Archer fail constantly. But I think what makes it work well for Leenock here is that Capoch is being incredibly greedy. He went in, he saw no ships, because Capoch is trying to tech up to castle edge as quick as possible.
Oh, nice read. Something that I don't think a lot of people would have seen that. And we do see the clock tower coming down now. So where is the go-to from here? What does he achieve by doing this? Keep in mind, he hasn't gone for his Song Dynasty. So I guess the first thing I'm thinking of is there's a proxy. There's a proxy. Those villages that we saw earlier, it's going to be a proxy. Oh, I love this. This is so beautiful. Now the question is, how effective is it going to be? Number 1 tech he needs to get here. It's +1 ranged armor, then +2 ranged armor. He needs to make sure he's surviving the town centers. He's just going to flood these bad boys into the wood line.
Now, one dangerous thing, though, is if Leenock scouts this and he just pivots into mass spearmen, I actually think spearmen handle Power Scout really well.
And ladies and gentlemen, we've just got an update from the B stream. It looks like MarineLord did come out victorious against Wham 01. So unfortunately for one of the Canadian brothers, he will be heading home. But for the Frenchman, he's on to the next round, at least for now.
So what you're saying is it's between them two in this tournament, it's Wham 0 and MarineLord 1.
Yes.
Hey, there we
Look
go.
at the timing here right now.
Oh
Villagers
my
moving
God.
forward. And Leenock getting a perfect read as well. Obviously, with the Castle Age coming through, immediately reacts with the wall here. He knows there's a potential proxy that happens.
Oh, wait. What's this guy doing? Stop fishing. Stop fishing. There's a fisherman right here. He's not building the wall. Oh, he's going to be in. It's too late. The Palace Guard will kill him as well.
And the Wolf also coming to join the party.
Like, bro, you're making fish when you need to make wood. Like, oh my God.
He's found the villagers as well, looking to try and block them in. This is actually terrible right now. He needs to be standing in on that wood line. The scout down to the south is harassing that villager, but he is going to force this back, and it looks like Leenock's party has indeed been spoiled. 372 gold in the bank. That is it. There's nothing more.
Second Palace Guard wave is going to come in. They can clean up that villager. In fact, maybe that's the one mistake Capoch doesn't make. He turns around instantly. We'll take out that Villy, so there's going to be a gap, and it's going to remain open here.
But he's not quick walling. Now, I guess there are also villagers that are forward, and he could also look to get a chop through on this.
Oh my.
We don't see the +1 ranged armor coming through just yet for Capoch.
He's leaving. He's like, okay, you can have my base. I'm out of here.
Yeah, look at him going through to the other side. A super smart move here from Leenock as well.
Bye.
I love this. This is so smart from him to do. But he's got to be careful not to chop through. It can be very easy when you've got that many villagers. They just kind of go out in all different directions. But now, I mean, at this point in the game, Leenock, he's struggling. Why is he struggling? He's got no gold income. It's been completely shut down here.
And he also needs to get that tech up. He almost has the goal required, but even then, just 2-minute wait. What's the damage done by then? The upside, at least for him, is water. He does have all the food you could need and more.
Yeah, and speaking of water, it looks like we've got a couple of fishing boats out here that are remaining here for Capoch. So he's given up water completely. So this, it's reminiscent of me of the strategy that we saw from the Mister in the grand final of Genesis, one of the very first tournament for Age of Empires 4, where he played the Abbasid dynasty on a very similar map. This is Mediterranean. It was on Boulder Bay. He was playing the Abbasid, and he went for a proxy attack exactly this same way.
It's a different game now, though, right? Navy's a different system.
Completely different, but definitely the same theme. But hold on a minute.
It's time. He's like, okay, I've got you with 1 foot in the grave. It's time to stick my foot on your chest and push you down.
Can I just interrupt for a second? Can we just remark on how beautiful that astronomical clock tower is? So when the astronomical clock tower spawns, it has these hedges that it's got around it, as we can see. Now, it doesn't always spawn those hedges because of buildings.
Yeah.
But here we have a very rare instance
of clearly done that on purpose.
He did. He 100% did.
You know what that really is, actually? That's just like a, here, target this building, they take it out. Right? Just in case you forget, you need to take this as a landmark.
It's a big target, yes.
Exactly,
but now the Palace Guard's going to be heading into the wood line. Arrow slits is through, so a little bit more initial damage there.
Yeah, there's a villagers as well, right? Yeah, the villagers are partying. Everyone's joining.
I would just note, Capoch still doesn't have +1 ranged attack or ranged armor, so he's going to be taking full damage from these. He's got plenty of Palace Guards out, those sprinkled in placement on that outpost. He's shutting down both of those gold mines, so it's going to be really difficult here. And he's got to keep on the other side, which is going in on that gold mine. So does he sneak villagers to the other side? How is he going to pay for the crossbows he so desperately needs?
Build a transpo ship, take them around, and go grab a new wood line.
That could work. That could work.
But I think he's just going to commit for the time being, because if there's not Palace Guard here, excuse me, he still has the north and south side of that tree line.
Yeah, all right. Well, the age up now comes through. Expect to see crossbows in queue. Leenock now with 2 of them on the wait. And the wait really begins here at this point, because look at those Palace Guards. Those Palace Guards are just, they're terrifying, aren't they? And now the Siege Workshop. Oh, God, Capoch, stop it. He's one step ahead.
It's the classic 1-2 tap. I got a castle, now he just needs the Siege, right? It's kind of a weird thing. You'd think the person who doesn't have the castle would need the Siege, but it's just going to allow him to breach the base now. He can even think about taking out the docks, and that's going to slow down the food gathering rates. Leenock's only hope of getting back in this game is off the back of the food that is going to allow him to maybe push Horseman or whatever he chooses. But the issue is, even if you go Horseman, if you even go Camouflage, most of the units you build, you're going to need wood. So he needs to secure a long-term investment, because that left side, not only is it now blocked out, there's barely anything left of it.
Now, a lot of people might look at these positions and think, okay, well, Leenock, he's really far behind. And to an extent, yes, but realistically, no. And the reason why, now, this is typically where Leenock just taps out. But it's the caster curse. But the way I think about this is, first and foremost, Capoch isn't in Song Dynasty. He's only got the single landmark from that feudal age. And as a result, he's not producing villages like crazy, but rather like normal. So instead of having that 15-20 villager lead, which he should have at this point, he doesn't. Leenock's base, however, he doesn't have any town centers, any extra town centers at least. He's got that one main town center. So the one thing I'd be thinking for Leenock is just make sure you don't have that that bias in your head where it's like, I'm so far behind. You just got to keep playing this out, because I don't think his position is untenable.
Because one side has fishing. That's what matters here. And also the other cannot even dream of going back to the water, because if you look at the south side, you'll see that he's been blocked out all across the coast.
Yeah, really good input here. So I'm waiting at this point to see villagers just transferred via transport ship.
Or like, once you've got enough crossbows to defend, just get a small group of men-at-arms or something like, and just ferry them across. Because if you look at Capoch's base, point to me where all his defenses are.
I'm pointing, but my hands are in my pockets.
Yeah, someone has cut my fingers off because there's nothing to point at.
Yeah, but fortunately we do see those ranged upgrades now coming through for Capoch. He has heard my calls. He's gone for both +1 and +2. That's going to help him out. Well, I say it would have helped him out a little bit more, but now that Leenock's got the crossbows, it's irrelevant. There's no point in going for it, because your main threat here is no longer the arrow slits, but rather the crossbows. So you're no longer diving those town centers. So unfortunately a bit late.
And that's why he's prepping Nesta Bees to try and counter this, but this is a dangerous game to dance away from your base, because the bastards can just build siege reactionary in the field as they go.
And yeah, we already begin to see him with a battering ram, which is an interesting choice. Typically you don't like to see the battering rams up against the Chinese, but this did get changed. So battering rams now have 50 armor. So if I remember correctly, they don't actually take a whole bunch of damage against the Chinese keeps.
Yeah, and also he's also got Trebs already to support this, right? So he's going to start to blitz through that. Also, another thing he could do, he could actually, funnily enough, re-wall behind this and trap these Palace Guard in, so then the crossbows could just kill off the remaining at the back.
That would be very nice to see. And yeah, that's 100% possible. Look at the Nesta Bees.
Target the Villies. Target the Villies.
That's a bold fight you're looking to take there, Mr. Nesta B.
Get him.
But unfortunately, the Keep was looking to help him out, but Treb-on-Treb action for the moment.
Man, you're tempted, like, I saw it there for a sec. It's like Leenock almost wanted to turn the ship around. You have to remind yourself, oh, we can't do that stupid spinning thing anymore.
No, not anymore. No, we used to be able to spin to win. Now we just kind of look at each other awkwardly.
This is not a game of RNG. No spinning to winning.
Yes, but Villagers going down on the Trebuchet. At the moment, both players taken out just 16 and 17
He's losing the Treb to a Nesta Bees.
Hey, they're a Giga Chat, mate. You don't mess around with the Nesta Bees, but over on that north side, it looks like the wall has been closed up. The outpost has been taken out, and with that, Leenock is now back on gold. So not going to be any need for a transport ship. Now, keep in mind, Leenock does have resources in the bank.
The Villagers?
Start. Good night, sweet prince. Villagers all of a sudden going in favor of Capoch. Has he added in a second town center? Do we have Song Dynasty? What have we got going on in the base? Is it just he's not losing vills. I guess that's the big thing. And that was a lot of villagers. He was on 17 villager kills before. He's now up another 8 villagers.
That hits hard for Leenock right now. He's got plenty of food, but it's like, where do you get the wood and gold? How do you balance your eco? The importance of what he done on the east side cannot be underrated. He blocked out the Palace Guard spam being a possibility on the eastern front. So now he just pushes all to the left side.
Yep.
And any attempt by Capoch to get on the east, he'll get an early warning.
Yeah, and now we sort of enter into this sort of weird kind of stalematey area. I guess my main problem at the moment was all those villages that just went down. That was really unfortunate for Leenock. You look away for a split second and they're all gone. So it's going to make it tough, and you can see an idle villager just chilling out in the base there.
Trying to figure out how this cart works.
How does the stake work?
What is this thing? I have no wheelbarrows, so I have no idea of things with wheels. Is this a better wheelbarrow? But we don't even have the first.
Is Leenock okay? What's going on with Leenock? He's idling a little bit here. Villager was idle, Ram was idle. I mean, he's at the PC, but he may have been alt-tabbed for a second or two. But now look at the siege pushing up here. I'm being reminded.
One's gone.
Do you remember that game with Beastie Cutie on King of the Hill? It's almost looking like that. He's just got the keep. He's got all of the siege. He's got the siege-only strategy here.
Like, here's an interesting thought for you. If you're Capoch, why not just capture the sacred sites? Is it too soon, or?
Yeah. It's a big investment as well.
Is it like, we can talk about those again, though, right?
I guess you can. I guess we can.
But it would be so good, right? Because then Leenock has to come out.
Yeah, it forces him out. But I guess the other threat here is that there's a potential for a landmark victory. And interesting to read right there that Leenock's biggest victory was back in 2011 at the MLG Pro Circuit.
Wow.
$50,000. So looking to try and one-up that one here, that's for sure.
Yeah, it'd be double. So it feels pretty good for him if he's able to get it. But for now, maybe tunnel vision a little bit by Capoch, looking onto the landmark snipes instead. I honestly, I think it's worth going for the sacred sides. I do like that he's just going all in on the win condition right now.
Yep.
But it's like, you're not leaving yourself any backup plan, because if Leenock starts to reboom, which he will with that secondary TC and having access on the east side, there is a world in which you get pushed entirely back to your base, and you are not the Chinese that we talk about all the time. You are a 1 TC Chinese, no Song.
And that's exactly it. There's no second town center, there's no Song Dynasty, and there were huge losses that just came out there for anybody paying attention to look at just repeatedly, just
look at the
knocking it out. Yeah, it's terrible. In the space of just 60 seconds, we have seen 2 Springalds take out enemy, 2 Nesta Bees and 2 Springalds themselves.
You wouldn't expect that to happen like that. Like, I wonder what Capoch was distracted by, because I feel like he should have had enough Springalds.
And well, the thing is, he did have enough Springalds. He had 2 Springalds himself, but Leenock jumped the gun, took him out before he could even get the chance to respond. And now, as a consequence of losing that first Springald that he wasn't paying attention, he couldn't return fire to the enemy because he was guaranteed to lose that Springald, but then ends up losing everything anyway.
And now it's up to 4.
And now Leenock got the real advantage. Look at that. So Leenock all of a sudden starting to look a little bit stronger in this game. Now, if we have a look at score, not that it's ever really that relevant, you can see these guys are within 31 points of each other. So definitely goes to show. Now, I think for Capoch, the big thing I'd love to see for him here is just a keep drop. There's a beautiful spot here between all these lumber camps. Throw down a keep right there, and that could be your victory keep, because that way the Springalds aren't going to be able to get through. But a whole bunch of horsemen going to be coming in right now, looking to try and take out the Springalds. Going to be successful. A little bit of a counterintuitive block there by the ally horseman.
The rest get away though. Like, yeah, he won't even get this one. Maybe.
Is he going to get both of those?
No repairs come out.
There's no way he gets both of them.
Nah.
There's so many horsemen. Look at it.
Tap the hammers. Tap the hammers.
Look at the horsemen though. This is huge value now. 2 more Springalds coming in over from the left side of the screen. He manages to. Oh, this is not good for Leenock. The consequence of not bringing any spears to a horseman party.
So I thought Leenock was going to like double back the Springals past his crossbows again, so that you just get body blocked. But instead, he just panic reacts, tries to like tap him down. Great pressure out from Capoch. Counter pressure coming out is a bit underwhelming. Leenock really needs to get a lot more horsemen before he attempts these dives.
Yeah, we see him looking to push out now, but he's got to be careful. There's a lot of units here, and villagers as well joining the party.
Where would you like to point to me where Capoch's army is?
Yeah, where's the Nesta Bees? I just bring one Nesta Bee out and you're fine.
Where's the front line?
There is, well, the Springals are the front line.
Are they behind the back line?
No, they are the back line as well. They are every line, and we got a little bit of a...
Oh, there they are.
Yeah, there we go. All right, well... At this point, I mean, Capoch is still looking pretty decent here. And it's funny how it all just comes down to these tiny little trades where having the better trade just enables you to really push that. But continuing to focus down the buildings, I mean, there is still that chance of a landmark snipe coming through. Let's double check the health on each of these landmarks. So Townsend is sitting at 4k out of 7k and yeah, 9k out of 12k. So
and the tough part is you don't want to waste a lot of time repairing these. They take a very long time. They cost a lot of wood as well. And if you look at Leenock's resources, you don't really feel like he's got surplus wood to expend. I think repairing a primary TC from 0 to 100 is something like 700 wood or something.
It's a lot. I think Capoch might be going for it right now. The fact that he's attacking over on that right side really opens up the window for him to get in here. Still no stone in the bank, though, for him. So not going to be looking to drop down that keep. Honestly, that keep would just finalize this position. He could easily take out one of those lumber camps if he wants to get it nice and close. Just bring 20, 30 vills, and that's it.
You have to think about this as if I get this, I lose something else. So if I want to get all that stone you're talking about for another keep as Capoch, what am I giving up and can I afford to? Look at his food, wood and gold. Capoch doesn't really have much extra to switch over to.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
It's like that typical bait feeling, right? Like usually with the Chinese, like, yeah, you can just get everything because you've got like Song triple GC, woo!
Yeah.
But this is not that game.
You're 100% on the money. Now, it looks like we've got a pretty decent Springal trade here. Leenock coming out ahead just by 1, but not a terrible trade for him. He gets 2.5 Springalds for the price of it. The last Springald remaining just 1 hit away, and it looks like he's going to come out. He's finding the attack as well. Whoa. So it does even out in the end. It's going to be 3 for 3.
Run fast. You could lose all the siege here if you're not careful. There's not enough front line to defend. He'll take on the Nesta Bees and look for more afterwards. Trebuchets are in full retreat, and it is going to be a pull the villagers to keep them alive. But even with their assistance, a few of these Trebuchets are going to turn to splinters.
Yeah, one of them going down. Keep in mind there is a keep right here, which is going to provide plenty of cover against these horsemen, but still they are looking pretty successful. It's only going to be the one Treb that goes down, and he cleans up. What was that? Close to 10 horsemen?
He didn't even finish off the Nesta Bees. That's the craziest part. He ran straight past. He beelined for the Trebuchets instead and neglected to get rid of the anti-clumpy unit.
Now we've got a problem for Leenock because Capoch is knocking on the door, and unfortunately he's knocking with trebuchets, which...
is that really knocking at that stage? I feel like...
Yeah, you kind of... Yeah, it's not really knocking.
I would say ramming, but that's a different thing.
Yes, it is. But we do finally see spearmen coming out. Look at this, 3 spearmen, and these guys have got their veterancy. And look at the horseman numbers now coming out from Leenock. Where'd you pull this from, Leenock? Looking to try and take out his enemy before that landmark does go down. Also hits the Springald on the backside. We see horsemen heading over towards Capoch doing the decent job. Look at the cleanup right here, KP.
Yeah, he wiped out the nest of bees, so there was no punishment for this clump. He gets everything this time around. Leenock throwing everything but the kitchen sink at this fight, comes out ahead, and now with all the siege being wiped, we have to talk about the fact that Capoch's economy is weak compared to Leenock's.
Yeah, well, this is just it. I mean, when it comes to this point in the game, you know, typically you're looking at the Abbasid dynasty when it comes to the Imperial Age as a favorite up against the China. It's an ever so slight favorite, but I mean, realistically, Leenock is climbing. He's got 2 TCs.
You know you want to see that keep drop? Do you still want to see it now that he's lost his army? Because he wants to see it.
See, but now it just doesn't make sense at this point because there's nothing to...
Oh my god, and the villagers! He went in the back! Leenock ran the crossbows across the map, and now he's pummeling the back line.
But look how many villagers he's brought. This is...
look how many are dead, though, right?
The Imperial official getting in there as well. Look at him go. Go, Imperial official. You can do it.
There's that guy who, like, there's a supervisor who doesn't do any lifting. He's like, yeah, you guys got this.
Yeah,
whoop, whoop.
Look at him go. Yeah, good work, fellas. Yeah,
He just walks over like, can I tax this? Can dead people pay taxes? Yes, that's called inheritance tax.
It's a real thing, and it can hurt you. All right, well, now it looks like a little bit of a counter-attack over on that top side, once again coming in from that angle. Still yet to clean up that little proxy base, so he's making decent work with it, but finally now Leenock going to be able to push out with some trebuchets. A bit of a score advantage here for him as well.
Lee's just like, I need this stone more than I need these people. Trade food for stone. Good deal. And even off that, just look at the lead he still has economically. Like, it's 63 to 79 in favor of the Abbasids, not the Chinese.
And keep in mind, he's scaling at this point. We haven't seen a Barbican on this map. He's still, Capoch is still sitting in the Tang dynasty.
Has he even noticed? I genuinely, he hasn't noticed.
Oh, this is a classic Leenock play. No, it's, once again, you know, we saw him earlier prioritizing stone over food. Here we see wood over food.
Yeah, it's just an exchange, man. It's like 25 food. If they drop off the wood, I've almost paid for them anyway.
That's a good way to think about it.
Yeah, like you're
going to be a pro next year. I'm confident.
Yeah, guys, just like honestly, if I get 2 returns, it's worth it.
All right, well.
Look at the eco. Like, that just shrinked it, though.
Yeah.
They're neck and neck again. This is a crazy game.
Yeah, this is just an absolute scramble. And to me, I guess it's interesting because Leenock has got full water control, right? And we're still seeing such a crazy scramble for it. You know, often we talk about you lose the water, you lose the game. But Capoch is really giving it to him.
And the crazy part is, like, that crossbow play was really cool. And I'd love to see Leenock do it again, but I'm going to bring it back to, like, just build a transport ship. Because you could get there so quickly that Capoch can't, like, recover between the attacks.
That's a good point. And speaking of keeps, over on that east side, Capoch is going to be looking to try and, I guess, put the final nail in the coffin here. I feel like this keep, well, I love the direction he was going with before, and I felt like a single keep right there would have enabled him to just be really aggressive, throwing a couple walls, and you're safe from those horsemen. But unfortunately, look at the Knights. They're going to be coming through to the keep, and it looks like it is going to be getting up. Keep in mind, that's a Chinese keep.
They wrapped north as well, so they took the longer path to reach the villages because the auto aggro. Oh, man.
Yeah.
It still would have went up, but at least you take a few villages before it does.
Yeah. Well, speaking of taking villages, Leenock on the north side losing more and more villages, and all of a sudden, Capoch is starting to look pretty decent here.
And speaking of taking villages, Capoch is going to take his deeper into the bay. Like, you can feel the pressure here. Like, you've seen it with the villages earlier when he initially started Palace Guard raids. We're seeing it again here. Like, everyone's just getting dragged too. And, well, looks like Leenock's backside might start to get dragged into the abyss. Now he has to worry about Palace Guard surges from east and west to that exploitable backline where he could try to get the food or gold that he desperately needs.
And it really starts to feel like maybe Leenock is getting strangled out of this.
Yep.
The resources are starting to dwindle. He's still got that gold mine behind the wall, but I guess the question is how much gold is actually left on there. Doesn't have access on the front either. And to be honest, is probably getting neutralized by the keep. Yeah, look at that. Keep probably going to be in range there, more than in range. So once again, Leenock, this is a tough spot for him.
This is one of those things where I want to reiterate, like, the idea of just funneling some of your villages onto a transport ship and going for, like, the mid-wood lines. We have God vision, right? So we can see it. I think if Leenock knew that Capoch has not moved a single unit through this mid-map for, like, 5 to 10 minutes, he'd do it in a heartbeat.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting point. But what have we got there? Yeah, a little bit of trade potentially coming out. Yeah,
okay.
Trade ship.
So that's how he's going to sustain.
Oh, I like this. Is this the first time we're seeing trade ships coming out?
I think so. And the cool thing is, like, I was just saying, like, he has to solve the wood problem, like, go mid-map.
Yeah.
He is going mid-map in a different way.
With a trade ship rather than a transport. Well, it looks like a couple more horsemen going to be moving out here, but it's just not enough. You can't be contesting this position here because of the keep, and the keep just able to constantly provide pressure.
The keep's almost gone now, though.
Yeah, he's working down on it. They're going to be losing out a Springald for himself, and those horsemen could potentially just look to go take down the... Yeah, they are. The trebuchet.
Capoch has a lot of stone.
There we go.
So this is going to set his plan back a little. He either doubles down on the east side, or he just literally rebuilds this keep again.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Well, it's just absolute everywhere on this map. Trade ship, 48 wood, 48 gold. Not terrible.
Well, they cost 100, right?
Yeah, so it pays itself off in 2 trips. Not bad, and at least it's income as well, right? Villagers moving out, a tremendous fighting force here. Has he just got a single tree targeted right now?
Yeah, like there's a war going on, and they're just like, tree.
We need wood. We need more wood, sir. We need more wood.
Wood needed.
Oh,
good Lord. More stone needed. More stones to the face in this situation. That's going to be GG. Just like that, we even up. Capoch, he finally gets the keep that will kick his Korean opponent out of Mediterranean.
Yeah, impressive stuff there from Capoch. So, you know, the fact that he lost the water, yet won the game. Often we talk about this. You win the water, you win the game. But Leenock getting definitely thrown out a bit there. I think it all just goes back to identifying where he needed to hit. He hit the gold and delayed the age up. Leenock to age up, had to put down a market, had to sell food. And then he was able to click up, and it still took him 2 minutes as the Abbasid dynasty. He wasn't able to defend that attack, and it looked a little bit worrisome in that mid-game because he never actually picked up those ranged armors until it felt a little bit too late. But by then, I guess he managed to convert it in the end. It was a little bit scrappy, but he got there.
I think players are still trying to figure out what to do fully with the naval side after they win.
Yeah.
Because you're just used to, like, I'm pretty sure most players' experience in practice is like once someone loses war, they GG. And in the meantime, you're like non-stop going at it.
Yep.
I like that he tried to go for trade. Imagine if he tries to find a way to wiggle it earlier, or imagine that whole idea of transpo shipping either villagers out to the mid-map resources or an army across. Like, he made that crossbow play. If he makes it quicker, it possibly is able to shut down these gathering rates at the back of the base before the Chinese villager force is so large they just get their shivs out and stab you. But this doesn't take anything away from Capoch. This was great play by him.
Yep.
He understood that one of the biggest leverages the Chinese have when you go fast castle like this is, funnily enough, fast-built castles. And he used that to restrict a crucial ingredient on this map. If you're relying on the water, and if you also think about the counters to what Capoch is doing, it's all wood.
Yeah.
And if you take those wood lines away, it becomes an impossible game to play.
All right. Well, speaking of wood lines, we've got Prairie that is going to be coming up next. The question is, which civilizations do they look to go for? They've got a couple of good options open to them. Most notably, I think Delhi Sultanate probably makes a lot of sense here for Capoch, yeah?
I think you, unless you really, really want to lose, it's going to be Delhi versus maybe French. Like, the Rus is a bit better when you remove something like the Mongols, because the Delhi's aggression timing is delayed compared to the Mongols. But the Delhi is still going to look for mid-map control. I think like French play pocket ecos better because it's cheaper. One of the big things that I hate about the Rus on this map is all these small wood lines. Like, how do you efficiently use wooden fortresses?
That's a great point. Perhaps that single fact may just trend towards the French being picked here. And I guess when I think about Leenock, when I think about his civilizations, neither French nor the Rus strike me as popular civilizations for him.
Yeah, he's played actually quite a lot of French in the past. I feel like Rus, you know, he kind of hopped on the bandwagon when it was really popular, but French to me, like, it resonates more with what I've seen him do in pubs across the last several months. The interesting part about playing French here is I think your timing is a bit more aggressive than the Rus, so you can naturally move out to pocket economies, and you maybe turn the screws on the Delhi. But the Delhi are still going to be what they've always been, right? This kind of efficient trade as you build up an army. What I'm curious to see is what the plan is going to be on a map control level. Like, how much priority are we going to put into diving the French base that's also going to be exposed? How much pressure are we going to put around the sacred sites?
Yeah, look, I think it's a very safe pick here for Capoch going for the Delhi Sultanate.
Yeah.
When it comes to Leenock, that remains a question mark because, to be honest, I mean, coming into this, you'd think the Rus would do well, but at the same time, not the best map for them. And then for the French, it might be an okay map, but the matchup, it's always a little bit more difficult, especially as the Delhi. I guess it's been probably not necessarily increasing, but it's still quite a strong civilization, I think. It's up there.
What, the Delhi?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're doing pretty well. I think they had like a 60 to 70% win rate.
Yeah.
They were fairly popular, actually, really surprisingly popular. I think they were the third most successful civ on day number 1.
Wow.
So
I got to take a look at those stats. That sounds, yeah, I need to get myself up to date with those.
Yeah, it's interesting because when I came into this tournament and I ranked them, the players felt that they were like 5th, 6th as a civ. And I don't know if that was maybe not giving enough credence to like the maps and where they've naturally been strong, or if it's just the way that drafts are playing out. They're kind of seen as a mid-pack and not a throwaway civ, and maybe someone throws away a civ while you're picking Delhi, so you get a free win still.
Yeah, I think that probably could be it because, yeah, a lot of the bans are getting expended elsewhere. They always seem to sneak through. And as a result, there's some pretty good maps there for them. So maybe, like the English, perhaps we see them begin to rise throughout the tournament meta. Because keep in mind, as the tournament goes on, a meta will begin to develop where players are all watching each other and they think, oh, that's quite good. Oh, we should do that. We still haven't seen it yet on water. I would have thought by day 2 everyone's spamming those archer ships, but still not yet.
Well, so this is a typical thing that can happen. Like, you either get on board with the plan or you try to find the counter, right? So some people will be on board with the plan. Maybe some players who have already made it through will go and lean towards what we've seen with the archer spam. But other players right now going, how do I fix this? How do I resolve this problem? It's a popular kind of thing that happens. It's not stubbornness. It's the logic, like, if we're both playing the same style, you're more or less like flipping the coin. But if I can find the counter, I can be one step ahead and more easily net wins.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I think maybe Capoch led into that or leaned into that a little bit more with that sort of strategy. You know, looking to channel the Mister from Genesis with the idea of, you know, we saw him go for an early fish boom. He put out a little bit of aggression. You know, we talked about that. It almost looked like Leenock trapped him in there. But at the same time, was that just intentional? Was that just to try and sell it a little bit more?
Maybe, but like, just to round out, like, on the interesting thing about these civs remaining is just Delhi and French, like, kind of almost seem brain dead obvious on Prairie when you consider the 2 other remaining civs have huge issues around wood, right? Because the Roos one is obvious in many ways, but the Malians have this too, because what do? They build all these houses around pit mines everywhere. They look to go in the ranches. There's actually a lot of wood there. And the thing is, you can passively generate all this food and gold. That's fine. So if anything, Malians should look for maps where there's not much food or gold, but a crap ton of wood. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's see if he... so I guess our predictions at the moment, it's going to be Delhi versus the French, but we'll have to wait and see exactly what these players look to pick. Do they throw a curveball? Do we potentially see some Mali? Probably not. I think Capoch wants to win this game. I mean, Mali's consistently been the last pick Civ picked, I say.
Yeah, but the funny part is they're not the worst performing Civ. There's one worse. Like, so the Malians have a 0% win rate, but they were only picked twice. The Roos were picked 3 times and lost all 3 times. So, you know, stats tell part of the picture, and I'm sure these guys are aware of it, which is why it is going to be the anticipated French versus Delhi matchup.
All right, well, let's talk a little bit about this matchup. Obviously, on this map, one of the things to note is that there are these small little packs of deer out on the edges of the map, just 3 by 3 typically. So we may actually see an interesting strategy come out from the Delhi here. It depends how far or how deep Capoch wants to go with it, but this matchup has been traditionally about control of the food. Can the French player deny the food away from the Delhi? But with the deer packs so small around the edges of the map, do we see professional scouts coming out from our Delhi player looking to try and take advantage of those smaller deer packs?
I think it's a big ask because both of these civs will be pushing cavalry. And if you're both pushing cavalry, then you end up in this awkward situation where you go wide with scouts, you move slow back to base, and all of a sudden you get picked off by either a knight on one side or horseman on the other. So I'm genuinely convinced the only civ that can even remotely consider pro scouts, there's 2. Malians, which I think is really unexplored, but I think we're going to see it, probably not this tournament, but afterwards. And the other one is Delhi. And the only reason Delhi is because it's free.
Exactly. I mean, you get up to that next stage, it's like, well, I've already got 1 mil, maybe I make a 2nd mil as well. Might as well get professional scouts. And it's not super duper long as well. I think it's, about 2 minutes and 45 seconds. In fact, I can check it right now. I've got the game open. Give me a second right here.
And it's funny because when you think about like the way that Prairie is played and how big of a map it is, like some of the deer will be taken, but some of them will never be touched. So it's then a case of, have I already gone farms or have I not yet? And if I haven't, boom, just in the pro scouts. But it looks like, boom, we are into the game. The decider between Capoch and Leenock. Remember, whoever loses here will say Auf Wiedersehen. They will be out.
All right, well, up towards the north in the color blue on the Delhi Sultanate.
Wait, was Auf Wiedersehen's hello, right? Okay, I'm going to stop. Please, go ahead.
I don't speak that language, but I'm fluent in English, though. So we've got up towards the north side playing in the color blue. On the Delhi Sultanate, it's going to be Capoch. And on the south side of the map, in the color yellow, playing as the French, representing Team GP, we've got Leenock.
And I can confirm that Auf Wiedersehen... no, this is not helpful.
It is a word. So for anybody wondering, anyone playing along at home, Professional Scouts takes 4 minutes and 22 seconds to research as the Delhi Sultanate. Now, you will see it come up on the top of your screens. Our production will be in there. But as you can see, the technologies are missing. So don't expect to see them.
We're keeping it spicy. That's the reason, Drongo. It's the only reason possible here. Auf Wiedersehen, by the way, does mean goodbye. Aha! Yeah, bump my fist. I got it right. There we go.
That is nice. That is impressive.
But you know what? I don't think we're going to be saying goodbye to Bambis much in this map. Just look at how wide the spawns are. This is what I was talking about. Like, you can't play for them. But what you can play for...
Professional skills.
Not just that. If you are the tempo aggressor, if you get mid-map control, on one side, there's actually a big advantage. Pumba! Look at the balls.
That's a great point. And they do spawn very close to your base as well, so expect to see him look to maybe even leash that down a little bit closer, maybe chuck an outpost or two up on that one. So he'll be super duper happy for that. All right.
And also, like, actually, especially for Leenock, if you look at his board, there's deer nearby, there's gold. I don't want to jinx it because I'm not sure I'm convinced about the TC, but if you want to drop a TC.
You know, now that I think about it, maybe my analysis has all just been for nothing, because one of the key features of this map is the absurd amount of sheep that spawn. Just looking underneath the town center right now of Leenock.
Like 40.
Yeah. And I'm like, well, hold on a minute. Maybe professional scouts is just completely irrelevant. You know what? Maybe deer are just look at the sheep that Leenock's got. He's got. We got 28 sheep, and they're just the alive ones, the ones yet to be slaughtered.
I know we're in Germany. There's already a lot of them, but maybe just open up a doner kebab shop at this point. That's like, that's good business, my friend. 40 on the other side as well. But like, eventually, if you can, you want to move out because it's better gathering rates on deer, boar, etc. It all comes down to whether Capoch plays for mid-map. If he aggresses constantly and there's a back and forth, Leenock will just stay in his base and he'll be at a net advantage because of this. But if Capoch says, I'm going to do one of those like Castle Age boom builds like we saw actually out of Puppy Paw up against Lucifron in this matchup, then all of a sudden Leenock can just pivot out. In fact, the difference in that game, Lucifron went for a TC boom as a French instead of just moving out for pocket economies. So he weakened his aggression timing and the deli came out ahead. So I want to see if we get similar dynamics where Capoch says, I don't want to play the prolonged feudal and I just want to Castle Age.
Yeah, all right. Well, I guess that really changes the dynamic for how this game could potentially go, because all of a sudden the emphasis is not so much on the French denying the food, but rather denying the sacred sites. And when you look at the spawns for Capoch, it's not terrible, is it? He's got 3 that are all pretty close together. That's what you want as the deli. The closer you can get them together, the better, because that way it's easier to defend. Up against the French, they're going to be very mobile with their knights, so you want to avoid having to run around the entire map. Normally you'd see that third sacred site over on the east side really smack bang up against the edge of the map, but it's not the case here.
I feel like a lot of the time they're kind of like this, right? They're a little bit off tilter. But it balances out when you consider the player's location. So you've got 2 close sacred sites and then 1 further off.
Yeah.
Which is, I think it's kind of nicer that way. But one thing that I am looking at is if he does want to go on the berries, if Capoch is like, ooh, berries, then you definitely need to be building horsemen, horsemen, horsemen. You need to spam the midfield. Because if you go out to these berries, the French are going to punish you.
Yeah, really good point. Well, the age up's about to come through now. 4 minutes 38 into the game, and the first knight is now queued. Wheelbarrow also going to be coming through for Leenock. Over on the other side of the map, Wheelbarrow about to finish up for Capoch as well. We can see he's already got barracks out, so anticipating that early knight, that early aggression.
And this is actually, in my opinion, the best Wheelbarrow build for the French, is you aim for your timing to be Wheelbarrow completes as the tech up completes. It used to be some players were split. They'd like to do Wheelbarrow and then start the tech up afterwards, or the other way around where you just get tech up, then Wheelbarrow.
Yeah.
But this is probably the most efficient one, and it also gives you more options immediately at the beginning of Feudal.
Yeah, I got to agree with you. I like this one a lot. I think it's super, super clean.
Do you know what I love about it the most? Is like, once you arrive in Feudal, if you see your opponent do something, you might need to move villages to a completely different resource.
Yep.
And you've immediately got that option available.
Yeah, because they go just that little bit faster. But we do see the first blacksmith also getting thrown down, so that gives a bit of an indication as to what Capoch is thinking. And Leenock's going to spot this out. And I think the question now becomes, what type of play does Leenock go for here? Does he start thinking a bit more about a second town center? Does he look to try and play it out completely in Feudal and go heavy aggression?
I think one of the biggest whoopsies that can happen for French players is going a second TC too soon. I think he should start with this aggression, already off to a good start, just chipping away at them, and see what he can extract. One of the awkward things about this map is it's so open that it favors the aggressor. It's very hard to defend. The only player that I felt done a really good job of defending on this map so far was DeMuslim yesterday with the almonds. But even part of that was like there was a hesitation on the other side, or rather not an optimization around resources on the other side as well. So this is just like, this is an all-out bloodbath map. Same with Gorge, right? A lot of these new maps are whoever is the aggressor has a clear advantage.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the case here. But one of the things to note here is that even with this early aggression, the village is quite tanky. Keep in mind, a normal villager up against the French will take 2 shots as long as you get that charge off. But here, the villagers have picked up a free textiles upgrade, which means it's going to take 4 shots to actually kill a villager. And it seems kind of weird because you only increase the health by half, but it increases their effective life by twice as long.
And I believe Leenock maybe delayed his blacksmith as a reaction to that, because you usually anticipate textiles. And if textiles coming out, the free melee tech is it's not as relevant. So better to just get your archery ranges online quicker.
Yeah.
And then once you have mass, go into blacksmith for the piercing upgrades instead.
Yeah. All right. Well, it looks like a pretty solid force now moving out for Leenock. Is going to continue out across the map. No player yet to pick up stone either. So it's just going to be one base play for now, which is what we typically expect. Another thing to note is that we've now got 1-1-1 coming out for Leenock. So looking to channel his inner GUA here. We see the Spearman looking to try and take down the Horseman, doing a great job. Look at the way he shift queued it as well. He's got it shift queued on there so that it's attacking the right units, because you don't want that Spearman attacking an enemy Spearman or a villager or something like that. You want it doing maximum damage.
Yeah, these spears are just getting mopped up right now. Like, the Horseman is going to remain. I think there should be a second knight on the way soon from Lee. In fact, no, he's switching it entirely. He's going Horseman.
Yeah, interesting decision for that. I think in this position, though, Capoch really needs to add in that archery range as soon as possible and look to start spamming them out. You know, we saw this this quite a bit, but it seems to be if your enemy goes for 1-1-1, the only way that you can beat them is by matching it.
Okay, this is pretty crippling now. This is the only wood line you have, right? Let's look around Capoch's base and respect how wacky wood lines are on this map.
Yeah, well, look at where he's gone for the next one. It's a little bit further over, but it's about the size of a, well, I mean, it's very small. You'd be lucky to get 400 wood out of that bad boy.
Yeah, it's very small wood game. Like that's the rough part I see of Prairie. That's why I was talking about like Roos, why they feel rough here and why they wouldn't get picked is just you then have to build a wooden fortress to connect these or lumber camps to connect them. Like either way, you're losing a lot of wood in the process. That's also another edge French have. When they have to do this as well, they only pay 25 wood per.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually. They're very easy for them to move around. But we do now see Sacred Sites starting to be taken. The central one going to start off, and it gets neutralized. And also going to be able to pick up a Scholar for his hard work here. So Leenock off to a good start here. Delhi definitely seems like they're a bit behind here.
So Leenock is just reaching into every arms here, right? Horsemen, Spearmen, Archers, and even a Knight or 2 again.
Yep.
And the cool thing about this is right now, like Capoch is leaning more towards static comp. He's still getting a few Horsemen, but I feel like he's pivoting more towards Spears, Archers. So now this gives an advantage to Leenock where he can still snipe the Skulls wide when they're coming out to the mid-map like this.
And speaking of Leenock and advantage, take a look at what we've got here. It's a little bit of a town center expansion. Now, he has actually made a little bit of a mistake here. We can see he's got one villager there on stone. He must be thinking about the old cost of the TC. Unless he's really mapped this one out. But those villagers have already made their march towards that northern bore. I don't know whether he's going to be looking to take it, though. But, yeah, we see him out there.
Okay, yeah, so he's on the board, so it's not too bad. Like, this is what I want to see, though. Remember what I said? Like, this is a map of pocket ecos. Like, once you have map control, you should be playing pocket ecos. If you're just trying to TC boom, I don't think it's the way you play this map. There's just not enough wood to justify that. There's not enough resource gain in one area on the, like, the outside of the map to justify it.
Yeah, I think I've got to agree with that. And have a look at this. Leenock's so aggressive now, forcing his enemy off the wood. And there's no wood in the back of this base at all. That's another thing to note, is that he's got 3 wood lines on the front. 2 of them are neutralized here by the outpost, and the 3rd one was neutralized by those archers.
Yeah, and so now it's going to be straggler trace. Not a good feeling when you're 10 minutes in the game and your opponent's all across pocket ecos here. Not to mention the fact that you have no sacred site control. This is heavily starting to favor Leenock. Capoch needs some sort of curveball. He's starting to mass Horseman. He could try to play wide and maybe punish, but if a TC does get dropped on that board deer area, he has no dive point.
This is going to get really, really dicey. Yeah, Capoch at the moment, it all just goes down to that loss of wood, and there's the town center coming down now. Beautiful little spot. He also protects the relic as well, so if he wants to rally it in, but yeah, great coverage on the sacred site. Also gets the wood line there.
And also this wood line is naturally hiding it from the western side. If you think about where Capoch is, if we had a heat map for his units right now, they played west. So if you scout past that area, you're probably not even going to glance the TC as it's being built up.
Yeah, really interesting point. All right, well, Sacred Site still yet to be taken, and Leenock now transitioning into his 2nd town center. Slowly and slowly, the game begins to move in favor of Leenock, and he's got to be careful, though, because there is a bit of a window here for the chance for Capoch to push and to kill Leenock very, very quickly. If he's got too many of a certain unit, so specifically the Horseman, and Leenock can't handle it, then there is a risk for him.
He'd have to march the entire army across, and then if Leenock plays flanks, like there's a big risk there, right? Like I think one of the tough parts that's very deceptive is Capoch. If you look at the military on each side, 7 of that 5 advantage he has is scholars. But Nice Strike manages to move in, will force the garrison to come out. He does discover the secondary TC really quick. What I'd love to see out Capoch now is a prep for Rams. Just get 2 Rams, get rid of that TC, make sure Leenock doesn't get his value out of it. Yeah, well, let's see if he's able to defend, because, you know, you think from the perspective of, okay, well, when it comes to the rules of the game, if, you know, turtle versus boom versus rush, that sort of thing, if your enemy's gone for that second TC, theoretically, you should just be able to take it out immediately as long as you invest enough resources. But keep in mind, Ram not as strong as it used to be. Town Center's also quite strong in their ability to defend, so let's see exactly how he plays it. But at the moment, he's looking to focus on a feudal age. It definitely seems that way. Like, his only other option is to mass horsemen, and then you torch it down, right? But the way that works, by the way, is once again, the idea is you need to bring the scholars. Like, if the scholars aren't there, none of these plans work. So, although it looks like it's still fairly even, like, Leenock is gradually building this lead, the longer that Capoch doesn't commit to a very ambitious play, shall we say. Yeah, well, he's picked up the first of the sacred sites, so things are going well for him here. He's going to need to at least work towards that second one, hopefully bringing it through. But keep in mind, it hasn't been trickling this entire time. It's only just started trickling. If he gets between the retreat point and the villagers, he can just body block them all and kill. And yeah, there's the wraparound. Brilliant play by Capoch there. Villagers going to panic, retreat away. 2 or 3 of them should be going down. Sometimes I wonder how these villagers get past that. I was going to say, when it comes to pathing, villagers have got a magical way of getting through. But when you compare what happened yesterday, when Puppy Paw had all of his villagers surrounding those knights, those knights were not going anywhere. Well, because they wanted to fight in that situation, you know. Slippery cowards always find a way. Well, unfortunately, those villagers, they found a way. So slippery they must be, and French they are indeed. Well, they wave the white flag and then they're like, parlay, parlay. Apparently it works. You just need to say the word parlay. It does sound like a fun word. It does, doesn't it? Yes. All right, well, the push is starting to come out now. You mentioned a bit earlier, he's got to bring the scholars, and the scholars have joined the party. Second sacred site still not yet captured at this point, but I think he might be working towards it. Horseman numbers looking good, though, for Capoch, and definitely starting to hit the aggressive reinforcements here. Villagers also getting chased in. KP, is he going to be able to hold on to this? I think he's just trying to pull all the villagers away from the second TC. That way, if it goes down, he at least keeps the eco lead, but you can see it's shrinking. Capoch hit his timing. I wanted to see kind of this all-in play. He was prepping for it, and now he's willing to commit. 21 archers, 19 horsemen, plus the 10 scholars. If he just turns to the CC, it's going to be burnt down in an instant. Yeah, and keep in mind, there's also the sacred site towards the north of that town center. He takes the town center out, and all of a sudden... already. Yeah, wow. All right, well, it looks like Leenock going to be able to contest the sacred site in the north. Holding on for dear life here, wants to prevent that sacred site timer from starting to tick. But Capoch has found a way into this game, and he's up quite a decent amount of military population. Keep in mind, even though they are scholars that are out on the field, they're still contributing to the party. It's the game of cavalry. Prairie is a map of cavalry. Who has the cavalry advantage? Very clearly here. This is the issue. Leenock went into a cheaper comp to inflate himself after going for this secondary TC play, and now he's in trouble. Archer's going to pick him apart before the idle time. Horsemen are going to keep the army at the main base, and any attempt to now go and extract value back in the Delhi base is going to fail because of this overwhelming force of horsemen. Well, he's got to be careful here. Leenock looking to push forward. Fortunately, it seems like Capoch is going to be able to bring back the cavalry in time, and the numbers here looking good for Capoch. Leenock, he spends 100% of his time playing Age of Empires 4. Capoch is 50-50 with AoE 2, but it seems at the moment Capoch has got a little bit of a lead. 50-50 of the series coming in this one, but now starting to pivot in favor of Capoch. Just good adjustment after that initial aggression. Some players would have bowed down. They would have just turned around and said, okay, I need to be the defender here. But he finds a way to slip out. He finds a way now to get back onto things like wood that he was being deprived of. And all of a sudden, Leenock is the one playing catch-up. And unless he wants to match horseman with horseman, his only option is knights. And knights are just going to get out in the field naturally slower than the alternative. Yeah, and that's a great point. All right, well, Sacred Site lost down on the south side of the map. 1 remains now for Capoch. So decent job by Leenock, but now that town center is going to be under threat. Plenty of scholars here in the middle. He's got a total of 9 out at the moment with 7 scholars in queue. That's a lot of gold right there, KP. He's going to be too slow to get in position, Drongo. This TC is going down before the army even arrives. There's nothing you can do to stop it. Even the repairs won't feel quick enough. Maybe you hesitate. Capoch is a little bit reluctant. We'll pull the horsemen back, but they commit the torches still. The archers will now be the front line alongside the scholars. It is going to be an exchange of healing for Eco as the TC does go down, and now the horsemen will surge past and push the archers all the way back to base.
Leenock is looking in shambles right now. Take a look at this. They're getting a beautiful surround here, and it looks like Leenock, he's got the knight numbers here, all of a sudden going to be able to clean up. A beautiful job there by Leenock to bring those knights back in the nick of time.
Yeah, that was clutch. He actually split them into 2 groups. He's baiting him in. He's willing to sacrifice archers for horsemen. It's just a good economical exchange at that point. And he comes out ahead of the secondary fight, but still comes out behind due to the TC being lost at the beginning.
Yeah, I find it very interesting that despite having that second town center for so long, he's only got a villager lead at the moment of 8. Keep in mind, Capoch did a great job there taking out villagers. He's lost 7 villagers throughout this game, Leenock has.
It's that type of thing where it's like...
18.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's quite a lot there. It's one of those games where it's like, maybe I should have got textiles, right, when you think back. But you're playing with confidence. You had map control. You had no reason to get textiles.
Yep.
Maybe when that first horseman raid comes in, you could go for it. And at that point, instead of being 18 lost villages, it's more like 9.
Yeah, all right. Well, Leenock looking to try and harness that inner APM. Keep in mind, he's Korean, infamous for their APM and their ability to really start moving around the mouse and keyboard. Still got this outpost back here that he can fall back to, and you can see one of the knights inside healing up, so playing very cheekily, but he is going to escape with the knights. Heading up towards the north, he'll try and delay the game a little bit longer. The one key thing that he needs to do here is try and keep his opponent on the back foot, constantly hit those villagers, try and prevent sacred sites from being taken, and we see in the middle, he's looking to do that, but at the same time, the archers are going to be there to defend it.
Yeah, he's just trying to buy time. Leenock's looking for a new way back into this game because right now, the lay of the land does favor Capoch, clearly.
Yeah.
But if you keep convincing him to take these bad fights, as in like the horsemen get pulled fully away from the scholars, you're going to start to see this horseman count shrink. At which stage the knights will reign supreme again.
And there are almost as many knights as there are horsemen, so that's definitely a good thing. And in fact, if Leenock takes a fight right now, this could be terrible for Capoch. There's barely any spearmen right here. He's got 10 out on the field, and the scholar's going to get caught at the back. He's put them all in the same formation, and the scholar's going to get left fed to the wolves, it seems.
Yeah, like maybe you get one out if you're lucky. Maybe one left alive to send a message, but no, they must all die. So healing factor is just plummeting now. Only 4 alive scholars for Capoch. He queues up 12, but that feels like a pipe dream before the next big fight.
Win condition here for the French is to just simply have more knights than your enemy can deal with, and those numbers are really starting to rise. The longer this feudal age fight goes on, the better it gets for Leenock. He's got a beautiful little position here, but the horsemen make it towards the front line. Not a lot of spearmen on the backside for Leenock. He needs to pull them in, needs to try and get some assistance here, but spearmen numbers for Capoch looking pretty decent. Knights moving through. Once again, you hear the beautiful sound of the skewer as the spearmen do a decent job. Archers on the backside still looking decent, but there's barely any scholars here. He's only got a handful of them here.
They've got an opening. Like, that's what happened there. He baited the spearmen on the left side, and as soon as they arrive there, the knights can just go through onto the archers. Another brilliant factor is Leenock has so many knights, he uses them to body block and maneuver onto the archers. He takes both sides of the fights in phenomenal fashion, and now Capoch fully on the back foot.
The win condition here for the French player is to have more knights than your enemy can deal with, and he's now camping on top of the production. It looks likely that Leenock is going to force a good game right here, but Capoch knows he cannot do it right now. If he does it, he's going home, and he doesn't want to go home, KP.
No, the only thing keeping him alive is that half his economy isn't in his base. It's on the south side of the map. That's the only thing that's good for him, but that's going to get revealed by the scout now, so he can turn and burn onto this, baby. 15 knights in the field. Leenock now taking full control, and he does it instantly. He retreats from the berry patch, but the rest of this is now exposed, and this could just be the point where Capoch completely flatlines.
Villagers up towards the north, going to get caught out. We can see those archers trying to find them. They were up on the gold mine, but this is terrible. We talked earlier about 20 villagers killed by Capoch. Well, get ready to watch that number increase for Leenock. He's got 8 so far, but 9, 10, 11, 12. There they keep going. I'm not going to count for you. You guys know how to do it yourselves, and that number continues to rise, and with that, Capoch, his blood pressure does too.
He's just lost more workers on the other side. That's it, instantly, no hesitation. Leenock shows up on Prairie in full form in the end to knock out Capoch. Now, out of AoE 2 and AoE 4, won't be able to go any further. Leenock, though, keeps the dream alive.
He does it, and he's going to continue going through today. He's got another, I think he's got another match coming up as well tonight, so it is not over for him, but Leenock, I mean, it's been incredible witnessing the way that he played that. There are a couple points in that series where, I guess realistically, I was a bit worried for him, but he manages to pull it out, and the Lenoctopus he's looking incredible, KP.
Absolutely. Like, Leenock, he came in full form in the end. It was a really interesting play. Capoch, you can see him right now. He's just kind of processing what happened, how it went down. I feel for the guy. Like, you know, I think he actually was feeling pretty good about how some of these games went. There's no doubt that there's kind of lingering feeling of what happened yesterday. I'm sure that was weighing on him. You know, he was a good lad. We had a little bit. Some people having a little bit of tease about it. He didn't take it seriously. Because he knew, right? You know how these players are. A lot of them know what went wrong, and that's what he's doing right there. The post-game processing. But I got to give it to Leenock, man. The patience to not full all-in commit to defend the TC is what was his saving grace in this game. There was a great momentum on Capoch's side, but it's very difficult under that pressure, up against a civ like the Delhi, to remain calm and just let him have it and come back into the game 5 to 6 minutes later.
And you're 100% right. You know, 99%, in fact, I'll go 99.9% of other players would have looked at that and said, I need to fight here. I need to protect this town center. It must not fall, because if it falls, my advantage with it leaves. But fortunately, he didn't do that, and he was able to prevent himself from taking a really bad fight, because had he taken that fight, you know, there's the potential he loses everything. And now Capoch is marching towards his base, looking for that production, stands on top of it the same way that he did, and it's all over Red Rover for Leenock.
Yeah, I think what was great about the series is, you know, every game you look at, that like it felt close, right?
Oh yeah.
That's beautiful. Even the second one, where some people would think, oh, the Chinese just win this. Like, well, look what they've done. Or first, the Bastards win this. They've won water. They both found a way to really make this incredibly close. And it comes back to what I heard from a lot of players going into this. People have different ideas, clashing metas and theories. Means we're going to have an incredibly close tournament, and we got a very close series here. But you know what? I think we should go and check with the victor. Leenock comes out victorious. He keeps the dream alive. Let's see what Riley can pick his brain for on the stage.
Thanks very much. Yes, here with Leenock, who has made it through to the quarterfinals. Congratulations, Leenock. You must be very happy with that result.
Thank you.
I want to ask you about the English. We've seen a lot of the English both aggressively and in the late game. When you pick the English, do you want to try to be aggressive with feudal, or are you hoping to play the late game with enclosures?
Just maybe it's coordinate, so I want to take ships, but if I do English, it's easy for go dog, because English villager is longbow. So I just pick about it, and a little bit confused because he hard attack, but I think it's no good Osman choice.
Yeah, we've seen the Ottomans a bit mixed, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes they haven't really been doing very well. Let's talk about the second game,
Yes.
Abbasid versus Chinese. The Chinese seem to be the best civ, roughly, at the moment. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I think so too.
And in this situation, as the Abbasids, what's the best way to try to contest the Chinese on a map like Mediterranean?
Really, actually, I have not planned. Just China on water map, so how to do? And when I pick Abbasid, I really think, why I pick Abbasid? I think third map Abbasid is better, maybe just to give up the second map, but just want to try win China, but yes, too hard.
Yeah, very tough matchup. But French versus Delhi, you got there. Nice early aggression on an open map. The French seem really good when you can put the cavalry to good use with the knights.
Actually, I feel Delhi versus French on that map, so too hard to me. So how to do? And I think if I go just to TC, never can win. So change your plan. So hard attack after slowly to second TC. And I think my micro better than him. So maybe many units is better than him. So
yeah,
I do that and I can win.
And yeah, and that's exactly what you did. A 2-1 victory. Leenock, congratulations. Looking forward to seeing you in the quarterfinals.
Thank you.
We're going to throw it back over to the analysis chamber right now and see what Nili has to say about the matches that we've just seen.
Capoch against Leenock. Leenock going through there and Capoch sadly out. And really interesting set still. I still had some high hopes for Capoch. Obviously super impressed with what he achieved in Age of Empires 2 and Age of Empires 4 here. He had to be heartbroken and you saw how he walked off the stage. But still, a lot of games that he should be proud of. We will take a look at game 1 and we have to arguably rethink how we view feudal age if English are involved. Because this man-at-arm longbow composition just looks really tough to address, especially on a map where we have short distance and something like horseman attacks aren't really an option. We saw it from the Mister, very successfully played there as well. And it just feels like if we go into this mass army, it feels better for English. And then we have to think about, okay, what are our next steps going to be? Leenock obviously getting a lot of control here. The ship, beautiful demo there, finding all the villagers. And, well, simply, this is the moment where we feel, okay, we have the big attack coming in here for the months. They get proper numbers. But is there a single unit that is actually good against men-at-arms? It feels like we can go for some archers, can go for some micro, but longbowmen obviously so good because they can use their range, right? Now, the cavalry is coming in, but beautiful micro constantly by Leenock, and we heard it in the after interview from him. He feels his micro is a bit better than Capoch here for sure, and this is just a big fight, right? He had 3 towers, but 3 towers were not enough. Men-at-arms just too good, massive amount of barracks, and then we reached Castle Age. And in Castle Age, you can't address those men-at-arms anymore if you only feudal age yourself.
I want to come back to the point you're making about the English in feudal age. I think we've mischaracterized this Civ. I was talking to Keaton, Aussie Drongo, earlier about how this Civ tended to be, I think, a bit underrated by players heading into this event, or certainly our impression of it was that it wasn't a top-tier Civ. Is it time for us to re-examine that?
Well, we always knew they have a crazy power spike early feudal age, and they're really good, like 40 minutes plus. The early power spike, probably we can say like whole feudal age. Now, it felt like in the end of feudal age, they were falling off a bit, but men-at-arms, kind of one of the discoveries of this tournament so far.
And we're seeing, just to sort of reiterate something for the viewers who maybe missed it earlier, we're seeing this concept that the early power spike actually can kind of carry them through Castle. Even though their Civ falls off, you can do that much damage that if you don't close the game in feudal, your opponent isn't really in a position to respond and, you know, take advantage of that vulnerability in the mid-game.
Also, I think English benefited from the weaker town centers now, right? So basically, there's like both get 2 town centers and we get to Castle Age quicker and don't take a lot of damage. That was where English struggled.
I want to ask you some stuff about this map here because we have seen invariably every single time in Mediterranean a huge fight for the water. Now, it looks like Capoch just kind of gave up water, right? And you think, well, okay, this is going to have huge disastrous consequences for his eco, but we kind of saw him lock Leenock out of much of the map because he didn't focus on water, and that had some pretty interesting consequences.
Yeah, hashtag mind games there for sure. Sent some galleys around, tried to find some fishing ship kills, but actually Leenock saw that. And I think Leenock, if he played this map more often and played a bit more against Mister, for example, or other like super creative people, he might have realized earlier, wow, you're actually giving up water, something major has to happen. Because as we saw, barracks already up, walls too late, and now the Palace Guard are coming in, and now it gets tricky for Leenock.
And I think, again, we are learning something here, Nelly. You know, the players have come in with strategies that we don't always have the best idea about. They've played a very close hand. And here, Capoch's approach, I think will be getting people thinking about how best to approach this map, purely because we saw Leenock locked out and sort of constricted on resources. He didn't take advantage of the neutral trade points here in the, on the lake. And I don't know, I was impressed by the way Capoch upset the apple cart with Mediterranean.
Obviously, it is a strategy that Capoch played here that really took Leenock off guard. But I also feel Leenock didn't play it to perfection in the sense, like, obviously walls were a bit late, right? Then he could have easily added like 5 to 10 more fishing ships. As you mentioned, some trade on water, maybe like 3-4 alone would have solved the goal problem for him as well. So I still believe it's not an ideal strategy, but it certainly caught Leenock off guard, and then it's easy to react incorrectly.
Yes, and that's what I think we saw here. Just again, that coming from an unexpected angle, I think made all the difference here, and got Capoch on the board in what was ultimately, unfortunately for him, a 2-1 defeat to Leenock. We'll be able to jump into game number 3. Are there any more thoughts you have before we move on about what we saw here on Mediterranean?
Just beautiful execution by Capoch, like keep on both sides, and he gets the W, has to be happy. But also Leenock said China is the best Civ, so he kind of played it as a throwaway map.
Yeah, he did sort of seem that it sort of seemed like he didn't really have much skin in the game that time. But he certainly didn't game number 3, where we saw the French in their natural habitat on the prairie, of course. That's where we know the French love to live, on the great prairies. But no, more seriously, I think this is a map that's really well suited to the French. Look at this.
Crazy amount of sheep, obviously. Prairie map with lots of sheep, and we even played double scout to get even more. Forced Leenock, or didn't force Leenock to be out there on the map, and he played the 1-1-1 build. Started with the School of Cavalry into archer range, into barracks, had lots of aggression, while Capoch still was playing horseman and spearman for quite some time.
This was a way that we saw the composition, the rather complicated composition that Leenock put together actually kind of paid off in spades, because you've always got an idea against the French what they're going to bring to the table. They've got excellent cavalry nice and early. So Leenock, again, the kind of mind games came into it, making sure that he was ready for what Capoch's response to what he thought would happen with him.
And if you go for all 3 units, you basically can't be countered, right? If you throw in rock, paper, and scissor, like what's the other composition? You always have the thing that's good against the opponent. And as Leenock said, he felt his micro was better. So he can snipe the spearman a bit better, had his own spearman against the horseman. Obviously, knights are a bit stronger than the horsemen. And we see like those massive fights, they are so tough to micro.
And it's interesting that, you know, another comment that Leenock made, it sort of boiled down to, if I have more units out, I will just win. And that's, you know, it's a pretty elementary part of this game, but it's certainly paid off.
Sorry for cutting you off. Like the big thing that we saw here is the lack of spearmen, right? We have so many royal knights here. Now all the scholars are dying, and only now the spearman production started, something that we wanted to see a bit earlier, and those big raids, no answer to those.
A lot of damage was done here again, just because of that. I don't know. Do you want to call it a mistake or a?
It is tricky to go into the composition, right?
Yeah.
Because like you're constantly trading off armies. Horsemen, spearmen are fine, right? He was raiding, he was around the map, but Leenock, just the extra town center as well, had some villages protected. Then the push, right? Capoch put a lot of pressure in. They had the sacred sites as well. It felt like we needed to play a bit more feudal age there, some more spearmen. But I can't fault him. He played a great game.
He did, and a richly deserved win for Leenock. But let's not forget about Capoch. I mean, if we are going to sort of look at his tournament as a whole, not just in Age of Empires 2, but Age of Empires 4 as well, you yourself were saying a top 12 finish in both of these events. That's, I think people will overlook just what a monumental achievement that is.
Yeah, I obviously, like, I thought, wow, he's splitting his attention. I wouldn't be surprised if he qualifies in neither. And he qualified in both and had wins here against top 16 players in the world. I'm super impressed.
Yeah, and I think he can walk away from this holding it with his head held high. He's done a great job, so congratulations to you, Capoch. A quick recap, of course, for those of you who are perhaps just joining us here. Welcome. By all means, welcome. We have a bunch of qualified players here. Yesterday we saw Puppy Paw, Beastie Cutie, Magic, Mister get through, and now Leenock as well through to the quarterfinals. Our eliminated players so far, Hut, Kasva, sort of, Wham, and now, sadly, Capoch as well. I believe that our casters are ready for the next matchup, so we're going to get stuck in. Head back over now to Killer Pigeon and Aussie Drongo, who'll be taking us through the next decider match.
Indeed, we are ready and we are waiting, because Lucifron versus TheViper is coming up. I don't know about you, KP, but I'm bloody excited. That sounds amazing. 2 of the world's best players going up against each other right here.
He asked me if I'm ready. I'm not ready. I'm not ready to see more people eliminated.
Well, that's exactly it, right? We're going to be seeing one of these guys walk away here, and there can only be one that goes through.
It's rough, right? Like, it's kind of crazy to think that we only began yesterday, and yet we've already had to say farewell to some people. But saying hello to us in the corridor there is our first competitor in the final series, second and final series of the day here on the mainstream. Lucifron, of course, looking pretty good. Rated fairly highly by most players, rated incredibly highly by his brother. A little bit probably biased there. But on the other side, it's the slivery demon you could never count out. The one, the only, TheViper.
Oh, yeah. Incredibly excited to witness him here on the main stage. This is the first time I'm going to be casting him, but not the first time you are going to be seeing him. You can see the stats there for these 2 players and how they match up. So Viper notorious for his poor strategic ability, so definitely going to need to pull out all the edges today, it seems. But it's going to be an absolute nail biter. We can also see they've gone head to head 11 times previously, with Viper slightly lower win rate up against Lucifron.
Slightly. I mean, 63% is quite substantial. I think that does kind of paint the picture.
I'm a Viper fanboy. I'm
yeah,
trying to sell it like, oh, it's not that bad.
Is this what we're doing? Are you in the Viper? And I'm going to be in the Lucifron corner, and we're going to turn into like one of those sports drafts where it's like, we represent the home team. Let's talk about how we're winning.
I'm home team Viper. I live in a snake den. Actually, do snakes live in dens? I don't know where snakes live, but I don't know wherever they live. That's me too.
They live far away from me, thank you very much.
Not me in Australia, though. Anyway, we now take a look at the draft. So it started out, we had Holy Roman Empire banned, and then China banned. Then the first picks, it looks like we've got the Delhi and the English and Abbasid. So pretty top-tier picks there. Honestly, you know, consistently I look at these drafts and I'm like, man, I'm so impressed. All these players managing to pick up these great civs, and it's like, well, no, it's just that all of the civs are so good.
Well, it's also just they all come out, right? It's like 2 get banned, the rest are going to be dispersed amongst them. And speaking of that dispersion, like thinking of the maps, like we had Prairie, Boulder Bay. I've slipped my brain and forgot the final one.
I want to say Dry Arabia.
Yeah, probably Dry Arabia. I feel like Dry Arabia is always a safe bet.
It's like an 85% chance it's going to be Dry Arabia.
It's just a very content map to come out with, and it's going to be interesting to see with. So the bans were, it was HRE in Chinese, right?
Yep, correct.
And opening up on Prairie, it affects nothing. It means that Mongols are available. It means that the aggressive civs like the French are available.
Yep.
I think Mongols are going to be the really big standout one here. Like I said in the previous series when we saw it banned, I actually think it may be the best civ for Prairie.
Yeah. I guess the question is if I'd have to double check the picks, but I'm pretty sure one player's got Mongols, one player has got French. And do you really want to play Mongol up into the French? You know, they've got that typical Greek response that you see where they open with scouts, move into the archers. Would you even bother?
Here's the problem with archers as a counter, though.
Okay.
There's not much wood.
That's a good point, actually. You do have stragglers, though. That might be all you need.
But my concern around like archers on this map, and we actually saw it yesterday with Mr. with the Mongols up against the Rus, is like Rus couldn't easily get into the counter of archers up against the Magadai. Magadai cost food and gold.
Yeah.
And as we saw from the sheep count, and as we saw from the gold spawns, what are the 2 things you've got plenty of on that map?
Yeah, well, food and gold. So it makes a lot of sense. That's an interesting. I hadn't actually considered that. You know, typically when I'm sitting down and analyzing, I don't hear the sound. I just watch and see. But that's a great point for you to make out. It looks like we're going to have the first matchup for the first map, and it is going to be French that get picked here, and it's going to be the Mongols. So great counter pick there with the French coming out. But I think it's probably not too bold to pick the Mongols here. Obviously one of their greatest maps. So a natural advantage that Viper's going to have here on the hills of Prairie.
Yeah, I honestly... did he pick the Mongols at the start of the draft? Because I feel like Lucifron wanted it.
No, it was the first pick.
Like, Lucifron would have probably picked it as his second civ. Like, he's not as hard on it as, say, Vortex. Like, Vortex says his signature civ is the Mongols. But Lucifron, do you know what his signature civ is? Can you take a guess?
See, I was going to say the Spanish, but they're not even in Age of Empires 4.
Maybe next expansion. Whoa, we're saving that for the final day. Okay, I'm not going to put them on the spot like that. We don't have that sort of thing. They don't trust us with that info. We know what we're like. But it's the French. He says his best civ is the French.
All right. Well, I mean, coming into this game, you'd probably give Lucifron a better chance of winning up against the Viper. How do you feel about the matchup, though? You reckon it's about a 50-50 matchup, a little bit favourite towards the French, towards the Mongols? How do you feel?
Mongols. So for a little bit, this was pivoting hard in favour of the Mongols back in the early French spam days, because you just spam Magadai, and they couldn't do anything. They eventually died to you.
Yep.
Things pivoted again when you start to see the French move towards the Holy Trinity, all 3 unit types. But once again, I'm bringing it back to that wood count. It's very difficult to maintain archers, or adding spearmen, whatever have you. I think what could be a cool curveball from Lucifron is if he starts to see Magadai play from Viper, go Horseman, pass Horseman, and take mid-map control. But let's find out how it's going to go. We're hopping into the first game between the Snake and Lucifron. Well, this should be a match all about aggression, Drongo.
It should indeed, and it has to begin the way it should always begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first game of this series. Spawning in on the south side of the map, representing GL, Gamer Legion in the color yellow on the Mongols, it is the one, the only, the Viper.
And his opponent on the other side, he's in the blue, who'll make you say Sacre Bleu, playing on his signature civ, the French. It's Lucifron 7. Let's go.
Oh, I'm incredibly excited to witness this. We've got Viper on the Mongols, considered to be the best civilization on this map, going up against Lucifron, the French, one of his signature civilizations. And I just want to point out, take a look at what we've got behind the players right now. Doesn't that look beautiful? Have we had a little bit of a change back there? You see that little, the blue? Yeah, it looks a bit different to me.
A little bit of a change of color, maybe. You know what I'd love to see, actually? So we've got these flags behind them, right, representing.
Yep.
Every time someone eliminates a player, they should just get
they should get
a scrolled up version of it, like put next to theirs with like an X on it, sort of thing.
I mean, and then I guess you carry the flag, right? And then once
it's
you
like
lose,
you claim their head, right?
Yeah, and then so the guy at the end just gets everybody's flag.
Yeah. That's like, because apparently $100,000 in the trophy isn't enough. We need to give them everyone else's flags as well.
I think that's a reasonable decision. We'll talk to production about it, see what we can arrange. But until then, I guess we'll focus on this game. Now, keep in mind on this map, Prairie, there are plenty of sheep up for grabs. So Lucifron, interestingly, only going with a single scout opening. Viper, on the other side, has done the same thing, but there is one difference. He's got himself a barracks, making some spearmen.
The early aggressive play. I wondered if he'd go into the horseman instead. A few players have been leaning horseman because you have the fluidity. You also then have the option to get a second scout for all these sheep that we keep mentioning. Why is that important? Mongols, you either find a lot of sheep and play pocket ecos later, or you have to go in pastures. You do not want to do pastures on this map. There's just not enough wood to justify it. Let's say your starting wood line is 20 trees. You build 2 pastures. That's 2/20ths of your resources just gone.
Yeah. It's very, very difficult, but I guess there's a lot of resources on this map, so I think it's a great point. You want to try and avoid that. But we do now start to see the age ups coming through. Lucifron with the School of Cavalry, tapping away with 4 villages. And I think the big thing here is, where does he look to go from here? What kind of response is he thinking about against Viper's aggression? Because already the villager is out here. He's going to be looking to drop down an outpost somewhere around this base, and the question is where? Does he go for the stone?
The wood.
You reckon it's going to be the wood line? He's going straight for it. Look at him beelining towards it as well. Knows how important it is, but there are stragglers to back him up.
Yes, but if you go for the gold, like you can see the vision on the building, you'll be seen. You can still sneak on the other side of this wood line because it's so small, and you won't be seen building the outpost, so you don't get aggressed.
Oh, yeah. Oh, but look, he just gets spotted for a split second. And the outpost, unfortunately, not pixel perfect.
Wow.
And the villagers immediately getting pulled, looking to take down that outpost. So Viper, unfortunately, a little bit of a mistake right there.
He cancels it just in time, though.
Yeah.
Right? So he didn't lose the wood. So it's not the end of the world. He'll try again. And what he's doing now is he's buying time. The reason why Lucifron's able to do that is Viper only has 2 spears here. When it's 4, he can start killing villagers for you trying to do this.
All right, well, Viper does bring in the 4th spears. And now we see, once again, gets the cancel off and still able to focus down some of those villagers. And the 3rd attempt is going to come up. Now, once this outpost gets up, I mean, that's all over for this wood line.
Viper understands the numbers. The changes to spearmen now doing 7 damage in the Dark Age means that it only takes 4 spearmen, 2 attacks each to kill a villager, whereas it used to take 3 attacks. So now there's a much more dangerous element to just rushing villagers out to stop this once there's 4 spears.
Yeah, this is super smart. And something I hadn't considered about the changes to balance, but we do have the age up now coming through for Lucifron. We'll quickly check underneath his town center and see whether he's actually picked up an archery range just yet. Not yet. Sitting on 142 wood. Expect for it to be dropped down immediately upon hitting that 150 threshold. There he goes right now, and there it gets dropped down. Expect him to be falling back to stragglers as well.
Yeah, has to.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way he stays out here. That outpost is about to come up.
The cool thing is, like, imagine if Viper backs this play up with, like, early stables.
Yep.
Because that's the crazy thing with the Mongol changes, because it's not just the spearmen that got buffed across the board. The Mongols' early horsemen got buffed. In theory, you can play a longer Dark Age, double down on spears and horsemen, and if you take all the wood away, Lucifron doesn't actually ever get to counter.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. One thing to note is that we don't actually have any scouts from Lucifron coming out. So he's sitting at the moment on 230 food. And yet still no scouts, so not opting for that Greek defense that we typically do see in this matchup. Instead, going to be looking elsewhere. Maybe it's even into something like horsemen.
Yeah, I think it's harder. Remember, they nerfed scouts, right? They went from 2 damage to 1 damage, so they don't have a little bit of flexi to go poke villagers or maybe help on the fight. They're just dead weight vision, and that's about it.
All right, well, it looks like the first of the archers has made its way out, going to be shutting down this position. And at the same time, Viper's currently tracking with his Khan an enemy knight. There's an enemy knight crossing the map, and Viper is making sure that it is going unnoticed, or not going unnoticed is probably the best way to say it.
Yeah.
Age up comes through now.
It's very hard to sneak in heavy armor, right? Have you ever tried? You're like clank and you make all this kind of noise?
I can't say I've ever tried it, but I suspect, yeah, I think you might be right. I won't disagree with you on that one.
Yeah, and so second outpost at least doesn't go up, but the first one has more or less done everything. The cool thing as well is if Viper ever brings the Calm back over here, you still can't access this wood because he just used the Falcon.
Yep, and that's exactly it. The question is, where does he go from here when it comes to the wood lines? Because I'd love to see for Viper, for him the best thing would be to start thinking about outposts on the rest of those wood lines.
Yeah, that's the thing, because Lucifron right now, because he did get the initial archers and he has a knight, look what he does. He plays the forward wood line instead, because Viper just on his spears. He has nothing else right now.
Yep.
He needs a second unit in this layering, something like Horsemen that I mentioned before, would go a long way to keeping control in this game.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I'd love to see him bring another villager from his main base. Where are those villagers going? Hold on a minute. Hold on.
Oh, they're moving for resources. This is really good. So his gold, like, what are his options here? If you look in his base...
Yeah.
Yeah, so he hasn't got any gold here. His only option is all the way back to the south side.
Right. It makes a lot of sense when you think about it, because those knights, they hit so damn hard.
Yep.
And by keeping them in the middle of the map, it means that any spearmen that he's got heading out towards the enemy base are going to be able to help defend them.
It's about shortening the route, right? Because now you're also getting the horsemen, and that means that these knights, if they can't get an exchange because the spears block them, the horsemen can then punish them by chasing them down. Especially if you set up an outpost. Like, this is the 1-2 punch for the Mongols. When you take mid-map resources, that's already an advantage. But then, when you drop an outpost in the center, the Yam allows you to get a military advantage, which is what we're now seeing.
You know, I just realized something in this matchup. It might not be that big, but typically you're expecting on a map to have 2 big wood lines. So if an enemy gets an outpost behind it, that's huge. But here, getting an outpost behind one of the wood lines, well, there's 47,000 wood lines on this map. So I can just move to another one. Well, until there's horsemen on that wood line.
And that's why I called for the horsemen really early. I think like that's the next layer. Like if you keep just building outposts, it doesn't work. It's too slow. Horsemen gives you the fluidity to just keep going and chasing wherever these villagers go to.
Well, Viper does lose that villager on the backside. It looks like another villager may be coming forward. He's going for the triple, and this is a classic Viper move.
What, forgetting to finish the outpost?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't slow down. Got to go faster, boys. Yeah, this is a fallback. Like now.
Oh no, that poor villager. He puts 15 villagers inside the town center. There's no room. He shotguns it down. That was terrible timing right there.
I mean, that's a terrible exchange as well. You just lost a knight.
Yeah.
For a villager. Like that's never someone that feels good in these situations. Something to keep in mind though. Like maybe it's intentional what Viper done there. When he retreats, here's a cool thought for you. If you don't need this outpost, don't complete it, and then you can refund it.
Exactly. That was my whole line of thinking the entire time, I promise.
Yeah, it's not me just enabling your Viper fanboyism here.
Go Viper, go!
It was totally intended. But now he can, of course, finish it off. It's like, it's not going to hurt him too much. It's the type of thing that when you come back through the area, like, whoops. The only thing that it does hurt for right now is reinforcing the front line as you push more spears and horsemen.
Yeah, exactly right. You want that YAM network to be propagated throughout the map. You want it to try and extend. But we have a blacksmith coming down, and that automatically, to me, is like, well, we're staying in the feudal age. Speaking of feudal age, look at these feudal age horsemen just getting through. But I see a spearman. It's that classic 1-1-1.
Yeah, the Holy Trinity, as I like to call it.
Indeed.
Not to be confused the Abbey of Trinity. Yeah. That you'll never see.
Or the Abbey of Kings.
The villagers, though, on the front line, this is ambitious with the build speed. Knights are going to peel back, though, so maybe he gets away with this, considering that bar progression is almost done, despite what the health says.
He's trying his best to keep these villagers alive. The Knight just going to be able to prioritize them down, and Viper going to be losing a few villagers here. But at the same time, he's going to be able to get the outpost up, and with that, going to be able to shut down the wood line here.
The Knight gets away, and that's important because that's about to be one Knight for one villager, one Knight for one villager, which, once again, isn't a great exchange. But he keeps one alive, so it's a 2 for 1, and you slow down the outpost timing. Not the worst of things for Lucifron, but still, Viper is keeping up that aggression. He needs to as well, because if you ever fall back, these Knights are able to achieve more on their own in terms of eco damage than these horsemen are.
Yeah, that's a really good point. So by keeping that Knight alive, you enable the potential threat in the future. And obviously there's chivalry that's potentially at play here. As the French, the last thing you want to be doing is losing your Knights. As the Rus, it's not too bad in the feudal age to be losing those Knights, but as the French, it really hurts. And we can see that Knight fortunately makes it away on 4 health, but one wolf looks at him the wrong way, and that's it. One stiff breeze and he's knocked over.
Yeah, one coffee break where you step up from your PC and you stand next to a wolf long enough to get hit 4 times, and it's GG, my friend.
That's GG, my friend. And unfortunate timing, but Viper, he's on the ball though. This could have gone worse for him, and Spearman already there to back him up. It looks like the outpost did get completed as well, KP, on that top side.
And that's what's enabling this. Like, he's doing a very dangerous thing here in a tempo aggressive versus tempo aggressive situation. Even if you feel you have map control, the Knights can still weave in.
Yeah.
But this outpost, this YAM network, more than the defense point itself, is what's keeping him alive. And we see the Horseman does snatch one. Also, a lack of insta-response from Lucifron, almost loses a second Knight. It seems like small nitpicky
A bit
things.
sloppy though, isn't it?
Yeah, it feels like he's getting pulled apart because Viper was also raiding the backside of the base, so he was reacting there instead.
It really just feels like the aggressor in this game has got so much strength when it comes to this map, but now those Knights, once again, going to be moving in. Outpost immediately garrison. He's got to be careful. That's a low health Knight as well. He's immediately firing at it, but fortunately it hits the front one. Now, I will note, Lucifron is about to expand with a second town center. He's picked up 348 gold, or rather, 348 stone, and he's going to be looking for that expansion.
You can get the gold if you want, build a marketplace, trade it over.
Yeah, it's a bit more expensive. You know, not a lot of people know this, but to trade out or to buy to buy stone at a market, it's much more expensive than to buy wood or food.
It's insanely more expensive, and it is going to be a TC drop right next to the 2 tree lines. Natural defense from resources secured. Also gets a small deer stack. Something to keep in mind when you make this type of play, though. I was about to say I'd love to see Lucifron get a blacksmiths because he's getting a decent amount of archers and he's got a lot of melee.
Yeah.
But instead, when you make this play, you are stopping yourself from enabling your army further. It's not just the clear apparent factor that you are stopping producing units to get this TC. You're now not enhancing your existing units, while on the other side, Viper is doing exactly that.
Yeah, we can see him picking up the ranged armor here. Also going to be looking for melee attack. Now, one thing to note is Viper doesn't actually have any archers out on the field at the moment. He's just been playing the melee composition.
So the Khan gets buffed.
True, yes. Well, the thing is, it works well, this type of play style, until the French players starts making spearmen. I saw a great meme on Reddit. I don't know who made it, but it was beautiful. It was the one of them throwing the chairs at each other. And basically the last image was, but now the French player is making spears. And it's that thing. It's like, what do I do against this? And
yeah, he just comes in with the foldable chair and slams you down like he's in WWE.
And that's exactly it. And the spears quite often do that. So look, Viper's going to have to throw in some archers here, but I still don't see anything in queue. So we'll double check the Uvu. But
whoa, big update.
Okay.
Hold on. Hold on like a kitty on a washing line right now.
This is the rare time where I'm going to have to double check with production. Are you guys sure? Because that is not what people expected. I don't think... I would have had Recon to lose that one at about 95%.
Don't do my boy like that. He was one up. They are sure. They know how to counter two, Drongo.
Damn.
Recon is upsetting. Day one, it's Magic. Now, day two, it is Recon. Vortex gets taken out here.
Wow.
And Recon keeps the dream alive.
Well, keeps the dream alive for himself. On the other side, though, the two Spanish brothers, one of them's knocked out. The second one...
could be gone as well.
Watch
if it
out.
Starts to shake. And on top of that, you know what? You got to keep in mind, at least one Britski can definitely make it to quarterfinals, because after this, we've got DeMuslim versus MarineLord, which is possibly the hardest matchup for DeMuslim to encounter.
This is starting to get scary, but have a look at this. Plenty of spearmen here for Lucifron. This is going to be the hardest part, because nothing is going to be able to kill the enemy spearmen. So it means that they're just getting great value, and you can see Viper taking this fight. It's a terrible decision for him to take this fight because of those spears. He never added in the archers. He's down to 4 horsemen in this first game. It's looking absolutely terrible, getting completely wiped on the floor. Lucifron looking incredible, trying to keep that Spanish dream alive right now.
Bleach my eyeballs so I can unsee this Viper. He believes so much in the outpost damage as well that he thinks it will turn the tides, but Lucifron was able to overwhelm with sheer mass. Spearman now adding so much torch damage in means the outposts become irrelevant. Viper now retracting up. He's shriveling up in the face of this never-ending onslaught from the French.
He's making more units, but he was so close to clicking up to Castle. He took that fight at the worst possible time. We can see he's making archers now, but it's too late. You know, we talked about this 2, 3, 4 minutes ago. You need to add archers. The moment you see a spearman come out against the French, you must add archers. It's not a negotiable. It is a mandatory fact. And unfortunately, Viper doesn't add the archers, and he gets destroyed.
And you'd like to be prepping archers to go into crossbows, right? Like, you're sure you might be up against Arbitrier down the line, but French players don't tend to like catch up to Castle quickly. They want feudal. And by doing this, he's dragged feudal out longer. And that is clearly an advantage for the French, because that means they still get the premium unit in this clash, which are the French Knights.
Excuse me right there. All right, well, I mean, at this point in the game, Lucifron looking absolutely incredible. Up about 20 military pop, also up 22 villagers. Keep in mind, he's had that second town center working overtime throughout all of this.
Yeah, and Viper's going to have to work overtime to get back into this one. The gold line is also exposed. Knights are going to ride in. Yam will at least get them quickly away with the formation shuffle to begin with. But this is still idle time, a lot of idle time. Look at that right now. Viper, you saw it, 27 idle villagers. He shakes his head, he says no. GG gets called, cannot close out the game quick enough for the aggression. Lucifron holds firm and takes the first game.
Yeah, beautiful play there by Lucifron. The fact that he went into that 1-1-1, that sets all the difference. You got to really think about it from the perspective of the way those units are interacting. So you've got spearmen that are not being contested in any way. There's no archers taking them down. And as a result, they're free to do what they want, because either they can poke the enemy spearmen, which they get an even trade on, or they can poke the enemy cavalry, in which they're doing triple damage. So it just makes it so much easier when your enemy doesn't have the counter.
And the cool thing about going spears, why it's so critical to this kind of formation, and it's weird because it used to be archers like with the Gs, right?
Yep.
You can't play spearmen, you're gonna lose.
Yep.
Spearmen, of course, over time have been buffed, or archers have felt a little bit underwhelming. There's been differences in the build orders as people cracked the puzzle, and what they've also realized is, you know, when you mass archers, you know, after a fight, like, what can you do with them? You know, you can't torch buildings, you can just run around.
You can make battering rams.
Yeah, you can, but that's another delay. But if you've got a bunch of spearmen, like you saw there on that outpost network the Mongols set up, he was able to instantly convert a win in a fight into a win in map control by taking the outpost away.
Yeah, you're 100% on the money. All right, well, it looks like we're going to be diving into our next game. Oh, my lord.
Next game?
I've had a bit of a stroke. Let me reboot right here.
Are you sure you don't want your next cane? Was that what we were saying?
We're going to be jumping into our next game very shortly. The map is going to be Dry Arabia, and now the question is, which civilization does the Viper pick here? He's got access to the Rus, the Ottomans, the Delhi. 2 civs there are calling out to me. I'm feeling the Ottomans, I'm feeling Delhi. What does he want to go for?
Well, first of all, now I know why the throat was dry for you there, Drongo. It is Dry Arabia, the driest of Arabias, and it could be a dry spell quickly here, because when I look at the remaining civs available, this is exactly where Lucifron can force a very strong pick out of his opponent and then throw away civ on the other side. But I'm expecting Ottomans to come out from Viper. I want to see if Lucifron's going to try one of these Malian-type plays.
Oh, yeah, it'd be crazy to think it. Not in a knockout match like this.
But like, what was the other civs he had? He had...
the Abbasid dynasty.
Yeah, so Abbasids is probably the more obvious one, and then the final civ was English.
And so you want to save the English for Boulder Bay?
You definitely save English for Boulder Bay.
I mean, you could probably play Abbasid on the Boulder Bay. That wouldn't be terrible.
You could, but I liked what I'm seeing more out of the English, because the thing when you play Abbasids on Boulder Bay is like you don't have the option to men arm spam and punish someone's early docks.
All right, well, it's going to be the Delhi out of the Viper.
Ring-a-ding-ding.
On the other side, Lucifron 7 at the moment yet to pick anything, but it's going to be the Abbasid dynasty, so a bit of a classic matchup that we've seen. Something that it's happened quite a number of times.
Yeah, we've seen this once today already, right?
Yeah.
And remind me, it was Abbasids came on top.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, it was the Recon Kasva game.
Yeah, it was a hell of a game as well. That was the landmark snipe attempt.
That was. And that was the game that was slowly just teetering very clearly in Recon's control.
Yes.
So I'm sure Viper caught that one, and he was probably like dissecting in his brain where that went wrong. He's going to try to make an adjustment, because you have to be the aggressor in this game. You can't just sit back. The Abbasids will outboom you every day of the week.
Correct. You've got a timing window that you need to hit. If you don't do sufficient damage, then once it gets past that 20 to 25 minute marker, well, you can count your lucky stars that you're still playing in the game.
Yeah, and then, of course, looking forward, if we do get into a third map here and we go across the Boulder Bay, that means he still has the English and the Malians. It's English. And then on the other side, Ottomans or Rus, and we've seen people keep trying these Ottomans. So
we've seen the Ottomans 2 times today on Boulder Bay, and every time
we'll see it again.
I want to pull my hair out.
I think we'll actually see it again if it goes there.
Who are these people that think Boulder Bay and Ottomans are best friends?
People who've clearly been scrimming with each other.
That's true, yes. Yes. Maybe they've just, well, yeah, perhaps. Yeah, maybe they're doing like Malians versus Ottomans on Boulder Bay, and they're like, Ottomans are busted on Boulder Bay.
That's
it's
so
like,
good.
Actually, Malians, they're not really, they're about 0.3 of a civilization.
We don't talk about them. How about we just get to a stage where, like, whenever it comes to that Malian pick for the final person, they just don't have to pick it, because it's almost like, when you like do dodgeball or you do any sports, and like YouTube, your captains pick teams.
Yep.
And it's like, you don't want to be that guy last. Don't be that guy last. The guy last is always Malians.
Yeah, it's always Malians. Right. The poor guy.
It's like he can't run. Like he's maybe got like some bad asthma. He's got tattered shoes. He's definitely not like, he's not buffed up Chad-wise. And you're like, I don't think we trust this guy to run the ball down mid.
But maybe he's really good at chess, and nobody knows.
That's true. Sadly, schools don't use chess as a sport. Maybe if they'd done it on like.
The point I'm trying to make is what if you know that you last pick and you're going to get Malians and you leave it in there, but you actually have a secret sleeper strategy?
I think you just use it as a throwaway civ, but the problem in that situation is like it becomes predictable, and also that requires you win the first game.
Yes, and you can also just throw away one of the other civs that's already really good. I mean, I look at all these civs and I'm just like, every single one of these civs is amazing.
Yeah.
Except for Malians.
There it is. See, you're getting on board. You're taking a taste of what I've been cooking. I can't stop flaming these guys. They're gonna get like right now the devs gonna like, oh please God, stop it, and they're just gonna release a huge buff to them afterwards to try and fix it. But the funny thing is where Malians might become more valuable as this kind of bait throwaway civ when you get into the longer format with best of 5, best of 7s, and you have a completely different like way the ban pick system works, right?
All right. Well, game 2 is about to start. KP, I'm excited. You're excited. Take it away.
Ring-a-ding-ding, baby. Let's hop into some Dry Arabia to see if it's going to be a dry run for Viper to be knocked out of both tournaments, or if he can turn it around after Lucifron took game 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dry Arabia. It's a beautiful map, this Dry Arabia. I love it. Open. There's plenty of room. But my most favorite thing about it is that spawning in the north side of the map in the color yellow, playing as the Delhi Sultanate with that beautiful golden elephant in the middle representing Gamer Legion. It's the one, the only TheViper.
He couldn't get more gold if he tried. From the gold emblem to the gold choice of color to the gold the Delhi loves so much. But you know what? It's not always about the wood, the gold, my friend. It sometimes is about the wood. Plenty of that on this map. And on the other side, King of the Woods, especially if you let him get deep enough. Lucifron representing with the Abbasid dynasty. A Ziv that has not performed well at this event so far. But if it performs well here, he will slay the snake and boot him out.
All right, well, the question is how well Viper is able to take control of those sacred sites. When it comes to his spawn, he's got a beautiful spawn, double back berries here. He's going to be super happy with that when it comes to his expansion points. Deer out the front, though. Compare that over to Lucifron. He's got deer in the back, berries out the front. So things are a little bit different for him. But keep in mind, Delhi typically going to be the aggressor in this situation. Lucifron's always got the potential to respond with different compositions, whether he goes into infantry, whether he looks to stick it with cavalry, because you can go full infantry or full cavalry with the Abbasid.
I think you're going to see something similar to the Recon Kasva game, where Lucifron's going to play a condensed secondary TC, but he'll be at least able to get his initial berries forward of his base with that secondary TC. Then after the delay from the aggression coming out from the Delhi, he'll wait for the opportunity to move out, and when he forces map control to more of a 50-50, you'll see him sneak out onto the deer behind his base, which is exactly what Recon done in that series against Kasva. It's the same dynamic because of the layout of the map. It has to be.
All right. Well, how does Viper play it differently? That's also going to be a relevant question. You know, when we saw Kasva, he made, to me, there was one big decision there that cost him that game, and that was the placement of his Age 3 landmark.
Yeah.
It delayed him by about 90 seconds, and as a result, that meant the men-at-arms weren't in the enemy base, killing villagers for 90 seconds.
He hesitated. Like, the hesitation, and I think he knew it. Like, immediately afterwards, he felt that hesitation that cost him so dearly. Like, I'm not going to say the game was completely different. I'm not going to say the Abbasids definitely lose if you get that up, but I think it took him an extra minute. The difference here is, like, Viper, you know, he's always calm. He's had the pressure on him. This is a guy, sure, it took him a few years to win a Wololo, but every time he comes in, he was seen as a favorite. He was always confident. He always was very positive on his outlook on what went wrong and what could have been better. And I don't think he's going to crack under that pressure if we get a similar situation again.
All right, well, the landmarks are now coming in. It's going to be Dome of the Faith. Oh, my Lord. Dome of the Faith for the Viper.
Do you
there
have
we
no
go.
faith in the Dome of the Faith?
There's a lot of letters in there, I assure you.
Just call it, so what, Dome of the Faith, DOTF.
That does not work.
The DOTF.
The DOTF.
It's acronyms. Yeah.
I feel like that's the Dothraki. Who is that? That's
Game of Thrones.
Is it? Okay, there you go. All right.
Maybe you just call it the DF.
All right, we're not going to call it that. We're going to call it the Dome of the Faith.
We're going to complicate the game more than it needs to be.
Interestingly, no Tower of Victory here. So one of the ways that you can play with the Delhi Sultan is through the Tower of Victory. We've seen a lot of players have success with it. Not today, though. Not going to come out.
I think like a lot of players haven't necessarily been practicing Delhi a crap ton because they have a clear build in mind. I'm still a very big fan of the Tower of Victory. In certain matchups, I think what you have to kind of think about is when you go Tower of Victory, you're delaying your Scholar escalation. So what you're doing is you're making yourself more glass cannony, because getting Tower Victory gives a big booster to your attack speed. Thank you to Mapu for helping me with that. 20% to all two-legged people. Horses get left out of that equation, of course. But that means that you've got stronger glass cannons, right? So in some matchups where you've got a very turtly opponent who doesn't want to do anything, like HREs, it's good. But against civs, like English is another example where they have their own attack speed to buffer it out. You'd rather have the healing to outlast the fights. You do still eventually get the healing, but that delay, because you're paying an extra 60 gold per scholar, adds up incredibly in the first 15 minutes.
Yeah, you're 100% on the money with that analysis. Looks like the age up's now coming through for the Viper. It's going to be a stable drop down for him immediately. I think the question is, what does he try and force out from his opponent? There was a great video done by a content creator for Age of Empires 4 by the name of Donardi, and he talked about this matchup specifically. And one of the things he loves to do is go for really heavy archers for the Delhi, because that way it forces your enemy into a certain composition that you want them to avoid. And that is the Camel Archer. You do not want them to go for the Camel Arch, because once you start thinking about your timings for the Castle Age, there's certain units that you want to make, and the Camel Archer does very effectively against them.
Wait, so you're saying you want to go archers to the Delhi to force that?
Yeah.
That's an interesting thought, because I feel like I get the Horseman. Like, the Horseman was kind of a weird one. Remember we used to see Horseman, and then someone had a Camel Archers.
Yep.
It's like, you negate some damage from the horses due to the aura, but you don't do anything to the bonus damage.
Right.
I still feel like horses are the way of dealing with Camel Archers. I do like archers against the Camel Archers, though, because it's the range balance that's a really big problem. But the reason why Camel Archers can sometimes feel good in small numbers against Delhi is it's more damage per unit to quickly move in, snipe a scholar, and move away.
Yeah.
But it's very micro-intensive, and it requires a little bit of negligence from the Delhi player.
Yeah, that's a good point. Negligence is a nice way to say it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll check in now with Lucifron. We can see he's had a pretty decent opening here, guarding up that stone mine, just making sure there's no rogue horseman coming in.
Just never upgrade these spears, because right now they kind of just look like villagers, right?
And he's got plenty of gold in the bank for it, if he wants to get the upgrade through. But keep in mind, he's got his wheelbarrow, he's got his fresh foodstuffs, he's picked up all those early eco upgrades that the opposite typically does, and now begins moving into the additional town centers. And I think the question for me is, where does he go from here? Does he look to go into a second town center or even a third town center?
I think 2, and then wait for the tide of map control to be in your favor. But that might take a while because your opponent went horseman. So you're always going to be defending for a while here. Maybe he just masses spearman, builds a few walls while he's guarding, and then he can go free TCs. But I think if he immediately goes free TCs, he's going to go bust, because Viper gets all the sacred sites for free.
Yeah, and that's a really good point. You know, a lot of this fight is going to be about those sacred sites and how long Viper can hold onto them. You know, so we used to see back in the good old days, as soon as that sanctity was about to come through, the Delhi players would look to move out a single scholar to every single sacred site. We haven't actually seen that a lot recently. Rather, we just see players bringing everything out to one sacred site, securing it up, walling it up, and then moving to the second one, then to the third one. But Lucifron already out here looking to deny any potential sacred sites with the spearmen.
He's like, yeah, bro, bring the horsemen. Let's see how that works out for you. There's one spear on each location. They're also hardened now, so they're going to sting. Thinking about like what Viper's next step is going to be, obviously sacred sites, but then you have to question mark whether he wants to do the Trinity, all 3 unit types. I think it's a good way to go for the Delhi here, especially when you consider it lets you keep consistent aggression on a map layout where Lucifron has to come out to pocket ecos, and we are going to see that secondary TC. He is going to use it to secure the 4 berries. But what I want to see next step, not necessarily third TCs, but prep walls for behind your base, because these berries will not last long.
Yeah, that's a good point. The berries don't last forever. You're going to have to be aware of the fact that maybe you need to add in some farms or something like that. You want to stop those raids from coming in. I agree 100%. He needs to make sure he tries to wall early, especially against the Delhi. But I would be advocating for more of an archer-heavy play. And interestingly, in the first game, we didn't see Viper go into archers at all. He stuck with the melee combo. Once again, we see him pulling it out again today.
Yeah, the idea is you keep a few spears at the beginning so your opponent can't just, go horsemen themselves, because the bastards love doing that, right? They make so much extra food saved because of the discount on their villages. So what you want to do is show a few spears so he doesn't think about going horsemen, and then mass the archers, because if you do spears on spears, you do have the healing, but he has the phalanx, so he can combat you.
Beautiful micro right there by Viper, keeping a lot of those horsemen alive at very low health. I think there must have been about 3 or 4 health. It was very, very close. And beautiful stuff. Yeah, there we go. So 14 and 16 health. There's one at 69 health and 65. So.
And they'll get saved by the boo-boo kisses.
Yes, that's exactly right. Of the scholar.
Yeah, they just come over and then... There you go, you better.
All right. Well, does a little bit of a ring around the rosy, still chasing him around, and eventually closes it out. We'll check in on the other sacred sites. We can see Viper actually attempting to take 2 out of the 3 sacred sites. It looks like the central one yet to be attempted. But now a couple more horsemen moving across the map. This could be bad for Viper, actually. These spearmen are about half health, and if he really wants to... Yeah, good idea, Viper. You head on back the other way, my friend, because that ain't a fight you want to be taking.
But he still gets sacred site control. So there's only one that's being blocked right now by Lucifron. It's the center one. Remember that what we used to see in terms of escalation out the bastards is slower because of the extra build speed on these TCs as well as their costs. But he is going for the extra TC very early on. It's the 3rd TC towards those deer stacks I talked about, but this area is not walled. Right, so there is still dangers to doing this.
Yeah, this is a big thing, and you really want to make sure this is all walled off before your enemy hits castle age, because once those men at arms start coming in, they're going to ignore town centers, they're going to ignore outposts. The only thing they're going to really care about are camel archers. So if you've got a decent mass of camel archers, then you've got the potential to hold on.
Yeah.
But until then, it makes it much more difficult.
I think it was a good pivot by Lucifron to not do that condensed TC I talked about that we saw from Recon. Like, there's a world in which it makes sense, and it's if your opponent is just, like, pedal to the metal going at you, right? Like, you can't be greedy.
Like, maybe if you scout the Tower of Victory, then that's probably a reason that you could avoid doing something like that.
Yeah, or he just immediately, like, A-clicks your base, and he's clearly, like, bringing everything.
Yeah.
But I felt like Viper was looking for a bit more map control first. He was kind of resetting to get this set up. And it means that you get away with this looser formation Lucifron's gone for. Also, because Viper's now leaning to archers, the downside is he doesn't have a quick way of blitzing through these TCs that are further away from the base.
Yeah. Now, one of the things I'd like to point out is that because Lucifron's played very greedy here, now we see an additional 2 town centers come out on top of that first one. So a total of 3 town centers. Each one of those is 750 resources that he has expended upon his economy. Viper's taken that 750 resources that he's gathered himself and spent those on units. And now he's converted that into these sacred sites. And the timer has begun ticking for the Viper. Less than 10 minutes to go before the sacred victory happens.
Tick-tock, tick-tock, and a tick-tock until we're up in Castle Age. Look at that, compound of the defender.
I'm starting to see real problems here for Lucifron, KP, because as you can see, Viper's up without a hitch. He's got 3 sacred sites. Yep. There's no challenge whatsoever, and Lucifron has invested in an additional town center. So this isn't against 2 TCs, this is against 3 TCs. And there is a huge window that is open right now, and Viper is about to climb inside.
And this is the difference between the Kasva and Recon game. Recon went 2 TCs, so Kasva had to be a bit more paranoid.
Yep.
Viper now has a big window of opportunity. What does he do with all this keep potential from the compound defenders with its 25% discount on stone cost? He doesn't rush the enemy base. He builds keeps around the sacred sites and chooses one of them to guard his army with. He's going to force pressure because the issue of going 3 TCs like this, even with a civ like the Abbasids, is now it's going to take you quite a while to escalate an army to combat this win condition.
All right, well, we'll have to see whether he opts for keeps on the sacred sites or just goes straight down the middle. But the age-ups now come through, and the first of the walls make their way onto the map. We can see down to the south side, Lucifron is looking to wall things up, and the relics start getting picked up. I hear 1, 2, 3. There they go. The relics very quickly. The 4th one closer to Viper's base, still yet to be picked up. So I'll give him 4 out of 5 for now.
If he manages to sneak round and take that one in the southern corner, all right, he gets most valuable relic player.
That's definitely it. And you can see a little bit of a push now coming out from Lucifron. He's just picked up an upgrade, and now he's got a couple of archers on the backside, but
there's no scholars.
Yeah, there's nothing here to defend. He needs to just get behind these walls, I think, at this point in time, Viper. Avoid trying to take this fight, but at the same time, look what's in queue. He's got men-at-arms in queue. He's got crossbows in queue, but you've got to ask the question, why are you making crossbows? Your enemy's in the feudal age.
It's a decent unit in terms of range damage, though, compared to archers, right? And the spearman will be countered out by the men-at-arms, so I think he's just, like, insulating himself longer term. But the men-at-arms, like, this is his goal. Get up to about 15 and surge across. Now, the issue for Lucifron is he has to focus on the base instead of elsewhere. We have got a Wololo
down to the south, down to the... Oh, there it is.
Side, it pushes away. Good maneuver there, protects the villagers, but Viper needs to get them back on the wood. They're chasing him away right now, and he's not going to notice for a while here.
He isn't, no. They're still going. They're still going. If we look up towards the north, Viper is intent. There we go.
Get back to work. What are you doing right now? You said attack. No, I said attack the wood.
Yes, exactly, with your axes.
Yes.
All right, well, Viper's still holding on to 3 sacred sites. 7 minutes to go until that sacred victory. And remember, Lucifron, I mean, he's going to scale by then, but the question is how much Viper's going to be able to insulate himself from that scaling, because he's going to have things like keeps on sacred sites potentially with boiling oil.
And speaking of an insulation, these villagers have textiles, right? So you don't even see these raids from Lucifron achieve much. His issue is he has to go straight down the center, and it's going to take him time to do that because look what he's doing. Yeah. He's going in the camel arches. A great unit when you get there, yes, but incredibly slow to produce.
Exactly, and that's part of what Don Artie's theory was. As long as your enemy is avoiding making camel archers or you're forcing them, well, it's not forcing them because you're kind of leading them in that direction. You're saying, hey, don't make camel archers, I'm making archers. You don't want to do that. And then you hit them with the men-at-arms timing. Look at this.
It's so
21 men-at-arms right now for the Viper. He is pumping into the enemy base. Still 90 seconds before the age-up comes through. 90 seconds before a crossbowman gets into the production queue. He's going to have to deal with camel archers until then.
He's sneaking extra into the wood lines, so he's idling eco while clashing the main fight. A decent hold for the moment from Lucifron, but you can see he's starting to bulk, he's starting to bow a little. And I wouldn't be surprised if Viper, immediately on cue. This man knows his timing. Straight onto the stone, because the follow-up is going to be a keep probably around the central sacred site. He can then think about some siege, and then moving in with a second keep to try and end the game.
Yeah, he's doing really, really nicely in this game at the moment. Lucifron 60 seconds away from that age up. He's got 4 camel archers out at the moment, but it's not going to be enough. You can see Viper just tapping away, and look at the units streaming across the map right now. It is looking absolutely beautiful for the Viper. So many men-at-arms here.
And he's got Military Academy being prepped. We're about 2 to 3 minutes away, but if he can keep the economy demand of that up, this is going to be non-stop. It's 25 right now. It could reach 40, 45 before you have the counter. Lucifron still 40 seconds away from the culture wing, and after that, you still need to prep your units. They need to be pushed down. And if we get an archery range count, there's not many, right? I think he's got like maybe 2? Yeah, 2 at the front of his base, and well, it might soon be 1.
Yeah, and take a look at Viper's army right now. He is sitting on 37 military population compared to the 9 of Lucifron. So more than 4 times the amount of military that he's got, and he's just ignoring the enemy army. He's just looking for those villagers. Just let me idle those villagers. He's doing such a great job to get heaps of damage in here.
22 idle villagers, 78 to 45. Add in the extra gold from relics plus the sacred sites. Viper is a mile ahead on economy.
Yeah, he's doing really well. Currently sitting on a huge advantage when it comes to that economy. And that stone, it's now crossed the threshold. 600 stone in the bank for the Viper. Expect to see villagers moving out across the map shortly. Now, the age ups just come through for Lucifron. We still don't see any crossbows in queue, but he is researching his veteran upgrades. Veteran Camel Archer, veteran Horseman.
It's only 8, though. Right.
It's not a lot of units, no.
And also now, because you're going full range comp, this benefits Viper more. He's still got the walls up around the sacred sites. So you need to address this by getting melee because you are running out of time. 4.5 minutes away from a sacred site victory for the Snake.
It's incredible the fact that there's only 4.5 minutes to go. He's going to need to pull out a miracle Lucifron will if he wants to get this win.
And this is the weakness of the free TC. Like, you expose yourself to this. It's exactly why Recon, although he's very hesitant, only went for 2 TCs.
The Relic got picked up. It's the MVP on the Relic. Let's see if he's able to hold it on. The Wololo going to come through, but it doesn't really represent much of a threat. It's just going to delay things.
But now you're in the back of your base instead of the front of your base. So second wave of men-at-arms will come in, and they'll find their way once again into villages.
Look at these men-at-arms going. They're so damn quick, so damn pretty on the front line. But now we've got some knights out for Lucifron. Definitely the right decision. The problem is he's a bit outnumbered.
And the spooky part is Viper still has safe reserve resources. He's playing Deer right now, but he also has berries in the northern corner, so he's not at risk of going farms anytime soon. This is optimal timing. You even see the Siege Workshop get set up because now Lucifron's revealed his hand. Mass archers, or crossbows and camel archers. Oh, I'll just get myself a Maga now.
Easy peasy, and now once again hitting that wood line. Look at the damage coming out from the Viper being so aggressive. And this is the exact timing he was looking for. One of the differences in that earlier game that we saw today is that Kasva had a bit of trouble securing that early Sacred Site, but Viper, he took all 3 Sacred Site, and that clock has been ticking since what? Since minute 8? Since minute 9?
Tick-tock, tick-tock. Yeah, it's been a while. Like, I think it was around 10 minutes he locked it in. Has been going since around then. But the choice by Lucifron, I mean, this is falling apart. He can't get a crossbow battalion together. Viper is intentionally targeting him out. He lets a few camel archers and knights exist because, one, they can skirt away. And also, the other crippling detail, Lucifron is locking a lot of resources into production with a long production time. 35 seconds for knights, 35 seconds for camel archers. He's not producing an army quick enough. On top of that, Viper just completed Military Academy, so he can replace at a rapid pace now.
Speaking of rapid, Viper now looking to put up the second keep very, very quickly. Well, have a look at that first one. How many villagers have we got on that first keep? This is a very optimistic villager. There's 3 villagers there.
Just believe.
Yeah, you got to believe in a situation like that and just hope that the enemy doesn't realize what you're doing.
Yeah, he just keeps running troops to the south side, because if you keep dealing with the south side, you're not coming out to even see this is happening right now. Check Lucifron's vision on the map. Like, he's blind.
Yeah.
He's blind as a bat.
There's not a lot. Now, he's got this wall up towards the north side. Oh, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
The timing. He wants to decap. He might actually intercept this. It depends, though. He might just stop in the Palisades. If he stops in the Palisades, the keep goes up, and it's the worst-case scenario for Lucifron, and that's exactly what's happening here.
He's just sieging down the front. The keep is literally pixels out of his line of sight. Viper's still yet to pull any units or any additional villages over. 2 minutes until Sacred Defeat comes through, and Lucifron's got a score lead now. Things starting to look a bit better for him. He's up by 30 villages. Keep in mind, there's relics in the bag. There's Sacred Site still ticking, and even if the Sacred Site gets decapped, the game's not over yet, but now a villager coming through, looking to repair this wall up, the hero that we needed.
And this is the problem. His melee takes 35 seconds each. Sure, they get out quick, but they do no torch damage. If you think about it, right, it's no different than torch damage to a horseman. You could have had double the horseman, burning this down, maybe breach. But even if he breaches, he's less than a minute away. Now he has to retreat, but where do you go? Look where Lucifron's at. His army was all east or center. He has no way of reaching the sacred sites quick enough.
Viper's going for the villagers on the woodline. Don't do it, Viper!
Scum!
From the top rope! It's 2 of them!
Okay, yeah, he gets to.
And they're Abbasid villagers, so they're extra loud when they die.
Yeah.
Now, the one concern I've got is that central sacred site has got a keep going up on it, but the north one, do we see anything on that north sacred site at the moment? It's completely empty, and those villagers were moving in that direction. 1 minute until Sacred Defeat. There is a chance right now that Lucifron decaps his sacred site with villagers alone.
But Viper does see it. He's chasing right now, so he can peel troops and head right across there. And he needs to be quick about this. The men-at-arms could easily slice through these people like a hot knife through butter, but he needs to get there now. Immediate torch onto the main gate. Now, keep in mind...
Get on the sacred site, Viper. Get on the sacred site. As long as he stands on the sacred site, and you can see Lucifron blocking him out. Delete the wall, Viper. He deletes the wall. He gets in onto the sacred site. As long as he's on top of the sacred site with the men-at-arms, he should win. The sacred site will continue ticking. He's got to be careful not to be surrounded. It's looking like a poppy paw repeat right now, but the men-at-arms got so much damn armor. The sacred victory is approaching. It's going to be a good game. I don't think he loses his game.
Blue man-at-arms. He can gain in time. This
this is not going to work right now because he stayed next to the sacred site. Not enough villagers get around, and it's too late. Lucifron just seconds away from defeat. Viper has done it. A 2-0 upset. Lucifron, one of the favorites, goes out.
Hold on, didn't Lucifron win the first game?
Wait, you're right. I'm in it.
We had you, Glad.
I got excited. I got way too excited.
We had you, Twitch chat. Now, I can see so many similarities to that game that we saw earlier today. Yep. But really, it just goes to show the way that Viper played, the way he prepared. He did not make a single mistake in that game.
Yeah. I'm getting ahead of myself, so apologies for that. But that's a phenomenal turnaround because, like, I don't think we've seen a Delhi performance that clean in a long time.
Yeah.
That was incredibly well played by Viper, and it's more than maybe most of us expected after we talk about the fact that he split between AoE2 and AoE4. Just incredible play.
Oh my lord, what an intense game, but what a beautiful game at the same time. Just really came down to the line there. Yeah. So many villagers on that sacred site. The keep wasn't going up. Viper had a keep in the middle, only 2 villagers tapping away at that bad boy. Oh, very well played there. The fact, I'm speechless after that, KP. What a beautiful display.
It's like every single small element, like the way he deprived vision. Like if I seem too excited, it's because like this is one of the cleanest Delhi games I've seen in a very, very, very long time.
Yeah.
In a time in the year where Delhi has recently been like dominant, and this is still one of the most pitch perfect ways I've seen it played. And it means we do get a map 3, which I'm even more excited about. Like, you know, if you think about the way game 1 played out, Viper had an aggressive plan, didn't quite pay off. Game 2 was such a perfect execution, the aggression wins. And that's what I want to see in map 3 when we move into Boulder Bay, is aggression to win out here.
Now, you will see a little L over on Boulder Bay in the bottom left-hand corner. I can assure you that is not accurate. It's going to be over on the other side for Dry Arabia, and I think that's a win over there for Dry Arabia for the Viper. So we do indeed head to game 3, KP. What an exciting time to be watching Age of Empires 4.
These have game 3s? I thought it was just over.
No, my friend. We head into game number 3, and the 2 civilizations that are going to be up for grabs. I mean, for the Viper, he's got the Ottomans and the Rus. For Lucifron, he's got the English and the Malians.
Yeah, so let's reset. 1 map to go. English seems like the obvious one we talked about.
Yep.
Other side, Ottomans, right?
Yep.
I think it's going to happen again.
The thing is, for me, it's like, well, the Rus is the obvious pick. But we've seen Ottomans already twice today on this map when people have had, you know, what were perceived to be, at least by me, better picks. So I suspect we're probably just going to see the Ottomans right here.
I'm trying, like, wait, what was the alternative he had? He had the Rus, right?
Yeah.
Rus is kind of like...
You get 20% value on...
I think it's been long enough, like, you know, maybe...
Well, you know the matchup's going to be against the English, right? Do you want to get locked into a super late game with the English as the Rus?
But do you think it goes super late? Because when you invest fully on feudal on waterfront, and you both do it, right? And it keeps happening and happening, and no one reaches up unless they have a clear win. So if you lock the English in, like your wood advantage could be good enough, and yeah, there you go.
It's the Rus.
It makes more sense.
Hallelujah.
Because like this whole idea, English get the late game, they don't. They really. The reason it used to work to a certain extent is that you had all this surplus food, and you what do I do with this food?
Yeah.
Well, I just trade it, or whatever. I don't tech up.
Yep.
Now you have to pay food on towards her, so you double down, and it never ends.
It's a good point. I guess the question is, you know, how much efficiency is Viper going to be able to utilize out of that extra wood gathering? Because that's the big thing. That's the main difference here, okay? You think about the bonuses that the English get when it comes to their economy. It's around their food gathering on land. It's not about their food gathering on water. It's not about their wood gathering. But the Rus, that's where their efficiency comes in. So there, I can see a universe. I can see a vision where there is that potential chance of Viper looking to constantly trade out and look for that advantage, eventually just using that wood bonus from the wooden fortress.
Well, we'll have to see if we're going to get some interesting kind of early aggressive plays. I think the English can get a slight edge out just going early men-at-arms and then torching the Rus docks. Because the Rus, like, you know, that's the opening play. They instantly go for that. There's no other alternative. You know, you're not even going to have, I don't think you even have like curve shots as the Rus. Like, you know, some people like the idea of things like Kremlin. We always dream of the world, but you're going to go Golden Gate. So your opening is incredibly predictable. Yeah. Whereas the English, whether they do it or not, this men-at-arms factor is a threat that's always going to be there.
And you can't quick wall anymore as the Rus. It takes longer to build those walls. Perhaps he can find a nice little wood line along the shore where he can drop his dock in and then look to try and get those walls in on either side. But we're going to be diving in, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to game number 3.
Well, let's see what we're going to get as we hop in for the Rus English side here. On the left, he's mine this time. I'm taking him after that second game. He bounces back to even it up 1-1, lead us to the third. It's Viper playing as the Rus.
And in the east of the map on the color blue, playing as the English, it's Lucifron 7.
He doesn't have his 7 in his name, though. I don't know why.
Yeah, you're right. Where did his 7 go? Maybe he overtook the spot. I feel like, you know...
He's not feeling like a 7 out of 10. He's feeling like a 9 out of 10.
Maybe he bought the rights to just Lucifron, the OG.
Oh, it's one of those ones, like Wham 01, right?
Yeah.
When, like, he's like, you know...
Is Wham the first one, or is he the second? Because, like, wouldn't you think the first Wham would have just been Wham?
Well, but there's no saying he's just the second, because it could be that there's like Wham 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So he had to choose 0, 1.
Okay, all right. Yeah,
it's one of these issues. Like, there's only one Viper, though.
I'll accept your contention. All right, well, let's get into this game. It is a Rus versus English, so an interesting matchup here. Now, when it comes to advantages on the water, as we've discussed plenty before, and we will discuss plenty again, the English here have a beautiful advantage when it comes to the range of their ships. Both of these guys are in a pretty small pond here, so it means that having that extra little bit of range enables your boats to fire further, get better trades in. It really gives you an advantage. But when it comes to the Rus, while they don't have as much power, as much oomph on the water, they do have numbers. And the reason why they got those extra numbers is because they've got extra wood from their wooden fortresses, an extra 20% for your wood gatherers, as long as it's affected by a wooden fortress.
And the nice thing about this, excuse me, this type of map is the wooden fortress placement should be a beaut. You saw Roosters starting wood lines, like you can plop one down here and always keep that optimization. Saves you 175 wood long term, feels good. One weakness he is going to have with this type of format is if he wants a decent amount of land, if he ever has to wall, he either has to surrender a lot of map by using these wood lines, or you have to go very long. And remember, with the Roos, it takes them a lot longer to build those palisades than it used to on the previous patch.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And it's a huge nerf as well, 3 to 7 seconds, right?
Yeah.
So more than double.
It's insane.
Yeah, absolutely ludicrous.
You used to see like someone walk one villager out to build a long wall, and now they walk like 4 out.
Yeah, it's very different. Now, I guess one of the other things I wanted to talk about as these two guys currently fight over their deer, are we able to have a look at the very bottom of the bay in the Boulder Bay? So right there, you can see we've got this shallow area, and it's quite a deep, shallow area. If you have a look on the minimap, that it's represented through that light blue water. Is there potential to see maybe even some outposts come in? Because keep in mind, the Rus have access to super duper long range outposts.
They do, but outposts got nerfed against water, right? Like they're now...
Oh, do they?
Yeah, they do less damage because they brought in the emplacements on the docks, so they reduced the damage that you do to water. So not as impactful there anymore. Instead, you just crawl docks. Like docks are the new outposts, right, for that. At least.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case. Yeah, a lot of people are doing that. But we've got the age ups now starting to come through, and there were no age 1 shenanigans, no men-at-arms, nothing crazy. It's going to be Golden Gate for the Viper, as expected. This landmark is taken in 100% of competitive games. I mean, we've seen Kremlin, but it comes out rarely. Maybe when someone's had a little bit too much to drink, or maybe on a bit of a meme stream. But yeah, very typically, it's just going to be the Golden Gate. And by the same token, the Council Hall.
The only time I'm ever expecting Kremlin is like if you're trying to do an all-out tower rush, right? You drop the Kremlin, like you drop a wooden fortress, then you drop the Kremlin, then you drop more wooden fortresses, which shout out to one of our eliminated boys, Kasva. I remember him doing that in the early days against HRE players.
They were the good days.
It was the only time that Rus Kremlin ever looked good.
Yeah, I remember watching that, thinking, wow, this is kind of good. And it did get picked up, but speaking of getting picked up, Council Hall on the other side for Lucifron. Now, we did see the Abbey of Kings come out previously. I think that was yesterday. In fact, MarineLord using it on Mediterranean. So we're not going to be seeing it here today, but the age ups now come through for the Viper. The question is, what direction does he go? Is he going to be selling some of that food for some gold? Let's see exactly what he looks to do with that ticket, and that's exactly what he's done. So yeah, sold 100 food, bought himself, got himself 150 gold.
Yeah, I think he optimized the drop-off from the ships just to make sure he had enough food to float that without missing out on villager production. So now we're just going to see mass archer ships as quickly as possible. Lucifron is notably slower. He gets less value out of getting Council Hall a bit quicker. He also didn't go for an early men-at-arms play. And longbows don't necessarily seem that sexy here. I feel like you can very easily get caught off by these archer ships. Speaking of which, first archer ship now coming out means that Lucifron is going to have to go on the defensive with his fishing.
Yeah, and you can see how close Viper's getting right now. This is because he wants to avoid the arrows missing.
Yeah, I love that.
But now over on the other side, Lucifron going to be adding in a Hulk or a Springald ship, as well as just a single archer ship.
I think Viper is just going to mass archer ships and sneak booms. And the reason demo ships are good here is this is I would say this is the smallest pond we've seen on Border Bay.
Yeah,
like, They're on the same screen.
Yeah. It is really small. And take a look at what he's doing. Now, if Viper's playing this smart, he's going to just camp the docks with the boom ships.
Yep.
Now, unfortunately, he gets the wrong one, so he needs to head to the other dock with that boom ship. And you can see he does a nice little dodge there. Demolition ship trying to... Oh, no, he went back the wrong way. Viper too fast for his own damn good.
Wait, target the fishing ships. Yeah, he understands perfectly. So Viper, before he moves away, he goes after a fishing boat because you can't beat the repair rate at this stage. So he at least takes another fishing boat out of the equation. But yeah, good recovery there and good maneuvers by Lucifron. More of a 50-50 ratio here, just versus an all-out. Viper now gets advantage with demo ships, though, because they can immediately come out and beeline for your hulks.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. You've got to be so careful of those demo ships. 2 demo ships will take out a hulk, but one demo ship will take it down to about, what, 10% health? It's not pretty, but double hulk now coming out. Now, often we talk about archer ships and their strength on the water, but in lower numbers like this, it seems that micro is really, really important. And Lucifron, he's known for his incredible micro. You've got to be careful in this situation, Viper. You're going head-to-head with an absolute beast on the battlefield.
Oh, yes, and wait, just like that, that's it. He doesn't have the way. Like, he actually... No, there's no way. That has to be a remake or something.
Hold on, what happened there? Is that a good game?
Is that actually a good game?
Hold on, there's no way he just gives it up like that.
Maybe we
they're talking?
No, there's like a remake or something.
Was there a night in a wood line somewhere?
No, I think something happened here. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, there's an advantage building for Lucifron, but it's not over.
Yeah, I've got to agree as well. And I don't think, did they shake hands? I didn't see them shake hands.
They're just talking.
They're just talking, so...
There's a remake or something. Wait, no, is it confirmed?
So...
We haven't fully unfolded the banner. Okay, well, now we have.
All right, well, it looks...
Wow, that is it.
Okay, a little bit preemptive. In fact, I'm not even going to say a little bit preemptive. A lot preemptive right there. Not something I expected to see. And definitely, after the second game that we had, a bit anticlimactic.
So what you're saying is how I addressed the end of the last game. Do we just delete this game? And I was right. I don't know.
It feels terrible to think that he's going out of the event this way.
I mean, I hope we can get some clarification from production. It's one of those type of things you probably have to ask the player. Like, he probably has a feeling for something. I think he came into that and he had an idea like Roos should be able to win. And after the demo ships don't work out, his eco is exhausted. I genuinely do think the English have an advantage. I don't think it's just over there, but I can maybe see the perspective. Like, I think Viper is one of those players that sometimes he feels it's over and he'll just say it. But it's interesting because I thought even given that idea in a game like this, an elimination game, like you just play to the bitter end, right?
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping into an interview with the winner here, Lucifron 7. Take it away, Riley.
Thanks, boys. Here with Lucifron. Congratulations, mate, through to the quarterfinals. A huge moment for you. Talk us through how you're feeling about this incredible achievement right now.
Oh, thank you. Well, I'm, of course, really happy right now. Like, I practiced so much for this tournament, so like at least quarterfinals, I thought that it was what I was expecting, or what with this amount of practice, what I felt like I could make and I wanted to make. But then this series was like so close. Like, I don't know, like the first game, I never really knew where I was in the match. Like I never knew how many builds I lost. But overall, I'm just happy. I'm just happy that I made it through. Now I'm just like, I'm going to talk with my brother when this finishes, have some dinner, and just prepare for the next rounds.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, feel good about the accomplishment, mate. That's a huge moment through to the quarters. We'll come to that in a second. I want to focus on what you said, game number 1, right? We haven't, I don't know how many times we've seen Mongol tower rushes in this tournament at least. What do you do in a situation like that? Early pressure, how do you stay cool and make sure you keep your game on track?
So, first of all, the first thing is where the Mongol places the tower. It can be either wood or gold, or if the spawn is really bad for friends, both. In my case, I think I had a good map before, like both wood and gold were like behind my base, and they were like far enough from each other that he couldn't tower both with one tower, so that was good for me. And then I think like it's really important to delete the mining camp before he gets the bounty, and then like take a lot of wood and make an archery range, then you make some archers just so he can never build a second tower. You need the archers really quickly. And from that point on, like, it gets messy. Like, you need spearmen, because if not, the horsemen, especially in prairie, like get a lot of value when everything is like spread out. Like, and then you have to be super careful with not losing villagers. And the thing in that game is that every time I checked a resource, there were horsemen there, so I wasn't really sure, like, did I already lose 5 villagers, or did he just get there? Then when I didn't know until the game ended that I checked the graph, and apparently, like, they had just arrived, because I think I lost like 2 or 3. It's, I mean, it's, in that map, I think it's reasonable. And then the other thing, you have to scout a lot to check whether the Mongol is going like fast castle age or whether he's staying in feudal age. Like I saw he never took gold in his main gold, so I was assuming feudal, but then I didn't see the archery range in a while, so I wasn't really sure. Then I realized that he just wanted to make more towers, like supporting them with villagers, with his style that I'm not really familiar with. I haven't seen like this follow-up where you like pull 5 villagers, make more towers, but I guess in Prairie it makes a lot of sense.
Well, I mean, it sounds like a lot of things to think about when you're under that tower rush, but I mean, a masterful performance from you under huge pressure there. But let's move now to game number 3, right? Now this, I don't know, what's your perspective? Ended very quickly. Did you feel like the game was over at that point?
Yeah, pretty much, because like he could no longer like contest the water, so he was going to lose everything there. And I mean, when you lose, like, you can lose water later on and then it's playable. It's still hard, it's playable, but if you lose it like right when it's about starting, like you are so far behind in economy that you can try to drag the game, maybe depending on the matchup, but against English that you're already like behind. Like the farther the game goes, the worse it is for you, because English is like the strongest civilization later. I feel like you can tap out and not have any regrets. Like I don't think, like if I were in his position, I would have left as well, like immediately. Because just of the fact that it was lost so early will snowball to like you have spent so much in like water, like so early on the spend like in terms of percentage, I guess you have spent like a lot of resources there, and you are going to lose all of them. But this is not that common in these maps, but it just like we both built like the dock in the same place exactly, so like we were practically like melee. So in this situation, I mean, I guess the rules, maybe you can try to like sell gold for stone and maybe get an arrow slit. And since we were so close, maybe it would have like messed a lot with my boats. But if it's not something you've prepared and you instead went for like the super heavy aggression with like 2 demos, try to snip the Hulk and then deny fishing, once it doesn't happen, I guess it's really hard to follow up. Well, look, mate, whatever the reason, you played really, really well, and congratulations on making it through to the quarterfinals. Can't wait to see you perform tomorrow, mate. Congratulations. Thank you very much. We're going to jump over now. We've got some analysis waiting here with Nili. He's going to talk us through what his perspective was on those matches.
Lucifron going through after his brother fell to Recon in the elimination or decider match there. So one of the 2 Spanish brothers is going through hard fought set, especially game 1 and 2, game 3. Obviously, pretty early GG. They analyzed it already. It was probably over. We will take a look into that one a bit later. Let's jump into game number 1. We discussed it. Tower rushing there with Mongols. Obviously, pretty common strategy. Efficiency of the tower rush often depending how the map is shaped. Goal positioning, wood positioning, exactly like Lucifron said. And if we take a look at the map, it simply was all resources in the back. The absolute dream there. The walking distance for the Viper so much longer. Had the tower here, as we can see. Villagers always being pulled. We had the cancel over and over again. And meanwhile, Lucifron's economy does look pretty solid. Stable switch, a bit later than the casters and I would have liked to see, especially because we had archers as the main defensive unit here. Viper, sneaky gold over here in the middle, also builds the tower there, increases his Yam aura, and then the Spearman, not really finding damage. And that's the spot that Lucifron talked about, right? How many villagers did I lose? He barely lost any villagers, and I was really impressed. And this is the major fight. And we see the composition again. It is what we call the 1-1-1. Cavalry, infantry, and archers. And Viper only goes for 2 of them. And that's why the spearmen are so much stronger, because the Viper only has spearmen and only horsemen. And that makes the fight so much better. Viper running out of options, couldn't take the fights cost efficiently. A lot to get through with that response from Lucifron as to how he deals with the tower rush. He certainly gave us a very in-depth look at what was going through his mind at that point. And what really struck me is just how many things he was on top of, right? Scouting, on top of managing all of the resources that were being raided by the horsemen, making sure that he was able to delete the mining camp before the bounty came through. So many things that he stayed on top of, but he ultimately pulled through there. Yeah, obviously something we have played for a very long time, right? French were really good at the start. People tried to find a counter. Mongols were really good. So a matchup that we have played plenty of times. Now we are jumping into game 2. The Viper, he is now going for the 1-1-1 army composition, while Lucifron, he is sitting on 3 town centers. Viper scouted that one early on, quite nicely done. There is walling in all the sacred sites, and from there on, Viper obviously pretty strong economy. We've seen that Lucifron pulled ahead, maybe up to 30 villagers lead, but still 3 sacred sites against that. Economy lead was not that crazy. Viper has the better timing there going for Castle Age.
Well, he picked up these sacred sites very early, and so as a result was able to hold them through the 3 TCs. I think before the advantages, the economic advantages you get from the 3 TCs were converted into something that could challenge what he was doing with, are we calling it map control or just like the area of influence that he had?
Yeah, it's like map control on specific strategic areas.
Right.
Viper even taking the fight here. We see that Lucifron is going for the full aggression still in Fuel Age, but then the Man-at-Arms arrive. We see instant upgrades on the Man-at-Arms, the focus here of the Viper, because he knew those are the key things. He only needs to distract Lucifron for 6 more minutes, and Viper knew, what is my winning condition here? He's throwing away units. If he doesn't have the sacred sites, actually gives Lucifron an easy way to defend, has the bigger army, but Viper, he just played it strategically so beautiful. The castle behind this, villager even coming for the repair.
Yeah, and we saw his defense of the sacred sites in the dying moments of the game was exactly what you need to do, right? Putting up keeps to defend them. Here we saw him delete his own walls, plant a unit on it, which was then put on stand ground. And I think this bloke was actually still standing there when the game ended.
Yeah. And it seems like 155 HP, every single villager does 1 damage to him, and he is just standing there indeed.
Just tanking it, dude. Just absolutely tanking it. Look at him go.
Oh, that's so brutal.
It was interesting to watch the rest of so the villagers obviously here putting this keep up, but then all this army comes through. It's like, no, we're coming as well. We're coming to park our bums on the sacred site. Don't worry about it. But look, really good stuff from Viper there. We don't often see the sacred site victory as a win condition, but proving very effective here for the Snake.
Especially with Delhi, right? You get more gold. You can get them in age earlier than every other civilization. That's why we see them with Delhi so much. And then we jumped into game 3. As Lucifron said, distance very short. Maybe something like arrow slits on water could have been an option, because it felt like the distance was so extremely short that the moment you spawn out of your dock, you could have instantly gotten shot.
Yeah, he described it as almost like a melee on water.
We have 11.
Look at that.
We have 11 tiles, right, with arrow slits. So I think that ends like here. Could have been an option.
The fishing ships are already under threat there. But this is the way that it went here, and a very early concession from Viper coming up. We're not going to have the chance to talk about it too much, but I mean, it seems that both of them were in agreement the game was over.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think that's even a bit unlucky, right? We have 2 docks for Lucifron, and now we have 1 Hulk in production and 1 galley. And the demo actually spawns next to the galley. Just imagine the demo, if both of them spawned next to the Hulk, or the Hulk produced at the top, then both demos get in there, Hulk instantly dies, and then it's 2 galleys against 1 galley. And I think Viper could actually win the game in 7 minutes if the production is switched.
Yeah, if the units had sort of made themselves felt in a slightly, just a tiny different way, it could have gone very differently. But as it was, this adds to, the very puzzling lessons we're learning about playing on water, right? Whether it's Boulder Bay, whether it's Mediterranean. There's all sorts of stuff that we're going to take away from this tournament and think, well, we have to reevaluate, especially with the naval rework, exactly how fighting on water works.
Yeah, and so much to learn, obviously. As I said, like just the tiniest of differences, and we mentioned multiple times, like no way to come back here, water advantage clearly on the side, no more fish possible, and we even think like early feudal age English should have the advantage. I absolutely agree with the GG timing here for the Viper. It feels a bit anticlimactic, but just shows his game sense at the same time.
He recognised that it was over, and that was that. So well done. Well done indeed to, well, first of all, the Viper, right? A bloke who is real. I mean, no one's questioning his mastery of the Age of Empires 2, and certainly Age of Empires 4. He's come in and just put on a good show. Perhaps splitting his focus between the 2 games may have impacted his overall performance there. Certainly, bowing out in the quarters, not where he wanted to do what he wanted to do in Age of Empires 2. But let's not forget, he was playing against Leary there as well, so a very, very formidable opponent. But I don't know. I think people are going to be very hard on the Viper. I think they're going to look at this and think that he didn't perform as he should have. And I think that's a little unfair.
I think no one will be harder than he on himself, right? He said he was nervous in front of the game because he put so much pressure on himself, right? The 2-week boot camp there, mainly focusing on Age of Empires 2, right? Squeezed in a bit of Age of Empires 4, and it showed honestly, like he had good preparation, right? Better than some people would have expected going in with 0 preparation. But yeah, it will be this AoE 2 performance might be haunting him way more than this loss against Vortex.
But against Lucifron here, so against Lucifron, sorry, yes, Lucifron can be very, very happy with this result. You saw it during the interview. This was what he was hoping for. It was what he's aiming for. It's what he said that his practice and his preparation made him feel prepared to achieve. So the heartiest of congratulations to him for getting as far as he has. And look, maybe we'll see him in the semis and even the final. Who knows? We're going to check in with that, of course, later on as the tournament progresses. But right now, it is time to give away yet another slot in the quarterfinals. And this one is going to be an absolute, it's going to be one for the ages. A headline act really here between DeMuslim and MarineLord, two beloved players. MarineLord picking up a loss very early against our 16th seed Iron Magic. So he has a chance to redeem himself, find himself in the quarterfinals. DeMuslim also will be contesting that spot very, very hotly. So let's hear from the players now before we head into this match. I'm going to check in with both DeMuslim and MarineLord, and then on the other side of this, we'll be back with our last decider match.
My name is Ben Baker. I'm also known as Liquid DeMuslim. I come from England, currently live in Sweden, and I play for Team Liquid. My qualifier was fun. I was working as a StarCraft 2 commentator on an event when the qualifier was happening. I didn't think I was going to be able to play, but luckily I got to borrow somebody's equipment at the event. I was playing on a laptop, my friend's gear, and fortunately I made it through, but I was really happy to do so. I definitely think my group is tricky. I'm not super happy. I would have much preferred to be in the other group, but I think everybody can feel like the grass is greener. Maybe if I landed myself there, I'd be like, oh no, I don't want to be here. But it's going to be tough. I think everybody's going to find it very tough here. I've not even yet thought about making it to the playoffs. Like, I'm just taking it literally one step at a time. But I'm also not trying to psych myself out. If I win a series, I'm really happy. If I win 2 series and make it through, I'm ecstatic. I always like playing live. It's always fun in front of a crowd. It's always fun to be in a new environment. I boot camped at the Team Liquid HQ very recently, like for the past week. So I've already kind of acclimatized to playing on a different setup, not quite my own. My most feared opponent, I'd say MarineLord. He's really solid. His face is also a little distracting. If I'm in the same hall and I see him over there, kind of, it's going to be very off-putting. Not because he's there, just his face. If I do get to the playoffs and I think about who would I be confident against, if it's like the semis or beyond, probably MarineLord. Like, I'd just whisper in his ear, like, oh, do you remember that time that you choked? And he's like, which time? And I'm like, yeah, there's so many, isn't there? And like, you know, just mess him up. Yeah, maybe MarineLord as well.
My nickname is MarineLord. I'm from France and I'm 27 years old. I play pretty much all day long. I do my best to find like good practice partner and make sure I have the best chance coming up. Just play not like 16 hours a day, right? Not too much, but 12 hours a day I think is a lot, but that's what I have to do to make sure I win. I don't really have an opinion about my group. I think it's pretty much even with everyone, so I think if you just play well, you're gonna win, and if you don't play well, you're gonna lose, so playing well will make me go first in my group. And playoff will be for sure pretty hard. Every player is good here and top 8 is even better obviously. Best of 5 it's not like bad obviously, but it's still like only 3 games and you're out, so it can go very quick. So like, I don't know, like you just have to play your best every day in this format. And for sure it's the first time I play in a castle, but I'm very used to offline events. It's been a while though, because obviously with COVID we don't play as much offline, but now it just feels like an offline event in a very beautiful place. DeMuslim, because of his face. His face is very scary, not because of his gameplay, he's pretty bad. Obviously the last seed player are not as good on paper, so technically you are more confident against them, but I know like everyone is trying very hard. Even if they are lower seed, I will prepare for them and I will make sure I win cleanly.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's going to be the final game or match of this evening. I'm Aussie Drongo, and with me, it is a special guest. Welcome to the stage, Hut.
Thank you, mate. Very excited to be here. We've got a big game coming up. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. It was some impressive banter between these two guys, and I'm sure for anybody who's ever been around any arenas or seen on Twitter or in any streams, you will know that there's a big history between these two guys. Oh, it's just going to be absolutely awesome. I'm looking forward to it. Both of them are putting their money where their mouth is. They're on the stage. They're going to be distracting each other. What do you think the meta is going to be, between these two guys? Is it going to be heavy aggression? Is it going to be a lot of booming? What's the way it's going to go?
It's going to be very different. I think every match, the meta is changing, right? So a lot of people have been practicing stuff, turning up to the tournament. It's not actually good.
Yep.
So it's going to be very exciting. I'm very keen to see who comes out on top of this game.
Yeah, I got to agree with you. It's been interesting how people have just been sort of developing in their own little areas, and now it's all been just washed together or mixed together in the mixing bowl. But we can see our players now on the screen. There you go. There's their stats. So we can take a look and compare the pair. You can see MarineLord 7 out of 10 on speed, but DeMuslim is lacking a little bit right there. 4 out of 10 for him.
A little bit on the slow side for the old man, but yeah, I wouldn't say he's that slow.
Yeah, he's still pretty damn quick.
He's all right.
And both of these guys have got 10 out of 10 for experience. They've been around the scenes for a long time. Macro, 10 out of 10 for both. The difference, though, is going to be in strategy and micro. We can see MarineLord infamous for his strategic depth as well as his micro. His game sense is just at another level, it seems. And DeMuslim's going to have a difficult time today going up against his all-time rival.
For sure, I think it's definitely going to be a very mind-gamey series. I think if it was just a straight-up game, MarineLord would be favoured. But don't count Ben out, so let's go.
All right, well, we're going to be diving into the draft. Here you go. You'll be seeing the first map of this series is going to be Cauldron. A bit of an interesting one, something that we haven't actually seen before, at least not that I've seen before, up here just yet. And also Wetlands and Basin. These are rare maps. I mean, Basin, not so much. You guys will be familiar with that. It's quite open. It's like a giant football field in the middle. But Wetlands and Cauldron, tell us a little bit about Cauldron to start.
I mean, it's a very interesting pick. I would say very unexpected, to be honest. Just in terms of which civs I would play, probably China versus English, I would have to guess.
Yep.
You really want to make the most of the mid-water while you can. There's only a few fish there, and you basically need to contest the fish early on to snowball the advantage of that. So it'll be interesting to see which civs they pick where.
So do you think there's any way that we see Mongols coming out on Cauldron?
It's a possibility, but I think English is a good matchup into that, so...
All right.
We'll see.
Well, the other options that they've got through here is Wetlands as well. And, I mean, I guess we'll focus on the first game for the moment. And Civilization picks are going to be revealed. It's going to be the Ottomans coming out and the English. So 50% hit rate there, but not too bad. English coming out there for MarineLord and the Ottomans for DeMuslim. How do you feel the Ottomans stack up against the English?
I mean, it's interesting. Like, we've seen a lot of interesting meta shifts just with the meta actually coming in. The unit, the meta, of course.
Yes.
Being really effective with the archer composition versus the longbow.
Yep.
I think early on, England should be favoured to take the water and sort of control the pace of the game.
Yep.
But we'll see. I mean, Ottomans have been a little bit slow, I'd say, in this tournament. England has actually been more aggressive than previous, not as boomy as before, but yeah, I'm excited to see what happens.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a trend towards English aggression throughout the event, so who knows? It's probably just going to be, 2 villages out towards that starting pond. I don't even think. Do you think DeMuslim's even going to bother contesting it?
I don't think he will, no.
Yeah. And it makes it a little bit more difficult as well playing the Ottomans into the English, just because typically you want to try and make those military schools as early as possible. We see people often go for them in the Dark Age, but you're making spearmen in the Dark Age, and, well, what's the English got? As soon as they age up, it's the Council Hall, it's those extra longbows. So nice little, I guess, dynamic here for MarineLord. Which civilization would you rather be here?
Definitely English, I think. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So you're giving them a bit of an advantage, giving MarineLord a little bit of an advantage here?
Of course. I mean, surprising he picked, the English civ when he's French, but...
Yes, it is indeed. But obviously he's been trending towards this civilization as well. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be diving into game number 1 of this series. Keep in mind, this is a knockout. So whoever is losing this series is going home. Is it going to be MarineLord? Is it going to be Ben? aka DeMuslim. Let us find out. Spawning in on the south side of the map, playing in the color blue representing Team Liquid as the Ottomans, it is DeMuslim. And in the north of the map, playing in the color yellow representing Izzy Esports, it's MarineLord on the English.
And already an interesting diversion, I would say. Oh, this is not good. Don't lose that, Ben.
Yeah, you got to be real careful with that right there. It looks like we do have an early dock coming out for DeMuslim, and MarineLord seems absent. Where is MarineLord?
Yeah, I was not expecting this, to be honest. This is a bit of a switch up from MarineLord, to be honest. He's obviously going for a faster feudal, 2 on gold quite early. I mean, longbows can pressure the middle dock as well, so perhaps it's a bit of a bait.
Yeah, interesting.
Let DeMuslim take the middle, and 10 longbows come across, and see you later.
Yeah, it could be a smart move. Do you think there's still a bit of a payoff, though, for him? Because we're at the 90-second mark at the moment. By the time 10 longbows are out here, it's probably going to be, what, 7, 8 minutes, something like that?
Of course, there's always opportunity to make the most of the fish while you got them, but it'd be interesting to see where DeMuslim goes from here.
All right, well, let's talk a little bit about this map, because this is a map that will seem alien to a lot of people here. It is something that's not available to you on the ranked ladder or the quick match ladder, at least not at the moment, actually. I might have to take that back. I'm not 100% sure, but it is something that's rare to see. For these civilizations, the English, the Ottomans, they're here, but is there really much that they can take advantage of? There's those 3 sacred sites. The Delhi calls to me on that, but at the same time, it seems a little bit of a smaller map.
Yep, I was going to say, the one thing that strikes out to me, it's very narrow, very choky. So it's actually interesting with this particular matchup. You would think English with the best trebs in the game would be favoured late game. But if Ottoman gets a good economy up and they get enough grand bombards, it can actually be quite difficult for England. So it'd be interesting to see if they end up splitting the map in that way.
All right, yeah, that's interesting to hear. So potentially a new late game king is what Hut is reporting. All right, well, it looks like we've got the age ups coming through. No real surprises here, Hut. It's going to be the Council Hall. I reckon you could bet every single time on that one and always come out a winner. But for DeMuslim, the age up yet to come through. Obviously, you're always going to be a little bit slower when you've got those fishing boats out. And we can see he's not going super duper heavy on the fishing boats, just going a little bit slower, adding in the 3rd one now. Do you expect him to go any more than 3 fishing boats or just leave it there?
I mean, he won't make a ton, basically. We can agree on that much. I think more than 5 is probably a mistake, but then you're sort of just feeding into what MarineLord wants you to do. But let's see. We see a quick transition to a stone mine there from MarineLord, so obviously going to try and boom it up behind some pressure.
Yeah, that seems like a pretty smart choice. And keep in mind, for anybody playing along at home, maybe you're not too familiar with the way that the English play a very strong defensive civilization. If you've got a town centre up, there's a couple of bonuses that really help them out. Most notably, they get double the amount of arrows from the town centre. They've also got additional attack speed through their network of castle bonus. And their villages, well, they've got bows on them. So if you ever try and dive those town centres, they're going to have extra firepower in the form of those villages. So going for a second town centre, it's a pretty safe move here for MarineLord.
And we do see DeMuslim aging up with the twin minaret. So he's going to have some safe berries at the very back of his base and on a deer pack as well. That's very nice indeed.
That is absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Now, I guess this is my question to you, Hut. If this is you in this situation, do you take the berries first or do you take the deer first?
Get on the deers, mate.
You get on the deers.
Get on the deers.
It's great to hear that you get on the deers first. All right. Well, we'll have to wait and see whether DeMuslim looks to do the same thing. But interesting to note, at this point in the game, MarineLord not moving at all towards longbows. Not a single one in production, nothing in queue. It's just going to be a focus on getting up to the next, or rather, getting up that next town centre. One of the things you did mention was the possibility that we might start to see a bit of a longbow mass building in the middle and a bit of aggression coming out. But MarineLord said, well, you know what? I'm just going to go straight for I'm just going to go straight for the opposite. I'm just going to go and get myself a galley or 2.
It's actually clicking. I don't think it's going to be a galley. I think it might actually be the arrow slit at the dock.
Oh, that's so smart. So
this would just completely deny fishing at the dock. So yeah, that's actually really smart.
Yeah, very interesting.
That's why he's on the main stage and I'm not.
That's exactly it, yeah. I mean, he's just thought about it to another extent. I mean, this guy, he says, I don't play anything crazy. Like, I'm not playing 16-hour days, but I am playing 12-hour days. And that's still pretty crazy in my books. Well, the age-ups come through. DeMuslim's jumping on the berries for the moment. You got to get over to the deers, mate. Get on over.
Yes, mate. Come on.
For anybody who doesn't know, there is a very famous saying in Australia. It was done by one of our politicians. It was get on the beers, and it was eventually remixed. But Hut, you picked it up. You thought it was quite a nice way to say get on the deers.
I mean, it just made sense, right?
It just made perfect sense. But we do now see double broadaxe coming in through for DeMuslim. Does this kind of give you an indication as to what his intentions are this game with that double broadaxe play?
I mean, ever since the patch, it's just been quick upgrades, I think. I think traditionally in Age of Empires 2, for example, you always get the lumber upgrade as soon as you age up. And I think now that it's cheaper, I think a lot of people are just going to do the same.
Yeah, all right. Well, that makes a lot of sense to me. First of the longbows is out. A little bit of harassment on that stone mine. DeMuslim was also going for a second town centre, but he's got a stable up. So fortunately, the longbows won't be too much of an issue for the moment. Now, one thing to note is down towards this this pond here, we can see that the fishing boats have got a nice little safe pocket here that they're actually able to gather from. So MarineLord's invested quite a lot of resources into that dock, into that emplacement, but hasn't achieved the desired result, at least not just yet.
Yeah, for sure. Probably a little bit of a mistake with the position of MarineLord's dock. You would obviously like to deny all fishing if possible. But just behind this, the single longbow coming out, pressuring the golden stone of DeMuslim, gets his safe TC up at home. So I think he's more than happy with this situation so far.
And we can see DeMuslim going to be doing some of the same thing right here, getting his own arrow slit emplacement on that dock. And now for the moment, I mean, it looks pretty even Stevens here. If you had to give anybody a little bit of an edge, you'd probably say MarineLord, just because of that early longbow aggression. Kind of forced a little bit of idle time there over on DeMuslim.
Yeah, I mean, we still haven't seen so much stone going in for DeMuslim. I mean, he's getting up there, but he'll want to add the military schools from Ottomans, of course. He wants to start getting those free units out as quickly as possible, so you start getting the benefit early. But be interesting to see when and where he's going to expand to.
All right, well, it looks like Anatolian Hills has come through for DeMuslim there. We did see a whole bunch of sheep sitting down on the ground, but I want to start to pick your brain, Hut. What's the transition from this? So we can see that MarineLord's added in that second town centre. Does he start thinking a bit more about feudal play, or is he going straight up to the castle age?
I think England is quite strong with, they can basically get their TC up for free. They're really under no pressure to take damage, essentially. And then they can transition their economy into a quite heavy feudal push. But we have seen from players such as the Mister getting a lot of units out early, but not so much committing onto farming economy. So you can still get castle at a relatively quick timing. So I think we're going to see some pretty heavy feudal aggression from MarineLord here.
Yeah, he's got quite a lot of villages here on wood, but we do now see the second town centre coming down for DeMuslim as well, and he's still got 8 villages here on stone, so there's obviously the potential with the Ottomans to really get a great synergy going between those villages on the stone and on the wood, because a lot of your, well, not a lot of, but rather your town centre as well as your military school, they cost very similar amounts of resources per capita, or not per capita, but the ratio of them is very similar. 150 wood, 100 stone for the military school, and 400 wood and 350 stone for the town centre. So very similar resource amounts. So it makes a lot of sense to keep them all together.
Of course. I mean, we have seen a lot of aggression into a TC previously, so I think this map is obviously mixing that up a little bit.
Yeah, all right. Well, it looks like a couple of spearmen out so far. Sparky, we're looking to do a bit of damage on that dock for MarineLord. Keep in mind, even though they've both got emplacements on them, that realistically, they can't actually shoot the military units. Even though the military units, it's a pretty easy target. It's just a balance thing.
Of course, and it's definitely not worth making a attack boat in the middle just because of those emplacements. So
yeah, well, it would get shut down very quickly, wouldn't it?
Of course.
Yeah, it's interesting how it becomes a bit of a stalemate in there as a result. Well, the Sparky are moving out over on the north side. DeMuslim looking still pretty strong. He's gathering up plenty of stone here. And I guess the question is, does he look to go into a third TC, or is he just going to be gathering up that stone for military schools? Because MarineLord, we know that he's going to be going for a third town centre.
Yeah, I mean, the tricky part about England is, you know, when they hit castle age, they're on 3 TC essentially, right? Yep. So I think DeMuslim just wants to get military schools up, start getting a bit of map pressure, and then you can look to add TCs behind that.
Yeah, all right. Well, once again, harassed here on the stone mine. MarineLord just being absolutely annoying here, but he is going to lose the spearman. Good night, sweet prince. Very fortunate to have the villagers close to the town centre so he can get that extra firepower in. A couple more spearmen up towards the north side here. Nice little repel of that attack, and unsuccessful for DeMuslim. At the moment, only one villager has gone down. It's been MarineLord who's secured the kill, but there's still plenty of villagers to be up for grabs here, Hut.
Yeah, I mean, it sort of seems like they're faking each other out a little bit, right? Like we only saw the single longbow originally,
yep,
and now it's just 4 spearmen on the map for MarineLord. So he's definitely not trying to, be overly aggressive. He's just looking to secure what he has.
All right, well, speaking of overly aggressive, it looks like the Sparky have found a way up towards the north of the base. Villager trying, it does indeed go down. So it's going to be a 1-for-1 finally. Losing a lot of Sparky in the process, though. How do you feel that trade went for DeMuslim?
Yeah, it's not worth. You really want to get free damage with horsemen, especially in feudal age. They're not tanky enough for this sort of business.
Yeah, all right. I kind of feel the same way. All right, well, taking a look at DeMuslim, though, at the moment, his macro, it is trending in one direction. And I suspect it's going to be a castle age.
Yep, that's right.
We're going to most likely here see the MIA, the Mehmed Imperial Armory, do you think?
Of course. I think the Vizier one is a little bit too niche at the moment. And I mean, you always want mangonels versus England, so...
It just makes a lot of sense to be going. It gives you that constant pressure throughout the game as well. You know, there's always going to be a mangonel strolling onto the field 2 minutes in, and if you don't have Springalds to deal with that, well, you're going to have a problem.
Of course, and we do see the MIA coming up, 10 villages on that, so not rushing towards Castle Age. Going to be interesting to see how DeMuslim plays the mid game in this. Like, what sort of unit comp do you think he'll be going for here?
I'm a really big fan. It's kind of weird. I love Janissary Archer. I think this is a really good composition. Yeah. And so, especially in a matchup like this, and typically you want to try and add Siege, Mangonels, Springles just to back them up. But the Janissaries are going to keep the Archers safe from any cavalry, any men-at-arms, and the Archers are going to keep the Janissaries safe from any enemy Archers.
Of course. And we do see MarineLord edging up himself at home with the King's Palace, of course. Not much chance of the White Tower coming up, of course. But
yeah, that's definitely the case.
Definitely want the extra economy here.
I think we've seen it once before. I think, yeah, Kasva pulled it out. Was it Kasva? There was somebody who pulled it out. I think it was on Mediterranean. It's a pretty rare occasion to get to see that. But I guess my question to you is, at the moment, all right, you've got English that are sitting on 3 TCs, the Ottomans on 2 TCs, and there's a very clear advantage there to the English once that age up comes through. Is the resources that are being gathered right now from the military school and the MIA, is that going to be enough to counteract the difference in villager count?
I mean, it adds up. 3 units are never good. I mean, never bad, I should say.
Yeah.
You can just get infinite value technically out of them, so it depends on how he uses them. We've obviously seen the Spahi come in, lost a few, killed 1 villager maybe, so overall, not really worth, but hey, it's free, so can't complain.
All right, well, I can confirm that the second Vizier point has come through now for DeMuslim, and he's gone for the military campus, which increases military schools and increases the amount that can be built by +1. So now that he's up in the castle age, he can make a 3rd one and throw that extra technology in. It's going to be a 4th one, and we can see he's got that one prepped now, ready to roll. So 12 minutes in, 4 military schools and the MIA. He's playing the Ottomans perfectly up until this point.
Of course, the other way you could go is with the Vizier points is get the 2 Imams, start getting relics with his fast castle. That could be interesting as well. But I think we'll just see DeMuslim get them normally. Interested to see if MarineLord goes quickly into either Knights or Crossbow, because we see Man-at-Arms coming out from DeMuslim here. So definitely don't want to be caught off guard.
Yeah, strange. Heading into a bit of a traditional composition here. Crossbow, men-at-arms, looking like something out of an Abbasid mirror 6 months ago. So, yeah, a bit rare to see this. They don't typically have a lot of bonuses that sort of help them out or trend towards that. I guess they've always got the extra Mangonel that's coming through, but it looks like a bit of aggression coming out in the middle here from MarineLord. Looking to put on the damage, but at the same time, DeMuslim, he's coming up the rear with the gear.
You know your reference as well, Drongo, what can I say? It's actually interesting. You would think the dock dying is not actually a big deal, but if you actually have nothing there to shoot it with an arrow slit, you can actually go a Hulk in the middle, but we do see a demo bird coming out, interestingly enough.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. As soon as there's a Hulk out in the middle, then all of a sudden you're getting shot at and there's nothing that you can really do to respond. You kind of need to Springald. So that's a really good pickup, but it looks like DeMuslim going to be responding with his own counterattack. He's going to be careful here, though, because that dock is burning down, and you'll hear the Vizier point coming in now for DeMuslim. I can confirm that the 3rd Vizier point was spent on fast training, so that increases the production rate of his military schools by an additional 25%. So that is unique to the Ottomans. Keep in mind, he's got 4 military schools at the moment, so he's getting maximum value from this unique technology.
Yeah, and it looks like he's just got them training Spahi constantly, which is probably the best thing you can be making at the moment. See a demo ship from MarineLord coming out, interestingly enough.
Jeez, that was a close one, wasn't it? He got away by the skin of his teeth.
You got to be quick.
Yeah, very, very fortunate. But now those longbows, veterancy upgrades come through. Just looking to try and dish out some damage. Able to take out the meta, so focusing that one down. Got to be careful here. There are some Dark Knights looking to move in on those longbowmen, and there's not really much here to defend them. There's a couple spearmen or a single spearman making its way out, but unfortunately, he loses his life very quickly, and now this is the part where it starts to get concerning because DeMuslim has got 4 military schools, he's got the MIA, everything is just pumping out units non-stop, and he's got that extra 25% that we just talked about. It's all barreling down the middle right now at MarineLord. Sure, he's got 3 TCs, he's probably got, you know, a monastery somewhere collecting relics, but he doesn't have military, at least doesn't have that huge amount of military that he needs right now to defend.
And what do we say? The free Mangonel comes out, you can do a timing with the first one that pops out. I don't see a Springald in production.
It's a really good point, and there's...
Oh, never mind, he's got it coming.
Actually, he's got a Springald in production. That was beautiful timing there from MarineLord. He is just on point, isn't he? Oh my lord, that is great stuff from MarineLord. You know, when you're able to do that, it's just, it's kind of crazy, the read he's got on the tempo there. You know, you can kind of calculate it. Well, when my enemy ages up, add 2 minutes for the time it takes, and then add another 60 seconds to walk across the map, and he can do the math. He's like, I need to add Springalds by 13 minutes and 12 seconds.
And this keep, most likely going to be denied. This smells a bit of desperation to me.
Yeah, you think it's doubtful that it gets up?
It's very doubtful, I would say. I think this Springer being here completely changes the maths for Ben.
Look at that, and beautiful preemptive Springald shots. Like, he knew exactly where it was coming. You know, he doesn't have map hacks, but it looks like that. That's how good that his game sense is. You know, we talked about this before the game started, the fact he just knows what's going to happen, and now he's got a beautiful little choke point here. The Knights aren't really able to get through, but now all of a sudden he's had to fall back because those numbers of spears are all of a sudden looking a little bit better. And now that keep, it's still coming up. It's still coming up. This is starting to look a little bit worrisome.
It's getting close.
If this one actually gets up, a meta going to be coming in to reinforce this position. If this keep gets up,
I think he could have stopped it.
Yeah, you reckon
that was only 3 vills, yeah. He just... the problem is with this keep, it doesn't really threaten too much. He's getting like the left side wood line. He just shifts to the right. I don't think it's too much of a problem at the moment.
Yeah, good call. We can see all those villagers moving over now. And the other thing to note is that in this matchup, just because of the fact that the MIA exists and it's pumping out Siege, MarineLord has naturally gone for a Siege Workshop to get that Springald out. So now he doesn't need a new Siege Workshop to make a Trebuchet. He can make it from the existing one. So he's using those same resources he's invested to really give himself a nice little buffer here in the middle. He'll be able to take out this keep ever so slowly, but he'll be able to get it down eventually.
I mean, if you had to pick which civilization that DeMuslim was playing, you would probably not say Ottoman. You would probably say Delhi.
Yeah, it feels
based on
that
how
way.
this looks. We did see a keep trying to go up on the right-hand side here, but blocked by the preemptive walling from MarineLord. Now, this keep makes a lot more sense. You're getting access to a big gold, and you're now getting access to a secondary wood line that MarineLord would look to take. But unfortunately, MarineLord's already moving over here. Is he going to see it?
He should see it. He did have line of sight. And there's the longbows coming in now. He waits until he's right on top of those villagers before he begins opening fire. DeMuslim going to have to bang on out of there and immediately cancels the keep, realizing that ain't getting up. And I'm running for my dear life. MarineLord now losing the first of his landmarks. It's going to be that King's Palace that did go down. So losing a town center here, but keep in mind you can always rebuild it. That is the first of the landmark. DeMuslim may look to begin working down the additional landmarks. Keep in mind, they're all tucked away in that English base. It's not going to be too long before he's knocking on the doors here. But the advantage definitely feels like it sits with MarineLord at the moment, even though DeMuslim's definitely got a bit of tempo, right?
Yeah, I was about to mention the one scary part for MarineLord, he had no guys on stone. He recognizes the threat, 11 guys on stone now. So he realizes he needs a defensive keep just to not die. He's obviously in a good position economically. His army is getting scarier and scarier the longer the game goes on. He just has to not die right now. What does he need? A keep.
Yeah, really good insight there, Hut.
Keep yourself safe.
Exactly, keep yourself safe. And that's with a capital K-E-E-P, keep yourself safe. But we do not see any additional siege in queue other than that Springer, but no additional trebuchet. But it looks like a little bit of a dive going to be coming out here. Sparky trying to make a connection. Mangonel on the backside as well for MarineLord is approaching that 150 population. Men-at-Arms on the front line looking to tank it up. Not a lot of crossbows here for MarineLord, unfortunately, so it's going to make it a little bit harder for him to get through these. On the backside, it looks like all the siege has gone down, but MarineLord, he's trying his best to hold on. DeMuslim doing a pretty decent job, but he realizes he's going to have to fall back away from this position.
Yeah, it's too hard to fight to the choke point there. Longbows obviously have the network buff, so it's very difficult, even for Man-at-Arm and Knight, to get on top of the units and kill them. So the one thing that did actually happen there, we killed the Mangonel, one trebuchet went down, so perhaps this keep can live.
All right, well, we'll have to wait and see. He's got plenty of stone in the bank, so if he wants to start thinking about repairing it, he's going to be able to do it, but it is on fire. Villagers have finally made their way to the front, and it looks like we've got additional siege coming down, or additional production on the front line. Another keep being thrown down here. It's looking to challenge this gold, but take a look at this. It's been discovered. A villager sneaking out for an outpost. He's going to work out the news and report back onto home, surely.
Of course, and as we mentioned, the map is quite choky, so if he gets keeps up in good position, he's already got this front left keep up. It's still not dying, it's being repaired constantly. If he can keep this keep up and maintain the right-hand side control, it can look good for DeMuslim, but I think it's going to be difficult with the trebuchets coming out from England.
Honestly, watching the way DeMuslim's playing the Ottomans, it is making me very proud. You know, I love this civilization. I think it's got a lot of potential, and it's great to see that it's been worked out. You know, DeMuslim's looking very solid here up against one of the favorites for the event here, and he's making it look incredibly strong, incredibly viable.
Yeah.
All right, well, the trebuchet continues firing on towards that keep. A little bit of jostling for position down on this central location just south of MarineLord's base. And as we head into this sort of later mid-game, almost early late-game period, who do you favor in this position? Is it MarineLord on the English? Is it DeMuslim on the Ottomans?
I mean, MarineLord is obviously going to have a lot more experience on England and with their late game. Ottomans only just recently coming out, of course, so perhaps the lack of long-term experience might hurt, but I mean, DeMuslim has a scary army, man. I'm not sure.
It's looking really scary. He's got 85 military population compared to the 49 of MarineLord. He's worked out the perfect timing here. And we've got a beautiful little rotation here from Mapu doing a decent job. You see the relic on the backside. MarineLord looking to pull it forward. He's protecting the siege with the Wololo. Watch out, ladies and gentlemen. It may happen. He's going to have to fall back here. All of a sudden, DeMuslim looking incredible. Springald's moving forward, able to get the trade. The Wololo goes off. He's going to have to fall back. Bring those units back to DeMuslim. He's able to do it. He keeps them alive for a little bit longer. And now all of a sudden, MarineLord's opening. Looks like the Mangonel's probably going to go down here. The Sparky getting in on top of it, and it evaporates in a single second. Springald continuing to fire out on the backside. No more siege left to take down, but the men-at-arm numbers on the front line still looking pretty solid. Looks like DeMuslim is looking very good in this game as the meta continues pushing forward rather. And now those Archer numbers are really looking good on the back line. Another Springald. It looks like it might be unfortunately captured before it manages. No, it takes it out. Gets a good one-for-one trade there, but there's another Springald on the front line. These guys are just running around crazy. MarineLord's trying to hold on. He's got that English advantage. The network of castles just helping him hold on for dear life. And now more spearmen making their way out through past the council hall. How is he doing this, Hut? This is ludicrous.
I mean, the network buff is pretty insane, dude. The longbows have just been shelling away at everything this entire fight. You can't really get onto the back line. There's nothing to deal with them so far. We do see a Mangonel coming up now, but I mean, it's very close. All the metas are dead, which is important. No more 15% attack speed for DeMuslim, so every push forward from here is going to be harder than it has been. So
there was a beautiful little technique there. I'm not sure if you saw it, but the Springald managed to get one shot onto the Mangonel and it died. But fortunately, the outpost on the front line with the Springald in placement, well, the Mangonel didn't get past him. Took it out. But we do now see a monastery, the first one, going down. A single relic drops down on the ground. Big Mangonel shot trying its best to come through here.
We see two more up the north, and they're being garrisoned as well.
I'm increasingly looking like DeMuslim is in a great position here. Now, keep in mind, he's got siege crews in here as well, which means he's buffing up the attack speed of these Mangonels. It's imperative that MarineLord gets a Springald out, but there's nothing in queue right now. Not a single Springald. He's got no wood. He's only sitting on 371 wood. A whole bunch of villages have just moved, transferred from some location out to another. It looks like all the wood has just been
It's gone.
It's gone.
There's no wood. This is his last position.
He has to head back to the north side, but fortunately it doesn't seem like there's much line of sight up there. We can double check and see. Yeah, you can see right there. So he should be okay to hold that position, but now all of a sudden, I mean, all the relics are on the ground, right? Nobody's got any relics. Actually, one relic is sitting in favor with DeMuslim at this point in the game. He's also got two sacred sites behind this, so this push, this pressure that he's got coming out, this is intense. It almost feels unrivaled, Hut. I don't remember the last time I saw a civilization like the Ottomans just applying this much pressure. It's ludicrous.
Of course. I mean, the free units, they're definitely been paying for themselves the entire game, and now this is the result. Just been very much a grinding down of MarineLord here.
All right, well, the siege crew's looking very strong here. Mangonel's looking to fire onto the back line. Oh, they're looming and they're looking. There's still no Springald. There's the Springald in queue now for MarineLord, but it's going to be a long wait before that bad boy is in. It's on the front side as well. Look at this. It's potentially, yeah, I think the siege workshop might be getting targeted down by the trebuchet. He's got to be so careful with this infantry mass, those Mangonels, if they get one foul swoop. Here they go. Watch out, ladies and gentlemen, from the top rope. MarineLord got to be so careful. There's beautiful splits coming in, though. Holding on for dear life. The men-at-arms continuing to move forward. He's trying to take them out. They finally make a connection onto the back line. Beautiful men-at-arm micro here. Number one going down, but the Mangonel don't count them out. Look at them go. He's trying his best to take out those longbows. He's doing a decent job. It's a big shot on the back line. A second one hits, but he only takes out the one longbow. The Springald finally makes it out as well. He's going to continue pushing forward. He hits the next one, but keep in mind there are more coming. To MIA is pumping them out non-stop. They just won't stop, Hut.
I mean, he had 8 Mangonels. He has 8 Mangonels on the map somewhere. We've only seen 3 at this fight. If he can collect his whole siege army together, like this should be a like an easy A move. But I mean, he's just burned through so much of MarineLord's army at this point. The longbow mass has been decimated. He's really struggling for wood. At this point, he can't afford to replace it. So, yeah, it's looking really good for DeMuslim here.
DeMuslim is in an incredible position, and hold on a minute, that knight, if it manages to find the wood line, there is trouble. But fortunately, MarineLord does not permit him to find it. Another Mangonel now moving out. There's so many Mangonels. I can't believe how many Mangonels there are. And he keeps on bringing out metas as well. He's doing a great job here. A lot of people will forget to bring out additional metas, but not DeMuslim. He knows exactly what he's doing here. Up against one of the fiercest rivals he's ever had in esports history. MarineLord is looking like he's able to hold on for a little bit longer. The Springle doing a decent job there for him, taking out more Mangonels, and it's just non-stop action here. But it looks like it's finally coming to an end. Is MarineLord able to hold this push? He's down 30 population though. That's a huge difference.
Yeah, I mean, when we were saying before, MarineLord needs a keep. Where's his keep? On the right-hand side. Where's DeMuslim been pushing? Just straight down center. As soon as this keep is out of position, I mean, DeMuslim's mind is made up. He knows exactly where to push. So
it's looking incredible in this very first game in the series, and the Spahi making their way back. He's looking to hit just the Mangonel. He's not interested. What's going on with those Spahi? Did they get... I think they got skewered there by a couple of spearmen, unfortunately. But the Mangonel does finally go down. He did get it. And all sacred sites are now captured. The timer is down. Less than 10 minutes to go until that sacred victory. But hold your horses. There's an outpost coming up on that north one.
Who cares? This keep, there's all your wood gone. So good luck, MarineLord. That's all I can say. And we see the boys are coming. All the boys.
No. Oh, no. That is a lot of villagers. And this is where it starts to get hard. Now, keep in mind, MarineLord, he's got 3 landmarks. However, one of them is already dead. That leaves 2 left, and there's a lot of siege right here, and this army is just enormous. I can't believe it. DeMuslim maxing out. He's at 194 population right now. 123 of those are villagers, and he's got, on top of that, the extra free units just coming in non-stop. It is insane how many things are coming in right now. This new Ottoman civilization is surely going to become an S-tier civ after witnessing this. This is how you play the Ottomans, ladies and gentlemen. Get your notebooks out. You better be taking notes. I need to see that build order written down. This is absolutely stunning.
Yeah, I mean, very well played by DeMuslim. Like, it made perfect sense for the map, but I mean, it's not over yet, but
all right.
I don't see what MarineLord can do.
Yeah, he's continuing to push in. The keep gets up. Mangonel's on the backside, and we can see that Council Hall is going down. Mapu highlighting it's at 50% health right now, and he's using the siege crews with the trebuchet, so they're firing even faster. He's also got them. Oh no, that's not a meta. I thought that was a meta. It's a Spahi. Never mind me. But he's got the siege crews there buffing up that extra attack speed on the trebuchet, so they're able to fire towards those landmarks a little bit faster. He's not really focusing them down though. He may not have connected the dots just yet. We did see a game from him yesterday where he had the opportunity to go for a landmark victory, didn't do so.
And I mean, we see a very sneaky play by DeMuslim too, taking MarineLord's wood right under his nose. So.
Yeah, sneaky old DeMuslim. Look at this meta. He's just banging his drums very viciously towards that outpost. Get out of my town. Get out of my town. All right, well, the landmark now once again being focused. It looks like the Council Hall, did that Council Hall get rebuilt? It looks like the Council Hall hasn't been rebuilt. No, it's not. And you can see the villager button is grayed out. That means that it hasn't been repaired to max and been attacked down. It's just he's only repaired it about 40–50% of the way, or not even 50. But at this point in time, he's now looking to focus. Look at this, bringing the attention up towards the north. He knows this is where the wood is hot. Springles, oh my lord, that's a lot of Springles. Look at the damage that's going to come out here, but I don't like that. I don't like that for MarineLord. I'm going to be honest. Look at him just continuing to take the wood here as well. It's so cheeky. What do you even do when your enemy's doing that?
Leave.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like game 2 is almost upon us, but DeMuslim now hits Imperial Age. What's the reaction from MarineLord? Look at the face right there. That's an esports headshake if I've ever seen one coming out from MarineLord. Expect him to throw in the towel any second? No, not MarineLord. He is an absolute knight right now, and he will continue fighting as long as it takes because he knows how important this game is. The money is on the line. This is it, and he's up against Benny Boy. He's up against DeMuslim.
It's not just the money, it's the bragging rights, man.
It is the bragging rights. That's exactly it. Whoever wins this series wins bragging rights for the next 55 years. It is a long time. And now that landmark is going to go down once again. Look at the siege down here. It is just absolutely ludicrous, but nice little trade on the backside. Keep in mind the age up has come through. I don't actually see any roller shutter triggers in queue at the moment, so DeMuslim going to be taking the fight no matter what. He's got 3 trebs down there, all buffed up, more units moving in on the backside. The keep also going to be firing off towards that Springled, taking it out. A single Springled remains for him. Everything goes down. 1 Springled now for MarineLord. Going to be looking to clean out the rest of the siege that's here. And has he found a way back into this? It's looking It's not really, is it? No, it's not. No. I guess you got to keep in mind at this point. Not only is the village account in favor for DeMuslim, the tech lead, he's got the sacred sites, he's got the military advantage, he's also got landmark victory approaching right now. Like, if you could tick any more boxes, your ink would be running out of pen. That is how many boxes this guy has ticked right now. I'm feeling like we're approaching a 99% victory chance right here. If MarineLord can make something happen here, it is going to be an absolute miracle.
Yeah, I mean, it's a crazy game by DeMuslim, like really well played, to be honest. Played the map perfectly, I would say, so far. Yeah, it's just such a struggle for MarineLord, but we do see him trying to decap the sacred site. I would say that's probably the least of his worries at the moment. You've got a huge siege army you need to deal with. So.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And I'm just wondering whether DeMuslim's going to be able to connect the dots again. You know, the first dot has definitely been connected. He focused down that initial town center, but we never saw him ever think about even going for the council. He was doing damage to it, but I don't think he was doing damage to it because it's a landmark, but rather it's a production building. So now he's looking once again to hold on against this keep. He's trying to do his best, and the trebuchets continue firing off their boulders towards the battle. Keep in mind they're being buffed up by the siege crews, and good game gets called. It's going to be DeMuslim taking out the first game in this grudge match against MarineLord.
Wow, I mean, I'm very impressed, to be honest. Our predictions were clearly very wrong at the start. We thought English was going to take water, they were going to be aggressive in feudal and try and get stuff done, but no, wow, DeMuslim just shows a very dominating performance, honestly.
Yeah, I think coming into that, you know, I asked, you know, who would you prefer to be? The English, the Ottomans? You said the English. I agreed with you. I think the English are obviously very good there, but DeMuslim teaching us a bit of a lesson there, showing us, hey, this is how you play the Ottomans. It was beautiful, the timing that he had. His defense was perfect. He lost a single villager in that defense against MarineLord, but hey, that's perfect by my book. It couldn't have gone any better, even if you lost 0 vills. But I guess the point is the way that he played it, the overarching strategy that he had, the game plan going into that. He never let up on the gas. He was just pedal to the metal the whole time.
I mean, it's a very simple game plan, but he executed it to perfection. You see, the first keep, I wasn't so convinced about it. You know, I said, you can go to the other wood line.
Yep.
Okay, well then, I'm going to put a keep on the right-hand side, so you can never get access to that side of the map.
Yep.
And then, all of a sudden, the keep never dies.
Yep.
And then it's just, you have the free siege coming out from the MIA. It's really hard for MarineLord to have enough production to make units. Like, he really wants, like, man-at-arm longbow, and then he has to deal with siege as well. So it's like a very interesting way of DeMuslim putting pressure on MarineLord, and it worked really well.
All right, well, we now prepare for game number 2. The map is going to be Wetlands, a map that I've actually not casted at all at this event. I'm not even sure if we've seen it yet at this event. Maybe, I'm not sure if you've seen it at all. Maybe
once.
There we go. Once coming out previously. So you're going into Wetlands. You've got the Rus, the French, the Holy Roman Empire available to you. The other map that you've got as a potential option is Basin. Which civilization do you throw down here?
I think MarineLord definitely likes Rus here.
Mm-hmm.
You can get like big value on hunting cabins, so it's not uncommon to see like an 80, 90 gold hunting cabin with the first one, so it's actually pretty insane. DeMuslim, I would have to say Mongols, because you really want Chinese on Basin, so that's my prediction. Let's see if we are correct this time.
And how do you feel about the matchup, the Mongols against the Rus? Is it favored towards one direction?
I think Mongols pretty good at the moment. Rus definitely got hit pretty hard with the nerfs recently, so...
Commiserations.
Yeah, of course. My boys.
Yes.
Down but not out.
Yes.
But yeah, I think Mongols looks really solid in this matchup, but let's see.
All right. Well, you've heard it here from the pro. I'm curious what way you guys think. Twitch chat, I know you hear me. Which civilization is it going to be? Is it going to be the Mongols coming out for DeMuslim, or is it going to be the French coming out for MarineLord? Which civilization do you think will be victorious? Is this it? Is this where MarineLord makes his final stand? Does DeMuslim actually knock him out? Does MarineLord actually get a potential chance at bragging rights? Does he bring it back? That is going to be the question.
I mean, if he wins with French, he's a hero in my eyes, so...
Yeah?
Yeah.
You think it's a tough matchup, this one?
I think this matchup is actually decent for French, but I keep telling MarineLord that French sucks, and he's just like, no, you suck. And I'm like, you lost to Magic, dude. You suck. Shut up. But
you know, if Magic goes on to win this event, you're going to be eating your hat.
Of course, Magic is a Chad dude. He said the whole time he's going to beat MarineLord. But
wow.
I mean, we're focused on the Muslim versus MarineLord here, so he's up against the wall.
Yeah, he really is. Now, keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, that this is a knockout match. Whoever loses this series is going home. So if MarineLord wants to avoid catching that plane back to France tomorrow, he should probably pull out the goods right now because he's down in this set. He's down 1-0 up against DeMuslim. DeMuslim pulled out a very impressive first game. I'm excited to see what we've got coming up this game now. Let's talk a little bit about Wetlands. Wetlands is a map where there's plenty of food. I think you get a bit of extra sheep.
No sheep.
Oh,
you get 5 sheep, that's it. You need to go to fish quite early, so I mean, it's an advantage for Mongols overall, I'd say. But yeah, it's a very weird map if you haven't seen it. Let's see if these guys have too much experience on it. I imagine they would.
Let's talk a little bit about the berries. There's these berries that spawn all over the map, but there's only 2 of them next to each other. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay.
So it's a very, very weird map. You spread out a lot, so I mean, obviously French will be good at hunting down villages that are exposed on the sides, but I mean, let's see. I'm very excited to see this game.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2 of this knockout match. It is an absolute grudge match, and spawning on the east side of the map, playing in the color blue, representing Team Liquid on the Mongols, it is DeMuslim. And on the west side of the map, playing as his signature civilization, it's the French in the color yellow, representing Izzy Esports. It's MarineLord. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Now the map, it is Wetlands, a map that we've not seen, or at least for me personally, I haven't seen before in this event. Hunt says it's been played once before. And we do see a little bit of an interesting stat there. Mongols versus French happened 5 times during Red Bull Wololo Legacy, and the Mongols won 4 out of 5 matches. How do you feel about that, Hut?
I mean, MarineLord is the best French player, right? So let's add to that.
All right, well,
let's get one more W for the French.
Let's do it. Let's see how he pulls it out. If there's ever been a time for MarineLord to dig deep, it is right now. I'm excited for this match. This is I mean, this is getting really serious now. It's all on the line for MarineLord. So let's have a look in the base of DeMuslim. Let's have a look and see what he's up to. Maybe we can jump into his POV if we get the chance. Is he thinking about a potential barracks? Is he thinking about a potential stable? I think it's got to be a barracks right here, isn't it?
Of course, always.
So it's going to be a barracks here against the French. This is going to help him out a huge amount against the enemy, because typically the French love to go for that early night, love to try and get in your wood lines, your gold mines, all that annoying stuff. But by doing this, you're going to stop them from doing that.
That's actually a crazy overview position too. That villager did not skip leg day, man. That's crazy. That's so far away. But he has the benefit of getting on the Ds instantly, which, I mean, I'll take that trade any day.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty decent spot for him. But yeah, you're not wrong. It is very far away. Quite a way away, isn't it? But we'll check in with MarineLord. I want to have a look at the way that his base has developed. And we see him now beginning to gather up some wood. Also got a gold mine quite far away from the TC.
I think the bigger issue is the stone for MarineLord. Like, how do you get stone? Like, this stone is forward.
What is this stone?
That's crazy. This other one's like in whoop whoop. Like, yeah, this is going to be...
For anybody who doesn't know, whoop whoop is an Australian term for the middle of nowhere. It means quite literally just, it is very far away. So that's where his stone is. It is in whoop whoop right now. He doesn't have a stone behind his base. He's got 2 stone in front of his base. One of them is shrouded by trees, and the other one is in whoop whoop.
Yes.
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 So that is the technical term. You've heard it here first. All right, well, the age-ups have now begun coming through. MarineLord going with the School of Cavalry, as suspected, and the villagers make their way across the map with the spearmen in tow. And the question is, where does he look to apply pressure? Is it the wood line that he goes for here, Hut, or are you thinking more gold mine?
I think gold, but I think when he sees like the position of the stone mines, he's just going to be cracking a little wry smile, I think. Like, typically, if you get towered on your gold, you're more than happy, because on a typical map, say Arabia, you can just be like, okay, cool, I'm just going to go stone, expand, I'm going to spam knights, and make it really difficult for you to get castle and do what you want to do.
Yep.
But in this situation, if he gets denied on gold, man, it's not looking good.
All right, yeah, and a little bit unfortunate there. He does actually repair up the mining camp. Looks like the bounty isn't going to be going across over to DeMuslim today, but the outpost, very aggressive here. How do you feel about this outpost in between 2 gold mines?
I hate Mongols.
It's annoying, isn't it? Look at this. Just, yeah, you wanted gold? Well, oh, it sucks. And, you know, I think we can kind of see the mindset here coming out from DeMuslim as well. He said, well, okay, if you don't want gold, I don't want gold. What do you want? And he works that out. He's like, oh, you want wood? I want wood. And now, all of a sudden, that's where that next outpost is coming down. So, MarineLord immediately going with an archery range in response. Now, I guess my question is, do we see a bit of a Greek response here? Do we potentially see some scouts coming out, or is it just going to be something all different altogether?
I'm surprised it's a knight. and he doesn't have enough gold to go for Pro Scout. So typically what you would also want to do, say if you had a bad stone, for example, and you had enough gold, you're more than happy just to make 7-8 scouts. Burn the tower down, you have a couple of archers to deal with the spears, and then you go Pro Scout. And the game state is sort of not that bad for you. Obviously, you would rather, I think, have stone and expand if you had your choice. But interesting, we see a knight. Perhaps he wants to do counter pressure, but I mean, DeMuslim spawn is like insane. So
yeah, if we take a look over at DeMuslim spawn right now, that knight's going to be coming across here. But where is it going to be hitting? You can't really hit the gold because it's under the town center. You can't really hit the wood because it's under the town center. You can't really hit the food because it's under. I'm noticing a theme here. Everything's underneath the town center.
Yeah, time to hit the airport, I think.
I think that might be it. DeMuslim going to be sending MarineLord off, saying bon voyage, I suspect. But now we continue to see a new outpost being adjusted for. He's going to be careful here. He's got this right up against the wood line. But by the same token, if an archer comes into this spot and gets an eye through, he might be able to just take this one down slowly.
I think DeMuslim was actually trying to be too cute with the towers eventually. We saw him originally trying to get one up on the gold, decided, okay, you don't want that. I'll try and pressure what you actually have. You want to try and pressure the wood and stone. And it's given MarineLord enough time to actually completely bypass the fact that there's a tower. So, and now we do see the front gold coming up for MarineLord. So it's not too bad, actually. And this knight might actually get stuff done.
All right, well, the knight does come in. It looks like Textiles not yet through. First villager going to be going down here. MarineLord not doing a bad job here, opening up this second game with a villager kill at the 6-minute mark. Definitely feels nice getting it on the board early, doesn't it?
I mean, he found the perfect angle to come in, completely unseen by the TC. So, yeah, nice little pick off.
All right, well, the YAM network upgrade is through because we've got these deer stones out. Where do you think DeMuslim goes now that we've reached the second age? Does he think a bit more about going into horsemen? Is he focusing on archers, or is he just going straight for that age up?
Well, we see 18 on wood, my man, so we're going to see a second TC. Becoming increasingly more meta. Just pretty much the new way you have to play Mongols. One TC is not... It's basically not viable in this matchup at all, based on what French wants to do and how they like to play. So, yeah, we're going to see a second TC, and then I can't imagine DeMuslim staying in feudal age too long, so probably 2 TC into a fast castle.
All right, well, you've heard it here from the pro. Let's see if he nails it. We'll try and keep up with MarineLord and see exactly what he gets up to. Yet to move out to stone himself. Do you think that the response for MarineLord is going to be 2 town centers, or do you think it's going to be something more focused on tech?
I think you're more happy just to play like 2 town center into like 2 stable ranges, just so you can have map control.
Yeah.
And then once Mongols hits castle, you just add a couple of spears, and you're usually okay with that game state. The problem with this map is, obviously, you see the villagers going down to fish. All of your food is exposed. You have about 5 sheep at the start, and then you have to start spreading out. So the positioning of any extra TC would be tricky for MarineLord. So, yeah, I'm just interested to see how he plays the mid-game out.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be like a natural expansion point for him.
Yeah, exactly.
He's got to be careful right now. DeMuslim doing a pretty decent job of cleaning up the knights, I was going to say, but unfortunately the Khan loses his life, Hutton, as Twitch chat knows. When the Khan goes down...
GG, call it.
It's called.
F's
That's
in
it.
chat.
All right.
F's for the boy.
Mongols, they're out this game at least. So a nice early victory here for MarineLord. Game number 3 going to be coming up shortly for you guys. No, I'm just kidding. But yes, it is tradition when the Khan goes down, chat goes down with it. All right, well, over on the north, or rather east side of the map, DeMuslim's got that second town center down, pumping out the villagers as well. Now, keep in mind, the French make villages a little bit faster than all the other civilizations, so it is going to take some time for DeMuslim to not only catch up to MarineLord, but to overtake him. Hold on a minute. MarineLord once again going to be finding some free villagers down here. Second villager kill of the game. There's the third one. Can I have a fourth one? Yes, I can. There it goes.
Thank you very much.
And that is a nice little way for MarineLord to just make sure that second town center is going to take a bit longer to pay off.
Yeah, I mean, this Ovu is not so important that it is protected. I mean, DeMuslim doesn't actually have any other stone near his main base. So, I mean, I guess he's probably a little bit sadder about his 2 stones being in this position, but... I mean, MLord's pressuring correctly. We're going to see the barracks try and skedaddle out of there, but I still think DeMuslim's in a pretty reasonable position.
If you look up to the top of the map or the north of the map, it's very barren. There's really nothing up there. There's a single pond, a single relic, and a whole bunch of wood, and that's about it. So, yeah, it's very interesting the way that the map spawns out and all the resources just kind of towards the middle, towards the enemies. But anyway, I guess we'll focus a bit more on what MarineLord's doing. We do see a single villager now on stone. So there is the potential that he thinks about a transition to stone, a bit of a heavier transition, and now a second villager coming out to stone as well. So perhaps it is going to be that 2 town center play for himself.
Do you see a little bit of light harass from the Knights here? The Spear's obviously out of position, but probably only 1 or 2 villagers going to go down. No.
Oh, that YAM network, coming in clutch. For anybody who doesn't know, the YAM network is a unique technology available to the Mongols, and it's propagated by the outpost. If we click on the outpost, you'll see that they're supplying. Actually, that outpost won't be doing it because, well, it is technically doing it, but there we go. It is generating an enhancement, which is called YAM, and all units get a 15% bonus movement speed as a result of this this technology. So very powerful when you're being raided. Allows your villagers to run a little bit extra faster, and it might be the difference between them getting hit that extra time and dying, or not getting hit and staying alive.
Yeah, and interestingly, DeMuslim, he's only got the Khan. That's his only military unit, and he's not really that close to Castle Age, which is surprising. I mean, he's been denied fish a little bit. He's eaten all the deers that are under the TC. He actually has a boar that's actually quite close. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense for MarineLord.
Well, you mentioned the boar. He's got a certain number of... okay. That is an interesting play coming out right now from DeMuslim. What do you feel about this? How do you feel? Is this just directly because of the potential incoming Castle Age, or is this something different altogether?
I think he's just like, oh, I'm in trouble. Yeah, he's going to get kicked off this bottom fish with the ram timing, and then, like, where's he get food from?
Yeah, I mean, he's got the boar there to provide a little bit of assistance. Can we double check and see? Yeah, it looks like he is pulling the boar out. He's got to be careful. One of those villagers quite low on health. Textiles, has it come through? We'll double check. Yeah, Textiles is through. So the likelihood that he loses a villager here is quite low, but I think he lost one. I think he lost one to the boar. Unfortunately.
The boars are hungry too, man.
They are.
Not just a Muslim.
Yes, boar's going to eat as well. But the battering ram now coming in and looking to prevent him from gathering from this pond. Fortunately, he's taken off the closer fish, so he might have to start thinking about moving to the top side of his base, to the north of that boar. But that's a huge army that's down here. MarineLord's looking solid.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, was with the Sables for Castle Age or in trouble, like, he's making horsemen.
Yep, and it feels very unfortunate. You would really love to be spending this food on a Castle Age, eventually on some Lancers. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't have any Uvu, so he's not going to have that double production, but still, 1 Lancer is better than no Lancers.
Yeah, I mean, the real problem is, like, how long are you going to be stuck making horsemen for, right? Like, what is your plan for them? Because MarineLord's already got 7 knights. He's making 2 at a time from the stables. He could very easily add spears himself, and now the name of the game for MarineLord, look around for where are you getting food from, basically. And he's already denied everything down bottom side. He's just going to hit top side now.
Yeah, seems like a smart move for him to do. Now, an interesting position for that Uvu. It is over on the enemy side of the map. How do you feel? How do you rate this one?
I mean, like, where else is he going to get it, right? I think it's actually like a smart play. It looks dumb because it's just going to die, but hey, I mean, if MarineLord doesn't see it, it looks genius, right? So. And
I guess it kind of brings units back over towards that other side, so it's a smaller military force on the front line.
Yeah.
All right, with battering rams at 25%, or just a bit under, actually, way under 25% health. 60 health out of that 420, so barely any health right there. But it is moving forward, trying to find some targets. For the moment, MarineLord is still ahead when it comes to the villager count. Keep in mind, DeMuslim's lost a lot of villagers this game. We saw him lose that villager out early to the night. We saw him lose, I think it was 4 more villagers to some archers, and then a whole bunch more after the battering ram came in. So.
And MarineLord's so rich, look at his wood. He can make as many rams as he wants.
Yeah, that's a great point.
He can get the entire ranch.
That is exactly it. He can bring 18 rams out and put them towards his enemy. And we now see him focusing down in that direction. Look at him here with so many knights, and good game gets called. DeMuslim realizes, I cannot do it in this second game. And it gets even up in this series, 1-1. MarineLord was looking solid right there on his comfort pick, the French, his signature civilization. Was there anything DeMuslim could have done to change it, or was he just kind of, I don't want to say it too frankly, but map screwed?
I don't think so. I mean, like, equally, MarineLord didn't have, like, a super comfortable map. I think it just comes down to the indecision with the tower early on. He was like, he could have easily had the tower on the gold, just been happy and then played it out from there. But, I mean, he wanted it all, right? He wanted to deny not only the gold, he wanted to pressure the wood and the stone, and sort of ended up doing neither. We saw archers get out, eventually kicked away the villager making the tower, and then, I mean, he just pressured very heavily on land, denied the Muslim food, and See you later, son.
Yeah, that was it. All right, well, with game 2 over, that leaves a deciding single map. It's going to be Basin. And with that, there's some interesting civs that are available. The Chinese available to DeMuslim, as well as the Malians. As we've talked about the Malians many a time before, the last kid picked at gym class, it seems. It's
unfortunately, yes.
It's the civ that no one wants, and it kind of leaves China, which is at the moment considered to be by many the best civilization in the game.
Yeah, definitely. They're just so versatile. Basin is like the perfect map for them. That is not a hybrid map, of course. It's very tricky. You can easily wall off. You have like a ton of space to make your granaries to your heart's content. I think it's going to be really tough here for MarineLord. I'm not sure. I imagine he would go HRE, but I mean, I don't know, man. China just is so insane right now.
All right. Well, yeah, he's got Rus. He's got HRE available to him. It seems like, for me, the best choice is HRE. I feel like they're probably a little bit stronger at the moment than the Rus. On top of that, I feel like their matchup against China isn't the worst. If you were going to pick any civ that you had to go up against them, you'd probably pick the Holy Roman Empire, but you wouldn't do it on this map, that's for sure. So, unfortunate, because I think this is DeMuslim's home map, isn't it?
Yep.
So, yeah, he's very prepared. Obviously, with the China pick in his pocket, he's a happy camper right now.
I mean, it's not too bad for HRE as well, because you can sort of play a similar sort of game to how China wants to do it. You can just have Archon with like 30 farms around it, and you're generally pretty happy with that. But, I mean, if it goes late game, I think it's really a struggle to beat China at the moment. So, let's see.
Yeah.
I'd be interested to see how MarineLord pressures and secures what he needs out of the map, whether it's relics or, you know, doing his farm transition at a good time. But I think it's going to be tough, man.
Yeah, all right. Well, we'll wait to see the civs. Until then, I mean, we can talk about...
I saw China.
Oh, you saw China?
I saw China.
You saw China?
There you go.
All right. Well, there we go. We'll have the civilizations for you shortly. I'm not sure whether it's not VR. I think it's AR is probably the right way to say it. So we'll have the civilization choices for you soon in AR. And that will indicate where these players are going to be going. But our suspicions at the moment, China versus Holy Roman Empire. The HRE, a civ... now, you actually had this matchup earlier today, Hut. You played this matchup against TheViper.
Yes.
And you went for an interesting opening, at least something that I found quite strange. It was the second TC. What do you think the likelihood here is that we see a second TC coming out of MarineLord early on in this game?
I mean, I think it's fine. I think like HRE has been nerfed consistently. So like your relics aren't as good now. Getting up to Swabia is a bit more of a challenge. Like China can basically just do what they want. Even if you go Swabia, I think it's a very comfortable matchup for them. And yeah, I mean... I'm actually really interested to see what MarineLord's got for us, because it needs to be something special.
I'm thinking the exact same thing, right? Like it's what is MarineLord? The burden is on him. It's only a matter of time until the Chinese just go to the moon, and so he's got to try and pull a rabbit out of his hat in this game. You know, maybe you get some really fortunate relic spawns. Maybe the wood lines are in the back for the Chinese player, so it makes it really easy to hit the front.
And I mean, you can't discount the Barbican rush either.
That's another important factor, especially in this matchup. A lot of Chinese players I know, not quite the top echelon, but still, very, very competent Chinese mains. Crackety here as an example. He just says, I don't even know why I play against the Holy Roman Empire. I just want to Barbican rush them.
I mean, it's viable. Like, what can you say? Like, it's probably one of the strongest things that China can do, or any civ can do to HRE. And it can turn a very good Archon spot into a very sad one. So, let's see.
Yeah, great point, because obviously when you put that Archon Chapel down, that's it. That's the spot that you've got. And then all of a sudden the Barbican comes in. It's like, well, you chose that spot, but now you can't put villagers there.
Yep.
And it's useless. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 3. This is the final match in this series. And spawning in the north of the map, playing in the color blue on the Chinese, representing Team Liquid, it is DeMuslim. And on the south side of the map in the color yellow, representing Izzy Esports on the Holy Roman Empire, it is MarineLord. Welcome to game number 3. This is it. This is what it all comes down to. You lose this game, you're going home. You lose this game, you're going to hear about it for the next 25 years, about how the bald man beat the short man, or how the short man beat the bald man. It's going to be one way or the other. Neither of these guys, or rather, only one of these guys is making it through to the next stage. Who is it going to be? That's what we're here to find out. Hut, who do you favor here? Is it the Chinese? Is it the Holy Roman Empire?
I mean, DeMuslim has a pretty good map. That right side, he's got 2 golds there. He's got a relic. He's got deers. That's very easily wallable. I mean, on MarineLord's side, he's also got a similar setup. He's got a relic, 2 golds. But all of his hunt is forward, so I definitely favour DeMuslim's position here.
All right, well, you've heard it here first, folks. The likelihood for DeMuslim stocks are on the rise. All right, well, good news.
Not his hairline, though.
No, definitely. Well, actually, it's probably still on the rise. Yes, but anyway, we digress. Now, I'd love to take a look and see what the villager count is for each of these players and their resources. There we go. So DeMuslim going for his classic opening here, the 6-3-3. 6 villagers going out to food, 3 villagers onto wood, and then 3 villagers onto gold. And then he'll start adding them back onto food. So this is a really old school build, sir, but it checks out. This is it's a little bit slower to transition into the Song Dynasty, but it guarantees that you've got that village in the transition period. It makes it nice and easy. We'll also take a look over at the base of MarineLord right now. Where's he going to be putting down that Archon Chapel, you think, Hut?
Very nice position. Going to have it straight next to the gold and the wood. He's going to be very happy. Mine that wood line out, and then that's going to be all your farming eco there. So, yeah, I think this is pretty good. It's not really at risk of being barbecued either, which is, you know, always good. Love a good barbie myself, but not when I'm playing HRE. That
is indeed it. As Australians, we just love a good barbecue. Love a good shrimp on it as well. We'll take a look now at the base of DeMuslim. Where is he going to be going for his Imperial Academy? It's a bit of an awkward spot that he's got because the mill's so far away from the lumber as well as from the mining camp. Does he... Oh, this is tough. I don't know. Where does he go for this one?
I mean, you need to maximise space. I mean, there's a couple of spots. Probably where Marp is indicating here.
You reckon? All right, we'll have to see how he plays it. The egg drop's about to come through. Let's take a look. 3, 2, 1. And there it gets dropped. There. So a little bit closer into the town centre, but a decent little spot he's got. And it definitely eats up quite a solid bit of this wood line here on the front as well. It is missing out on the lumber camp a little bit, as well as missing out on the mining camp, but not particularly. It's not super duper important. It's more of those things where it's RNG. You know, you either get it or you don't.
I mean, you would like to have the wood line in it, but I mean, whatever. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. All right, well, the age ups come through. Pretty early age up here as well. 355 for MarineLord on the Holy Roman Empire. He's gathered up a fair bit of gold. 132 here. What's the plan with this gold? That's just shy of a wheelbarrow, but probably a bit too much for anything else.
I'm not sure. He's also gathering up a lot of food here. This sort of screams horseman to me. Yeah, the gold is interesting. Maybe a bit of a mistake, or maybe the nerves are getting to him.
Yeah, it could be. This is the 3rd game in the series.
I mean, he has history of choking, so...
They don't call him Choke Lord for nothing.
I would prefer him not to, but I want to see a good, long, sick game, but let's see.
Well, I think the longer this game goes, the more likely it is that DeMuslim wins. But I still think there's a window in that early Imperial age, as long as MarineLord hits it before DeMuslim does, to take advantage of the power of the Holy Roman Empire, to really channel that inner Giga Chad. But for the moment, it looks like DeMuslim is going to continue working towards where are those villagers going? And it's going to be the Barbican. So the Song Dynasty going to be coming in. Oh, okay, there we go. All right. He puts down, that's a nice, safe little Barbican he's got there as well. So what do you reckon? A couple of walls in front of that boy? Yep. That bad boy, no one's getting through there.
Yeah, that's like a sick position. Like I highlighted before, this is going to be the key area of the map that he needs to defend. I mean, he's done it with the Barbican straight away. So
this is crazy when you consider this. So he throws a wall in on this on the right side of the Barbican. He throws a wall just below the Barbican. Behind that, he's got 8k gold, a deer hunt, a relic, wood lines for the next 10 minutes easily. He's got everything he needs right there.
Yeah.
That is an amazing spot there. So now I guess the question is, as we see MarineLord looking to drop down a second town centre, how soon do we see the second town centre coming out from DeMuslim?
A little bit later. He's not in any rush. I mean, he'll be happy just getting the Song Dynasty, making the vills a little bit quicker. But yeah, I mean, MarineLord's going to secure this front deer pack, which is good. He's not really at risk of getting denied either of his 2 hunts, even though they are forward. But yeah, man, I'm scared for him just because of how good DeMuslim's map is here. Yeah. He's even got so much farming area as well, just to the north here. So This is actually
tough.
an insane China spawn.
Yeah, like when you're playing China, one of the big issues that you have is space in your base.
Yep.
You know, you need to keep space around that Imperial Academy to try and fit as many production buildings around it, but you also need space for your farms. And China, they're a civilization that we've increasingly seen go for more and more farms, but hold the phone. Forget about farms. We've got men-at-arms right now attacking a gold mine. Villagers, no one going down, but still damage being done.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I said the call was horsemen, but you know, we see the man-at-arms, an often neglected unit in feudal for HRE, but he's just made one at the moment, just doing a little bit of slight pressure.
Yeah, we can see those villagers going absolutely ham there on the back line. I think DeMuslim knows how important it is to get this second town center up. Not only does he have wheelbarrow, but he's also buffing up the mining camp. So these villagers, I mean, they'll be done in probably another 30 seconds. He'll be trying to get them out of there while the men-at-arms attacks. That should be almost enough right there. Probably another couple of drop-offs and he'll be okay. Climbing slowly towards that 350 stone. There it is. Oop, a little bit of a... There we go.
Happens to the best of us.
There we go. 363. That'll do. So no villagers go down. Imperial official still doing his thing out there. Watch out. He'll, you know, you guys know him. He's notorious, isn't he, huh? Those damn Imperial officials. Always looking for a fight. But the second TC now going to be coming down here for DeMuslim. So it's going to be 2 TC up against 2 TC, but don't be deceived by the numbers. MarineLord, he's going to be behind.
A little bit greedy on the positioning here, outside range of the main TC, so this man-at-arms is going to get even more value. I mean, this has been a very worthwhile investment for MarineLord, you know? Like, he's gotten a lot of damage on this stuff. This is a ton of idle time now coming out. Obviously, it's going to die, but, I mean, you're not happy as DeMuslim having so much idle time here, and a bit of a citizen's arrest there on the man-at-arms. Get down, sir.
Someone's got to do it. Someone's got to do it. All right, well, at this point in time, we'll double check and see what the IO numbers are. I'm curious to see what type of build order DeMuslim's gone for and how heavy he goes on them. But we've already seen farms getting dropped down here for MarineLord. Do you agree with this kind of early farm transition, or do you prefer to get out on the map and exhaust everything before jumping on the farms?
You know me, mate. No farms at all till 40 minutes.
Till the deers are all eaten?
Every single deer has to be gone before I make a farm. But yeah, it's becoming increasingly more meta to go early farms, and on this map, it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, it's so tricky. You're not really at risk of being harassed at all. You can just, you know, suck up resources. And, I mean, you're always happy to add farms early as HRE. It's just you often don't get the opportunity to. So, yeah, it's good.
All right. Well, it looks like we've got a bit of a, not a simulation, but rather a bit of a repeat from the game that we had earlier. MarineLord on the HRE, DeMuslim on the Chinese. Earlier, we had you on the Holy Roman Empire and Viper on the Chinese, and almost identical strategies, almost mirroring them down to a T here. Now, I want to see personally what MarineLord is able to do differently, because there's no surprise, or there's no, what's the word? There's no way to say it differently. MarineLord comes into this event a favorite. You come in an underdog. This guy, he's just on another level when it comes to strategic thinking. He's better than everybody in the world right now. So what does he know that we don't know? But that's a question, and we're about to find out, because
that's right.
It's looking pretty good right now for him. He got a lot of value from that man-at-arms, didn't he?
He did. It's good. I mean, he needs to take advantage of it a bit later. I mean, he's got a lot of low HP vills. Obviously, you want to try and get in and get some kills later on. But, I mean, the game state looks pretty good for MarineLord. He got a second TC up, completely unharassed. He did some damage to DeMuslim. We're seeing the relics being picked up very quickly here. And I think the scary part for DeMuslim here is he doesn't exactly know what the transition is going to be for MarineLord. Is it going to be like into quick stables? Are we going to see more man-at-arms? Are we going to see, God forbid, a archery range from HRE? I don't think that exists.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I think when you actually go into the build menu, there's no hotkey for it.
It's just empty.
It's just grayed out. Yeah.
There's nothing in there, but you can see DeMuslim walling up immediately, and with MarineLord preventing the walls from coming in, it kind of gives a bit of insight as to the direction he might go. I see that and I think, okay, well, he might actually look to go for something like a night push or something like that, but I guess he's just held the wall open for now. Villager's going to have to evacuate, but the age up does come through. He's got 284 gold in the bank, so he's going to be able to slowly gather up more gold through the Imperial officials. I say slowly, those guys gather up gold very quickly.
Of course,
but
pay your taxes.
Exactly. He's going for, I suspect, an archery range here. Like we can see it dropping down here, double archery range, so I think he's going to supervise both of these ranges, look to get some crossbows out. Definitely the right choice for DeMuslim on the defensive.
Yep, and the interesting thing is we really need to keep keep track of how many relics MarineLord ends up getting. He really should be getting pretty much everyone except the one in DeMuslim space. I think if he gets that, he's a bit of a magician, but maybe he can get in.
Yeah, there might be a way. No, look, it's under the Barbican as well. He could. Is there a chop through potential over towards that right side? Yeah, along there. No, probably not. I mean, you could, but
I mean, that would be sick.
You need a brain.
That would be sick. Yeah, well, I mean, unlucky for MarineLord then.
I was going to say you need a brain that's quite large, but you would also need a brain, yes. All right, well, the crossbow numbers for DeMuslim are rising. He's up to 5 crossbows at the moment, but do note MarineLord, he's thinking about that that destination. I was going to say destination unknown, but I know the destination, and it is an Imperial destination. 1,200 food at the moment for him, 1,000 gold in the bank, and the upgrades are starting to come through. Wheelbarrow, double broadaxe, a few little idols over here on the top side here for DeMuslim. But as we enter into the mid game, how do you feel about Imperial Age here for MarineLord?
I mean, I think he has to do a quick timing if he wants to make the most of it, right? I think if you're just like, okay, cool, I got Palace of Swabia, I can just make Vils, like feeling good, and then it's just like, well, you know, China is doing the same thing, but they've had Vils for longer. So, I mean, the thing here is the Muslim's eaten all his hunt. He can't really go out the front of his base to get the other deer pack. And, I mean, where's the farm transition going to come from?
Yeah, then that's exactly it. But I guess for me, the thing is, and as you mentioned, he's got to go for a timing in the Imperial Age. He can't just look to play this out, because if you try and play against an evenly matched, and even though these guys aren't going to be 100% even, at this level, it's pretty even. Both of them incredibly competent with the civilizations. If you try and play against an evenly matched person, in this matchup, the China will eventually win out in the late game. But we do have that age up now coming through. It's going to be the Palace of Swabia getting dropped down, so no real surprises there. MarineLord going to the Imperial Age. But yeah, I think early timing is definitely the right way to go. One of the key things that you need to do with these early timings against the Chinese is go heavy on bombards and culverin. A lot of players will look to avoid that, maybe play a bit more heavily on knights or men-at-arms. You must go for that early siege. You need ways to deal with their keeps. You need ways to deal with their inevitable siege that will be coming out.
Well, we did catch a glimpse of what MarineLord really wants to do down just south of the Swabia. It's a bunch of stables. It's going to be elite horsemen coming through very quickly. I mean, I've spoken to him a few times about his HRE play, and this is like his bread and butter, you know?
Yep.
Like, he loves just going for the elite horseman, getting in, diving. It sort of solves a lot of the problems you have. With HRE, you can end up with, like, too much food, and you need to, like, obviously build siege. And DeMuslim's not fully walled yet.
Yeah, that's where it starts to get hard. And keep in mind, these are only palisade walls, not stone walls. So it means that when 30 horsemen start rocking up on your top wall, well, things aren't going to get pretty for you. But it's going to be a direct counter as well to the crossbows. And I think it's quite an interesting style that MarineLord's gone for. You mentioned specifically early on, you said, I think MarineLord's probably just going to open up with some horsemen. And what did we see? We saw men-at-arms. And you remarked, you said, that's a little bit weird. But what do we see as a response from DeMuslim? 16 crossbows.
Yep.
He's forced out 16 units that are going to get countered by the very unit that MarineLord is now looking to mass.
Yeah, it's a really smart play. He's switching it up. We do see this keep coming down from DeMuslim. He's trying to secure his front berries, because, again, he hasn't really done his farm transition. I think he's just adding them now. In fact, okay, he's got 2 granaries up, but, I mean, he needs all that money. He needs all those farms to be down and working, because, I mean, DeMuslim's got 9 guys on food. Well, there we go. They finished the keep. Back to work, boys. But,
back to work.
Back to work. But, I mean, this is a very vulnerable location. He's trying to secure it, but, I mean, horsemen don't particularly care that much about a keep shooting at them, right? They can just, like, run past, dive, and like you said, the crossbow's worthless, essentially, here. And he's still building them.
Yeah, the big thing for me I'd love to see is just a siege workshop drop down immediately. Now, this is about to be exposed, and as soon as it gets exposed, I would suspect that we see a siege workshop drop down within 6 seconds of MarineLord spotting that one out. So we'll have to wait and see whether that is his response. But look at this, a quick wall trying to come in underneath the Barbican. Don't worry about the Barbican, baby. We need walls here to stop this, but I don't like his chances. I don't like his chances. He's making away. Nope, he's not getting it at all, Hut. And now behind enemy lines, looks like the Holy Roman Empire begins to shed its glory. Plenty of spearmen, though, trying to make their way in towards this, but he picks up about 6 villages worth, so not a terrible little bag right there for him. Does repel those units, and the wall will come in. You know, you hate to see it come in so late. He's had plenty of time to do it. We're at 15 minutes and 50 seconds now. You think surely there would have been a bit of a window for him to go for it?
I mean, but he never knew about it. He never knew about the tech switch, so he was just expecting either Man-at-Arms or Knights potentially coming out. He sort of preemptively added Spears, so maybe he had a clue about it, but a lot of losses here for MarineLord. Definitely don't want to be wasting the Horsemen while you've got them.
Yeah, beautiful little cleanup, and we've got Horsemen on the other side as well, looking to loop up with the initial mass. I'm not sure whether we've got Elite Horsemen in just yet. It looks like they're still Veteran. We can double check. Actually, no, that is Elite Horseman, yeah. Biology also going to be coming through from MarineLord, so looking for a maxed out Horseman. Really looking to play heavily into that composition. But DeMuslim on the other side of the map, he's still yet to go towards that Imperial Age. How important do you think it is that he gets to Imperial?
I mean, he can take his time. Like we've been mentioning, he needs to sort of secure his farming eco. He's trying to get these Ds now, which is definitely a good move. See the Horsemen trying to come in, but they might get 1 or 2 villager kills, but I mean, if you want to waste them, bro,
yeah.
you do you, King.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Those spearmen, they don't mess around when they're fighting up against Horsemen. Yeah, drawing away even further, but I guess MarineLord, he's losing a bit of time here. I feel like the clock has started ticking already, and realistically, China, the position continues to increase for every second that you're not applying that pressure at the front. We do finally see a bombard in Cube.
Oh, look at that. That is beautiful.
Yeah, those farms, aren't they just absolutely gorgeous? He's got plenty of farms back here. And one of the things to note is we've started to see more and more farms coming out for China. You know, back in the old days, I remember, he sneaks through once again. So damn annoying. I remember back in the good old days with China, you'd be like, 35 vils on food for China with farms. That's enough. But now it seems like, well, the composition seems to be very more orientated around horsemen, around spearmen. So 70, even 80 villagers on food for China, it's like quite a normal thing in the late game. So don't expect those farms to stop any second.
And I mean, you can obviously see the comparisons for first game. DeMuslim's basically doing the inverse of what he did game 1. He did aggressive keeps, now he's doing defensive keeps. He's stonewalling his sides, and he's just trying to make the game force through middle. And we see the first bombard coming out from MarineLord, but I mean, can he actually defend it? We see, I mean, the crossbowmen aren't particularly good against the horsemen from MarineLord, but I mean, they also aren't that good versus spears, right? So
yeah, exactly. All right, well, more raids coming through. MarineLord trying to just keep the military back in the base of his enemy while he attacks the front villages. Are they going to be pulled out here? DeMuslim only sitting on 148 stone at the moment, so even if he pulls villagers out, he's not going to have a whole lot to actually chew through and repair this. Now, I did note earlier that MarineLord's going to need a culverin to deal with the siege coming out from the Chinese, and that's exactly what he's got in queue. There's 4 Nesta Bees on the other side for DeMuslim, so, well, I take that back. Actually, no, there's still 4 Nesta Bees. That was a Sprinkle that went down.
A lot of fireworks coming out, of course. We do see the Landsnake transition from MarineLord coming out at home. Wants to deal with the Spearman Crossbow, probably the best unit you can build for those 2 particular units, but I mean, you need more than 5.
Yeah, you're definitely going to need more than 5, but it's nice to see them just mixed in because it really forces the burden on the enemy. You must micro them out. If you don't micro them out, it's sure. Very quickly going to get bad for you. But the culverin now out on the field. Now, I do see it says 2 bombards up in the top of the screen, but I suspect that's just the 1 bombard. Probably got the same bug that most of the other siege have got at the moment. So the Mangonel as well as the Trebuchet have got this bug, this kind of weird bug, as DeMuslim reaches the 4th age, where it represents double population. So it looks like there's 14 Mangonels out on the field, but it's actually only 7. They get doubled up. It's a bit strange, but yeah, it is. It might be represented that way here as well.
Well, game 1 makes a lot more sense to me now, since he had 8 Mangonels in game 1, and I was wondering where they all were.
Oh, well, yes.
They were all there.
Yes, so he actually only had 4 Mangonels. Yeah, it can be... We're still yet to iron out all the bugs in this spectator UI, but yeah, that push is now really coming in. Keep in mind, MarineLord sitting at 190 population, but DeMuslim matching him. But he's got elite units. That's going to be a key difference here. But don't count out DeMuslim. He's got those Imperial officials ready to supervise any of those production buildings. Culverin moving forward. That's going to be the key difference here. Culverin so difficult to contest up against this. But now the Horsemen looking to try and defend this position. Spearman on the front line. And the Bombard just mowing down the back line. Crossbowmen find a nice little choke point just towards the left or the right side of that village, but look at the amount of units that are just in here, leading away all the spears as well, and it looks like all the sieges are slowly being cleaned up. DeMuslim down to 2, make that 1 nest of bees. A Springald about to go down as well, and DeMuslim might be in trouble, ladies and gentlemen. 133 villagers here for MarineLord. He's got 4 relics in the bag. He's got the Imperial Age tempo, and this is exactly the timing he needed to hit. The Chinese, incredibly strong in the late game, but as long as you beat them there, as long as you put them on the rope, and things are going to get easy for you. An offensive keep coming down here. It looks like an Ottoman keep. I assure you it's not. It's a Holy Roman Empire keep. He's got to be careful, though. It just seems like there's a bit of a lack of archers here, Hut.
Yeah, I mean, the most important thing with this push is that the Culverin doesn't die, essentially. If the Culverin dies, this entire push stalls out. So it's close. The Bombard's dead now, so the Culverin lives, though. Yeah, the Culverin remains, and the villagers, they're going to be here on site, ready to drop down this keep. I was going to say, I feel like this keep's probably a little bit too defensive. Go further up. You can probably even go further up than that, honestly. I reckon he could put it right where that village was. I think that's probably a perfect spot. But he's just going to play it a little bit more defensive. We see elite army tactic coming through as well for DeMuslim. So really looking to max out those men-at-arms, or rather those palace guards and those spearmen. Watch out for the land snakes. Look at them. And just look at the income for MarineLord. Like, that's insane. He's almost at 2,000 of each res. Yeah, that's a huge amount of income compared to the 300 wood right now. And the raid hitting the villagers on the wood line. DeMuslim on 109 villagers. He's lost 39 villagers this game. MarineLord has lost 0. He has been in his base. He has been in his face this entire game. And bragging rights are what is on the line right now. DeMuslim holding on for dear life. He doesn't want to let it go. He knows that this is the final game. If he lets it go right here, he's going home, and that is something he does not want to do. The horsemen continue funneling in. The keep is finally up. The siege, that's coming up the rear with the gear. More mangonels on the way as well for MarineLord, and DeMuslim types something in the chat, getting ready to pull out his earbuds. I think it might be it, ladies and gentlemen. MarineLord gets in by the skin of his teeth. Wow. Wow. That was a tough game, a tough series, but MarineLord takes it. Yeah, after losing the first game like that in such a crazy way. Congratulations go over to him. He's going to be finally through. I mean, it's been a hell of a story for him. He got knocked out, or not knocked out, but he lost that very first series that he played up against Iron Magic. Seed number 1 up against seed number 16. I don't think I met a single person that said, oh, MarineLord is going to be losing this game, but lost it in convincing style. But fortunately, from the lower bracket, he's able to make his way back up. What an impressive run right there. I mean, I was joking with him actually that he tactically threw day 1 to see what the meta was with everyone else. So, he's observed everything. He knows what's up now. So, yeah, very good result for MarineLord, obviously, getting the bragging rights over a big rival of his, and DeMuslim going home. Yeah, that's going to be it for DeMuslim. So congratulations as well to him, not only to getting here, but to making it to this point here. But going to be disappointing for him as well. He's going to have to hear about that for a long time coming. These two have got a brutal rivalry. Twitch chat is not safe. Yes, it is not safe, not at all. DeMuslim, he's going to be ducking for cover for quite some time. But what an absolutely beautiful series that was. And I think, coming into that last game, I was asking, what is the secret that we're going to learn here? Because the ball is in the court of MarineLord. The emphasis is all on him and about how he plays this out, because China, they're the kings. Yep. But very fortunately, he managed to make his way through, and we're about to hear from him. Take it away, Riley.
Thanks very much here with MarineLord after that monumental victory here. Congratulations, you're our final quarter finalist. What's going through your head right now? Is it relief, triumph? Talk us through it.
Yeah, relief. Honestly, if I didn't make playoff, it would have been a massive disappointment. Obviously, it's a new patch, so I came here knowing that I could potentially lose, right? Even if I feel like I was the best. But best of 3, new sieves, new maps, it's very hard, and I'm extremely happy.
Well, let's talk about yesterday, first of all. Obviously, not how you wanted things to start. We had the commentator suggesting it was a tactical throw to perhaps get a sense of the meta. Anything behind that? Or, I mean, more seriously, how did you recover from the early loss? Because obviously that must have shaken your confidence a little bit.
Yeah, it did a little bit. I felt like I did some mistakes, but overall I felt like my play was very good. So it was more like, I felt like Magic played very well. So even if it was 16, you can kind of know, like, if you don't do too many mistakes and you still lose, it means like the guy played very well. So I was like, okay, if he loses next match and looks terrible, then I'm bad, I guess. But if he does well, and he did well, then it wouldn't change my confidence that much. I came here with a lot of confidence for best of 5 and best of 7. Best of 3, I knew I could lose. So yeah, Magic is just very good, honestly. I wasn't sad about it.
He was one of the first players to make it through the quarters, so it'll be very exciting to see what he does. But we do move now to the quarterfinals, best of 5. It sounds like it sounds like you're feeling a little more comfortable in that realm. Obviously, the quarterfinals are starting tomorrow, so we're not going to have the hugest amount of preparation time for you. But talk us about what you're going to do to make sure you give yourself the best chance to succeed.
I feel like I had a decent read of the meta overall, but on water map, I feel like I'm not sure anymore. So I guess I will just practice water map and see if I get a good feeling again on it. Because before coming here, I felt like, okay, water map, it's a lot of micro. I should be doing fine. But since this meta is just mass archer, it's not micro oriented, so like anyone can win. So I'm not sure exactly. Like, just feel like I should practice more water maps, see how it goes, and. Overall, like a best of 5, it's gonna be against BC or people, so they are great player too. But I came here for the win, so like when I lost yesterday, I knew like it doesn't change anything. I have 1 lose, but I can still win the tournament. So let's win.
Yeah, in it to win it, baby. Well, congratulations on being our last quarterfinalist, mate. Can't wait to see you play tomorrow.
Thanks. Bye bye.
MarineLord will let you go, but now, I mean, as MarineLord said, we do need to find an opponent for him. He will be playing against either Beastie Cutie or Puppy Paw. And Nilly, as I welcome you to the stage, it's time for us to find out who it's going to be.
Ooh.
So we do have a random draw here as the top-performing players from Group A meet the top-performing players from Group B. I believe there's a bit of a...
It's basically the top-performing player from Group A against the one that had 2-1 out of Group B. So basically, we try to avoid 2-0 players to face against 2-0 players in the first round.
And we also have a sort of a crossing of the 2 groups. Yes, indeed. So in these 2 vases here, we have the opponents that can face the players from either group, and we're going to kick things off with Recon, right, and Lucifron, who are in the same group. They'll be playing against either Magic, or the Mister. Right?
Exactly.
So as soon as I pull out one of these, we'll know who the other's opponent is. So a little difficult to build the tension for this one, as it does give away the entire half of the bracket, but we do our best. Let's get stuck in now, my friends. The opponent for Recon will be either the Mister or Magic. So this will be Recon's opponent in the quarterfinals.
Magic and Mister looking both so good. Recon, a bit of a surprise. Not being full-time, still crazy performances there, quite some upset. Going to be interesting.
The opponent for Recon is... Oh.
The Mister.
The Mister. Perfect. There we go. The Mister playing against Recon in one of our quarterfinals, which of course means that Lucifron here will be playing against, and they have done too good a job of sealing these scrolls up here. As you can see, I am Magic. There we go. So that's the top half of our bracket here.
Crazy matchups, especially like Recon Mister, right? We both felt like both training against each other so much, so they won't be happy. Would ideally keep their strategies a bit longer. And Mister, on paper, probably the better player, but we counted Recon out way too many times. He's in the quarterfinals.
So let's have a look now. The bottom half of the bracket is Leenock, who will be playing against either Puppy Paw or Beastie. And of course, as we just saw MarineLord win, he'll be playing against the other player out of Puppy Paw or Beastie. So this now is the opponent of Leenock.
And especially like Beastie Cutie is sitting at home now and thinking, oh God, I please want to avoid MarineLord, both considered to be the top 2 in the world, although obviously MarineLord could face him because he had the upset against him early in the group phase.
So Leenock's opponent, which of course will then tell us who Beastie Cutie's opponent is. The opponent of Leenock is Beastie Cutie.
He will be happy with that, I believe.
Beastie Cutie playing against Leenock in our quarterfinal, which of course means the final... well, I mean, it's not going to be a surprise. There's not even any point to any tension here. Everyone knows that, of course, the final name to be drawn out of the hat is, of course, Puppy Paw, who will be playing off against MarineLord.
And Puppy Paw practicing a lot with Magic, they're both Canadians, so maybe they can have a talk. Magic can give some advice how Puppy Paw can beat MarineLord as well.
So there, as you can see on the screen, this way, no, this way, oh my goodness me, what a shambles, what are they paying me for? You can see, my friends, the bracket that we will be getting across tomorrow, nearly. We have the quarterfinals, and from here on out, no more best of 3, it's best of 5 tomorrow.
Indeed, and we will change the SIF drafting system as well. We will explain it to you at length tomorrow. Will be really interesting, a format that we have never seen before.
Yes, indeed. So, tomorrow, my friends, the battle for fame and fortune, for glory and honour continues here from Heidelberg Castle as these players contest their share of the $300,000 prize pool for this Age of Empires 4 portion of the biggest celebration of Age of Empires that we've ever seen. Over $500,000 in prize money across 3 different games in this franchise, and tomorrow we will be deciding which 4 players continue to our blockbuster final day of competition here in front of a live audience. We couldn't be more excited for that, but before then, of course, our quarterfinals coming your way tomorrow, and we do hope we have your company for them. On behalf of Nilly, the rest of the broadcast team, and of course the production staff behind the cameras working so hard to bring you this tournament, we'd like to thank you for your company today, and we look forward to having you back here live in Heidelberg Castle tomorrow as we get stuck in, as I've said, to the quarterfinals. Until then, here's a brief replay of some of the biggest moments from the action today, and we are looking forward to seeing you back here once again for the quarterfinals tomorrow. Until then, take care of yourselves. Riley Knight signing off on behalf of the entire broadcast team from Heidelberg Castle. Good night.
Makes the choice to fight instead of finishing the combat of the defender, and now, ironically, it seems like he can't defend it.
Oh, how the turntables.
That is a bit ambitious.
Don't overfood. Here we see wood overfood.
And the blue ship straight away! Capoch! You're making fish when you need to make wood. Like, oh my god.
As long as he stands on the sacred side, and you can see Lucifron blocking him out. Delete the wall, Viper. He deletes the wall. He gets in onto the sacred side. As long as he's on top of the sacred side with the men-at-arms, he should win. The sacred side will continue ticking. He's got to be careful not to be surrounded. It's looking like a poppy ball repeat right now, but the men-at-arms got so much dead armor. The sacred victory's approaching. It's going to be a good game. I don't think he loses his game.
Blue man-at-arms, he can gain in time. This is not going to work right now because he stayed next to the sacred site. Not enough villagers get around, and it's too late. Lucifron just seconds away from defeat. Viper has done it. A 2-0 upset. Lucifron, one of the favorites, goes out.
out of in the middle. Leary's castle goes down. His turn to raid Leary's economy. And Viper holds on to that castle. And he's killing the villagers on the gold. They're desperately running for the TC.
Look, the Cavalier, they can do what they're doing here to the trebuchets, and then Leary will have